In this course, we are going to learn to build apps for multiple platforms like Android, iOS, web and desktop from a single code base using the Flutter framework. This course is designed for absolute beginners in Flutter. However, I highly recommend you to watch the Dart Beginners course present on the channel, as this course requires a strong understanding of Dart. This course solely focuses on Flutter app development and does not cover any database related topics. We'll create 3 apps in this course. First one is a simple currency converter app to get started. Second is the weather app where all the weather data is being fetched from the web. And the last one is a shopping app. By building these 3 apps, we learn various aspects of Flutter such as widgets, layouts, responsive layouts, state management, etc. Additionally, I'll provide you with a brief overview of the inner workings of Flutter, like understanding how Flutter handles rendering, state management, and more behind the scenes stuff. I've covered database related topics in separate tutorials which you can easily follow along after watching this tutorial. Before starting this course, I'd like to thank Arif Islam for providing me with the UI of the shop app, and Tomek Riedel and Ismail Alam Khan for helping me set up the curriculum of this course. Now let's get started by installing Flutter. So to install Flutter, you need to make sure you're on this website, flutter.dev. Then you can click on Docs, install Flutter, and then you'll see a bunch of options to select the operating system on which you want to install Flutter. So if you're on Windows or Linux, you can click either of them, and if you're on Mac, you can click on Mac OS. Now I won't be able to cover the Windows and Linux installation processes because I don't have either of those systems. However, there's one thing I'd like to mention, that if you just click over here, you'll get the entire installation process, and most of it is similar to the installation process on macOS. So we need to get the Flutter SDK, we need to do the Android setup, and if there's anything we can do the Windows setup as well. But one thing you need to do additional is install Git if you haven't already. So for Flutter, you need to have Git pre-installed in your system, so you can click on open a new tab and download the Git installer from here. Depending on your system, you can either install this 32-bit or this, which is 64-bit. After you have the installer, you can double click on it and run it. Then follow all the processes the wizard gives you, and then you'll have Git installed in your system. To check if it is installed or not, you can go to your system and just type Git. If you see something like this, it means Git is installed. If it isn't, then you haven't installed Git properly. You need to make sure that it's installed properly. Alright, so let's clear this off. And one last thing to mention over here is when you have the Windows installation process, you cannot do iOS setup because you cannot build apps for iOS from a Windows machine. You can only build apps for Android, web and Windows from a Windows operating system. You can build for Android, web and Linux from a Linux operating system. But you cannot build for iOS or Mac OS from Windows or Linux. So that's a point to know. That's why if you see over here, you don't have iOS setup written over here. However, if you come to Windows or Mac OS installation, you'll see iOS setup. Here we have Xcode, which already includes Git, which means we don't have to install Git separately on Mac. Alright, you can see it over here. Flutter uses Git for installation and upgrade. We recommend installing Xcode, which includes Git, but you can also install Git separately. Alright, so we are just going to install it with Xcode. I already have it installed. It doesn't make any difference. But if you don't have Git installed, we'll install it when we install Xcode. So now let's dive into this. So the first part is to get the Flutter SDK. So to get the Flutter SDK, depending on what Mac you have, Intel Mac or Apple Silicon Mac, you can select either of these buttons. Since I'm on an M1 chip, I'm just going to click over here and it will start the installation process for me. On Windows also, the first part is to get the Flutter SDK. You'll get only one button to install the Flutter SDK on Windows. After that, you need to extract the file in the desired location. So you need to make sure one particular folder where you can install it. For me, I already know where I want to do it. So if I go to Finder, press Command Shift G, then just a /. So I go to Macintosh HD, put it in a grid format so that it's better to see. Where I want to install Flutter is users, runApp, and over here. Alright, so from the root of my laptop, I want to go to users, runApp, and here I'll have the Flutter folder or extract. So once the installation is complete, which I think is complete, I'll drag it over here. So I'll just open a new finder, which is downloads. I'll have Flutter over here. I'll drag it over here in my runApp folder, and there we have Flutter right here. Cool. Now the next step is to add the Flutter tool to our path. Now we can just copy this command, put it in the terminal and run it, and then we'll be able to use Flutter specific commands like Flutter Doctor. But now you can see Flutter command is not found because I've not run this command. And if I run this command, meaning I add Flutter tool to my path, then run it, so it will locate Flutter Doctor, so it will know what Flutter command is. But when I exit the terminal, reopen the terminal again, it will forget the Flutter command because it only sets the path for the current terminal window. It doesn't set it for the entire terminal or for the entire system. It only does for one window. So to permanently add it, we have to click over here, which is permanently updating our path, and follow the steps written over here. So the first step is to determine the path of our clone of the Flutter SDK. So we already know where it is. From the root of our folder, we need to go to the users, runApp, Flutter, bin. So this is our path, alright. Then we need to open or create the RC file for your shell. Then we need to type this command in the terminal. So let's go ahead and copy it. So we have /bin/zsh. Typing this command gives us access to what shell we are using. Are we using bash or are we using Z shell? Since it gives us the output as ZSH, it means we're using Z shell. So I need to edit this part right here. Okay, so I'll just copy it. Then over here, I'm going to type vim, which is kind of like a code editor. So if I just put vim like this, I'll be able to edit out ZSHRC file right here in the vim code editor. I can also type nano instead of vim, followed by $home/.zshrc, and that will open it in nano. But I'm more comfortable with vim, so I'm going to go ahead and use it. Now the final step is to copy this line and paste it over here. So here we need to mention the path of the Flutter get directory. Where is it? It's in users, runApp. So we can backspace over here, but when I try to backspace, you see I just go in the left hand side. It's not actually deleting anything. So to delete it, we have to press X. So it will start erasing stuff. Then you can backspace everything and paste this line right here. Alright. So we have export path is equal to $path $/user/runApp. This is where we have stored, right? /user/runApp/flutter/bin. Alright. Then that's pretty much it. Now we can press enter. Then we can have :w. Click on enter. That saves the file. Then we'll have :QA. And we exit vim like this. Now if we run the command again, you'll see we have this line written right over here. That's good. So it has saved it successfully, and we have successfully added it to our path as well. Now we need to run this command so that we refresh the current window to see our changes, if Flutter command is working or not, or we can just open a new terminal window. So I'm just going to close this. I'm going to create a new terminal. And then I need to run this command to verify that the Flutter bin directory is now in our path. So we can run this and we see users runApp Flutter bin. That's great. Now I can clear this off. Now I need to verify if the Flutter command is working or not. So I'll copy this, paste it over here, and there we go. This gives us the location of our Flutter folder. This is where it's located, right? Users Ramandana's Flutter bin Flutter, right? This thing right here. So we have successfully installed Flutter to our system. If you're on Windows, after updating your path, which is mentioned in the documentation, you should be able to run which Flutter command and see the correct output. If you do, that means Flutter installed successfully. Now we can just run the Flutter doctor command, which gives us a list of things now that we need to focus on. And Flutter doctor gives me a list of things. So it's kind of like a real doctor. It tells you what all is not there, what all is missing, and this is what you need to do. So the Flutter is installed. We are on 3.10.5, which is the latest version as of June 21. Now the next step is to install Android related stuff. You can see that over here, Android setup. Then we need to work on Xcode. So we develop for iOS and macOS. And after that, we are basically done with everything. Android Studio is related to Android related stuff. So we'll have all of those working. So let's get to the Android setup, not wasting any more time, and just start installing Android Studio as well. So Android Studio is helping us to build native Android applications. So you can use Kotlin or Java and start preparing your apps in Android Studio as well. So we need to install this as well. So we'll just open it in a new tab. And we'll click on download Android Studio. We have read the terms and conditions and we have the Apple chip. So we'll select that. Now we'll wait for Android Studio to install properly. And after that, we need to start Android Studio, go through the Android setup wizard. This will install the latest Android SDK command line tools, and Android SDK build tools, which are required by Flutter when developing for Android. So after we do all of that, we again run Flutter doctor and we see if there's a tick mark over here because we've installed Android Studio. So Android Studio is installed successfully. Let's double click on this DMG file. Let's transfer it to applications. And Android Studio is transferred to applications now. We can also put this installer in bin. If you want, you can also go ahead and put this in bin, which is another installer. Then we can go to applications. Let's go to Android Studio, double click over here. Then it asks us if it is downloaded from internet and if we trust it. So we'll just click on open again. We are not going to import any Android Studio settings. So we'll just click on OK. Maybe we can send usage statistics to Google. We can click on next. Choose the type of setup you want for Android. So we have not installed anything earlier. So we'll just go ahead with the standard one. We'll click on next. Select the UI theme you want. Let's go ahead with Darkula. Then these are the extra things that will install. Emulator, build tools, all of that stuff. We'll click on next. Then licenses for everything. We'll click on accept. We'll come over here. Except for this one as well. Then we'll click on finish. It will start downloading the components for this. So all the components have now been installed. We can click on finish and we have Android Studio right here. We don't want to do anything with it. We are just going to close it. We'll close this as well. Now let's again run Flutter doctor and see if there's anything we're missing now. As you can see over here, Android Studio is already installed now. So that was successful. Now Android related stuff, two things are required. We need the command line tools component. So for that, we are again going to run Android Studio. Then we are going to go to more actions, SDK manager. Then we are going to search for SDK tools. Then we have Android SDK command line tools right here. We'll click over there and then click on OK. Click on OK over here. That will install it and we are done. So we can close this. Let's again run Flutter doctor command. And you see that issue is resolved now. We now only need to accept the Android licenses that we haven't. So we can run this command and it will do that. We just need to put it in the same line and run it, and then it works. Alright. So yeah, we'll review the licenses that have not been accepted. Then we'll click yes, yes, yes. And there we go. So we have accepted all the licenses. So I hope everything is working fine for Android now. So we'll run Flutter Doctor, and everything related to Android is also fixed now. Now the last step is Xcode, develop for iOS and macOS. So the final step that's required is for Xcode. So we need to develop for iOS and macOS. We can do that by going to the App Store and installing Xcode, or just going to the web download. I'll go to the App Store and install it. So I'll wait for Xcode to install, and then we can focus on the stuff that's mentioned later on. So I'll see you when Xcode is installed completely on the system. Alright, so Xcode has installed on our system. I'll just click on open here. So we like to build for macOS and iOS. So I'm just going to click on install here. I'll have to enter my password, and then it will start installing additional components. After that, we need to configure the Xcode command lines tools to use the newly installed version of Xcode. So we can just copy this line, then click on enter. Again, we'll have to enter a password over here, and we're done. Then we can again run this command, paste it. So this is great. I think we've configured Xcode for now. One last command is left, which is this sudo Xcode build license. We'll press space for more. And then we just need to type agree to say that we are agreeing, and we're done. Now we can clear this off, run Flutter Doctor, and see if it is done properly or not. So one issue from Xcode is gone. Now we just need to install CocoaPod, which is not installed. So to install it, we can just go to their guide, the link that is mentioned over here, paste it. And to install CocoaPod, we just need to run this command, sudo gem install CocoaPods. So we have installed CocoaPods. Now we can again run the Flutter Doctor command. And as you can see, no issues found. That means the entire Flutter installation is successful. So if you've covered this part and everything works fine, it's all good. Now the last step is to install VS Code. So if you just type in VS Code install, you'll see this website, code.visualstudio.com. So this is basically our code editor. This is where we are going to write our code, type it all out. In the Dart course, we had used dartpad.dev. Now we don't need to use that anymore. We are going to write on our system only. So we are going to use our PC. And here we have Visual Studio Code that will help us to, debug, write our code. It will help us in basically everything. So you can install it according to your platform again. I'm just going to go ahead with the Apple Silicon zip file, and it will start installing it for me. After I have VS Code installed, I'll just start creating a Flutter project, and we'll create our first app, that is the currency converter app. So VS Code is now installed. You can see it in downloads. I'm just going to click on the small search icon over here. So it shows that Visual Studio Code is in the download. I'm just going to drag this to the applications tab because VS Code is an application. Then double click on it. Then click on open. And we have VS Code right here. I'm going to browse the color themes and select which one I prefer. I don't prefer the dark high contrast. It looks very weird in my opinion. Obviously not light modern color. We can use this one, or you can go ahead look for more themes. So now that we have Visual Studio Code installed, let's go ahead and open it. So I'll have Visual Studio Code typed like this and open it. So we see a welcome tab over here. We can close this welcome tab and explore what all is there in the VS Code tab. As of now, there's no project here, so it looks very empty. But we'll create a Flutter project, open it in VS Code, and that will look much better. But as of now, let's just take a look at the blank and empty VS Code. So the first tab that we have here is the Explorer tab. The Explorer tab helps us to view the files and the subfolders present in a folder. So if we have a Flutter project, it will have many folders and files of our application. We can see all of them over here. The second one is the search tab. In the search tab, you can find a specific word from multiple files and multiple folders. So if you want to search just one word or just one function name, you can type it over here and it will output all the files that contain that function name. Then we have the source control tab. Remember Git that we installed. This is not the tab we are going to look at because that's a separate world of its own. I'll be releasing a separate tutorial on source control with Git, so you don't have to worry about it for now. The next one is run and debug. This is a place where you can run and debug your applications. And the final tab we see here is the extensions tab. The extensions tab allow us to add additional features to our code editor. So we'll be installing a bunch of extensions so that our Flutter code looks better and we have an increased productivity in our coding. But for now, I'm not going to install anything. I'll install all of the extensions one by one so that you see the difference of using an extension and not using an extension. Then here we have the errors and warnings tab. So it tells us what errors and warnings there are. And when you click on it, it opens a separate window of its own. Here we see problems. So it will output any problems that are present in our application. So it can be a warning or an error. So in Dartpad, you remember how we saw warnings that a variable wasn't used, or an error which said, like when we had print statement and we put in 2 to 3 arguments, it said you cannot pass 2 to 3 arguments to a print function. All those kind of errors can be seen from here in one particular place. Then we have output, so it will output anything we want. Then we have debug console. So whenever you run your application, all the print statements and everything can be seen over here. How is output different from debug console then? Output will basically tell you more about the project as a whole. For example, whenever you add an external dependency. So remember in our Dart code, we had put an HTTP dependency. Whenever we add it to our Flutter project, it will show all the dependencies present in our application in the output here. And debug console basically tells us what is happening when we are running the application. Then we have the terminal. So this is an inbuilt terminal. This terminal that we had right over here, that is an external terminal, meaning it is coming from the system itself. This is coming from VS Code. So we can eliminate using this terminal right here and we can just start using integrated terminal all the time. That makes sense? And you can add as many terminals as you want by clicking on the plus button over here and delete whenever you want to delete it. Then if you close the close tab, it will just close this window right here. Then we have the feedback option and the notifications tab over here. So we can come back to Explorer. Now the next step is to create a Flutter project. And the first project that we are going to create is a currency converter application. So to create a Flutter project, there are again 2 steps you can take. You can open up your terminal from here or from the VS Code terminal. Now to open VS Code's integrated terminal, you can press Command J if you're on Mac, and that will open the terminal right over here. Okay. And you can again press Command J to hide it. Or you can just use the terminal over here. Both of them work. Now to create a Flutter project, first you need to go to the folder where you want to create a Flutter project. I want to go to the desktop folder because that's where I want to create a Flutter project. And after that, I'll run the command flutter create and then the name of the project, which is currency converter. So this will create a Flutter project by the name of currency converter. And then when I click on enter, it creates a project. Please note that when you have Flutter create, you need to put underscore over here in case you want to put a space, because if you just put a space, it won't be allowed. It will give you an error. You can try it for your own. And camel casing is generally not the convention to name a Flutter project. It is generally named like this. So if you have a space, you just use an underscore, just like the Instagram usernames. Now we can just take this folder and drag it over here, and there we go. We have everything related to a Flutter project here. And as you can see, there are multiple folders over here. You can see that in VS Code as well. But there are a few things more that you can see in VS Code, which is .dart tool, which you cannot see it over here, and .idea, which again you cannot see it over here. To see it, you can just press Command Shift full stop and you'll see all the hidden files over here. And again press Command Shift full stop, so you'll stop seeing the hidden files. So VS Code helps us see the hidden files as well. Now let's go over the folders one by one. So Dart tool and .idea is nothing that we should be concerned about. We should be concerned about folders starting from here. So we have Android folder. So it's related to all the Android permissions that might require. So whenever you have an app that wants some permission from Android related stuff, you'll use this folder, and it basically has the entire structure of an Android application, a native Android application right here. Then we have the iOS folder. This has the structure similar to an iOS folder. Whenever you want to give any extra permission, you'll have to open this iOS folder in Xcode and you can give your permissions that are required. Then we have the lib folder, the most important folder in our Flutter project. This is where you're going to write all your Dart code. And here we have just one file, which is the main.dart file. And as you can see, this might look familiar, void main function. And this has a .dart extension, which basically means that this is a Dart file. And if this is a Dart file, we already know main function is where the application begins. So this is the starting point of our app. And the lib folder is where you're going to install or add more of your files and build your entire application. Then we have the Linux, Mac OS folder similar to the Android and iOS folder. If you want to give any permissions, you'll give them over here for Linux and Mac OS. Then we have the test folder. Test folder is related to the testing of our app. By testing, I do not mean like a normal user testing it. When a user uses their phone and uses the app, that's not called testing. I'm talking about automated testing, meaning you just write a bunch of code so that you confirm that this piece of code is working. It won't make sense now, but after you've built a few applications, you'll understand what I'm talking about. Then we have the web folder. Web folder contains all the assets, the index.html file, basically the entire web structure. Then we have the Windows as well. Then we have getignore, which is related to source control. So whenever you have to upload to something known as GitHub, you'll need this getignore files, which ignores all the unnecessary files in our project. Then we have metadata. And as you can see, it already tells us this file tracks properties of this Flutter project. It's nothing we should be concerned about, so we can just skip this part. Then we have analysis options.yaml. You remember the warnings and errors we used to get? We can configure such that we get more specific errors or warnings in our Flutter project. Then we have currency converter.iml, nothing we should be concerned about. Then we have pubspec.log and pubspec.yaml. So pubspec.yaml consists of all the details of our Flutter project. For example, the name of the project, the description of the project. Then this line, which is related to pub.dev. You remember the site where we went to install HTTP plugin. So if we create our own Dart project and we want to publish it to pub.dev, then we need to remove this line. If you're only building a Flutter app and that is not to be published on pub.dev, we can keep this line. Then we have the version number of our Flutter project or the Flutter app. So if you've ever noticed, every application has a version attached to it. So if you just click on an app and go to its app info, you'll see the version for it. For example, the WhatsApp version as of now is 2.23.11.77. That's what this version number allows us to do. It allows us to upload to App Store, Play Store and all the other stores without creating the confusion that two projects are similar or the same. So you can have unique versions every time you upload to App Store or Play Store. Then we have environment. So this tells us the Flutter SDK we'll be using in this project, and the SDK we are using is basically greater than or equal to 3.0.5 but less than 4.0.0. So you can use anything from Flutter 3 to Flutter 4 over here and it will obey all the rules. You can also decrease your SDK. So you can just put 2 over here and it can be less than 3. So it will follow all the rules related to Flutter 2 to Flutter 3. But obviously you need to make sure that you have Flutter 2 installed for that. But it's always good to stay on the latest SDK, not on the previous SDK, because you need to keep up with the advancements in your framework, right? If we have Flutter, we always need to make sure that we are updated to it so that we can use all its latest features. Then we have the dependencies tab, and in the dependency, the first one we have is Flutter, which is coming from the Flutter SDK itself. And we have the Cupertino icons. The Cupertino icons dependency can be found on pub.dev, but it basically allows us to use iOS styled icons. Cupertino everywhere in our Flutter code is going to relate to the iOS part. So if we have Cupertino icons, we have iOS styled icons. Then we have dev dependencies. We already know what dependencies are. We have already installed a dependency in our Dartpad, which was the HTTP plugin or the HTTP package. In dev dependencies, we have dependencies related to the developer. So if developer needs anything that will help the developer to, write code and increase productivity, they can use that. But it doesn't affect the user behavior at all. Okay. So whatever you have over here is just related to the developer having a better environment. And here we have the Flutter lints package, and the Flutter lints package is connected to the analysis option.yaml, which is our linter. You can see include package flutter lints flutter.yaml. I know this might not make sense, but we are just starting right now. As we move ahead, you'll understand what I'm talking about. Then we have Flutter, which says uses material design to true. Then we have something related to assets. We'll get into it. Then we have something related to fonts as well. We'll get into it. And that's pretty much all about pubspec.yaml. Pubspec.lock, on the other hand, contains all the packages that we might have installed and keeps a track of the version number, the description, from where it came, everything. And at last we have the readme.md. So if you want anyone to read your project and you have certain guidelines to follow, you can have a readme over here which tells everything about it. And if you click on this icon, all of this text over here translates to this. This is what .md represents. MD is short for markdown. So whenever you have hashtag like this, it thinks this is an H1 kind of title, a bigger title. Then you have a normal text. Then you have two hashtags, which is a smaller header. Then you have smaller text. Then you have links and all of that stuff. So this basically allows any other engineer working on your project to read more about it and, understand how to contribute and all of that stuff. So we can close this and we have toured the entire Flutter project. Now let's go to the main.dart file, which is where we are going to be 90% of the times. Not in the main.dart file, but in the lib folder in general. We can create more Dart files, we can do more things, and 95% of the times you're just going to stay in this lib folder and not move out of it, because this is where the entire Flutter project is cooked. So yeah, this is where we have main.dart file. Now what I want to do is, there's a bunch of code written here by default. I just want to run it. But even before running, there are a few things I want to do. For example, you might not be able to see this font. So I just want to increase the font size over here. To increase it, I'm going to press Command Shift P, Settings, then click on Open Settings, click on Text Editor over here, click on Font, and here I can increase my font size. So my font size can be, let's say, 20. Click on Enter, come over here, and it zoomed in a little bit too much. So I think I'm going to go ahead with 18. This is better, but what about 17? I think 18 works well for me, and I hope you're also able to see this. I'm also going to put this panel like this so that my code gets more space, and that looks cool. Now another problem that I have here is the highlighting part. By highlighting, I mean I just don't want my code editor to look blue, white, and just orange. I want more colors to be present. If you take a look at Dartpad, you'll see extension, which was the keyword, is in green. Extension name is in orange color. On is again a keyword, so green. A data type, so it's in white color. Again, a data type's white color. Function or a variable name is in blue color. So I want a similar kind of highlighting to be present so that it's easy for me to distinguish between Dart stuff and Flutter stuff. Alright. So for that, I can again press Command Shift P, type preferences, and I'll find something like color theme over here. I just need to click it and change the theme over here. So if I change the theme to dark plus, you see there is a color change over here. Now it's no longer just white and blue, it has multiple colors over here. Blue is a keyword, a class name has green color. Again, this is a keyword, widget is a class, build is a function. So it has all of the proper highlighting that I wanted. Now the next step is to run the default code that is provided by Flutter and just take a look at how Flutter looks when it just creates a project for us and we do absolutely nothing. So for this, how can we run? Well, we can just go to the Run tab, run without debugging, and it tells us that we don't have an extension for debugging Dart. Should we find a Dart extension in the marketplace? You can click over here, but I'm just going to click on a cancel because I know what to do. It's not the Dart extension that we are looking for. We are looking for something related to Flutter. VS Code tells that because we are in a Dart file, it doesn't know that we are running a Flutter related project. So we don't need to find an extension specific to Dart. We need to find an extension specific to Flutter. So we'll go to the extensions tab over here, type Flutter, click on enter, and it gives us the extension Flutter, which is provided by the Dart team or the Google team itself. We can just click on install over here. And what this will do is basically provide us with a set of tools which will allow us to edit, refactor, run, and debug our applications. And when we install the Flutter extension, another extension that we get by default is the Dart extension because Flutter included Dart. So it only makes sense to include the Dart extension as well. Now we can come over here, close this extension, go to the main.dart file, and you see we have a new bulb icon showing up here. Then we have run debug profile, 3 buttons right here. On the right hand side, we have devices showing up where we can select from macOS, Chrome, iOS emulator or Pixel emulator, which is the Android emulator. Since we installed Xcode, we got access to iOS emulator. Since we installed Android Studio, it default created the Pixel emulator. If you don't see Pixel emulator over here, you can just go ahead and create your own Android emulator. Alright. And if you see an error like this, what you need to do is just go to Android Studio right here, click on More Actions, Virtual Device Manager, and click on Create a Device, select the phone that you want from here. Let's say Pixel 4 XL, or let's go ahead with Pixel 6. Then we click on next. We'll use the API 34, the default one. If you want to change the API, so let's say you want to use Android R, Android S, whatever, you can use that. I'm going to go ahead with the API 34. Click on next. Then we have Pixel 6 API 34, all the default options. If you want, you can change the Android advanced settings as well, where you can change the RAM, the virtual memory heap, the internal storage. So we can change the internal storage to GB and let's say 550 GB, whatever you want. I'm just kidding. Just have 20 GB like this. Then click on finish and that creates an emulator for you. If you want to run it, you can just click on this launch icon, or you can just come over here and you'll see the Pixel 6 API 34 emulator seen over here. And if you want to remove the default Pixel emulator that it created for you, you can go ahead and click on these three options, delete, and it will delete it for you. So let's delete it. We only want to keep just one emulator over here. And if we again go to the devices, the device is no longer there. There's just Pixel 6 API 34. So let's go ahead and run the project. So where do we want to run it? Well, we want to run it on, let's say, Chrome. So we'll select the Chrome device over here. Then we'll click on run and it will start running it for you. You see, there are a bunch of things that happened here. It opened the debug console. So it is launching lib/main.dart on Chrome in debug mode. So this tells us a thing about Flutter and Dart. By default, it goes to the lib/main.dart file to run the project. So this is the first file to get executed in our Flutter project. Then we have this settings thing right here. It gives us a bunch of settings over here. For example, if you want to pause the debugging, if you want to restart your application, if you want to hot reload your application, if you want to stop it. So if you stop it, this thing right here will get exited. So if you close this, you see the web application is now gone. So again, let's click on run and it will start running it for you. And we also have this search icon, which is widget inspector page. So if you click over here, it doesn't start anything right now, but again, if you click over here, it will open the widget inspector. Widget inspector is a kind of thing that allows you to see how your application is structured. But we'll get to it later on because you don't know what widgets are, right? So let's close this. And there we go. We have our first Flutter app right here. We have this good looking app and this increment button. If I click over here, it just increases this thing right here. So it's a very basic app running on web. If you want to run more apps, you can do it simultaneously. So you can open it and run it on Mac OS. So click on run here, run without debugging, which is another way to run your Flutter apps. You can either do it over here, you can either do it over here, or you can just run the command flutter run. Okay, so that works as well. So let's just click on run over here as well, which opens it on Mac OS. So we have our application running on Chrome and Mac OS both. We can also run 3 apps in one place. So we'll start the iOS simulator first because it's not running in the background like Mac OS and Chrome. So we'll first have to start the simulator, and here we have iPhone 14 Pro Max, which is given to us by Xcode. So it's loading right now. We can also start our Pixel emulator. So we'll just click on this start icon right here and that will launch as well. And as you can see, the Mac OS part is running here. If I just expand this, this is our Mac OS app and this is our web app. Both of them look very similar, right? Almost the same. That is because of Flutter. You can run one code base. So you have a consistent looking UI design on both your Mac OS app and your Windows app. And it works the same way. Okay, nothing is different right here. Now we also have our Pixel emulator and iPhone ready over here, so we can run those as well, and they'll work side by side as well. Just make sure you have the current device selected over here so that you launch it over there. If I want to run it on iPhone, I'll just click on run without debugging with iPhone selected over here. If I want to run Pixel, I'll select Pixel over here and run it. So whatever you select over here, and when you click over and run over here, that device will be run. I hope that was clear. And if you click over here, there are 4 devices we are connected to and running at the same time. If you press Command J, it opens the terminal. You can go to the debug console. You have macOS over here, Chrome right over here, Pixel 6 loading, and iPhone loading as well. Now I don't like running all of the platforms at the same time because we can lose out on a lot of battery very quickly because we are running on 4 platforms together. What I like to do is run on 2 platforms at the most. So it can be iPhone, Android, iPhone web, depending on where I want to launch it. So if I want to build an app only for Android and iOS, it makes sense to only use Android and iOS at the same time. Or if you're sure that it will have a consistent UI design on both Android and iOS, there will be no changes, you can just run it on one device. If you want to launch your app on all the devices or on all the platforms, then you can just have maybe a web platform and an iOS simulator running. So it really depends on you. If you want your battery to get exhausted very quickly, you can go ahead and run on all the 4 platforms. There's no problem with it. So our iPhone process is almost done. You can see Xcode build done. And it uses the impeller rendering backend. We'll get into what impeller is. But if we just come over here, here is our iPhone application. And when we click over here, we are able to see the same thing that we saw over here and here. So we are able to run our app on all the platforms. Let's get done with the Android one as well. It is installing a bunch of things. Once it completes installing, it will start running the application. And then we can start designing our currency converter app from scratch. And while Android is being run, let's take a look at a few more things I want to get into. First one is the File Explorer tab over here. It looks very plain, doesn't it? What I want here is certain symbols to be present so that I can distinguish between an iOS folder or a lib folder really quickly. So for that, we have an extension which is called VS Code icons. There are a bunch of VS Code extensions related to file icons, but my favorite one is VS Code icons, which you can click on install and it will bring icons to your File Explorer. And here you see, after you install it, it asks you to select a file icon theme, VS Code icons or SETI, which is provided by Visual Studio Code itself. I want VS Code icons because that's better for me. I'll come over here and you see all of my folders now have a unique icon to it. So we have Android, which gives us something similar to Android, build, iOS, so we have Apple logo, lib, Linux, macOS, test, web, Windows. So everything has a different icon to it. So I can distinguish between all of them really quickly and it just helps me overall. Also, I can see that the Pixel emulator is now working. So I can just come over here and there we go. We have our app showing here as well. So it looks similar on all the platforms. That's the power of using Flutter. So now what I'm going to do is exit from almost all the platforms. Just keep one platform on the side so that I have a perspective of what's going on. So I'll close Chrome, I'll close macOS, I'll close Pixel as well. I'll just keep the iPhone on the side. Rest all the things are now gone. I can also close the Android emulator if I want. So I'll just select this, click on Command Q. It will save the state and close the pixel emulator for us. Awesome. Now we just have the iOS simulator here, and now we can start preparing our currency converter app. So this is where we are going to start writing real Flutter and Dart code. So to begin our work on the currency converter app, what I'm going to do is press Command A so that I select everything present in the main.dart file. Then I'm going to backspace everything and we'll start writing everything from scratch. Yes, we are going to need a lot of components that are already mentioned over here. These are sort of boilerplate code, meaning if you don't have them, your Flutter app won't work properly. So you need to have them, but we'll start writing everything from scratch so that we understand why we need them in the first place. For example, this stateless widget thing, this MaterialApp thing, all of those things, right? So let's backspace it. Then, like every Dart program, we need to create a main function because that's our entry point to the Dart program. So what happens is Flutter just searches for main.dart file in lib folder. When it gets main.dart, it searches for the main function in the main.dart file, and then you can see we get these three options to run our app. So now we have a simple Dart program with us. What we need to do is tell Flutter to come into action and start running the app. So how can we do that? To do that, we have a simple function given by the Flutter SDK itself, which is runApp, because we want to run the app, right? So we'll pass in runApp over here, which is a function coming from some import line like this. So as soon as we had runApp over here, it automatically imported this line right here. Now what is this line? Well, let's break this down. We have import, so it's importing some package, some file, some other project, some other folder, and that is the Flutter package. And in Flutter package, it's the material.dart. Now you might say, hey, this line seems very similar to what we had in the Dart section. We had import package http/http.dart. This was the case because we were importing http.dart file from http package. We are doing the same thing over here, but with Flutter. We are importing the material.dart file from the Flutter package. If you're curious how we are importing package Flutter, if you just go to the pubspec.yaml file, dependencies, this is where all the dependencies come in. So anything extra your app depends on that is not related to Dart comes in over here. So we have the Flutter dependency over here. And this is coming from SDK Flutter. Unlike Cupertino _icons, that is coming from pub.dev. Unlike the HTTP package, that was coming from pub.dev. This Flutter is coming from the SDK Flutter. And what is this SDK Flutter? Well, it's the same thing that you installed on your system locally. And it's good to mention SDK Flutter like this and not give any path to it, because the path of the Flutter can change. Maybe you reinstall it somewhere else. So just having SDK Flutter like this is a better thing. So we can close pubspec.yaml file, and when we again come over here, we can see package Flutter is imported, and from there we are importing the material.dart file. Why material.dart file? Because material.dart file gives us many of Flutter's functions, classes, methods that we can use. For example, the runApp file or the runApp function. Because in Dart, we don't have anything like runApp. In Dart, we've already seen we have stuff like string and all of that. Stuff like string, integer, boolean, async keyword, all of this can be used without importing the Flutter library or the Flutter package. But stuff like runApp cannot be run without importing Flutter, alright? And to import Flutter, you need to have Flutter installed, and you need to make sure that in pubspec.yaml file you have the dependency present. So again, coming back to runApp, so this import line right here is quite important, and you'll see later on how many times this material.dart is used in your Flutter app. It's almost used in every single file you create because it also gives you access to certain widgets or certain UI things, which is quite helpful. So now coming back to the runApp function, what exactly is this runApp function? If you just hover over this, you'll see the definition of this function. It is void runApp and then it requires a parameter of widget app. So that means runApp is not returning anything, and it requires something known as widget app. And since we don't know what widget is, that is not even a Dart related thing. So that means widget is again something created by Flutter team themselves. It's a thing in Flutter, so it might be a custom class that they created. But we are still not sure. So to understand this, what you can do is press command. So you can click on runApp then. And when you click over here, you get dive into the Flutter source code. As you can see over here, users Rivandanath Flutter. So I'm going into the Flutter SDK that I installed locally on my system to take a look at this definition and understand what this widget thing is. And as you can see, when I go in the definition, when I hover over widget, it says that it's an abstract class widget. And we already know what abstract classes are. Again, if you want to take a look at the definition of widget, you can press command again and then click on widget, and you'll dive into the source code of abstract class widget. But we are not diving into the Flutter source code now. I just wanted to show this to you. Let's not make things complicated. So now this requires something known as a widget. What is this widget? Widgets are the building blocks of the user interface. They are responsible for describing what the UI should look like. So let's take an example of the counter app over here. If I want to describe that, hey, in my app, I want the header like this, a pink or purple kind of background with some text on it. Then I want some text over here. Then I want a button over here. And on that button, I want this plus type of icon to be displayed. So all of these things are widgets because they describe what my screen, what my user interface is going to look like. So that's exactly what we want to pass to runApp. And this widget can be literally any UI component, right? So I can just put in a text, which is again provided by Flutter material.dart, and you have to instantiate that text. Text again is a class. If you press command and go to the text definition, you'll see it is a class text. All right. And also one thing that I didn't mention, please don't change anything over here. If you change anything in the Flutter source code, it will behave differently for you over here, and that can cause a lot of problems. So take this as a read-only file if you just want to take a look at what's going on inside and you're just curious in general. But do not edit it anything at all, because if it stops behaving the way you want it to, you'll have to reinstall everything, and that can be quite a headache unnecessarily. So you can close this now. So now we have the text over here, and that is a widget. So this text requires us to pass in a data. As you can see, whenever we instantiate a class, it tells us what all stuff is required in this text. And the thing that's required over here is string data. And that is a positional argument. That's why we are getting the error over here saying one positional argument expected by text.new but 0 found. We've already seen these kind of errors in the Dart section. So let's pass a string over here and let's call my text hello world. So this string right here is what the text should display, right? If we have a text over here, you have pushed this button this many times. That is a text, right? If that's a text, the string data part is this thing right here. So that's what I've typed in over here. Hello world. Then I'll put a semicolon over here, save it. I'll ignore the warning for now. Also, anything in blue underline is a warning. Anything with a red underline is a warning or is an error. Also, anything with blue underline is a warning, and anything with red underline is an error. You can ignore warnings, although you shouldn't, but you cannot ignore errors, because if there's an error, your Flutter app won't build. If there's a warning, your Flutter app can still build, but it's recommended to fix the warnings before moving on. And now when we save it, you see this thing right over here. We get a pop-up saying hot reload completed. What is this hot reload thing? Hot reload is when you have a small UI tweak or some small change made in your code, and then when you save the file, you don't have to restart your entire system over here to see those changes. In hot reload, you can just save your file and it will display the small UI tweaks present in your code. So you don't have to completely restart your app and start everything from scratch. You can just save it and you'll be able to see the small UI tweak. If there's no small UI tweak, then you'll have to restart your app. How do we restart the app? By clicking over here on this restart button. And as you can see, when we restart, we get some different kind of message over here with red background. This is an error, alright? The red warnings or the red underlines displayed over here were compile time errors. We've already known about that in the Dart section. But these ones are runtime errors. And you can also see runtime errors or compile time errors when you press Command J in the debug console. And you see they've mentioned the problem over here. Now, these error messages also contain the stack trace in the terminal. Over here, you don't see the stack trace. What is stack trace? Stack trace basically allows us to know where in our application the error occurred. Because if our application grows vast, it can be a bit difficult to know, hey, this is where the error occurred, right? So stack trace already tells us, hey, you have a runtime error and this is where it occurred. So that's what text helps me with. And as you can see, the error is the relevant error causing widget was text. Okay, so some error occurred related to text over here. And then you have the exception thrown, this was the stack. And this just goes deep into the framework telling you, hey, this file is where the error occurred. But we don't have to care that much about these lines because it's related to the framework and we'll anyways not be able to understand what's going on. So we can just scroll up and you see the following assertion was thrown building text, hello world. So it's related to this thing only. But to be honest, I don't understand anything that's mentioned over here. But I do understand this thing. No directionality widget found. What does this directionality widget found mean? It is at least legible English, But still, it's quite difficult to understand what's directionality widget with respect to this text widget. Well, the point over here is this text requires you to pass in a direction property. We need to specify the direction property over here because we need to specify the text's position on the screen. Do we want the text to go from left to right, or do we want the text to go from right to left? That's what we want to figure out. Where on the screen should it be? Over here or over here? That's why it was giving us this error. So let's understand how we can fix that. And many a times you can fix the problem by looking at the properties of the particular widget or the particular text class and see if there's a property related to direction to fix it. And the property is text direction, right? And as you can see, this is a named argument. The first thing was a positional argument, and after that we had named arguments that were optional. So we can pass text direction over here. Now you might ask, if text direction is necessary, without text direction it is giving us this error, why don't they make text direction property non-optional as well, just like data, right? If text direction is required in our text property, without it, it is giving us an error. Why do we want text direction to be empty or nullable or optional? The reason for that is most of the times you won't be writing text widget like this over here. You'll be using something known as MaterialApp that we are going to look into in just a moment, in just a while, but there direction for text is already defined, so you don't have to define it over there. So it is optional, but as of now, just for me demoing basic Flutter app to you, it's required. So for now, you can blindly just put text direction. It will make much more sense when we have, so as of now, you can just put text direction like this blindly, but later on, you'll understand what I'm talking about when we start using MaterialApp and those kind of stuff. So we have text direction over here, and this text direction requires text direction. Now, is text direction a class? To understand that, we have to press command and then we can go into the text direction source code, but it tells nothing about text direction. Why? Because this is the constructor. We have to go to the place where text direction is initialized. So we can click over text direction, and here we are, final text direction, which is empty text direction. Now to understand if text direction is a class or not, we hover over this and it tells us it's not a class, it's an enum. So text direction can have a certain limit of values. Now what are those values? You can again click command. So you go to the text direction enum definition, and here it is. And it can have two values, RTL or LTR. And as you can see, it's already defined over here with something known as a documentation comment. This was the third type of comment in Flutter or Dart. In Flutter or Dart. In the Dart course, we saw that there are two types of comments. First one was single line comment, another one was multi-line comment, and this is a third type of comment, which is the documentation comment. By documentation comment, what happens is whenever I initialize text direction or use text direction and hover over it, you'll see a definition or the description of this text direction property. And somewhere when you scroll, you'll see this thing right here. The text flows from right to left, example Arabic, Hebrew. You won't see that over here because this is present inside the enum. But if you see, documentation comments are present over here as well, which is related to the text direction. So if we just go at the top, you'll see a direction in which text flows. Some languages are written from the left to right. So if you come over here, hover over this, you'll see a direction in which text flows. So basically with documentation comments, you'll be able to see some changes over here. Some stuff or description written over here, which is quite nice because then you don't have to Google stuff up and understand what's required. You can just look at the source code and understand what's required. So let's close this, and let's give text direction a value, and that will be text direction dot, and we get auto suggestion. The auto suggestion is LTR or R2L, and values is just a list or containing RTL or LTR. So I'm just going to have LTR because I want it to show up over here, left to right, so it will show up somewhere over here. Then I'll save it. But if I come over here, hot reload doesn't work because this is quite a massive change. So you'll have to restart your entire app and then you'll be able to see hello world over here. We are not able to see it properly, but yeah, it is written over there. Now, if I just mention, let's say 4 exclamation marks, save it, I'm not seeing it again because this is a massive change. So after I restart, I'll be able to see it. But later on, when we start adding MaterialApp and we make small UI tweaks, you'll be able to see the great power of hot reload, which is what makes Flutter very different from other frameworks, because many other frameworks don't have the support for hot reload, and it's quite a wonderful feature in my opinion. And now if I press RTL over here instead of LTR and restart the app, I see text over here and my exclamation marks go right in the right. So that was about text and just displaying some stuff up. But now let's get into more complex things, because obviously we don't just want to return a text over here. And for bigger apps, this is not possible. Why? Because simple apps don't just show UI, right? they have many more things going on in the backend. It's not about databases or servers that I'm talking about. Not the backend related stuff. I'm talking about stuff like navigation. By navigation, I mean moving from one page to another. So if I have one page, then I want to move to another page, bigger apps can do that. For example, YouTube. If I use youtube.com, I see the home page. When I click on a video, I'll go to another page that contains the video player. So bigger apps have multiple pages in them, and moving from one page to another in an app is called navigation. Just like moving from one place to another in real life is known as navigating, right? So bigger apps have support for that, and it can't be done by just using text. We need to use something else, which is known as MaterialApp, or it can be Cupertino app. Now we are going to dive into both of them, but before that, we'll have to understand some other concepts. Now, just having a text widget isn't what a real app will look like. It will have one screen of its own, and in that screen there are going to be many components as well. For example, if you just open google.com, it's a very simple looking page, but it has a lot of components here. First of all, it has the header right up at the top, Gmail, images, all of this stuff. Then it has the Google logo over here. Then it has the text field that takes our input. Then it has two buttons. Then it has this thing which helps us in translation. Then it has footer, and that too, two footers, I guess. So it has a lot of components, and in Flutter, every component can be a widget, right? So if you're coming from other frameworks like React, you already know what components are. Whatever UI building block is there. And in Flutter, widgets are components. My point is that this app will grow into something big that will have many components on the screen. So what I want to do is make sure my app is broken down into several smaller widgets so that more engineers can work on it at the same time. Just imagine my entire app present in this function right here. I can do that. It's totally possible. So I can build my entire app, all the widgets, let's say the entire Google Chrome screen, I can build in this function. But do you think that's feasible? Because it will become such a big thing, right? It will have like hundreds and thousands of lines of code, all enclosed within this function. So I obviously want to break it down so that more engineers can work on it together. And when it's broken down, you can allot different files to it, different classes to it, and engineers can work on it at the same time, and it will boost productivity. So that's what I want to do. I want to segregate this text widget in a widget of its own. That won't have any UI change, but it will definitely have a productivity boost for our application. So let's go ahead and create our own custom widget. Not custom widget, but our own widget. And we can do that by creating a class, because widgets at the end of the day are classes. If you press command, go to the text definition, you'll see text is a class as well, and it extends something known as stateless widget to become a widget. So we need to do the same thing. My widget is going to be named as my app. Nothing too fancy there. Because if I name this as text, then it will be a problem, right? Because then it will get confused. Do you want text from material.dart, the thing that is coming from Flutter, or do you want to use your own text widget that you've created? So better to just name it something else, because there are hundreds of other names you can choose. So you can have my app extending something known as stateless widget. Now what is this stateless widget? Stateless widget, first of all, is a type of a widget. And there are multiple types of widgets. By multiple, I mean 3. First one is stateless widget, which we have seen right now. The second one is a stateful widget. And the third one is inherited widget. So widgets can be broadly classified in these 3 types. Stateless widget and stateful widgets are what we are going to discuss while building the first app. We need to thoroughly understand this. Then the third one, inherited widget, is a more complex topic to understand. So we'll be discussing it in the second and the third app. Alright. So let's remove this for now. And let's just think we have two types of widgets here. In terms of UI. Alright. In terms of UI related stuff, there are only two widgets. Inherited widget is for something else. So to understand stateless and stateful widget, you need to understand what state is. Alright. So to understand the state, let's take an example of our counter application. What will be the state over here? Well, state refers to any data that will determine how your widget should look like, how it should be rendered, or how it should behave. So this text over here can be a state. The text below it, the 0, is a state. Why? Because these two things are data that determine how the widget should render, how it should behave, how it should look like, right? Even this app bar, this button right here determine how the screen will look like, but that's not the definition of state. That's the definition of a widget. State refers to data that will determine how the widget should look like. So these two things are data that will determine how the widget will look like, how the screen will look like, and app bar and this button will determine how the screen will look like. They're not really data, right? So these two things are data over here. So that's what state is. To shorten the definition, you can say state is some data that your widget will care about, right? Now what is stateless widget? So it is stateless widget. Does this mean it does not have any state at all? No. It's very unlikely that your app does not have any state at all. Your app will usually have states. That's what gives your app meaning, right? If I just remove this 0 from here and this you have pushed the button this many times text from here, do you think this app makes any sense at all? Not really. So your app will have state. It's very unlikely that your app does not have a state. But it just means that your app or your widget will have less state. And by less state, I mean in a stateless widget, the state is immutable. The data is immutable, meaning once the widget is created, it cannot be changed. So suppose this was a stateless widget. It's not really a stateless widget. You'll understand in a moment. But if this was a stateless widget, then this text wouldn't change at all. This text, you have pushed the button this many times, does not change at all. But even this 0 would not change when I click over here. Alright? That's what stateless would do. But stateful does what happens over here. When I click on this button, the state changes. So I hope you understood the difference between stateless and stateful widget. Stateless basically has the state immutable. So the state doesn't change at all. And in stateful, the state can change. It's not immutable, it is mutable. So whenever you want mutable state or state that can change, you'll use stateful widget, otherwise stateless widget. So for now, I've extended my app with stateless widget. But as soon as I extend with stateless widget, my app gives me an error. It has this red underline which tells it's an error. And you can see the error is missing concrete implementation of stateless widget.build. Why? If I just remove this extend stateless widget, this is a new class and that's fine, right? But I have to extend it with a stateless widget so that it becomes a widget. I cannot not extend it and put it in runApp. I have to extend it. So after I extend it, it gives me this error, meaning stateless widget is telling us to override some functions. And we've seen that before. Because at the end of the day, stateless widget is an abstract class. Whenever you extend an abstract class, you need to override its function and redefine its implementation. So what we need to do over here is add @override widget.build, right? Not exactly. Why? Just go to the stateless widget definition, scroll down, and you'll find widget build over here. This is what we need to override. This is what is defined in the abstract class. Now you'll ask, hey, stateless element create element is also defined over here, right? But that's defined with its implementation because stateless widget is extending widget, and widget is basically telling stateless widget to override a method of element create element, which is what the stateless widget is doing. Now, if you don't understand this, don't worry for now. You'll understand this later on when we get into widget trees, element trees, and render objects. But for now, don't worry about it if you don't get it. But if you get it, awesome. So basically, the only thing you need to understand as of now is widget build context. This thing needs to be defined. So we can just copy it. We can paste it over here with @override at the top. Then create a function out of it, but this gives us an error. This gives us an error because this is a function, right? We need to define its implementation. Now, to define its implementation, we have to return a widget because this is a function. This function takes a build context, and then we need to return a widget from here. So basically, we need to return a widget. And that is why it's giving us an error. The error says the body might completely normal, causing null to be returned, but the return type widget is a potentially non-nullable type. If we had widget like this over here, it would have caused no errors. But unfortunately, or fortunately, that's not the case. We need to return a widget all the time from a stateless widget. So we can just copy this text right at the top, then return text like this, and the error goes away. Also, now we can just take this my app and put it over here. And make sure you have these parentheses because it's a class, right? You need to instantiate it. And now when you save it and restart your app, you don't see any changes there. But what happened over here is you don't have to continuously build your app in this runApp function. You can just pass myApp class, and now you can start editing in the myApp class. That's what I was talking about. By extending to a stateless widget or a stateful widget, you're just making sure that your app is divided into smaller pieces. If you have your app divided into smaller pieces, many people can work on it together and make more progress. So I hope you understood the purpose of stateless widget, but still we have warnings to fix. We have these blue underlines to fix. So let's go over them one by one, starting with my app. Now, if you hover over this, you'll see constructors for public widgets should have a named key parameter. This is basically saying that, hey, you extended stateless widget. Now stateless widget, you override the build function. That's all good. Now you can create your app. I won't bug you with compile time or runtime errors, but I'll still bug you with compile time warnings. And this warning is there because if we again go to stateless widget definition, you'll see this constructor over here. Constant stateless widget super.key. And it did this because it was extending widget. When it extended widget, widget required something known as a key for its constructor, right? You can see it over here, constant widget this dot key. So our abstract class widget requires something known as a key, and whenever you extend an abstract class, you'll have to pass that key to the super class, which is the widget. And that is what stateless widget did, super.key. But where will stateless widget get its key from? It will get it from us. Us, the people who extend stateless.widget. The same thing happened in text as well. If you go to text definition, you'll see class text extending stateless widget, because text also doesn't have an immutable state. Because if you think about it, text also doesn't have a mutable state. Obviously, it will only have its own immutable state. That's why it's extending a stateless widget. Then it is having its key defined somewhere over here. If you just search for it, you'll see super.key. So this is what we have to do over here as well. We need to create a constructor for my app, which will be something like this, super.key. And now the error goes away. Now what is this super.key? We have already discussed about this in the Dart section. If you remember, we had a key or something like this. Let's say string data, and then we had to give something to the super class. We would do data like this, right? What happened over here? We are saying that, hey, you can optionally pass data to us. And if you do pass, or if you don't pass, we are just going to pass that value to our super class. Whenever we use super, we refer to the abstract class super, right? So that's what happened over here. This requires key. So we have key optionally asked. You don't have to necessarily specify key every time you instantiate my app. You can just ask for it, and if you don't want to pass that key, you cannot pass in. And then you have to mention key over here. So this is what we did when we did super.key. Okay. This is just a shorthand syntax of this long thing right here. But basically this means we are optionally taking some stuff from the constructor and passing it to the super widget, the widget we are extending to. In our case, the stateless widget, and in stateless widget's case, widget. Now if you don't understand the specifics, don't worry about it. You'll still be able to build apps without this knowledge, but it's better to have knowledge so that you can build your apps with much more accuracy. And now if you see over here, as soon as we add constant constructor over here, my app asks us to use constant. So we need to put constant over here. What is the purpose of this constant? The purpose of constant is to declare that this constructor is a compile time constant. By making the constructor constant, you are just telling Flutter that, hey, the widget instance that you've created over here, this my app class over here, doesn't need to be recreated every single time. You can just create it once and that's enough. This helps to improve the performance of the app because the number of times this object is created is quite less. The same thing comes over here. When you hover over this text, you'll see use const with the constructor to improve performance. So again, we have to use constant over here. So before returning many widgets, you'll have to put const before them because it just tells that, hey, this widget doesn't have to be rebuilt. You won't understand the purpose as of now, but when we get into the currency converter app, you'll understand it better. You might have in your mind, what is a key? Now, key is a class that helps Flutter identify and differentiate between widgets. By passing a key to the constructor, you explicitly assign a specific key to the specific widget instance. So if I pass a key to my app, you're assigning the key to this particular my app instance. And this ensures that the widget is properly managed by Flutter's algorithm to update the widgets whenever they update. Now, this won't make any sense to you because keys are used in updating the widget tree and all of those stuff, but you don't even know what widget tree is as of now. So again, this is a part that we'll cover in the widget tree elementary theory part. For now, let's just get the app working, right? So yeah, I hope you've understood it till now. From now, every step we take will be towards building the currency converter app. So in our app right now, we are just returning a text widget, nothing else. And that's cool, but here's the problem. I'm not following any design guidelines or design rules within which I'm restricted. So I can build whatever I want. So that allows me to build really exceptional UI designs, or it also allows me to create worst of the worst UI designs. Now I want to make sure that doesn't happen. I don't want to see the worst case scenario when I'm working with over 100 engineers, let's say. So what I want to do is make sure that my app follows a particular guideline, a design system. Alright. So for that, we have two types of designs given to us by two major companies. Now there are many more design systems, but these are the two most popular ones. First one is Material Design and the second one is Cupertino Design. So what are these designs and who made them? Well, Material Design is a design system created by Google and Cupertino Design is the design system created by Apple. Now you can think of the difference between how Android apps look and how iOS apps look, and then you'll be able to know the difference between Material Design and Cupertino Design. Even if you scroll up, here's material.dart, and this material.dart is named after this material design itself, because material.dart, if we click on command and go over there inside, you'll see all of the widgets here. We are going to use many of them, but all of these designs are related to material design. And there's a similar file in Flutter related to iOS design as well. So if we just have package flutter /Cupertino.dart instead of material.dart, you can add Cupertino design in your app. We are going to see the difference in both of them when we build our currency converter app, but as of now, we are just going to focus on material design. Now, how do I make sure my app adds material design? So for that, I'm going to return MaterialApp from here. As simple as that. I want a material designed app, so I'll return MaterialApp. Now you can guess for yourself. If you want Cupertino design, we can just have Cupertino app and we'll be done. And as you can see, it automatically imports Cupertino.dart. But for now, as I said, we are just going to focus on MaterialApp. At the end, when we are done completing the currency converter app, we are going to see how this will look like in Cupertino design and what all stuff we need to change. But as of now, I'm not going to reference Cupertino design anymore. We are just going to focus on material design. So coming to this material app, there are lots of things we can do over here. And Material App just does not set the material design for our app. It also gives us multiple options to use or to configure. For example, if you hover over this, we have navigator key, scaffold messenger key, home, routes, initial route, on generate route, and a bunch of routes. Then we also have theme and all the theme related stuff. Then we have localization, all the localization related stuff, and a lot of small things. Why I'm telling you this is because Material App allows us to set up navigation for our app. If we just return a text widget, we won't be able to move from one page to another without doing anything. We have to return either a Material App, Cupertino app, so that we can set up navigation in our app. And same goes for theming, same goes for localization, internationalization, all of that stuff. Now, if you're confused what theming, internationalization, localization, navigation means, we'll get to it when we get to those certain topics and we dive into it. As of now, you can just understand that this allows for a lot of stuff, which just returning a text can't do. Okay, so now I've returned a Material App. Now what should I do? If I just save it and restart the app and come over here, nothing shows up. Even my text is gone because, well, I had returned text from here and I removed it. Now what should I do to return a text again? So for that, I can use one of the properties given by Material App, which was home. So I can just pass home property here, and as you can see, home property requires a widget that can be optional. So I can just pass in, let's say, a text again, and now I'll pass in hello world with, let's say, 4 exclamation marks, save it, and you come over here, we see hello world. And now it's a different kind of text altogether. And you notice one thing, I didn't have to mention text direction over here. I could just pass in text and it worked fine, and I was able to see this text right over here. Why did that happen? That happened because MaterialApp sets up the text formatting for your app or the text design for your app. If you press command and come over here, you won't be able to understand where the text is given its direction and all of that stuff, but you can take my word on it. Otherwise, you'll have to dive deep, and I'm sure you won't be able to understand any of this. Even I don't understand it. But the point is, how can I make this text look better? Because this looks absolutely terrible, right? What is this? I mean, red color text with yellow underline, what is that? None of the current apps in our world use this. So how can I change it? So to change it, we have to wrap our text with something known as a scaffold. And usually MaterialApp home property is followed by a scaffold. Alright, so we need a scaffold over here, and in this scaffold we can provide the text, and we'll be able to see the text rendered properly, not in a very bad design. So if we put scaffold, we'll discuss what scaffold is. And in scaffold, we have to provide the text widget. Now, how can I provide the text widget? Well, there's no home property over here, but there is a property of body. And you can see scaffold provides very intuitive names for everything over here. We have an app bar. App bar is basically the thing at the top, the header. Then there's body. So the body is the middle thing. Just similar to an HTML element, right? So in HTML you have header, header is app bar. Then you have body, body is this body. So it's kind of similar to HTML only if you see it in one way. So we can pass body over here, then our text widget, and then again we will type hello world. And then our 4 exclamation mark, we'll save it, and you come over here, something else only shows up. We have a white screen all of a sudden, we have our text showing up here, and it looks wonderful. Better than what we had earlier. How did this happen? So whenever we use a scaffold tells the Flutter framework that, hey, the programmer has used a scaffold widget, so we need to provide user or the programmer all the capabilities to add everything related to a material design. For example, the header. If we don't use a scaffold, we won't be able to add header in any of our apps. MaterialApp will set the overall theming and overall navigation stuff for us, but scaffold will make sure that something related to one specific page is done, and scaffold will give us access to headers, footers, and all of that stuff. So to make sure you understand this MaterialApp and scaffold thing, let's take a look at a diagram. So let's say this big thing right here is our MaterialApp. What MaterialApp does is set up a playground for us so that we can do everything material design related. So we have material design over here. We have all the navigation, localization, internationalization, and theming, all of them set up over here. So this looks after the overall app in general. So this is kind of like on a global scale. And what scaffold will do is basically in our global space, set up one local space of its own right over here and say, hey, now you can add a header. Now you can add a body. Now you can add a footer. Then you can add a bunch of more stuff like bottom sheets, showing up a dialog box. We'll see all of that in our app. But that's what scaffold does. Scaffold looks after the local part and MaterialApp looks after the global part. And in your app, you can only have one material app return, right? It doesn't make sense to have material app 2 or 3 times. But scaffold, it makes sense to have 2 or 3. Because if you don't have a scaffold, your text will be rendered in a very ugly way and you won't like it. So I hope you understood the difference with this diagram and things got clearer. Now let's jump back into this. And now what I want to do is make sure that my text comes right in the center. Every time I see my text, it's right in the corner. Who likes their text in the corner? I want it right in the center over here. How can I do that? I can do that by making sure that text has a property of a center. Is that how it works? Not really. If you look over here, you don't see anything related to the text coming in center. Yes, you can use text align property, which basically tells, hey, where do you want to render your text? Where do you want to align it? Do you want it in the left, in the right, in the top, in the bottom? But that is only when you have full access of the screen. Right now, a text widget only occupies this much space. It doesn't have the entire screen to itself. If it had the entire screen to itself, then it wouldn't be this small, right? If a text had access to the entire screen, it would spread across the entire screen. Text only has access to how much space it acquires over here. So I cannot use the text align property over here. And I cannot use any of text properties to do that because text doesn't have that much control. Just think about it in terms of a kingdom. If a certain kingdom, if our text widget is a certain kingdom, if a certain kingdom wants to come over here, how can they come? They can only come when they have access to the entire area. If they don't have access to another area, then they can't come over here. As a result, they'll only stay where they have their control. To understand this even better, let's take an analogy. Let's say our widget over here, this text widget, is a kingdom. If this kingdom wants to come right over here in the center, how will it come? Can the winged kingdom just come anywhere they want? No, they have to gain control over this entire space so that they can come right in the center. Without any control on this land or on this space, no kingdom can just move from here to here. So same goes for our text widget. For it to come over here, it needs to have access to the entire space, and a text widget cannot have that because it only takes as much space as it requires, only this much. So this kingdom can do nothing about it. But yeah, something outside the kingdom can make sure this kingdom comes over here, right? So if there's another kingdom and they annex this kingdom, then they can make sure that this kingdom comes right over here in the center. So that's what we want to do. We want to make sure from outside that this text comes in the center, because from inside, text does not have any power. So what we need to do is wrap this text with a center widget. That's a widget provided to us by Flutter. So in body, instead of having a text returned over here, I'm going to have center. And in center, if you see, there are very less properties. We have key, we have double width factor, height factor, and a child. What I want to use is neither of these two things, and key is generally not required. So we can just have a child, and a child is a text widget. So we say hello world and then 4 exclamation mark, save it, and when you come over here, you see hot reload works over here because this is not a very big change. This is quite a small change to the framework, and as soon as I save anything, I don't have to restart this. I can just press Command S, it hot reloads, and I see the changes in real time. And even our text is centered now. So as you can see, material app, scaffold, center, text. Whatever I mention in the center will be centered. The same way as whatever I mention in the scaffold will be scaffolded. So anything you mention inside of this center widget will be centered. So if you want to put a button over here, you can do that. If you want to put an image inside of this, you can do that. And it will all be centered. And now we have our first good looking Hello World app. Now we want to start working on the currency converter app. But before that, I hope you've started to realize this kind of chain of widgets that we are making. In Material app, we had home, then home required a widget, then scaffold body required a widget, then we had center's child required a widget. And these are the three things, alright? Whenever there's Material app, there will be home that you have to use. Whenever you have scaffold, there will be body. And whenever there's any other widget other than scaffold or Material app, you'll have the child property on it. Except a widget like text, because text is itself displaying something. Stuff like center is not actually displaying anything on the screen, right? It is just setting the alignment and the layout, but it's not setting anything up on the screen. For example, Hello World is being displayed on the screen. A button will be displayed on the screen, but a center will not be displayed on the screen. It's a way to tell the Flutter framework that, hey, our programmer wants the app content to be centered. So it's related to layout. It's not really related to rendering anything on the screen. And this thing right here is also known as a widget tree. Why? Let's understand that. So let's say we have our Material app. So we have this giant block of a thing which is called Material app. So let's call this M. Then in Material app, it has something known as a scaffold. Then in scaffold, we have a center widget. And in the center widget, we have a text widget. So what have we got here? This is kind of like a tree, right? Because if you just take this and, just reverse everything up, Material app is the root of our widget. So Material app sets the root for everything. That's what we saw in the previous diagram as well. Material app was setting up everything in the global space. Then we had scaffold, which was one of the branches. Then we had the center widget, which was one of the branches, you can say. Sub branch, this was another sub branch. So we are creating kind of like a tree. That's why this is known as a widget tree. Okay. And as I've already said before, it's always good to split up your widgets. So what I like to do is Material app can have a lot of configurations done inside it. For example, routing can be set up in Material app, theming can be set up in Material app, and localization, internationalization and whatnot can be set up in Material app. So this Material app can be filled pretty much. So what I like to do is take the scaffold, because it's a separate page of its own, and put it in a separate file, in a separate class of its own, just like we did with my app when it was in runApp, right? We just want to make sure that the widget tree always stays small so that it's easier to contribute to it and it's easier to understand as well. So what I'll do is create a separate file over here, and the separate file is going to be called, let's say, currency converter material page.dart. So you notice the convention of naming over here. I have currency, then I wanted to put a space, but if I put a space, it will be incorrect naming. So I have to put underscore over here. So we have currency underscore converter underscore material underscore page .dart. .dart extension needs to be put. Otherwise VS Code can't identify. And even Flutter cannot identify that this is related to Flutter. So you need to put the .dart extension. So VS Code automatically identifies, hey, this is a Dart file. Okay. And we have created a new file over here. in our lib folder itself. Here, I can go ahead and create my stateless widget again. So I'll call this class currency converter material page. I've given it a pretty long name. You can just call this material homepage. I'm putting material over here because later on in our app, I'm going to show you the difference between material and Cupertino app, right? So not to cause any confusion, I'm putting this as currency converter material page. However, when we are building other apps in the future, I'll remove material altogether from my names because I won't be experimenting with two type of apps, material and Cupertino. I'm just going to have one design for my app, which is material design, because personally I like it much better than Cupertino design. So if you have just one design guideline which is being followed, then you don't have to name it like this. So anyways, let's go ahead and extend stateless widget. We have already seen this, and it automatically imports material.dart. And one thing to note over here is every time you import a new Dart file, you'll have to import a new material.dart because these import lines are specific to the file. If you import material.dart over here, it doesn't mean you can use it over here. All the import lines are specific to their files. Now I'll have to go ahead and create an @override widget build. Then we have something known as BuildContext, which we'll understand. And then I'm going to return this thing right here. So I can just copy this and go ahead and return scaffold over here. Also, I'll need to put the key over here. So we'll have constant currency converter material page named argument super.key. Perfect. Now I can take this class, come to the main.dart file, remove the scaffold, and have something like this done. So what I've done is basically transferred my entire scaffold widget from the home over here to a particular specific widget of its own. And now I can keep building the widget tree over here. So this MyApp class is much shorter, and I can pile up all my UI related stuff related to the currency converter page in this particular widget. And now if we restart the app, there will be no changes at all because we have basically transferred everything in one class to another class and then called that class. So essentially we are just having MaterialApp, scaffold, center, text, the same thing but in different widgets. It's just for our improved visual or improved working. It doesn't have any effect on the app till now. Okay, so I hope you've understood everything till now. If you have, amazing. Now again, we can put const over here whenever it asks us to. Let's resolve all the errors. We can put const over here as well. Save it. And this looks good. Now, before moving forward, I need you to understand this build context thing, which is a very, very important concept in Flutter. After widget, this is the second bigger concept that I'm teaching you, which is build context. So what exactly is this build context here? What does it do? And why is it mentioned inside this build function? Let's understand that. Build context is a class provided by Flutter which tells the Flutter framework that, hey, currency converter material page is present over here in the widget tree, not anywhere else. It's basically telling the location of this currency converter material page in the entire widget tree. And every time you extend a stateless widget or a stateful widget, you will have access to build context. And every widget has that. If you press command and go to the scaffold definition, it extends something known as a stateful widget. And when we scroll down, you'll see that this also has a build context. And same goes for the center and this text as well. So every widget, when extended by a stateless stateful widget, will have its own build context because Flutter wants to know its location. So that's what BuildContext does, tells you the location of a particular widget in the widget tree. To understand this diagrammatically, how will Flutter know MaterialApp is present over here, Scaffold is present over here, center and text are present over here? How will Flutter make sure that it doesn't mess up stuff? It doesn't mess up stuff like center is present over here and text is present over here. Because we need the rendering to be perfect, right? If it is not perfect, then our app will look very different from what we want it to look like. So that's where BuildContext helps. Now a valid question over here will be, if Flutter can do all of this stuff behind the scenes, why is this BuildContext exposed to us? Like, why do we have access to BuildContext over here? Why can't widget build be like this? And this will be nice, right? Because we are not using BuildContext anywhere in our code. Well, that's because we have not implemented anything that's advanced yet. And when we do stuff like navigation, moving from one page to another, setting up the theme of our app, all of that will require BuildContext. It is one of the most important concepts in Flutter. We'll understand the inner workings of how navigation will take place and all of that stuff, but keep in mind, for now, BuildContext is basically telling the location of the widget in the widget tree. Also, one thing that I forgot to mention, in the main.dart file, if we come, and you see, here in our home, we have currency converter material page instantiated over here, but this is coming from package currency converter material page.dart. So as soon as we instantiated it, Flutter automatically imported this particular line. Why? Let's break it down. We have package currency converter. What is this package currency converter? Well, if you go to your pubspec.yaml file, scroll up, you'll see the name of your project as currency converter. Over here, it's package Flutter because the name of the Flutter SDK is Flutter. Same way, our package name is currency converter. That's why we have package currency converter like this. And in there, we have imported the currency converter material page.dart, which is present in the lib folder. It doesn't go like package currency converter /lib /currency converter material page.dart, because when you have pubspec.yaml saying name, it is obviously going to be in the lib folder. It's not going to be anywhere else. All your Dart files are present in lib folder, nowhere else. That's why it directly imports it like this. However, if you create a folder inside of lib, let's say pages, so that it's more organized, right? And then we shift it inside, click on move, you can just drag and drop it. And then we do move. Extension Dart wants to make refactoring changes with this file move. Basically, since you've moved the file, the import lines will change now. So Dart extension will automatically do it for us. So we don't have to resolve those errors. Now if we click on OK, you see, now it's package currency converter /pages /currency converter material page.dart. Dart automatically did it for us, and only thing that we need to do is press Ctrl S to save the changes made by the Dart extension. Alright, so anything in the lib folder will have its import like this. Now this is called as package importing. Now there's another type of importing you can use here. Let's remove this, and instead of importing it like package currency converter, what we can do is relative importing. By relative importing, it means whatever file we are in right now in main.dart file, relative to this main.dart file, where is the file present. So relative to main.dart file, we have dot slash, and when you put dot slash, you see auto suggestions. So right now we are in the lib folder, alright, because that's where main.dart is present. Then we need to go to the pages folder, so we'll just pass in dot slash pages, and there we have our currency converter material page. So this also works, and this is known as relative importing, because this is an importing based on the current file. So if you're in main.dart file, this is how you will traverse over it. Alright? So you can use either of them. It depends on your preference, and it is also based on the tools you use, right? Many people prefer importing like this, but many people don't prefer importing like this. But if you're coming from web development, you might have already seen this in JavaScript code, so it shouldn't be too difficult for you. However, it really depends on you, whatever you want to do. Also, when you remove this importing, you see the error comes over here because this class is not identified. This class is not identified because it's coming from some other file and we have not imported that file. That's why. So to resolve this, again, you can type it like this, or you can just do command full stop. So it will give you a list of fixes that you can add in your app that will fix this error. So the quick fix is importing the library. So it correctly identified that somewhere in our code, this currency converter material page class is present. So we can use that. And then it also has this different kind of importing. So both are importing, but it's just different kind of importing. Now we can click over here, save it, and then we are good to go. Also, let's push this file out in the lib folder again. Let Dart extension do its job. We'll save it and we'll delete the pages folder because that was just for demo. Pages will be required later on in our apps when we build bigger apps. Right now we just have 2-3 pages. What do you want to do with that, right? So let's come over here and now develop our app. Now what is required in our app? Let's break it down. So how is our app going to look like? Well, first of all, we are going to have a big solid text over here, which is bolded, which says, hey, this is your answer. All right. So this is the converted price. And then we have a simple text field, which takes the user input. And you can type your currency over here. And then we have a button which says convert. So we are going to have 3 elements below one another present in our app. How do we make sure that happens? Can we do it over here in the center text widget? Can we put everything in a text widget? Not really, because they are 3 different things spaced out differently. So we have a text showing up at the top, then we have a text field, and then we have a button. Those are 3 different widgets, and you can't put everything in a text widget. What you need to do is make sure that you have some sort of widget that will make sure you're able to align everything from top to bottom in a vertical manner, and it accepts many widgets. Not just a single child widget like the center has. It needs to have children because it will take in multiple widgets. It will take a text widget, it will take a text field widget, and it will take a button. So we'll remove this text from here, and instead of putting a center over here, what I'm going to do is put a column. What is a column? Column is another widget which doesn't really paint anything on the screen. It doesn't render anything. It's related to layout. It's basically laying out our widgets in a certain manner. And how is it doing that? Well, it's a column, right? How does column work? It's something that goes from top to bottom, and it has an argument of children. If you scroll down, you'll see children, and it doesn't accept just a single widget. It accepts a list of widgets, and we already know what a list is. So let's go ahead and pass children over here. Then we are going to have our text widget which says 0 for now. Okay, so let's save it. And where did our 0 go? It's not showing up anywhere. Well, that's because we have removed the centered widget from here. So again, it starts right from the top corner, and that's why 0 can't be seen. So a simple fix to this can be wrapping column with center widget again. So let's go ahead and have center child. Then we'll take this column and paste it over here. Something like this. Alright. Now if we come over here, we can see our 0. but still it is centered horizontally. It's not really centered vertically. It's not coming over here, right? It's over here. It's centered in the horizontal space, not in the vertical space. So to center it in the vertical space, column has its own properties. As you can see over here, it has a property of main axis alignment, and it also has a property of cross axis alignment. We do know that it's something related to alignment that we want, and we have two alignment related properties, but which one should we use? Let's understand the name, main axis alignment. Since this is a column, what will the main axis of a column be? The main axis of a column is obviously the vertical landscape, right? This is the main axis, and cross axis is this thing right here. If we had something like a row, the opposite of a column, the main axis of a row will be the horizontal thing, and the cross axis will be the vertical space. But since this is a column will have its main axis as the vertical landscape or the vertical scape, and this will be horizontal, which is cross axis. Okay, so we'll go ahead and put main axis alignment. Now what does the main axis want, and is it a class, an enum? What is it? So as you can see, main axis alignment has a preset value. So if you don't pass anything to main axis alignment, it has the value of main axis alignment.start. What do we want? We want center. And as you can see, we have suggestions related to it already. Or if you just pass main axis alignment dot, you'll still get all of those values. And as we know, main axis alignment is an enum. So since it's an enum, we have a bunch of properties that we can select. So it can be center, that's what we want. But let's try other values first so that we know what we're talking about. Then we have end, which is the opposite of start, right? So instead of our 0 showing up over here, it's now showing up over here. If you can't see it, you see, this is this part here, this is 0. Then we have space around, space between, space evenly, start. Now I won't be able to show you the difference between space around, space between, space evenly as of now. But when we add two more widgets, which are the Textfield widget and button widgets, we'll understand the difference between all of these three things. So stay around till that time and we'll understand the difference. But as of now, we know what start is, we know what end is, and obviously center is basically saying, hey, come in the center. So since we've aligned this in the center, does it mean we can remove the center widget like this? And make sure you're removing it nicely, because when you try to remove it, you have to remove this child, you have to remove this center, and then you also have to remove a parenthesis related to it, because this is a center widget like this, right? So make sure you remove it nicely, or if you can't remove it nicely, then press Command Shift R, or you can just right click, then go to refactor, then you get a certain bunch of properties over here, and you see remove this widget. So what this refactoring option does is remove the current widget, the widget that you had right clicked on, from the widget tree. And when you do that, boom, the center widget is now gone and there's only a column and we don't even get an error. So you can always do that if you don't feel confident in removing it. Now if we come over here, again, our 0 is gone, but where is it gone? It's right over here. Why is it over there? Because we had removed the center widget, which centered the column horizontally, not vertically. Vertically, we had main axis alignment. So for horizontal, we have to put a center widget. But what's another thing that we can do? Well, I told you column has the cross axis alignment property as well, which will make sure its position in the horizontal space. So we can just go ahead and add cross axis alignment, Then this requires cross-axis alignment. So we have cross-axis alignment dot, and you see we have a similar set of values. We have center, we have end, we have start, and we have stretch. So if we put end, you know where it will go. We know where it will go, right? So if we come over here, well, 0 is not over here, it's still over here. Why is that the case? That's the case because column will only take up as much space as its children want. It will not take anything more than that. Which is why, so column is only taking a space this much long, alright? It's not taking a space like this. This entire thing is not being taken. Only this much is being taken. So that's why it cannot go over here, because column only has a space of this much, only till where the text is. If it had the entire space to itself, it could go over there. Now if you still don't understand, what I'm going to do is wrap this column with something known as a colored box, which will make sure that our column can have some color. Because column doesn't have a property to give itself a color. To give itself a color, to give column a color, we'll have to use a different widget. We cannot use column because column doesn't have a color property of its own. You can check it over here. So what I'm going to do is have colored box over here, which is another widget provided by Flutter. And you see we have color over here. We have to pass in a color, and we can also take this column and pass it as the child. So all of this is very intuitive, right? Because colored box, what will it do? Well, it's simple English. It's a box that is colored. So let's put color over here, but what's color? Well, it requires something known as a color. So let's put it over here, and color might be an enum, but that's not the case. Color is a class in itself. And if you instantiate it, it will tell you to give it some value, which is an integer. And it requires something of this sort, and we really don't know what this is. So we can't use this. This is not for people like us. So what can we use then? Well, we can go ahead and use some of the static properties mentioned on this color class. Well, we can use some of the methods over here. So we can use from ARGB, from RGBO, alpha blend, get alpha from opacity, lerp. But what is all of this? Well, from ARGB is basically telling that provide it alpha, red, green, blue color values, and then you'll be able to display it. From RGBO says that give me the value of red, green, blue, opacity, and then I'll be able to display it. Why does it require only red, green, blue? Because that's the fundamental colors, right? Those are the base colors based on which other colors are made. And RGB will perfectly describe any color you want to make. So let's go ahead and use from RGBO, and then we have to provide a set of values from 0 to 255. Now we don't know any of these. Now what is white color? Well, we don't know. But we do know how to make red color. Because red, green, blue is going from 0 to 255. So I can give red the maximum value. Then we have green, blue, and opacity. So if green is 0, blue is 0, and opacity is 0, will that mean I'll get a red color? Not really. Because opacity basically means how much part is visible. And you're saying it is 0. If it is 0 visible, then it is black color. When there's nothing, there's black. That's why we are going to put 1 over here, which means it is completely visible. And now you can see in a preview that we have selected the red color. Again, if you didn't understand, since red is given its maximum value, which is 255, green and blue are given 0 and 0 values, and opacity is 1. That's why we get a red color. Now if we save it, come over here, you see this is what our column is. It doesn't extend to the entire screen. It's only this much right over here. And that's why when we put cross-axis alignment.end, it doesn't go till here because column doesn't have this bigger space. Remember what I told about text when text was over here? Text can only go over here if the text widget takes that much space. Now column can only take this much space, so it's mentioned over here. Now in main axis alignment, we could position it at the top, in the middle, in this end, because column takes that much space, but column doesn't take the entire width. That's why we cannot use cross axis alignment over here. What we need to use is a center widget, and let's remove color from here, save it, and then our widget is centered right over here. Perfect. So that's good. We are able to have a column with our 0 written right over here. Now the next thing I want to do is make sure my 0 is styled. What did I say? I want my text to be bolded. It should be bigger in size. So I need these two things to happen. Now how can I do that? Well, we can find a property inside of text, because text should have that, right? If a text can't style itself, what can a text do? And if we scroll down and find something related to bold and font size, we cannot find that. Why? Because it is all mentioned in one single class, which is the text style class. So we need to mention the style property, put in a text style, where font size, font weight, all of those things are present. So we can go ahead and have style, then we'll pass text style over here. That's good. And now if you hover over text style, you see a bunch of properties related to styling of the text. We have color, we have font size, that's what we are looking for. We also have background color of the text, and a lot more things. This is why all the styling related to text is present in text style. Since there are so many properties, you cannot just put it in a text widget. It will be too occupied over here. That's why just put everything in a text style class, encapsulate it in text style class, and text style can be used inside of the text widget. So that was the decision making the Flutter team took, and it's clearly pretty good. So now we can put in font size over here. Let's say font size is 20, because this requires a value of double, and save it. If we come over here, the font size has increased, but it's not increased that much. So let's go ahead with 25, save it, come over here, and it is much bigger, still not appealing to me. So I'm just going to go ahead and put 35. This looks nice. Now you have to keep testing to see which font size you prefer. The default font size is 14. So if you put 14 over here, it will come back to normal. Or if you don't mention it at all, it will be 14. But when you do mention it, let's go ahead with 45. I think that would be good. Yeah. And the next thing I want to do is bold it. So for bolding, what can I use? Well, there's nothing related to bolding that we can see over here. But we do have font weight. What is font weight? Well, font weight is basically how much weight the font has, how much bold it is. So we have font weight.bold over here, font weight.normal, and you see font weight requires something known as a font weight, and font weight is a class with all of those properties mentioned over here. So we can put font weight.normal, which is the default one, or we can use W400, W500. You can keep testing on your own, but I'm going to go ahead with the bold option because that's what I want. I'll save it, and you see this is bolded. Now if you want to see it real time, I can do it over here. I'll remove this, save it. The bold is gone. Now I'll put it back by pressing Command Z and save it. Yep, now it is bolded. So you can see this works. And also if I put W700 and save it, there will be no visible difference because behind the scenes dot bold is using W700 weight. And if I put W400, it will come back to normal because normal is using W400. You can see it over here. Now if you want something bolder than the normal bolded, you can go ahead with W800 or W900, and that will keep it very bolded. But I'll go ahead with the default bold option that we have, and this looks better. Great. Now if you again want to increase its size, you can do it depending on your preference. Good. So now we have our text displaying as and how we want it. Now again, if you want to change the color of this text, you can do it. So you can pass a color over here, and color can be color dot from ARGB. Now what is ARGB? ARGB is basically alpha value, which is kind of like opacity, but instead of 0 to 1, this extends from 0 to 255. So 255 is fully visible and 0 is not visible. Then we have red, green, blue, just like 0 to 255, 0 to 255, 0 to 255. And also, if you just go on Google and type white RGB, you'll see the RGB, the red, green and blue values of the white color. So for white, it's 255, 255 and 255. So you can just go ahead and pass 255, 255, 255, and the alpha value is 1. So that will make it white color. Not exactly, because we have put 1 over here in the alpha. Alpha requires a value of 255, and you see we get a white value over here. Now if we come, we are not able to see it very properly, but you can see it. There's a white color over here. Now if you're confused that why is this white visible on a white background, that's because this background color of Scaffold is not pure white. It is white but with a different RGB value. This white over here is pure white. That's why we can see it. And if you want to change the background color of a scaffold, you can do it. So you can come to the scaffold, search for a property over here related to color, and you'll see background color over here where you can pass, let's say, a black color. So for black, you can pass in color.from RGBO 0, 0, 0 and 1. Why 0, 0, 0? Because when red, green, blue are 0, that means none of the colors are present. That's when black will be made, right? Black is basically nothing. No colors. And now if you see, we have a black color and a white color text is visibly seen over here. Now you might be having a question that, hey, why does Flutter make it so complicated to just put a value, to put a right color? Why can't I just name it? Well, you can. Instead of using the color class, you can use the colors class, and then you will have access to a bunch of colors that you can directly mention. You don't have to mention their RGBA values. So if you want to put green over here, you can save it then. And you see this is green color with white text. And obviously you need to put comma before mentioning any other property, otherwise it will give you an error. Because at the end of the day, this is a class that is being instantiated, right? And in a class, when you mention a property, you need to put a comma to separate it. Now you can go ahead and test other colors. So you can have light blue, and there are many colors. But the reason color dot from RGB is present because colors dot cannot mention every possible color. Because there are infinite colors, right? You can make infinite combinations. Not infinite, I mean uncountable combinations. So to give you more access to what color you want, we have from ARGB and RGBO, which tell you to specify the color on your own. And make sure that your background color or any color is the way you want it to be. So we can, for now, go ahead and type colors dot blue gray, save it, and this looks fine. We can keep it, or we can just keep the white color. Anything you prefer. I would prefer making the app more visual as of now. Later on we'll get to the minimalistic designs. Alright, so now we have covered the text widget as well in a column. Now time to put other widgets in the column. Before this we have never put any other widget inside of one widget. So every widget requires only one child, but in column we have children. That's why I can mention another widget. And what is the other widget? Well, it's the text field widget, which will allow me to take the user input. And now if I just instantiate it like this, save it, I get text field over here, and I can type anything in this text field, right? But obviously this is not what our text field should look like, because text fields are meant to be more visual. I don't know what this text field is for. It doesn't give me any clue as to what I need to type in over here, and also the design is looking pretty bad. So let's change it by adding some designs in this text field. So let's go over all the stuff we need to add in the text field. So if we come over here, the first thing that I want to add is basically kind of like a hint saying that, hey, this is the thing you need to add. It's not a placeholder, but it's basically something written over here, and it should show up only when I haven't typed anything over here. And when I start typing a number, I should be seeing it. So how can I make sure that kind of hint comes up? So for that, I'll have to look at the properties and see if there's a property related to it. And there's something known as style and strut style. But if you see, style takes a value of text style. If it takes a value of text style, then it's probably related to text, and this is a text field, right? So this style isn't related to the style of the text field. It's related to the text inside the text field. So if we just try to edit it out, so we'll type here style, text style, and let's say we change the color to colors.blue, alright? And then we save it. And then if I type anything, you see instead of black color, I get blue color. So this isn't related to the text field style because this is text style. Text style is always related to the style of the text. So from context, we can understand that this isn't what we want. Although we can convert it to white because the black color over here used to look bad. Then we can go ahead and look for something else. And the thing we are looking for is not mentioned anywhere over here. Is it? Well, it is. If you see over here, we have a property called decoration, which handles all the decoration related stuff in a text field. And if you see, it requires a type of input decoration. And the default value of it is input decoration with nothing mentioned inside of it. So we can just go ahead and add input decoration. And now input decoration has a lot of configurations you can do. Why? Again, it is similar to the text style. Text style encapsulated all the properties related to a text styling, which we can use anywhere outside of text also, right? So text style could be used over here. Text style can be used over here as well in a text field. So similarly, decoration is there where it requires input decoration, and we can pass anything to an input decoration which encapsulates a lot of properties. There's icon, icon color, label, label text, and many more things. So let's go ahead with label because this looks something we would want, and this label requires a widget. So we can pass, let's say, a text saying please enter the amount in INR, because I'm building a currency converter which changes the amount from INR to, let's say, USD. Alright? Or we can do the reverse, USD to INR. Okay? And now if we see over here, we have everything showing up in blue color. And when I restart the app, we see please enter the amount in USD over here, written in black, and when I click over here, it goes right at the top in blue color. It's not really legible, but yeah, this is what label is. Let's go ahead and make some changes. First of all, I want this to show up in white color. So what I can do is style, text style, then I'll pass color to it, and the color will be colors.white again. Then we can save it and we come over here. It's now written in white color. So we can see it in white color. Now if I click over here, again this is white. Perfect. But is that what we want? I don't want it to be like this. For example, if I restart the app, I don't want this label to be present over here. When I click over here, the label should start disappearing. When I type anything, this label shouldn't be there right at the top because it doesn't look good. It's not a small word that can stay over here. It's kind of like a big sentence and it doesn't look good here. So it's definitely, label is not what we want as of now. Later on, maybe in some part of your app you can use it, but label is not what we want over here. Then let's look at other properties that might help us. Label text, here we just need to pass in a string instead of the entire widget. Now you might ask, why do we have these two different properties over here? That's because label requires a widget and you can literally pass any widget to it. It's not necessarily a text that you need to pass in. It can be anything. But with label text, you need to pass in a string. Otherwise, you don't have to pass anything. So that's the difference. With label, you get more customizable options. With label text, you don't get those customizable options. However, in our case, we could have used label text over here. Then we had something like this. Let's remove the text and only a string over here. And when I come, we are back to normal. We don't have any white color or anything. So to add the white color, we could go ahead and use label style, which requires text style. So instead of using a text widget, we use two properties over here and it would result in the same output. Okay. Then this is all floating label, all of that stuff. Basically, how do you want your label to look when it's over here floating in the air, right? Then you have helper text. Let's go ahead and replace label with helper text and see what it does. And here you see it says please enter the amount in USD below. It doesn't give me a label kind of thing. And when we restart, it's the same thing just mentioned over here so that it could give us a hint or kind of like help us to know what is to be done over here. But still, this doesn't look good for our use case. So let's find something else. Then all of the helper style related stuff is there. And then we have the error text. So whenever you have an error related to a text field, what should the error show and how should it be shown? All of that is written over here. Again, not what we want. Then we have prefix icon, which we'll get to after we've added the right text that we want. And the right text we are looking for is hint text. All right. I'll tell it to you right away. Otherwise, we'll be scrolling through a bunch of properties given to us by Flutter so that we have full control over the UI, which is a good thing. Again, now let's come back here, put a hint text, and then we have please enter the amount in USD. Save it, and we have it over here. When I click, it doesn't go at the top. It's not floating anymore. It's just there. And when I start to type, it disappears. And when I come back to normal, when there's no text, again it gives us a hint of what is to be mentioned. We can also configure the style again and then pass in text style. And then we need to have a color. Let's say colors is colors.white. Save it. Come back over here and this might look good or this might not. Let's try a different shade over here. So we have white and then a bunch of different shades related to white. White 10, white 12, white 24 and so on. Let's go ahead and try white 38. Save it. It's kind of like gray, but I don't like it that much. Maybe white not 12, white 60. I think I'll go ahead with this. It's not exactly white, so the entire focus is not over here, but it does its decent job. Good enough. And now you might have noticed that when I don't put commas between all of these properties, the formatting of the text or the code goes wrong. For example, when I put a comma here and save, there's a good formatting done. However, when I remove the comma, all of these brackets come together. So comma helps with indentation and formatting in our code. By indentation, I mean, you see how body is written over here, then there's center, then there's a gap. This gap is known as indentation. This helps us to know what kind of widget tree we are in. For example, this column's children all are in the same line. Alright? But the center has its own line over here. These lines can help us to know where we are in the widget tree, and that will help us a lot when we especially work on bigger apps. Also, you can see these comments right over here which tell you that, hey, this is the end of the text style, this is the end of the input decoration, this is the end of text field. This allows you to quickly know where you are in your code and add stuff quickly. So we have our text field over here, that's good. Now what I want is an icon over here that says, a money icon kind of thing. So it's like a dollar that shows that, hey, you need to enter the amount here so that people who don't know English can follow along what they need to do. So here in our input decoration itself, we have a property that we saw, prefix icon, right? So if we type prefix, there are a lot of prefix stuff. Prefix, which requires a widget, prefix icon, which also requires a widget, then prefix icon color, prefix icon constraints, prefix style, and prefix text. So prefix text is, if we just pass string over here and let's say hello, save it, you see prefix text is the text that shows up before the normal hint that we have. And also when you type something, the prefix icon stays there, but the hint goes away. And our cursor also starts after the prefix icon or the prefix text. But prefix text is not what we want. What we want is prefix icon or prefix. That's it. So we can go ahead and use prefix. But here, what will our prefix be? I need to add an icon over here. How do I add an icon? Is there a widget for it? Yep. Which is icon. Icon is another widget. If you press command, you'll go in the source code, class icon extends stateless widget. So you can add your icon over here, but the icon requires a positional argument of icon data. What is this icon data? Well, let's pass it. Icon data. And when you initialize this, it asks you for some code point. And this code point is basically used to create what kind of icon you want. Now you can ask your AI assistant to create some code point for you, but we are not going to do that because I myself don't understand most of the stuff inside of icon data. Like there's font family, which you can easily understand, font package, but what is code point and how do you figure it out, right? So let's ignore that. Icon data is not meant for people like us. It's for advanced developers, and if you want to become one, you can just go ahead and Google about it. However, what we can do here is pass icons. Why? Because if you click over here with command, abstract final class icons can be put inside of an icon widget. And with this icons class, we have a lot of material icons. You can see all of them over here. And when you click on this arrow right here, not anywhere else, just the icon, you'll be able to see the icon preview. So we have ABC, ABC outlined, ABC rounded, and a lot more stuff. You can just go ahead and see what you want. I want a dollar sign. Is there something related to a dollar sign? Not really. So we can skip this. Let's go back and try something new. So we have icons.money related stuff. Yup, money is there. Then there's money off, and money off is a dollar symbol with slash on it. So maybe money underscore on is there without a slash symbol, but that's not the case clearly. So we cannot use anything like that. So you need to experiment over here to find your icon. Otherwise, you can just go ahead and Google stuff. But if I just do icons.monetization on, I see this dollar sign. Now if I put monetization on outline, I get it just outlined, then rounded, then sharp, then there's money. So let's go ahead and see what all is there in monetization, and this is all that's there. So we're going to go ahead and use this. Also put a comma so that formatting is there. Cool. So a comma is required before every property mentioned inside a class, but it's not required when you have like multiple parentheses together. Okay, so you can have it like this, but obviously comma just makes stuff better and it's more readable code. So let's save this, come over here, we have our dollar symbol showing up, which is nice. Now instead of using prefix, what I'll do is go ahead and use prefix icon to see the difference. And you see, prefix icon properly places it like a icon, because this prefix requires a widget, and you see prefix icon does the proper job of putting an icon before it. So it leaves some margin from here. You can see there was a lot of spacing added. Then this icon was properly placed in the text field, not above or below, and it took the default theme of our app, which was the blue color. So I can obviously go ahead and change the prefix icon color. This requires to be a type of color. So I can just have colors dot maybe black, not black. Let's go ahead with white again. Yup. And if you want, you can just make this outline. So you get an outline icon over here. Perfect. And if you want to match the color present over here and color for the icon, you can do that. So let's copy it and paste it like this, save it, and this looks better because both of these things are merging with each other, you know. Good stuff. Now what if instead of adding my icon over here, I want to add it right at the end? What should I do then? So for that, we have similar properties called suffix icon, and all of that stuff. Same things. So suffix will make sure your icon is over here, and suffix icon will properly place it. Then we can put suffix icon color instead of suffix icon. And then, you know, you get the same things. So instead of adding the icon in the left hand side, you have the icon now in the right hand side. So it's prefix and suffix, right? But in our app, it doesn't make sense to put the icon over here. So let's shift it in the left hand side. Let's put prefix icon here. I'm just pressing Command Z to go back. Then I can have prefix icon and prefix icon color. This looks good. Now the next thing that I want is my text field to be colored. I don't want it to be transparent like here. I want it to take a white proper color. So for that, I'll have to go ahead and add another property, which is, let's find it. And we see a property here, which is boolean filled color, color focus color, hover color. So let's go ahead and pass fill color here, and our color is going to be colors.white. Let's save it, and we don't see any changes. Maybe we need to hot restart. So when we hot restart, we still don't see anything. Why is that the case? Well, that's the case because you've mentioned the fill color, and it says that it's the base fill color of the decorations container color. Now, maybe you don't understand it, but it basically is the right property to color it. But before fill color, we need to add filled, set it to true, and then only we see the white background. Right? Now this looks good, does it? But now since we've made it white, everything has disappeared from here. All the white 60 and all of them have gone. So maybe we can shift them to black. So I'll change the icon and the text to black again, and we see the right thing. Now this looks much better. However, if you just zoom in, or I'll just zoom in for you by taking a screenshot. To take a screenshot on the screen, you can press Command S. So you basically save the screenshot. Now I've taken a screenshot, and when I zoom in, you'll see there is a blue background over here. Not a blue background you can see, but a blue border color. Now how do you remove that blue background color and replace it with something you want? In my case, I'll be happy if it is this color, the background color of the scaffold, or just a white color so that it merges with all of that stuff. So let's look for something border related in our input decoration. And we do have a bunch of properties just related to a border. Let's go over them. So if I put in border, there's a border property. But we don't have to be concerned with that. I'm just going to skip that one, and we are going to focus on the focused border. Why? Because focused border is the border that displays when the input decorator has the focus and is not showing an error. So what is that thing? Well, right now my border or my input or my text field is not focused. When I click over here, there is a blue border that shows up, correct? That is focused border. So I just need to use that. So I can just have focused border, and then I can pass in outline input border. Then I can just pass in input border, the thing that it requires. So I'll just go ahead and pass it in over here. But as you can see, it gives me an error saying abstract classes cannot be instantiated. Try creating an instance of a concrete subtype. Basically, input border is an abstract class. So I cannot use that. So let's remove that and find a class that basically inherits from input border. So basically extending from input border. So we can type input border, and we see two types of classes here, outline input border and underline input border. Let's go ahead and use outline input border first, then save it. And now if you see, the color of when it is in focus has changed. It has changed a little bit, right? If I just restart the app again, I click over here, you see it kind of enlarges, and then there's a thick black border showing instead of a blue border. Why? Let's take a look at the properties of outline input border to understand that. There's border side, border radius, and gap padding. Let's take a look at border side. So if I pass in border side, it requires a type of border side, so I can just go ahead and use border side. And when I go over border side, this class has its own bunch of properties. It has color, width, style, and stroke align. So the first one is color, which has constant color of 0xff and 6 zeros. So how do we understand what color this is? To understand that, let's understand the format the colors are in. So every color in Flutter has a type which is like 0x AARR GG BB. So first you need to mention 0x, then you need to mention the alpha values, then the red value, then the green value, then the blue value. So here we have 0xFF00000. So there's 0x, then alpha is FF, then we have two values for R, two numbers for G, and two numbers for B. That means we have RGB of 000. That means we have a black color. And that is why we have a black color showing up over here. Since the default color of the border side is 0x, and when we first create an outline input border, by default it creates a border side instance. That is why the color is default by black. But we can change it, so let's go ahead and change it. We have colors dot, let's say, white, or colors dot red. Let's go ahead with colors dot red. Then we come over here and there's a red color showing up. Now the red color is quite small, right? So I can increase its width. So I can pass the width as, let's say, 10.0. Come over here and here it is, a massive width over here. Now I don't want that much. Let's put it at 2 and this looks better. Then we have style. So what style of the border do you want? And this requires a type of border style. So you can have border style.none or solid. So let's have border style.none, and then there is no border at all. But if I put solid, it puts a solid thick line here. And then there's stroke align, which has a value of stroke align inside. So we have stroke align, but stroke align requires a double value. How can you pass in stroke align inside? Well, that's because stroke align inside is a property mentioned inside of border side itself. So we have border side.stroke align center, border side.stroke align inside, and border side.stroke align outside. That is why in stroke align you see stroke align inside. However, when you jump inside here, stroke align inside is a value. Stroke align center is also a value, and stroke align outside is also a value. This is -1, this is 0, and this is 1, displaying where you want it. Do you want the border to be inside, in the center, or outside? Let's take a screenshot of this emulator to understand it better. To take a screenshot, you just have to press Command S, and that will take it. And then when you scroll inside, you'll see that this is the part where our text field is ending and our border is displaying inside. If I want it right in the center or outside where the text field gets over, I can do that. So I can just have border side dot stroke align inside, stroke align outside. Let's put stroke align outside, and you see the difference. Now it is at the outside, it doesn't feel inside. Now this is a very minor change, but it does affect the UI a little bit. Let's put some commas, and there we go. Now I'm just going to remove red because red doesn't look good. I'll just put black because black looks solid. And now let's exit this because I wanted it outside, and that's good. Or maybe we don't want it outside, we can keep it inside. Perfect. Now the next thing is, whenever I type something, it shows up in white color. So I need to change it to black again. So I can just have the style over here, the text style, which is related to what the user enters, to colors.black. And now when I type anything, it looks good. Perfect. The next thing that you might want in your text field input is this thing right here is slightly curved. You want it completely curved. Like, it shouldn't look very rectangle. It should look something like this, right? So if you want that kind of text field, you can change that by editing one property, which is the border radius. So we can pass border radius over here, and border radius requires a type of border radius. So you can have border radius. But if you do this much, it's not allowed. Because border radius, if you go over there, doesn't allow you to go. Because border radius has a constructor that is private. However, when I remove the instantiation, I only have a type of border radius, so I can click and go over there. But if you see, border radius constructor is not present at all. A class of border radius is present, but there's nothing related to border radius constructor. Also, you'll see some new stuff over here. you have border radius dot all, and that is not a static method. Why? Because it's named after border radius, and border radius is the name of the class. So that means it is a constructor, and this is a named constructor, not the named argument constructor, but the constructor has its own name that you can use. So we are going to use exactly that. We are going to have border radius dot, and it has a lot of stuff. 0, which basically eliminates the entire border radius. Now you see the curve is gone. It is a perfect rectangle, but that's not what we want. We want border radius dot all. So in all the directions of your text field, what border radius you need to put in? Horizontal. So from the left and the right side, what you want? Only. So from top left side, from top right side, what you want? So horizontal basically allows you to have a little bit more customization than all, and only has full control over your entire text field. Then you have vertical, so you have top and bottom. Circular, so you want to create a border radius where everything looks circular. And then you have loop, which is linearly interpolating between two border radius objects. But you don't need to care about it that much. You can get most of your stuff done with these 5 things. Let's go ahead and try border radius dot all 10 and then save it. But if we do this, we get an error. Why? Because this requires a type of radius, not an integer. So we need to remove this and pass radius. And it's a positional argument, so you can just pass in radius. And again, radius constructor is not defined. You have to use radius dot something. So always, whenever you want to figure something out, because obviously you'll find out later on that there are so many widgets you won't know everything about them. But you can always know what all properties they need, and it's in very English language. There's nothing very UI related language that's mentioned over here that you can't understand. So you can just figure out by doing this radius, but it doesn't resolve the error because its constructor doesn't exist. So let's try to do something with radius dot, and yeah, we do get options for that. And you see here we have image descriptions for it. What is circular, what is elliptical, what is loop. But we are just going to go ahead with radius.circular and pass in 10, which is what circular requires, a double radius value. Then save it. We come over here, and this is more rounded, but we can make it more rounded by having 40. And you see, this is proper input that one might require. Then we can also pass in 60, and this makes it even more circular. So you get the point. Now let's try something else. We have border radius dot horizontal, and from the left side we are going to have radius dot circular 60. Okay, let's see what happens. You see, from the left hand side there is this radius, but on the right hand side it's strictly edgy. And if we do it for right, we have right dot circular like this. So this is pointy, a perfect rectangle, and then we have circle over here. So you can create a bunch of things like this with horizontal, with vertical. In vertical, you have to mention top or bottom. You can pass in top, and it's something like this. Then you have bottom, where you have something like this. So you can try a lot of stuff, and maybe it looks cool sometime, maybe it doesn't. But I'm just going to go ahead with border radius dot all because that's better in my opinion, a standard way. Now you can also try to put only here and go ahead and configure everything for top left, top right and everything, but you get the point. I'm not going to dive much into this now. And now finally, if we try circular, circular gives us an error because circular doesn't require radius. It requires a double value. So let's remove this and put 60. Is that fine? Not really, it's giving us an error. Why? We have put a double value, right? Well, that's because if we go to the circular part, every constructor here has a constant border radius dot all, constant border radius dot vertical, constant border radius dot horizontal. But it's not border radius dot circular with a constant, it's just border radius dot circular. That's why this isn't a constant constructor. And right at the top we have mentioned return constant scaffold. Since we have returned constant scaffold, all of its widgets need to be constant. Like center was a constant and column was a constant. And likewise, even text and text style, text field, text style, everything was a constant. But finally, we have something which is not a constant. So what do we need to do? We just need to remove a constant scaffold from here, put a constant text, put constant text style, put constant text style over here, put constant border side, and that's all. Our error gets fixed and we need to put constant for every single widget, which is a const. But since this wasn't a const, we cannot put constant over here or on any widget here. If we put constant over here, that won't be allowed. We cannot put constant on any parent widget. For border radius, the parent widget will be border side, outline input border, not border side, only outline input border, input decoration, text field, column, center, and scaffold. So you can't put constant on any of its parents widget. Parent widget is whatever widget border radius is in, and it's in outline input border, input decoration, text field, and stuff like that. Okay, so I hope you understood that. We are going to know more about constant and why it's required after we have built a successfully working application. But for now, just follow along and use constant every time. Now if we come over here, it's the same output. Border radius.circular 60 has the same output as border radius.all radius.circular 60. Alright? Because at the end of the day, we are just saying from all the edges, you want to put a radius that is circular, which is 60. And border radius.circular also says that from all the edges, you want to put circular, which is 60. Okay? So it's the same thing. However, I don't want any of that. Or maybe I do want border radius.circle, let's say 10. Or maybe 5. And that will be good enough for me. And we are pretty much done with everything. But if you see one thing, when we restart our app, we have our text field looking a bit weird. And when we click over it, it enlarges and it just feels very weird, you know. So what I want to do is make our text field look like this from the start. Okay. When I click over here, when I have the focus, and when I don't have the focus, it should look the same thing. So for that, we have a different border property, which is enabled border. When I put enabled border, it also requires the same thing, input border. And since input border is an abstract class, I cannot use it. But I can use underline input or outline input. What is underline input? Underline input, if we just instantiate it and restart our app, we can't see anything visible. But if we take a screenshot, come over here and zoom in, you'll see there's a border only in the bottom. There's no border at the top. There's a border only in the bottom, which is black, which is what underline input border is. Instead of having borders everywhere, like you have an outline input border, you just have an underline border. And then you have properties related to it, which is border side, which we've already looked at over here. Then it has border radius, which we already saw. And that's it. No further customization. So that's not what we want. What we want is this outline input border. So I can just grab this, press Command C to copy it and paste it over here. Also put a comma so that formatting works. And when we come over here, you see when I click over here and when I don't click, it's the same thing. But yeah, this makes my widget look very big. So what I can do instead is, in my build function itself, I'll create final border, which is equal to this outline input border that I just saved. So at the end of the day, this is a function, right? And in a function, I can create my own variable, which I've created over here. I've created a border variable and assigned it a value of outline input border. If I hover over it, Dart correctly recognizes it. Now I can take this border and paste it over here. I can take this border and paste it over here. What this does is reduce the complexity inside my input decoration, because I'm not writing big stuff here which are the same thing. And also whenever I want to change anything, I can do it one place. If I had two different instances over here and maybe I wanted my border style to have a width of 10, then it would be weird. Why? Because right now it looks normal. When I click over it, it looks very weird. Because I changed the stuff in my focused border, but I didn't change it in the enabled border. I also need to change it over here, right? And then when I start it, it feels the same thing. So what I've done instead is created a variable border here, then took this border, pasted it over here, pasted it over here. And then whenever I want to change something, I can just do it at one place and it correctly changes, right? So I hope you understood that. And this is a build function. This is a function where I can create any variable that I want, and I've created it over here. I can also create it over here in my class, but it has some problems because this is a const constructor. I've used border radius.circular. So I'll have to remove constant from here for it to work. And we've already seen that const has performance benefits. So you should not remove it from the constructor of a widget, at least as much as you can. And we can avoid it by putting this in the build function. So why not? But yeah, one thing to note is don't put any complex task inside of this build function. Yeah, you can put variables and you can put functions that are not expensive. That means that they are not doing big stuff like putting an asynchronous thing over here or putting a timer. Nothing like that needs to be done in build function. Build function should have a widget tree that is to be returned, and maybe if you want, you can put variables over here. Okay, perfect. So my text field looks good. Okay, let me change my width back to 2.0. Yeah. So we are done with the text field and we have taken a look at a lot of text field properties. There are still a lot more that we can cover, but let's not get into them. So the design for the text field looks good enough. I think we can exit from here, but there's still two more things that I want to fix. First one is this text field being too much in the corners. All right. I want some spacing to be there from here. All right, from the left and the right hand side. And another thing is when I press Command K while being on the text field, we get our keyboard here. Okay, when I press Command key, I get access to the keyboard. If you're on Android emulator, keyboard is constantly there on the Android emulator. You see, our keyboard allows us to put text related stuff here. I don't want that. I want to restrict it to numbers only. You shouldn't be seeing text. You should only be seeing numbers here. So let's go ahead and put a property that will make sure text field doesn't allow you to put text, only numbers. So that property is not mentioned in input decoration. Input decoration is related to how you want to design and decorate your text field, but this is not related to designing the text field. It's related to one of the properties or functionalities of text field. So we can click over here or hover over here and we'll see keyboard type. We want to change the keyboard only, right? So we have keyboard type here, which we can change. So let's go out of the input decoration and pass in keyboard type. And this requires a type of text input type. So we can go ahead and mention text input type dot, and this is a class that allows us to put multiple things. So we have text input type dot date time. So if you only want date related stuff, and you can see on iOS it requests the default keyboard, but on Android it requests a keyboard with ready access to this, because iOS doesn't have an Android style keyboard and Android doesn't have iOS style keyboard, obviously. So let's go ahead and see what we want. We want number, so we can have number, and we restart it. We click over here and we see only numbers. That's good, right? However, the problem over here is, I cannot put text, but I cannot also put decimal points. I want decimal points. So let's find something else. So we'll have number, phone, street address, but we also have number with options. So this allows us to put a decimal point. If I save this much and restart the app, come over here, no changes. However, I do have two named properties that I can configure, decimal and signed. If I put decimal, set it to true, save it, again we need to restart. Come over here, we have a nice decimal point showing up over here, 8.0. And if you want, you can also set signed to true, which allows you to put negative sign. Again, we'll have to restart. Come over here and you see, we get all of those stuff. So basically we get all the alphabets and everything, but our keyboard starts with showing a number. But that's not what I want. So I'll just set decimal to true and set this as constant, because this has a constant constructor. So let's restart the app and there we go. Perfect. Now, the second thing that I wanted is the padding over here, or the margin to be left from the left side and the right hand side. Some spacing needs to be there. But I cannot do that by using one of the properties of Textfield. Why? Because Textfield doesn't have those properties. It doesn't have anything related to margin, padding, all of that stuff. But that's not the case. It does have something related to padding, which is scroll padding. And if we see in decoration, because we are decorating the text field only, we have content padding. But those are two things that are related with inside of the text field. With content padding, basically you can set padding such that you can leave space from here. You can make sure that your text field looks bigger and this text has more padding to it. So this text field will appear stretched. But that's not what we want. And the scroll padding is nowhere related to what we want. It configures a padding to edges surrounding a scrollable when the text field scrolls into view. Nothing that we care about. So we can exit this. So text field is not giving us any property, and rightly so. How can text field give us a property related to the outside? For that, we'll again have to wrap our text field with other widget. And what is that widget? Well, it can be padding or container widget. Let's take a look at both of those widgets, padding and container. So I'm just going to wrap my text field with the padding widget, and for that I don't have to write padding and all of that stuff. What I can do is press Ctrl Shift R, which brings up a set of refactoring options, or you can just press right click, refactor, and then you have access to the refactoring option. And here you can wrap with a widget, you can wrap with a builder, other widgets that are present, and then you also have container and padding. So let's wrap it with padding, and you see there's padding, then the padding property, and then a child. So it correctly configures itself, so we don't have to do much task with it. Then we save it, and then there's padding. So what's happening over here is there's text field. Text field usually takes up the entire width of the device or the entire width that it's given. But here you're restricting it to take the entire width that is provided by adding padding. And padding is the amount of space by which to insert the child. So basically, Textfield has a habit of taking the entire screen. You're saying that, hey, you cannot take the entire screen. And you're restricting it by putting a padding widget which eliminates 8 pixels of screen size. And also, padding requires something known as edge inserts geometry. But if you just do edge inserts geometry, it won't allow you because it is an abstract class. But edge inserts extends its edge inserts geometry, so you can use it over here. Now you see how the entire Flutter framework is built on the concept of inheritance, encapsulation, all the object-oriented programming concepts that we learnt about. But anyways, this is good, and I think this is a nice start. Edge inserts.all 8 is quite good over here, and it looks good. However, there are more properties on edge inserts that you can take a look at. Edge inserts.all, edge inserts.from LTRB, which is from left, top, right, bottom. Then you need to mention all of those things. Then you have dot from view padding. So you can set a padding based on the view padding. Then we have only, so you can set left, top, right, bottom. Now you might ask, what's the difference between from LTRB and only? Well, the difference is all the properties inside of only are optional. You can pass them and you cannot pass them, it's fine. If you only want to pass left, you can pass it and you'll be good, right? But on the other hand, when you have from LTRB, you necessarily need to mention all of those parameters. You need to mention left, top, right, bottom values. You cannot skip any one of them, or you can just pass in 0. But yeah, this is just more customization added for you. But we are just going to go ahead with only, not all. Why not all? Because when we live with all, you leave padding from here, from here, from here, and from bottom as well. When we add a button, you'll see that. But with only, or with symmetric, where you need to mention the horizontal and vertical values, you can leave spacing from here and here, or from here and here. So you need to set for vertical together and from horizontal together. That means if I pass in horizontal 10 and save it, from left I'm leaving 10 pixels, from right I'm leaving 10 pixels. But from top and bottom I'm leaving 0 pixel. That's how it works, and I think you're smart enough to figure it out on your own. We're going to go ahead with, let's say, edge inserts.all 10, because we need to leave some space from here and we need to leave space from below when our button comes along. Great. This looks good. Now, instead of using padding, you can also use container. So if I use container instead of padding, it all works fine. Why? Because container allows you to set a bunch of properties. It has alignment, padding, color, decoration, width, height. So it's like a one and all widget, right? It allows you to set multiple properties, and if you just command click on container and just go to its build function, you'll notice that container is itself made up of multiple other widgets. Like you might have seen the edge insets geometry, the padding widget. So whenever we set the padding over here in our container, we're basically using the padding widget only. Then we have the color, where we are using colored box. And when you see margin or constraints, it is using a bunch of other widgets is what I'm saying. Now here you can set padding or margin. Now what is the difference between padding and margin? To understand that, let's take a look at the diagram. If I just remove this, we'll be able to draw something. So let's say we have a screen like this, maybe a better screen. Okay. Now, this is where my app resides. So this is my text that is displaying. Okay. So I have my text over here. Now the spacing between the text and this container box is known as padding. Alright. This thing right here is padding. But this thing right here is margin. So to explain it in a short sentence, margin is related to stuff outside your container and padding is related to stuff inside your container. But in this case, the padding and margin will be the same thing. So if we save it, our text field decreases even further. But in certain scenarios, you'll see containers, padding and margin property behaving differently, especially when we have a container with a text inside of it. And maybe you can check it out over here. How? Let's press Command Shift R, then you have wrap with container property, and here, you can just pass in a child. Then in the container, you can first of all set the padding property, which is going to be constant edge insets. Whenever you have padding or margin related stuff, you need to use edge insets. Then you have edge insets.all10. Then you have margin of edge insets.all10. Again, this is going to be constant. And then you can set a color property. And the color is going to be colors.black. Okay. Let's save it. Come over here. You see, first thing to note is the container takes only as much space the font requires. It doesn't take the entire width of the screen like the text field does. It only takes as much space as its child requires. Only as much space as this text requires. If I reduce its font size to 1, it will take only this much space. If I increase its font size, it will take as much space as this text requires. Even column did the same thing, right? We have seen that earlier. Container does the same thing. So basically the child is determining how much the height and width of the container should be. Unless I specifically go ahead here and type height should be 400, which should be 299. Okay, then it doesn't follow the constraints or the sizing of text. It takes the entire space. However, I'm not doing that because here I want to achieve a different purpose. As you can see over here, there's some sort of padding over here. However, when I remove this, the container is squashed even further, right? With this padding, I'm determining how much spacing should be there over here. But when I remove padding, I'm not configuring anything inside. But with margin, I'm configuring something over here. When I remove margin from here, you'll notice that this goes down. Alright, let's save it. And you'll see the difference between this text field and the text size decreased because the margin is removed. When I put back margin, let's put all of them in one screen so that you understand this further. And then when I save it, you can visibly see the difference over here. So that's the difference between padding and margin. Padding is related to the stuff inside and margin is related to the stuff outside. I hope that was clear. Now let's maximize our code editor and this looks good. Now also let's remove the color and the entire container property. So I'll press Ctrl+Shift+R, remove this widget. So I remove the entire container and its properties and we come over here. This looks good. Now the next thing we want to do is add a button. But I hope before going into the button, you understood the difference between padding and container. Padding is just one widget and container is made up of many other widgets. And that includes the padding widget. But I always prefer using padding when only padding is required, I get to know what exactly is happening over here. If I use container, I'll be curious to know, hey, am I doing anything else in the container? But anyways, it depends on your preference. There is no performance difference. And now the final thing of our UI, the button. Now, how do we put a button over here? So in material design, buttons can be classified broadly into two categories. One is the buttons which are raised and other one is where the button appears like a text. Alright. So the raised button is kind of like an actual button that you might see on any website. Appears like a text button is something that looks like a text but is actually a button. So first let's take an example of how text button looks and then we can go on to the raised button. So to create a text button, we have to type text button. How convenient. And now it requires two arguments, which is onPressed and child. When I click on text button, it automatically completes this for me and asks me to put the required arguments. So for onPressed, we require something known as void function and that can be nullable. So basically we need to pass in a function over here. And we can take the advantage of anonymous functions that allow us to create a function over here. So this function does not have a name of its own, but it is a function. Kind of like a lambda function in Python if you've coded in it. Then we have a child which requires a widget. Now why do we require a child in a text button? That's because there will be a button, but what should the content inside a button be? That's what child requires. So we can pass a text over here which says click me. Alright. Now I'll just put commas so that there's nice indentation. Now I'll come over here and you see click me is shown over here and this acts like a button. Why? Because when I long press over it, it gives me a splash effect that you can see in the blue color. That's a button. Now if I click on it, nothing happens. That's because in this function, we have not done anything. So in our function over here, we can pass, let's say, a print call. So we'll go ahead and pass print here and says button click. We already know what a print function is, right? And here I'm just saying that whenever this button is pressed, I want the print statement to be printed out in the console. So I'll press Command J to open my debug console again. Now I'll just restart my entire app, come over here click on this button and you see button clicked. If I click it again, I see 2 written over here. That means button was clicked again. Now if I again click, there's 3 times button clicked. So this is what this function does. Whenever you click on it, it runs the particular function. And it requires a type of only function. You cannot put some integer value over here or some string value over here or whatever. You cannot do that because it is of the type function like this, and it returns a void. So you don't have to return anything from here like this. You can just do this, or you can just leave it because that's void. Now let's see why we get these 2 errors. This error we get because we have to put a const before a text. This text button does not require a constant. Now you might ask why? Why does it not require a constant when this has a constructor of constant? That's because we have this function over here. Whenever we have a function to be passed in like this, it cannot be a constant button. To prove this, if I just remove onPressed, you see we get a warning here, use const with the constructor to improve the performance. But then we also get an error saying the named parameter onPress is required. So this is the reason why we have to put a const for the text. If const for a text button was allowed, then we wouldn't have to put a constant for this text. I've explained this to you before. And let's go ahead, put a const over here. Now why are we getting a warning over here? And one problem I have with warnings is that I have to hover over them to understand why the warning is there in the first place. So what can I do such that my warnings are seen over here? I don't have to hover over a particular thing and see the warning. So for that we have a VS Code extension. We can go to the extensions tab, type here error lens. Then we have to choose this one given by Alexander. We can install, come over here, and now you'll see your errors and warnings are seen in the same line. So this error lens makes sure that all your warnings and errors are seen in the file itself and you don't have to hover over them. I just prefer this way because I get to know instantly what the warning or error is. And it says, don't invoke print in production code. Try using a logging framework. And this error is there because of a certain thing known as lint, which I told you I'll cover later on. Now if you again go to analysis option.yaml, you see include package flutter lints, and that is coming from the dev dependency flutter lints over here. What flutter lints does is encourage good coding practices. You can see that in the comment over here. Now you can set your own coding practices in the analysis option.yaml file where you have the linter. For example, if I uncomment this line, so I'll press command/ to uncomment the line, then I'll click on command S, which saves the file, and come over here, the warning for print is gone. Even if I open the debug console in problems, there are no problems. Because here I've set a rule saying that avoid print lint should be set to false. If I set it to true, which is by default, and come over here, I get the warning again. And I'm not going to meddle with the preset lint, which tells us to not use print in production code. And that's simply because if you print stuff out, you can also print some confidential information. And because of that, your users might be able to see it if they have rooted devices or they figure out a way to do so. So definitely we are not going to use print like this. There are two options to use print now. Either you can go ahead and use debug print, The difference is debug print requires a string only. You cannot pass anything to a print statement like we could in print because it required an object. And we already know object is a superclass of all the data types we know. So now we can use debug print and that removes the warning for us. Or what you can do is pass an if check over here and check if we are in debug mode, only then do we want to print this. Now what is debug mode? Now there are three types of mode in our applications: debug, release and profile. Right now we are in the debug mode, basically just testing our application, building new features and all of that. Release is how your app will look like in production. And profile is a mixture of debug and release. In release, you won't be able to see many error messages, or later on we'll see that when we add some other packages, they also print stuff out. We won't be able to see that in release mode. We can see that only in debug mode. Now what profile does is run the app in release mode, but give us our nice error messages, warning messages if there are any. And basically print is saying that, hey, you can only use me in debug mode. So now that's why we had put debug print. Now we are saying that, hey, if we are in debug mode, now how do we check if the app is in debug mode or in release mode? To check that, we have k debug mode given to us by Flutter. Now if we see, this is coming from the package flutter source foundation constants.dart. If we press command and go inside, you'll see k debug mode is equal to not release mode and not profile mode. That means debug mode is when it's not a release mode or profile mode. So it's definitely a boolean value. And if it's a boolean value, we can just pass an if condition like this and print it inside. Now the error is gone because we are printing in the debug mode. In release mode, we won't be able to see this print message. Now you might be asking, hey, that's fine. Now I understand this, but how do I run my app in release and profile modes? To do that, you can simply go to the terminal and run flutter run -- release to run it in release mode, but release mode doesn't work on iPhone simulator. You can run it on an iPhone actual device. And same goes for profile mode. You cannot run profile mode on an iOS simulator. So what I'm going to do is at the end, maybe we'll try to run it on real devices and see how it feels. Cool. So now that we are done, let's get back to our text button. And let's improve the design over here. First of all, I want this text to say convert instead of saying click me. So to change that, I can just change the text over here and have convert. Save it, and when I come back over here, it's convert. Cool. Next thing I want to do is make sure the button background is black. So to do that, I'll have to use one of the text button's properties. Now let's take a look at the properties text button gives us. It gives us on pressed, which is a required argument, and that we already filled that. Then we have on long press. So what should happen when you long press the button? What should happen when you hover over the button? By hovering, it means when you just have your cursor on the top of this button. This is especially used in web applications because sometimes you might want to change how your button looks or how your entire UI looks when you hover over a button. Then there's on focus change. What happens when you change the focus? Then the style, that's what we are interested in, right? Even for the text, we had text style property. Even for the hint text or label or prefix, everything had its own style. So we can focus on style over here as well. So that's what we want. let's go ahead and put it over here, style, which will be button style, exactly what it requires. And we can create an object of the button style class like this. Now we have two problems here. First one is the child argument should be last in widget constructor invocations. That basically means that whenever you create any widget, child cannot be over here. It has to be the ending property. All the other properties should go above child. And this does not have any performance impacts, but it's just readable code because basically you're in a widget tree, right? And if you have a text button, it's good to see the last thing over here. It's just a matter of preferences. If you don't like this, you can definitely go ahead in analysis option.yaml and make sure you add a lint so that you avoid this kind of warning. You can do that. And the next is we have to use a constant before button style. So let's use it. Alright. Now if we do this much, nothing really changes because we haven't provided any properties to button style. Now the first thing that I want to do is change the background color of the button. So let's get access to the background color. And it's not simple as it looks. It doesn't just ask for a color, it asks for material state property with a generic type of color which can be nullable, and material state property is also nullable. And that makes sense, right? If we remove background color, it works. If we want to put a background color, that also works. So nullable makes sense. And then if you want to pass a color, you can pass. If you don't want to pass a color, you can't pass it. Now, how do I make sure material state property is added over here? To do that, let's create material state property and create an instance. But if I do that, it gives me an error because it's an abstract class. So we cannot use material state property. However, we have something known as material state property all that we can use. Now, if I come over here, you see class material state property all. It requires the same generic type that our material state property requires, and it implements it. So that's why we can use it in background color. Now if you hover over this, it is smart to identify that it requires the property or the value of a color. Why? Because here background color required material state property color, and when we use material state property all, it automatically said, hey, use color. So we have to pass in a color over here. Now what is my background color going to be? Well, colors.black. Let's try that. Save it. Come over here and we have a button showing up. The next thing I want to do is change the text style. So to do that, I can maybe try to change the text style property over here. Let's go ahead and try to do that. We have text style. Then again we'll pass material state property all. Then we'll pass a text style saying, let's say color is colors.white. Maybe that looks good. Then we'll save it. Come over here and nothing really changes. If I try to restart the app, still nothing changes. The reason for that is if you hover over this property, it says the style for a button's text widget descendants. So we are doing the correct thing because button's text widget descendant is our text over here. But the color of the text style is typically not used directly. The foreground color is used instead. So we need to use foreground color and pass that in. So we can have material state property all. Then we'll pass colors.white. Let's remove the text style property and let's see if that works. We come over here and boom, that works. We have a nice button displaying here. And maybe you're satisfied with this UI, but I'm not. Because what I want to do is increase the button's height and width and maybe the font size of this text as well. So let's do that. First, we'll focus on the sizing. So to increase the sizing, we can do size. And it doesn't really have a size property, but it does have icon size, fixed size, maximum size, minimum size, and tap target size. Icon size is the size of the icon inside of the button, but we are not using any icon, so we can ignore that. Then we have fixed size. So what will the fixed size of the button be, irrespective of what screen size we are on? If we are on a smaller device or we are on a bigger device, the size will remain the same. So let's go ahead with fixed size, and that requires again material state property all, and then we need to pass in something known as a size. Is size a class? Is size an enum? What is it? Well, size is a class. It already gives us an auto suggestion. If I tap over it, it gives me two things to pass to it: width and height. To pass a width, maybe I can say 200, that should be enough, and height will be 50. Now if I save it, come over here, my buttons height and width both have increased. But I'm not satisfied with how much the width increased. I want it to take the entire space just like the text field did. So maybe I can pass the width as 300. Then maybe we can try 350. Still not enough, so we can go ahead with 400. And that's enough, but that's not all. Maybe we have to do 410, and that's enough. But what will happen if I use a smaller or a bigger device? Or if we just take a different device altogether, what will happen? Will the thing be the same? So let's go ahead and try it. I'm just going to call my Pixel 6 emulator. You can just call it like this. Just click over here, start the Pixel 6 emulator from here. You don't have to go to Android Studio to start it. Now, after this device is selected, I can click on run without debugging, or you can start debugging, whatever you want. I'll run without debugging, press Command J, go to the debug console. You see we have a bunch of errors over here, but that's related to when we put a text style property for this button style. And then you see we have reloaded, which is hot reload. When we save, it hot reloaded. But anyways, I don't want to focus on iPhone emulator now. I'll just change the device in focus from iPhone to Pixel. And now I'll see all the warnings, properties, calls related to my Android emulator. Okay. And we see that it has started. If we come over here, there we go. We have our app right here. But that's the problem. When we add 400 on a different device size, it looks proper. But on an Android emulator, it looks different. And if we open web, it might look different. On a smaller device, we might even get an error. Why? Because let's say I put 450 over here because I want to cover the entire size. So this is what fixed size means. No matter what the device size is, no matter what the device screen is, this is going to be the size. And it works fine. It works well. The problem here isn't about the fixed size property or any property that we are using. It's about the fixed value of the width that we need to give. Is there no way such that I can give maximum value to the width, how much ever it requires it can take? Well, there is a property to do so. We have double, this double dot infinity. So if we click on double, we'll go into the Dart implementation of double. And double is an abstract class as well. But we are not instantiating the double class. We're not doing double like this. Instead, we are calling the static property of infinity on it. And infinity is 1 divided by 0. So it's basically saying that take maximum amount of space possible. And if I save on it right now and put commas, come over here, we get back our normal button. Because that's the maximum amount of space this button is taking in fixed size property. But what will happen if I use minimum size? Minimum size is that you need to take at least this much size on whatever device you're on. And if I save it, there we go. On both the screens, our buttons are looking similar because they're taking the maximum amount of space possible. And what will happen if I do maximum size and save it? We'll get back to our normal button. Because what it's saying is the maximum size of this button should be double.infinity and 50. But if you can have this value, you should take it. But in the maximum screen device, this is what the button should have. But anyways, we are going to go ahead with minimum size because that's what we want. We want it to extend till the entire end of the screen. Now you might ask, hey, this doesn't look good. I want there to be this spacing. And we are going to tackle that the same way we tackled our text field. We are going to wrap it with the padding widget. So we are going to come to the text button, press Command-Shift-R, then wrap it with the padding widget and have edge insets.all 10.0. And there we go. On both the device screens, we have similar spacing. Perfect. Now you might have a question. Why do I have to wrap it with a padding widget? Why can't I do something like double.infinity minus, let's say, 40? Because here from the left and right side we have 10, 10. So not 40, double.infinity minus 20, and then save it. The reason for that is double.infinity isn't a value that you can count. It is infinity. It is an infinite value, and you're saying that minimum size should be this. Double.infinity is saying that you can take as much size as possible on the screen. And then if you do double.infinity minus 20, you're saying infinity minus 20, which is still infinity. So it doesn't have any effect over here. That's why you have to use the padding. Also, there is no other button style property that will help you to remove spacing from here. Either you'll have to set proper constraints, but that will differ on every screen size, or you'll have to make a way like using a padding widget, using double.infinity and all of that stuff. So let's put a padding 10 again. And this looks good on all the screen sizes. Perfect. Now this is what text looks like. What will elevated look like then? So this is what the text button looks like. What will the raised button appear like? So to configure that, we can just go ahead and instead of text button have something known as elevated button. And you see, we don't get any errors because it requires the exact same things. OnPressed is a required property, child is a required property, and the same style is required. All the properties are same: on pressed, on long press, on hover, but what changes is the design here. You might say, hey, there's no difference. I cannot see anything, but there is. This button right here is raised a little bit. What I'm going to do is put this in a side-by-side view so that you understand this better. Let's come over here. Let's get back to text button, save it, and you'll see some sort of elevation is gone. If I save it again, some kind of elevation is there. Elevation is added by putting some sort of background behind it. There's some kind of shadow to it. To show this elevation, I'm just going to go ahead and pass elevation 15. And elevation doesn't require double. It requires material state property double. So let's go ahead and pass material state property all 15 like this. Save it, and you see there's more shadow behind, so it appears more elevated. It gives a more, you can say, 3D view. It's not exactly 3D, but it gives a more 3D kind of effect. That's what elevated button does. And by default, it has its own elevation set. But text button does not have any elevation set. So it's kind of like a simple flat button. And the fun fact is, Elevated button was previously called as raised button and text button was known as flat button. Because elevated button was raised and text button was flat. But then they decided to change it in later versions of Flutter. So I hope you understood the difference between these two types of buttons. Now you can obviously go ahead and configure more in these buttons. For example, you can set the shape. Let's go ahead and set one. So we have shape, and that also requires material state property all, and then requires outlined border. So let's go ahead and pass outlined border. But there's nothing like outlined border like this because it is an abstract class. So again, we need to find something that extends outline border. So for this, we have multiple types. Let's go ahead with the one I know, oval border. You see, as the name suggests, it will be able to create an oval border. Also, if you press command and go into the source code, oval border extends circle border, which is another border. You can also use circle border in your code. If you just go here and use circle border, that will be fine. But at the end of the day, circle border also extends outlined border. So oval border extends outline border. Alright. Now if I save it, come over here. This is our button. Looks kind of weird. Then we also have the circle border. You can try that. Then this kind of border will look better on a button that requires an icon. In our case, we don't require an icon, we just require a text. But what I'm saying is this might look something like this. You can have an icon over here, which will be icons dot, let's say, convert. There's nothing like that. So maybe icons dot money just to demonstrate. You see, this looks good enough. And when you add elevated button on top of it, this will look much better. Alright. So this is what circle border can be used with. Oval border might be there to create some different UI style. I don't know why anyone would use oval border, to be honest, in a production ready app that needs serious attention. Alright. Then the other border that we have is rectangle border. So we have three types of rectangle border: beveled rectangle border, rounded rectangle border, and continuous rectangle border. Let's go ahead with rounded rectangular border, save it, come over here, and we have a button looking the way we wanted it to. Now we can make some advancements here because it requires border side, border radius, everything that we've seen before. You can configure over here. And all of that is named arguments. For example, you can just go ahead and mention border radius. Then you have border radius dot circular 10. Also remove constant here because as we know, border radius dot circular isn't a constant. Put constant for everything. So let's go ahead and put it. Save it. Come over here and you see this kind of design. And this actually looks good. I'm happy with this. Then we also have beveled rectangle border. It also has a border radius property, but we are just going to skip that. Save it. The difference here is this is pointy instead of having arcs in the edges over here. And the last one is continuous rectangle border. Let's save it. If you want, you can just go ahead using beveled rectangle border, not beveled, sorry, rounded rectangle border, and it will give you a good enough design. Now, if you want to reduce the border radius, you can do that. Also, let's put some formatting in place by putting some commas, and this looks good. I'm satisfied. So yeah, this works well. Also, I'm just going to keep the text button. I'm not going to use elevated button. Now let's remove all the comments, and yeah, this looks good. Now you might see that there's spacing here between this button and this text field already. That's there because of the padding property added here. Here we have added a padding property saying edge insets dot all 10. So from all the sides there's a padding of 10 from the top, from left, from right, and from the bottom. That's why there's spacing over here. So we are done with the UI, but still you might be not convinced by what the style requires, right? Because every single time we have to pass in material state property all, then mention the color, or material state property all, then mention the size, material state property all, then mention the shape or the border. Now that is a lot of tasks to do. So instead of doing that, we have an alternative. What we can do is do text button dot, and we have an option of text button dot style from. By using text button dot style from, we don't have to mention material state property all for everything. You directly get options to color, shape, minimum size, fixed size, maximum size, all of those things. So you can just go ahead and use text button dot style from. But since I'm lazy to type it all again, I'm going to undo everything I did. Copy this line right here, press Command Shift Z to redo everything so that I come back to text button dot style from, and I'll just paste everything back. Now I can remove all the material state property alls from here and just put the required colors and sizes. Alright, so that will work as well, but make sure you do it nicely, otherwise you might get confused with the brackets and will miss one of the brackets. Also put a const here because size requires that. And text button dot style from doesn't give us constant thing because it is a function. Functions cannot be constant, right? Now if we save it like this, come over here, we have our text button showing as it is, as it was before, no changes, but instead of having material state property all for everything, we have our simple colors and sizes passed. Cool. So I hope you're convinced by this. Also, if you have elevated button, you can go ahead and use elevated button dot style from, and it won't stop you. You'll be able to do all this stuff. Great. So we have a functioning UI now. This is all that was required for our simple currency converter app. Congratulations on being done with the user interface. We have learned quite a lot, even if you think it's a small output. So you can leave the user interface at this. This looks decent enough. But if you want to add something, there's one element you can add, which is an app bar. An app bar is the header thing that we see right at the top. You can add that. So let's go to our scaffold. It is not included in body, right? Because it's a header. Why will header stuff be included inside of a body? Header is included inside of a scaffold. There is an app bar. So you can go ahead and pass an app bar. An app bar requires something known as a preferred size widget. But yeah, you can go ahead and pass app bar here. Why? Because app bar extends or implements a preferred size widget. And preferred size widget implements a widget. Alright? And if you see, preferred size widget is an abstract class which just has one getter inside of it. Get preferred size. And app bar implements that. So we will come over here, put an app bar, save it, and you see our entire user interface is looking quite different. That's because by default, the app bar has a color of blue. And that is something related to theming, which we'll get to when we build our second application. But as of now, we don't want this to be blue or anything. We just want it to take the same color as this background color. So to do that, we can change the background color and set it equal to colors.bluegray, exactly what the scaffold's background color is. But still we have this sort of elevation here. So we can remove this elevation by setting the elevation property of the app bar to 0. And once we do that, the app bar is gone. Now you'll ask, hey, what's the purpose of adding an app bar if you just wanted to erase it? The reason for that is at the top, I just want to mention currency converter. So an app bar requires some sort of title. And here we have a title. It requires some sort of text, right? Title is a perfect choice for it. So we'll pass title here, and the title requires a widget. So you can just pass in a text widget and say currency converter. Also put a const over here, save it, come back, and we have currency converter displaying. This is our app bar title. In Android, it shows up on the left hand side. In iOS, it is right in the center. So you can use either of them. If you strictly want to center the title, you can go ahead and set the property of center title to true. And if you do that, it is centered in both the places. And if you set to false, it will be aligned in the left hand side for both of these devices. Also, if you want to change the color of this text style, you can change it by passing in a style, text style, what we've already seen before, colors.black. Alright. Now if we come, we have currency converter displaying like this, but I don't like how it looks with the style, so I'm just going to keep it like this. Good. App bar also has multiple other options, like if you want to increase the size, you can add a bottom preferred size widget, so that can be an app bar again, and you'll be able to have two app bars. Then we have actions, which requires a list of widgets. Now what is actions? Actions is a bunch of buttons or a bunch of widgets that you can show in the right hand side corner over here. So we can have actions like this, and let's say you want to display a text here saying hello, save it, and you can show hello over here. Now this actions usually contains icons and stuff, so that if you want to exit the app or do anything else, you can use that using actions. Actions is not used for displaying text. Now if you take an example of WhatsApp has a bunch of actions. So it has the video calling icon, the phone call icon, and the more options icon. All of those are actions. Then we also have leading. This is also particularly icon, or if you want to display an image, but it's generally not for text. What leading does is show some widget over here, and it only requires one widget. Actions can have a list of widgets just like a column, but they are displayed in an horizontal manner, and leading only requires one widget. Now we'll get to all these properties later on when we build our shopping app, but for now we don't need to get into it. And I'm also satisfied with the currency converter app that we have till now. Now let's figure out how can I make sure my app functions, right? So when I've mentioned the USD, let's say 1.028, and click on convert, I want to convert to INR. Now how can I do that? This sounds very easy. All we need to do is, first step is create a variable that stores the converted currency value. So right now we have the 0. The initial value of the variable is going to be 0. Then whenever we pass something like 1.08 to it, click on convert, we'll multiply 1.08 to the standard exchange rate that we have. Let's say 81, because 1 USD is 81. So we'll multiply 1.08 with 81, and whatever answer we'll get, we'll store in that variable. So the second step is just going to be to create a function that multiplies the value given by the text field with 81 or whatever exchange rate you have. Maybe you're not converting from USD to INR, you're converting to some other value. You can use that value, not 81. Then the third step is to store the value in the variable that we created, right? So we created a function that multiplies the value with 81. Then we are just storing the value in this variable that we created. And then we only have to display that variable. Sounds easy, doesn't it? So let's try to do this in our stateless widget. So let's go ahead and do our first step, create a variable that stores the converted currency value. And also what I'm going to do is copy all of this and paste it outside of the class that we have. I'm not going to keep it inside because it just obstructs my view and will make it difficult for me. Now what I'm going to do is go ahead and create a variable inside of this class. So I can just go ahead and create a variable int result is equal to 0. But then we get an error saying this class or a class that this class inherits from is marked as immutable. Why? Because we are extending a stateless widget, right? And I told you in the beginning of the Flutter section that the stateless widget is immutable. Any fields inside of it cannot change. And here we are allowing it to change because it is not a constant or it is not a final. If we put final int result over here, the error will get resolved. But if we just put int result, that means this value can be reassigned. This is a mutable variable and it cannot be present inside a stateless widget. So what can we do? If we put final, we won't be able to change the value. So it doesn't make sense to make it final. However, what we can do is put it inside of the build function, right? If we put it int result is equal to 0, it will work fine because this is a function. In function, you can change the value. But inside a class, a global variable, you cannot change the value if it's immutable. So int result is equal to 0 is fine in this function. Now what I want to do is take this value from the text field and multiply it by 81 whenever the user clicks on convert. Now how do I get the value from the text field? If I come over here, does text field have any of the properties? Not really. If you use onSubmitted, which is one of the functions text field provides, you'll see we get a value. And if we try to print the value, I'm just printing it, not debug printing it, because I'm going to remove this line and open the debug console. Come over here and let's say I type 1.2 convert, button click comes. OnSubmitted is not triggered at all because OnSubmitted is triggered when we click on return button from our keyboard. Once I click on enter from the keyboard, we get 1.2. So this OnSubmitted gets triggered when the text field is submitted, and that's not the layout of our app. If the user clicks on return, that's fine. Or even then we can do something. But when the user clicks on convert, which is another button that we've given them, then also it needs to get triggered. So we cannot use the onSubmitted property. Then what can we use such that whatever value is present inside the text field can come to this elevated button? Meaning we want to get a value provided by the text field or the user input which is given to the text field that is available throughout our entire class. Because if elevated button can access it, any widget can access it, right? So for that, again, we might have to create something in the build function. Or you can do that in the stateless widget itself. What we need to create is a text editing controller. So we'll go ahead and have text editing controller, and we're just going to name it text editing controller, which is equal to text editing controller. Now again, we get the same errors that we did before, but this time there's going to be a change. We're going to call this final text editing controller. But as soon as you put final over here, you see we still have an error. Can't define the constructor because the field text editing constructor is initialized with a non-constant value. We get this error because text editing controller, if we click and go to the source code, is not a constant constructor. So we'll have to remove constant from here. That means we'll have to remove constant from the material app. And as I've told you multiple times before, it will not help in boosting the performance of our app. And I'll tell you why when we get into another type of widget in a few minutes. So again, this text editing controller needs to be shifted at the top. We can put the constant back, and the constant is here as well. Great. Now why is this text editing controller constant? Because text editing controller's value is not going to be changed. We just have to take this value and paste it inside of our text editing text field. You see, we have a controller property. We can pass it over there. So we'll pass the text editing controller, paste it, and there we go. Now, through this text editing controller, we'll have access to all the user inputs. So if we come over here in elevated button, let's remove all of this and we'll print text editing controller. If we just print that, we'll get something like instance of text editing controller, because text editing controller is a class, right? However, let's try this. I'm also going to go ahead and restart the app. I'll enter the amount. So let's say 1.5, convert, and we get text editing controller. And yeah, we are able to see all of the properties inside of it. So we have text editing value with the text, and the text is 1.5, which is correct. Then the selection is there. Then text affinity is there. Composing is there, and all of that stuff. What we care about is text. So we are just going to access that. So we are going to have text editing controller dot, and we see we have text. We can use that. So this will give us the text that we require. Now we'll come here again, press 1.7, convert, Control J, and we have 1.7. So it correctly gives us the right answer in the elevated button. That's good. Now what I want to do is print text editing controller dot text into 81. Let's say that's the current exchange rate from USD to INR. It's a rough value, obviously, but let's go ahead with this. Let's restart our app, come over here, we are going to type 2.5, convert, and here we see 2.52, 0.52, 0.52. So this is not what we want. Why is that the case? This is the case because text editing controller.text gives us a string. And we've already seen in the Dart course that string into an integer will multiply the string that many times. So we have 2.5, 2.5, 2.5 written out 81 times. It's not actually multiplying, but it's just concatenating, adding the strings together. So what we need to do is convert this integer or convert the string into an integer and then multiply it with 81. So we can have int.parse, and actually we cannot have just int.parse. Why? Because int.parse guarantees us that we'll get only an integer. But what if a double is mentioned over here like 2.5? So we'll have to make this double.parse and then wrap our text editing controller.text like this. So what double.parse does is convert the string into a double, and integer.parse converts the string into an integer. Okay? So let's try to do this. Press Command J, come back over here, let's type in 2.5 again, click on convert, and we have 202.5, which is correct. 81 into 2.5 is 202.5. Perfect. So that means we are getting a value. Now we just need to store this value inside of our result variable. So let's get rid of them. We are just going to go ahead and type result is equal to double.parse text editing controller.text into 81. But now if you see this, we get an error. Why? because a value of type double cannot be assigned to a variable of type integer. And that's because result is an integer, and this is converted to a double, and double into an integer will give you a double. So we'll go ahead and change result to a double, correct? Save it, come over here, and we have successfully changed the result. Now if we see this, we should be seeing 2.5 convert, and this text isn't changing. Why? And we are no longer getting the print statement. We are not getting the print statement because we have removed the print statement from onPressed. But we should be seeing the change in text, right? Not exactly. Because in text, if we go, we still have a hard-coded 0 mentioned over here. Hard-coded 0 is not what we want. We want result to be mentioned over here. So we can go ahead and pass result. And now we get an error saying argument type double cannot be assigned to parameter type string, because text requires a string and result is a double. So what you can do is result dot toString, and that will convert text to a string, right? So to summarize, to convert from int to string, you have to do the integer value dot toString. Anything you want to convert to a string, you just call the toString method on it, because that's present on almost every object. And if you want to convert from string to int or double, you do string value and wrap it with int.parse or double.parse. Alright? Let's save this, but we are still getting an error. Arguments of a constant creation must be constant expressions. The reason for that is this result variable is changing, right? This is a mutable variable. It's mutable over here, and it's mutable because of that. So it's saying that, hey, result is mutable, so this text cannot be a constant. Can it? So we'll have to remove this constant. We'll have to put constant text style, save it, and we still have a warning over here. You can see it over here. So let's go at the top and see. We have this warning which says unused import, basically saying that this line you have imported, but it isn't in use in your code. So we can just remove this, save it. Let's restart the entire app and hope that this works. So we'll go ahead. First of all, we can see the change 0.0 because this is a result. Double value, double to a string will give you a string like 0.0. Then we'll enter the amount in USD, let's say 4.5. Convert. And nothing changes inside over here. Why? If we press Command J, there's no error as well. It should be changing, right? Not exactly. Because right now what you've done is created a result variable. You've changed the result variable over here, but you've not told this function to rebuild. So the result value has its own new value. Alright? There's no disagreeing with that. The result has a new value. But this function is not rebuilt again. If this function is not rebuilt again, we don't see the changes over here. Just think about it. You have a result variable at the top, then you change the value. So the value has changed. Now what? That's the end of the function. That's the end of everything. Now what should the function do? Exactly, the function has nothing left to do. And it doesn't automatically see the new value, compare the new value and display it. So we need to make sure that we call this build function again. So how do we call this? Do we go ahead and call build like this and hope that works? So let's go ahead and try it. So we are going to have please enter the amount in USD. We are going to have 2.5, click on convert, and still nothing changes. Is this not calling the build function again? Let's go ahead and try it. So in our build function, what I'm going to do is print rebuild. Alright. So right at the top of this function, whenever this function gets called, we're going to go ahead and call the rebuild function. So that will let us know if this function is being rebuilt. So at first, this function is getting rebuilt, right? Because as soon as we extend the stateless widget, the build function is the first thing that is called when you instantiate this. Not the first thing, the constructor gets called first, and after that, the build function is called. And the build function is called automatically. That's why we get the rebuild first. But then when I put the value, let's say 2.5, click on convert, the rebuild is now 2. That means this is getting rebuilt. So why are we not seeing the output? We are not able to see the output because this function runs again, and as a result, double result is equal to 0. So it gets reinitialized to 0. The text editing controller is now remade, and everything else is also rebuilt. So the entire thing is rebuilt. As a result, the result is still 0. We are not able to see the changes. So what should we do to get rid of this error? Maybe try creating a global variable, try creating it outside of this class. So I'll just have double result is equal to 0 like this, and maybe that works. So let's restart the app and have 2.5, click on convert, and we are still not able to see the answer. Press Command J, there's no error. There's still 2 rebuilds. So this doesn't work. So let's get back to normal and just don't ever try to create global variables unless it's really required, because global variables are bad. I've already mentioned why in the Dart section. Its value can be changed from any class, any function. And if you have like 20 for a small application, 20 classes, you will be able to change results from everywhere. And that's not a good thing, because you might get confused at some point and change the value. Anyways, now what should we do to resolve this? Well, the main reason for all of this is stateless widget. The build function is not meant for any initializations like these. It's all fault of the stateless widget. And it's not exactly a fault of stateless widget as well. It's a fault of us, because we know stateless widget should not have any state, and we're still having states over here. I did so much so that I could explain you why the stateless widget is immutable and why you cannot change any of the output on the screen in a stateless widget. So what is the thing we should do to resolve this? Well, extend it to a stateful widget. As simple as that. So I'm just going to create a new class so that we see the difference between a stateless and a stateful widget. So we have a class, currency, converter, material, page, and I'm going to call this page G. Alright, now we have the error in main.dart file, but we don't care about it as of now. I've just renamed this class to page so that I can create a stateful widget with the name currency converter material page. Now I'm just going to go ahead and extend a stateful widget. Now as soon as I do this, I again get errors because it requires methods. What is the method? Is it the build function? No, it just requires one thing, stateful widget.createState. So we need to implement a createState function. If we go in stateful widget and scroll down, we have state create state. That is what we want to do. So we're going to have state create state, and then we want to return a state. Now what is a state? Can we just return a state like this? No, because state is an abstract class. And in this abstract class, we have the widget property, we have our build context, we have something known as mounted. But if we scroll way down, you'll also see a very familiar thing here. and that is the build function. So that means we have to go ahead and create our own class that will extend the state class, because then we'll have a format that is similar to this thing right over here, because we'll have access to build function. So now we're going to go ahead and create a class, and I'm going to call this currency converter material page state, and that is going to extend state. And see here how what I've done. I've marked this as private class. Why? Because I don't want this class to be accessible outside of this file. Only this class should be accessible outside. This class should not be. And now I can copy this, paste it inside, and our errors go away, because I'm returning a state, right? If we extend state class and return this currency converter material state, we are returning a state. I hope that makes sense. We still have warnings, but we'll resolve them later on. Now what it requires is a concrete implementation of state.build. And it's the exact same thing as this thing. So we can have @override widget.build, and then we can return, let's say, a constant scaffold. So we have basically two classes over here. First one is currency converter material page that extends a stateful widget. And as a result, we have to create the create state method. And here it requires a state, but we cannot create an instance of the state class because it is an abstract class. And the abstract class is basically saying that, hey, just extend this, get the build function, and then write your entire app's code over here. Now you might ask, what's the purpose of these two separate classes? The reason for that is here we create a state, and what state does is very interesting. The state will allow us to create our variables, will allow us to create our functions, and also everything inside of this class can be mutable. So I can go ahead and type double result is equal to 0, and that doesn't give me a warning or an error. It's all good inside of this. But here, if I try to go ahead and create double result is equal to 0, we have an error. This class is marked as immutable, because stateful widget has a constant constructor, but state doesn't have that. It's an abstract class that allows. So we just need to extend state, and that does our work. Now, we've understood the structure of a stateless widget, and I hope you're understanding what I'm doing. Again, if you want a brief and you have some questions, let's go along the code. We have a class that extends the stateful widget. Then we have create state function that creates the state. But then we cannot instantiate state class over here. So what we need to do is create our own state that extends the state class. And as a result, we can put that over here, inheritance concept. Then we need to override the build function, and here it's the exact same thing as this thing. You can create your own stuff. The reason there are two different classes is because you cannot create mutable variables inside of this class, so that, we still have a constructor that is constant, but you can go ahead and create your own mutable variables here, because this does not have a constant constructor. And this is a private thing, because it should be accessible only for this class, so that we could create a state. It should not be accessible outside of this file. Leave outside of this file, it should not be accessible outside of this class also. But that's how private variables work in Dart. We've talked about this in the Dart course. So we'll have to live with this. Now let's resolve the warnings. The first warning that we have is constructors for public widget should have a key parameter. So just like this, we have to create a constant constructor. So we have currency converter material page super.key inside of a named argument. Save it. Then we have create state, and it says the member create states override an inherited member but isn't annotated with override. So basically, since this is there because of stateful widget, we have to put @override, just like we did with the build function, right? And there we go, we have created it. Now there are still some things you can do if you want to improve. For example, state takes a generic type over here, T, that extends stateful widget. So you can have a generic type over here and it should be a stateful widget. So you can go ahead and pass currency converter material page. But then we get an error over here saying the currency converter material page can't be returned from the method create state because it has a return type of state currency converter material page. But you'll say, hey, that's the same thing happening over here, right? Not really, because here extend state, we also have to put the generic type again, which is currency converter material page. As soon as we do that, we get the errors resolved. Basically, since you have not typed anything over here in the T, it wasn't able to identify that these two things are of the same class and their stateful widget is the same, currency converter material page. But it's still an improvement, and if you don't put it, it's fine. And if you put it, it's better. Awesome. So now what I'm going to do is show you the difference between the stateless and the stateful widget. In stateless widget, we just add a constructor and then we add the override. Here we have a constructor, we have create state that creates our class over here. Then we have our override build function and then a scaffold. Now the state just doesn't do this. It gives us access to multiple more methods. If you press command and go inside of it, we get access to a getter called widget. We also have access to build context. So yeah, you can use context over here. It's accessible. Here the build context was accessible only inside of the build function, but here context is accessible even inside of this state. Then we have access to mounted, which we'll look at in a while. Init state. This is one important method that we're going to take a look at later on. Then we have did update widget, another important thing, reassemble, then set state, a very, very important thing that we are going to take a look at in this app itself. Then we have deactivate and we have activate and then we have dispose, another very important thing. So it has access to methods like this, which will give us more capabilities inside of our stateful widget. With stateless widget, you don't have access to any of those things. Okay, anyways, now what I want to show you is what all things get called over here. So I'm just going to remove this. We have our currency converter material page only, or actually press Command Z. Let's copy the entire build function so that we don't have to rewrite all the design that we created. Let's put it over here. Let's get rid of the class now. Okay. So our build function has this thing. We don't have to type it again. Now we have rebuilt over here. Okay, inside of the build function, I'm just going to call this build function. Then I'm going to call create state. I'm going to convert this to a block. This is not an arrow function anymore. It's a block. And we are going to return currency converter material page state from here. But I'm also going to print create state. Then we are going to have our constructor and I'm going to have print constructor. And then it says constant constructors cannot have a body. So let's remove constant for now. Only for now, we'll put it back. But I just want to show what all things get called. Okay. Now we'll press Command J. We'll restart our entire app. Then we have constructor. The first thing that gets called is this thing. Then create state, which is this thing. And then we have build function. But what if you have certain tasks that need to be done before the build function but are accessible only inside of this class? I mean, let's say you've created a variable double result, but you're not getting the value over here. It's a late value. Maybe you call an asynchronous function and you're getting the value after, let's say, 2 seconds. How do you make sure that you get it before the build function is called? Because you need to display it, right? You need to display it over here. So for that reason, we have a method given by our state class, which is initState. Alright. So as soon as we type init, it auto-completes it for us. But if you want to know the syntax, it's just @override because it's coming from the state that we are extending. Then we have void initState, a function. Then we can remove to implement initState. Then we call super.initState, which calls the initState of the parent class. And we've already seen this. This thing is our state class. Alright, let's go at the top to see this thing right here. This is the state class. So it calls the initState of the state class and does whatever it needs to do. For example, the state lifecycle created. Now what is the state lifecycle? What I'm showing you right now is widget state lifecycle of a stateful widget. That means what all stuff gets called, what all stuff executes when. So when does initState get executed? We'll just put print rebuilt over here, save it, and come over here. Let's restart the app, and we have constructor create state rebuilt build function. So constructor is called create state, but now instead of build function, we have the rebuilt being called initState. So initState is what gets executed right before the build function. So if you want to assign any values that are coming from, let's say, some futures or streams, you can do it in initState. But for simple initializations like ours, double result is equal to 0, you can put it over here like this. So let's get rid of them and let's convert everything back to normal. So let's have something like this done. We have an arrow function, we have a constructor, and this is a constant. Even in the main function then, or the main file, we have to put const. Sweet. So we have our double result over here. Let's remove that, save it, restart, come over here, and let's put text editing controller outside of this build function. Why? Because build function should always be as less expensive as it can be. Why should the build function be less expensive? Because build function can potentially be called in every frame because of a function that we call. Alright? There's a function that will trigger the rebuild of this build function. So this function can potentially be called in every frames. So if you have a phone that has a refresh rate of 120 Hz, your build function can be called 120 times in 1 second. And if it is called that many times, that means your build function needs to be less expensive. It cannot have any asynchronous tasks first of all. All of that needs to be done in the currency converter material page state, not in the build function. Because asynchronous tasks can take like 1-2 seconds. And in 1 second, you have to call 120 times if it is done. So if it is called 120 times per second, you have like 8 milliseconds to run all of the build functions or the stuff inside of the build function. Because 1 second is 1000 millisecond and it can be called 120 times. So 1000 divided by 120, which is 8 milliseconds. So it's always good to keep this method as efficient as possible. So you don't have to put any asynchronous task. You don't have to do anything that will be expensive. This thing over here is not expensive. You're just assigning a variable which does hardly anything. You can also push this right at the top, but since it is UI related, I like to keep it inside of the build function only. And if you don't return a result in the given time frame, it can result in frame drops, so it can cause UI stuttering and will cause lags in your UI, which is not a good thing for the user experience. So always keep this build function as simple as possible. And here it's quite simple. Anyways, we have our result now and we have changed the value, but still, let's remove build context from here. The thing is the same. We have our variable created here. Then we have result is equal to double.parse into 81. And we are not triggering the build function rebuild. So what should we do then? Well, we can go ahead and call the build function like we did, and let's see what it does. Let's restart. Also, let's print rebuild over here. That looks kind of interesting. Come over here and we have 2.5, convert, nothing happens. Because in the build function, you don't have to call build function again. Right? This is not the good way of doing it. What you can do instead is call a function that is provided by state. And we've looked at it before in the state class's source code, which was setState. I told you that this is a very important function, right? So what you need to do is setState, and it requires you to put in a function, void function. So you have this anonymous function here, and then you can pass this thing right here. Now if you restart, and I don't know why, but I removed rebuild print statement. So let's put rebuild again, press Command J, restart the app, and now if I put 2.5, click on convert, yes, we see the output 202.5, and it was rebuilt. Why? That's what setState does. What setState does is set the state. If we dive into the source code, you won't be able to understand anything. But here at the end, there's one thing, element.mark needs build. Basically saying that it's telling the widget tree, not widget tree, something known as element tree, but we'll get to it after the second app. But it's just telling that, hey, this widget needs a rebuild. But that doesn't mean it will start rebuilding this entire class again. No. It will only build this build function. Only this function gets called again and necessary widgets are rebuilt. Now, this setStates function doesn't do anything, okay? If you want, you can just put it here like this and it will work the same way. Alright, so if you have 2.5, it will still work the same way. This function is given to you so that it is a convenience for you to put everything that needs a rebuild inside of here. However, what setState does is just tell the widget tree or the element tree, we'll get to it, that this particular thing needs a rebuild. So build the build function again and only build the necessary widgets. You see, it notifies the framework that the internal state of this object has changed. The internal state of our object is the result variable that we created. And whenever you change the internal state of a state object, we did change the internal state of the state object. We have our state and this was our object. We changed the value. So we call setState. Also, this function that we have cannot return a future. It cannot be asynchronous. And then you can read all of this thing if you want to and gain extra knowledge. But as of now, what's important is that this calls build function only. That's what it does. Triggers a rebuild using the build function. Perfect. So we've converted our currency from USD to INR. Now if I change it to 80 and restart my entire app, let's say I put 2.5, this gives me 200. Great. If I put 2, click on convert, 160. If I put 150, convert, I get 12,000. And if you want to do something extra, what you can do is put INR over here, but we have to encapsulate everything in a string. So we'll just have $result.toString, but I've already mentioned it to you. If you have result.toString, inside of string interpolation, we can skip result.toString and we can just have INR $result. And now we have INR 12,000. If you want to put a rupee symbol or your currency that you've converted, you can put that. So that marks the end of our currency converter material app. Now let's take a look at what Cupertino app looks like. I hope you're familiar with all the code that we have written till now. We have gone through a lot. We've gone through stateless widget, stateful widget, the state, set state, init state. We are going to dive into init state and all of that. Set state is almost required everywhere. So we'll keep using that and we'll keep brushing our concept. I hope you also understood the purpose of text editing controller. Text editing controller gives us access to text in the entire widget wherever we want. And last thing that I'd like to mention is the onPressed function over here. Since this is a function that requires a type of void function like this, you can go ahead and create a function over here. So let's copy it and have void convert and paste this over here. Also remove the brackets, this thing right here, convert. Now you can go down and pass it to onPressed. So you can either do it this way, convert like this, or you can just pass convert like this. Don't call it like this. You have to call it like this. Why? Because convert has a function type of void function just like this requires. So it's a tear off function. Since both of them match in what they require, void function, and this is also the same thing, you can just pass it like this. However, when you call it this, it means you're calling the function and you don't have to call the function in onPressed, because when you call it, you return a type of void. And void cannot be assigned to onPressed. So that's why you just have to put convert over here. And that will work as well. Set state is accessible throughout our currency converter material page state. And widgets are always immutable. The state makes this class mutable. So there is no performance impact on our widget. This is still a constant, but this isn't. So we have mutable stuff over here. And that is why we have two classes. Many people don't understand this, but I hope you've understood this. Also, let's remove color from here and we have our app ready. So we have our currency converter material page ready. There's still a lot of stuff you can do. There is a lot of edge cases that you can handle. For example, a UI change. Just take a look at this. You have a padding over here which has edgeinsets.all10. Then you have a padding over here which has edgeinsets.all10. So what you can do instead is just wrap this entire column with a padding widget instead of wrapping all of the widgets separately in a padding widget. So what you can do is select this, copy, press Ctrl+Shift+R to open the refactoring option, remove this widget. The same goes over here, Ctrl+Shift+R, remove this widget. Then you can wrap the entire column by doing Ctrl+Shift+R, wrapping it with a padding widget and pasting our edgeinsets.all10 over here. And once we do that, we have spacing left from here, but all the spacing beneath it is gone. So we need to add that. So do you mean I have to put text field again in a padding widget? No, then what is the sense of making padding widget over here? No, what you can do is use a container, right? By container, you can mention a height. Let's say you want to leave a height of 10. Then the same thing, you can save it and you have your height left out. But here's the problem. This container doesn't have a constant constructor. And as a result, when I have to rebuild, this container will also get rebuilt unnecessarily. That's what constant does. Whenever your function is going to get rebuilt, your widgets will also get rebuilt. What constant says it is this doesn't need a rebuild because this is a constant. If you have a constant, it will not need a rebuild. But container doesn't have that. And it will be unnecessarily rebuilt because we just have to leave a space. We just need to leave a height. Why can't it be a constant then? That's why we have access to constant sized box. Sized box helps us leave a space. Container is a all-in-one widget. It will help you to add height, width, padding, margin, color. But what size box does is just help you leave width, height. And it has a constant constructor. So instead of using container everywhere, you can use a size box. It doesn't have any difference in the UI, but it does have a difference in performance. Now it's a very, very small impact, but it still has an impact. So let's try to make our apps as efficient as possible. So with this, we don't have to wrap any other widgets that we'll add inside of the widget tree with a padding widget. All of them will have their automatic padding, and now even text has a padding. So if it exceeds this length, it still has a padding. So that's great. And one last edge case that I can see is if I put 2.52, click on convert, I have this. But if I put multiple digits, we have our INR extending till below. I don't want that. Maximum I want is, let's say, 1 or 2 digit. I don't want it this precise. So what I can do is wrap this and have .toString, and we have multiple methods for it. toString as exponential, toString as fixed, and toString as precision. I'll use toString as precision and pass 2 over here. And when I do that, I get INR 2.0 E plus 2. Now this is not in the format I want. If you use calculator, you know what this is talking about. If you haven't, don't care about it. I don't want it like this. What I want is toString as fixed maybe. Then we can add 2 over here and we have INR 201.77. So it only gives me a maximum of 2 digits. And if you want, you can give 3 widget and it will work fine. Then restart and you get INR 0.0.00. Now if you want to avoid this, whenever you have 0, you don't want it to extend till 3 digit after the decimal place, what you can do is add a ternary operator over here inside of this string interpolation itself. What you can do is if result is not equal to 0. So if result is not equal to 0, then we want this thing, right? Since our result was not 0, I wanted 204.480. But since my result is not 0 anymore, I'll want result.toString as exponential 0. So I don't want there to be any exponents. Now if I restart, I get E again, but that's not what I want. Sorry, I want toString as fixed. And then we can save it. We come over here, we get INR 0. But if I put 2.566 like this, I get 3 digits maximum. So we have handled the edge case over here using the ternary operator. Now you know how everything is coming back to its places. We learned everything separately in the Dart course, and now everything is coming together. You can't use an if condition over here because it doesn't make sense. How can you use it inside of a string interpolation? So you can go ahead and use ternary operator. Great. So this is our app for the material page. I'm going to Get done with this now. Now what we are going to do is go ahead in the lib folder and create currency converter Cupertino page.dart. Now we are going to have a Cupertino design. So let's go ahead and design it. So the first thing to do here is to import material.dart, right? Not really, because when we import material.dart, we get all the widgets related to material design, like this elevated button. But we don't want that. So I'm going to go ahead and import Cupertino.dart, which is similar to what we saw earlier. Alright. Now Cupertino.dart will give us only the things that are following Cupertino design. Now we have to go ahead and create our stateful widget. Now do I have to type the entire stateful widget here? That can be cumbersome, right? Just writing all of these classes. I made you type earlier so that you understood what was happening here. But now that we have understood it, we can type here STFL, and you see we have something known as a code snippet. When we click on this, we get all the boilerplate code required to create a stateful widget. This is provided by the Flutter and Dart VS Code extension that we added. So now we have access to the currency. So now we have access to the stateful widget snippet. We also have access to stateless widget snippet. I'll show you after we type the name of this class. Now I don't want my class name to be my widget, right? So it already highlights everything for me, and all I have to do is type the name. So we have currency. I made a typo. We can type currency converter Cupertino page. Alright. And it changes it everywhere there is. So wherever it's necessary, it will change it. Now I can save it, and there we go. Now it is returning a placeholder for us. We don't want that. What we want is all the things that are returned over here, and then we can go ahead and change whatever is not required. So let's go ahead, copy this, return the build function, because at the end of the day we need to have the same kind of layout. But now we have many errors, we'll solve them. But before that, let's go ahead and copy the logic as well. All the text editing controller, result, and all of that. Now we can come over here, save it, and there we go. The errors reduce, but in no way are they lesser. Why? Because we have introduced Cupertino.dart and outline input border, scaffold, app bar, all of them follow the material design. You see stuff like center, padding, column, text are not affected by Cupertino or material design. They are present in both of them, Cupertino and material, because the typography is not decided by the text itself. It is decided by what we are returning over here, MaterialApp or Cupertino app. And then we have column, which is a layout thing, padding, which is basically just leaving space so it doesn't have to follow material or Cupertino design guidelines, and center is again a design guideline, and center is again a layout widget. So now we have to go ahead and change everything. First of all, I'm going to go to the main.dart file. I'm going to create a stateless widget here. So to create a stateless widget, you can type STL, and then you have a snippet for stateless widget as well. You click on this, and then it creates all the boilerplate code for a stateless widget. Now you can just type my Cupertino app. Okay. Then we are going to return this exact thing, but instead of MaterialApp, we are going to have Cupertino app. And this also accepts a home argument. Though these two things are different, Cupertino app doesn't have the same theme that it requires. It requires Cupertino theme data, and this requires just a theme data. Okay, so there are differences, but anyways, now let's take this, put it over here. We have my Cupertino app instead of my app. So it will run this class, not this class. So this class is basically never executed. Now we can save this. Also, we can have currency converter Cupertino page instead of currency converter material page. Otherwise, it might give you some weird output. Now let's come back over here. Now we are returning a scaffold. Scaffold is apparently a part of material.dart. So what we need to do here is return Cupertino scaffold. We see we have Cupertino tab scaffold and Cupertino page scaffold. Which one should I choose? Cupertino tab scaffold is related to creating a tab at the bottom, and Cupertino page scaffold allows you to create an app bar at the top. So we definitely want Cupertino page scaffold. Then it has multiple things. It doesn't have the app bar property or the body property. Let's see what it requires. It wants a child property. So our child is going to be this thing, which is nice. And then we have navigation bar. So we can return a navigation bar here. And in navigation bar, it requires obstructing preferred size widget. It doesn't require preferred size widget anymore, which is what app bar is. And also app bar is from material.dart. So maybe we can go ahead and type Cupertino app bar and maybe we get something, but no. But if we type Cupertino navigation bar, we get that. And Cupertino navigation bar is exactly what we can pass over here. Now Cupertino navigation bar is the same thing as app bar at the top. So we don't need to worry about it. Then it has a bunch of properties. What we require is a title. And if we come over here, we see a widget which is middle. And as you already know, in iOS style, the title is always center. If it is already centered, it makes more sense to name it middle. So what do you want in the middle? So we can have middle over here. Sweet. And if you see, there's no thing as elevation over here because Cupertino widgets don't really have any elevations or depth to them. So we can remove this. Now to resolve the colors error, if we press command full stop to get a list of fixes we can apply to our project, we see import library package flutter material.dart, because material.dart also includes the colors your app is going to have. So we cannot use the colors class, but we can go ahead and use Cupertino colors and it gives me a bunch of colors. Now I'm going to go ahead and have Cupertino colors dot blue. Then we have two type of colors, system blue or active blue. I don't want any of those, maybe gray. Let's go ahead with system gray 3. Then we can save this much. Then we can again copy this and the exact same thing. Let's hope we like the version that it spits out. Also, let's put a const over here because Cupertino colors are constant. Alright. Why? Because if we come over here, it is abstract final class. Right? So let's exit this. Now let's scroll down. We have Textfield. So instead of Textfield here, what we require is Cupertino text field. There we go. As easy as it gets. Whatever is there in material.dart, just put Cupertino before it and it will become a Cupertino widget. It has the same property of controller, but color, again we'll have to put Cupertino colors dot black. So that's fine. I'll copy this line again and paste it over here. But here the decoration requires box decoration. And box decoration is not related to input decoration. So we have to get rid of input decoration and just pass in box decoration over here. Now let's design everything that we have. The first thing we need to mention is the border. So let's go ahead and pass in a border. Now the border it requires is box border. So maybe we can type in box border, but that isn't allowed. However, if we just type border dot all, it allows us to pass it in. So we can just have border dot all Then we need to mention the color of our border, and the color of our border is the default one, so we are just going to leave it at that. Then we also have to mention the border radius. The border radius is 5, so let's go ahead with that. Let's take the default one. Then we have border radius, and the border radius is going to be border radius dot circular 5. That's good. Now we can try to mention the color as well. So the color of the text field we want is colors.white. So we can go ahead and pass Cupertino colors dot white. I guess that will work, right? And that's all that we require. So maybe we can just get rid of all of this. We still need to mention hint text. So let's copy it and then get rid of this. And see, the decoration doesn't give us properties to change the hint text. However, Cupertino text field does give those properties. And there we have it, placeholder. We also have the prefix widget, and it doesn't have all of those prefix stuff like prefix icon, prefix style. It just has prefix, which requires a widget. That is cool. So if we go ahead and type hint over here, there's no hint related stuff. But if we type placeholder and then type please enter the amount in USD, that should work. And then finally we need a prefix widget, which is icons.monet, not icon. We cannot use icon. Why? Because icon is also coming from material.dart. We cannot use that. So we can go ahead and type something like Cupertino icons, and there we have it. So we can pass in Cupertino icons dot money, and it does have money $sign, exactly what I need, and put a const over here. Perfect. So this looks good. Now the final thing that I need to work on is button. Elevated button is also coming from material design. Now you might have noticed that everything that was UI related changed from material to Cupertino.dart. And all the layout widgets like column, padding, center, and text, because that depends on Cupertino.dart settings or Cupertino app settings, that's fine. So let's go ahead and instead of elevated button, we are going to use Cupertino button. As simple as it gets. Then Cupertino button requires a child, which we have already passed. Then it requires a color. So what is the color you want? So the color I want is black. So we are going to have Cupertino colors dot black. Then I want something sizing related. So we have minimum size. Maybe we can look into that. So we have minimum size, and that is a double. The default is K minimum interaction dimension Cupertino. Let's go over that. Whenever you have something like K, it is meant to be a constant. That's Flutter's way of saying that, hey, this is a constant. Now we can dive into this, and we have 44 showing here. And then it has design guidelines about it. So I'm not going to meddle with it. I'm just going to keep it as it is and see what the output is. If I want to change it, I can go ahead and change it, right? And then maybe I can remove all of this. The only thing that's left is to make sure the color is white and the shape is rounded rectangle border with a border radius of 5. So let's get rid of it. And almost all our errors are done. Let's also remove this because border is not being used in Textfield anymore. So let's get rid of this, save it, restart our entire app, Ctrl J or Command J, no problem. We come over here and our entire app's design is now changed. This is how it looks in Cupertino design. And I'm quite satisfied with how the button is looking over here, so I'm not going to meddle with the size. However, you can go ahead and change it. Also, if I pass 200, click on convert, it's still working. If I press 12, it's still working. Great. So this is how the app looks in Cupertino design. this is how the app is going to look like in material design. You can design for yourself which one you want. I like this one better because it gave me more customizability and I just like the design and feel of it. I don't like how the text fields look in Cupertino design. The main difference is that material design follows a more dynamic and visually rich approach. It uses shadows, depth effects, bold colors, and it often incorporates elements that mimic real world objects and materials. That's why material design. Now, Cupertino design has a more minimalistic and flat aesthetic and focuses on simplicity, subtle gradients, and although I do like minimalistic design, Cupertino design is just not my taste. So from now on, I'm going to go ahead and design only material designed applications. If you want, you got a taste of how Cupertino works. Basically, any widget you have, just put a Cupertino before it and you'll get a widget similar to that. And if you don't, you always have Google where you can ask your question about the equivalent of, let's say, a particular widget in material design in Cupertino design. Okay? So we are done. There's one last thing that I want to mention, and that this goes for both of these classes, currency converter material page and currency converter Cupertino page, and that's the use of text editing controller. Whenever you use any form of controllers, later on we'll see that there are a bunch of controllers, like there's animation controller or page controller, draw controller, scroll controller, stream controller, which we've already seen. All of those need to be cancelled or disposed of so that they don't have any data leaks or memory leaks in your application. So for that reason, the state also gives us a nice property or a nice function, which is the dispose function. In dispose function, it is usually recommended to put super.dispose at the last. In init state, you might remember that super.init state should be the first thing, and after that you'll have rest of the other things, because then you want to call the parent class and initialize everything. But in dispose, you're just removing certain objects from your widget tree. And this dispose is called whenever your widget is no longer existing. Maybe you move from one page to another by replacing the current page. This is when the dispose function will get called. So in that case, you don't want to instantly delete or dispose of whatever is present in the state class. First, you want to dispose of your own classes, your own controllers and streams or futures, whatever you want to dispose. And then you'll call super.dispose to dispose of everything that's present in the state class. Alright. So here what I'm going to do is pass in my text editing controller and call dispose method on it. So this will dispose of the text editing controller. It will basically discard the entire text editing controller and say that, hey, this object is basically not existing anymore. And that avoids memory leaks. Alright. So you can consider dispose to be kind of like the exact opposite of init state. Init state gets called before the build function, before anything builds, and dispose gets called right after the entire widget is going to get discarded. Cool. So let's get rid of this, and now we are done with our entire currency converter app. Congratulations on building your first ever Flutter app, which is working quite well. To understand about widget lifecycle, we must first know what widgets are and what a lifecycle is. Everything in Flutter is a widget. So before knowing about lifecycle, we must first know what the widgets are, and if you are seeing this video, there's a great possibility that you have already created widgets in your app. To define it in the least words possible, widget can be considered as every class you make and can call in the build function without any errors, and if you don't know what build function is, it is a function that is used to render something on the screen. Every Flutter app is a combination of two types of widgets, stateless widgets and stateful widgets. Stateless widgets are those type of widgets where the state once created cannot be changed, that is, it can run only once, which is when the app is loaded. This also means that this type of widget cannot be redrawn after any user interactions. This is an example of stateless widget. Stateful widgets, on the other hand, are widgets where the state can be changed, and we can make this build function over here run multiple times with different widgets to render or different string in a text. Any value can be changed. Now let's understand the lifecycle of these widgets. So we are back to our stateless widget, and as you can see that the myStateless widget, which is the class name of our stateless widget, has overridden the build function here, which can return only one widget at the end, which here we are returning a scaffold. So whenever myStateless widget is instantiated, it will call the build function and draw that one widget on the screen. So if we have to understand it in a flowchart format, first we call the constructor, and then after which the build function will get executed. Pretty simple, right? Now what about stateful widgets? We have a constructor here, after which the build function will be called, right? No. You see, in this code demo, myStateful widget is a stateful widget, and we have a build function here. But before that, you can see create state over here. As the name suggests, this creates the state of our app. It also returns an instance of the associated state. Now that we have access to the state in our app, Flutter provides us with some methods to use as and when we want. First is initState, and this is how you can create initState function. What is initState, right? InitState is the method which runs once after the constructor of our app and created state is called. Since it basically runs in the very beginning of the app, we can initialize data and properties with some value. We can also subscribe to streams and make connections with sockets. Let me show you a demo. Suppose I have a variable of data type int and I'll call it ABC, and I have to instantiate it with a value. I can just do it like this, or I can just mark this as late, go over here and put ABC equal to 10. Now I'll go in the text, and over here I'm going to return abc.toString since text accepts a string format, and I'm not going to return it as a constant because the value can change. Now if I go over here and let me return my stateful widget over here, you can see that we are getting 10 as our outputted value, and that is exactly what we want. Now I'll also take a moment to explain the general internal working of initState. If we scroll up and we see that our class inherits from state, which is an abstract class. As you can see over here, we also have override over here, which means we are telling Flutter that we are putting initState over here, and it isn't a mistake. We are deliberately trying to add our own initState function and not use the initState function present in the state abstract class. Super over here creates a reference to the parent object in state class and then calls the initState function there as well. Now, where should I place the code I want to execute in the initState function, right? Over here on the top or below it? Well, Flutter documentation says that the code should be placed after calling super initState, exactly like I've done for the variable ABC. But after further inspection in the state class, I'll go to the initState function in the state class over here. I found out that the initState function basically does nothing that affects our app. So I don't think it matters wherever we place the code. This same internal working is followed in every function that we're going to have a look at in the following tutorial. The second function that we have over here is didChangeDependencies. This method is called immediately after initState method. Moreover, this widget will be called again after the piece of the data the widget depends on is updated. This function is used very rarely as the build method is called after this. Next, we have a function called didUpdateWidget. This function runs whenever the widget attached to the state is replaced by another widget. Here you can see that we are also getting our old widget which is replaced, And if you want to get the data of the new widget, you can just do print and use the widget that we always have. This function is used rarely as well. Last method we have to discuss is dispose. This function is used to remove all the connections our app has. This is a very important function most of the people forget to use, and I admit even I have forgotten many a times. Dispose is a place where we can unsubscribe from all the connections or listeners. Thus, it helps us in removing some things from the app's memory and prevents our app from memory leaks. Let me prove what I'm saying with the help of the code. Now I'll write print everywhere in our app, in all the functions that we have. I'll write here from init state. I'm just going to copy this print command and paste it in all our functions. From dispose, from did update widget, from did change dependencies, and even over here in the create state, I'm just going to replace this arrow function. I'm just going to copy this. I'm going to return this. We have the my stateful widget state, and over here I'm going to print from create state. Over here as well, I'm going to replace. I'm going to print, and we are going to type from constructor. Right? Now we can just ignore the warnings that we have. I'll refresh our app. And let me just remove the int ABC part from here as well. And I'm going to introduce a part of the code where we can see something interesting happening, not just a piece of text that's showing up. I'm going to replace this with this. Cool, now let me run my app, and now you can see that if we click over here, we get a model bottom sheet with three options. And if we go over here in our debug console, let me just take this up. You can see that we first go to the we print from constructor, which is from here, which proves that the constructor is run first. After that, create state is run, as I said before. Then the init state function is run, and then did change dependencies is run. Did update widget and dispose do not run because we have not updated any widget. We have not replaced our current widget with any other widget. Also, dispose is run after we need to clear off something. Suppose I have my socket over here and I have initialized it. I haven't downloaded any sockets package yet, but I'm just showing it for the sake for showing it that we can use dispose on sockets. And if we call dispose over here, it will not give us any error at all, and it will be a good thing for our app's memory. And we should always unsubscribe from all the listeners that we have so that it doesn't keep on going and cause harm in our applications, right? Now, if you prefer seeing this stateful widget in a flowchart format like we did for stateless widget, here you have it. So our state is first created, then the init state function is run, then our build function is executed, then it checks if did update config or set state in our app is called. Yeah, you might be familiar with set state, that's why I have not included this in my tutorial right now. So basically, if you don't know what set state is, set state will help you to rerun your build function again. So you can rerun this whole entire function after calling set state. So if you want to update any value and show it to the user on the screen, you can just use set state. Then if any of these is called, then it will again go back and call our build function, as we can see in our flowchart over here. Then we have our dispose function over here, and after that our app is cleared off. Now the second app that we are going to build is a weather app where things are going to get a little bit more complicated, but not very complicated. So let's dive into it, and first of all let's just see a demo of what we are going to build. So this is the weather app we want to build. At first we have the app bar or the header kind of thing. Then we have the temperature showing up in Mumbai. You can insert any place you want. In degree Fahrenheit, it also tells you what type of weather it is, like if it's raining, sunny, and it shows the appropriate symbol for it. Then we get the weather forecast. Since the time right now is 8:40 AM, it shows me the weather forecast from 9 AM to 9 PM with 3-hour interval. Then we have additional information about humidity, wind speed, and pressure. The good thing about all of this is not hard coded like we did in the currency converter app. It is taking actual data from the web and displaying it over here. So the actual weather in Mumbai right now is 300.67 degree Fahrenheit. Also, I have the refresh button here in case I want to rerun everything. And you see, as soon as I press refresh, I get a loading indicator and it pulls the actual data from the web. So for this purpose, we are using an API here, and we'll learn how to do this in Flutter. So let's go ahead and create a weather app. So the first step is going to be to create a Flutter project for it. So go ahead, create your own Flutter project. I'll cd to desktop, which means change the directory to desktop. And after that, I'll run the flutter create command for weather app. Alright. After that, I can change the directory to the weather app, and as soon as I type weather and press tab, it will auto complete it for me and will type weather app for me. After this, I want to open it in VS Code. I can either go ahead and open Visual Studio Code like this and close the current folder I'm in and just drag this app right over here. Or what you can do is type in code, which will open up VS Code for you. Now if it doesn't open up, what you need to do is press Command Shift P in VS Code, then pass code like this, and you'll see this command, shell command install code command in path. Once you click over here, you'll be able to use code like this and open Visual Studio Code from the terminal itself. Code full stop basically means that open VS Code for the current folder. If we were back in the desktop, we would have to do code./weather app. Alright, and it would open up my weather app in VS Code. Great. Now let's open it up big. Let's start running our app to see if everything is alright here. And then we'll also migrate to the lib folder in main.dart because I want to make sure you understand the default code for the counter app that's written now that you know the very basics of Flutter. So at the top we have the runApp and we have my app. It also extends the stateless widget where we have MaterialApp, title. This title basically tells you the thing that shows up here in Android devices. For iOS, it just takes the thing that is mentioned in info.plist. Now what is info.plist? Well, if you press Command P and type info.plist, you'll see iOS/runner. Alright. This is present in the iOS folder where they've defined the name for our app, which is the weather app. So it takes the name from here. If you want to change the name of the iOS, this name here, you'll have to change it in iOS/runner/info.plist. And for Android, you can change it from here. Awesome. So our app is also running. Now we have our theme here, and it takes a theme data, then passes in a color scheme and passes in a seed color based on which we have our entire design ready. Then it also has use material 3 set to true. Now there's material 2 and material 3, which are basically versions of material design. Material 3 came out recently and Flutter has the option to use Material 3 design. So this is how the app looks in Material 3 design, and if I just remove it, save it, this is how it looks in Material 2. So that is the difference between Material 3 and Material 2. Definitely, I like Material 3 better, but you can look for yourself. And this is what theme does. When you define a theme over here, it sets up the overall coloring scheme and let's say typography, all of that stuff for the entire app. If you want to go ahead and change a one particular screen, you can do that. But what theme does is sets it up for the entire app, because that's what MaterialApp is, right? Then we have home, where we pass in my home page, and in my home page we extend a stateful widget. We have a title, which we are taking from the constructor, which is Flutter demo homepage, and it's showing up in app bar. So if we scroll down, we have app bar, where we have title, text widget.title. But an interesting thing over here is background color. What it does is theme.offContext to go to the theme, then use the color scheme.inversePrimary. So it's basically going to this theme widget right over here. Then it's saying give me color schemes inverse primary property, which is defined in the color scheme. If you scroll down, you'll see inverse primary. Now if you set inverse primary color over here, let's go ahead and try it. Inverse primary colors dot blue, save it, come over here, you see the app bar is now blue in color because we are accessing color scheme.inverse primary. When we don't specify anything and just specify the seed color, it takes a light purple kind of shade, but when we specify the inverse primary color, it takes a different color. And this is what theme is all about. You set it somewhere, like let's say you set the theme over here, and then the descendant widgets can use it, or the child widgets can use it. Then we have body, center, column, and main axis alignment.center, because of which these two things are showing up in the center. You can see a constant text and a counter text. And that is why we have a stateful widget here. Also, we have something known as a floating action button, which shows the button over here. Now, if you wanted a normal button over here, you could use elevated or flat button or text button. But since you want to use a button over here, it's better to use floating action button, which is provided as a property on Scaffold. And then you can define the floating action button widget, and then obviously just go ahead and look out for yourself, like whatever named properties are there, everything is written in pure English for you to understand. We also have the tooltip property, which is basically like if you long press, you'll see this thing right here, increment text. That is what tooltip is. Then you have the icon as the child, because of which we have this plus button. And then we have on pressed increment counter, and increment counter we are just doing set state, and in there we are changing the value of underscore counter. So that's our counter app. Now we are just going to go ahead and remove everything because we want to build our own weather app. And now let's start from scratch. I hope you understood everything in the counter app, because you have learned so much about stateless, stateful, set state, everything. Now let's go ahead and create a class. I'm not deleting the main function. We'll have a class called myApp, or you can call it weather app, whatever you want to call it. This should extend stateless widget, and instead of doing all of this, we can just do stateless widget like this and call myApp. Cool. Now we are having a placeholder here, because of which we have this lines over here. Placeholder is basically telling that, hey, you want something to be put up over here, so I'll just put it up for you like this. So it indicates that you want to put some kind of widget here, and this should take this much space, this much height. You see, we have fallback width and fallback height, stroke width, and all of that stuff. But instead of returning a placeholder, we want to return a material app. And in material app, we first want to set the home, which is, let's say, constant weather screen, and that's something I want to create. So let's minimize the iOS folder, go to the lib folder, create one more file, and let's call this weather underscore screen dot .dart. Remember the naming convention here. Then we are going to import material.dart. So let's go ahead and import material.dart. Then we're going to create a stateless widget, let's say, because I don't know if I need to put a state or not. So for now, let's put a stateless widget here. Then we'll save it. I'll take this weather screen, put it here, then press command full stop so that I get a list of quick fixes where I can import my weather screen package. Alright. Then another thing that I want to do is after I save it, you see this debug banner is showing. This tells that the app is in debug mode. But for now, I just want to remove it completely. So what I can do is debug show check mode banner, set it to false. With this property set to false, the debug banner over here is removed. And the last thing that I want to set over here is the theme. So right now, my theme is going to be light mode. So if I just return, let's say, a scaffold here, you'll understand what I'm talking about. It's light mode, right? I want to change it to dark mode. So I can just do it in theme. Otherwise, I'll have to do it in the background color here. So we have colors.black. But what if my weather screen or my weather app has more than just one page? Do I have to go about and change the background color everywhere? Remember our diagram. The theme over here is going to set it for the entire app. It's going to be the global thing. But for weather screen in the scaffold, it's just going to be there for one particular page. And now you might be able to see the results, but it doesn't set it for the entire app. It's just for one screen. So what I want to do is go to the main.dart, set the theming up. So I'm going to have theme data, and then you can pass in theme data. But what I want to do is use the preset themes given, which is theme data dot dark or light mode. You can use either of them, or you can just define your custom theme data. All of these work. Alright, with custom theme data, you can go ahead, set your background color, you can set much more stuff, but that's not what I'm going to do. I'm not going to start writing from scratch. I'm just going to use theme data dot dark. With dark, I have access to the dark background, you see? But still, this is theme data dot dark, and this is fine, but I want to use material 3 because I like that very much. So you see, it has a named property of use material 3. I can pass in use material 3 and it requires a boolean value. So I can set it to true. And it will start using material 3, and you see the background color over here changes. Now if at all you want to change the background color, what you can do is dot copy with and set your own custom stuff over here. So it will have the dark color properties, and if you want to change anything at all, you can change it with copy with. So let's say the app bar color over here is blue. It's not actually blue, but let's say in theme data.dark, the app bar color is blue. You want it to set it to white. You can just go ahead and set the app bar theme over here. So what it will do is copy everything from theme data.dark, including app bar. Then it will see this copy with function, and it will override the existing app bar theme with the app bar theme I provide over here. Alright. So it just takes this and copies whatever is present inside of it with the existing theme data. So I hope that makes sense. It's quite intuitive, but I don't want anything like that. I just want this simple line to be present. Alright. Now let's go to the weather screen and design our app. Now what do I want? The first thing that I require is an app bar. So with me, I have the iOS screenshot here. Now what I'm going to do is go over it step by step, and we'll see how to make this kind of UI. If you want to try it on your own, go ahead, try it, it will be a good learning. But if you can't, let's design it on our own. We'll get some practice, and maybe after that you can start designing your own stuff, because this is going to have many important widgets discovered. So the first thing that I require is an app bar with a title weather app. So we are going to go ahead and have an app bar, pass in app bar, we've already seen. And you see, as soon as I call app bar, I have to remove constant from here because app bar isn't a constant. You can see it inside of here in the constructor. No const. Now we want the title, which will be a constant text. And we're going to call this, let's say, weather app. Let's go ahead and type it. Save it, and we see weather app written over here. Perfect. Now still the text style doesn't look very good because this is bolded. So let's go ahead and set the text style. We'll have style, text style, font weight to be font weight.bold. We've seen exactly this, and this is nice. The next thing I want is a refresh button over here. Also, I want to make sure that my title is always centered, irrespective of whether it is on Android or iOS. So I'm going to set center title to true. Great. No visible changes, but on Android you'll see the change. Now the next thing I want is a refresh icon over here. How do I add that? Now I told you in the first app that whenever you want to add any icons over here or any sort of widget, we have to use the actions property present inside of the app bar. So we are going to use exactly that. We are going to have actions, and here we are going to mention our icon, which is going to be icons.refresh. Also, let's put a const over here, save it, and we have our icon showing up. But the problem with it is this icon is not clickable. You know, if I click on it, it does absolutely nothing. I want to make sure that it still does something whenever I click on it. So for that, we'll need an on tap property and like some sort of detector that, hey, this has been clicked. So for this, we need to use a button, right? Not always. You can use a button over here, but sometimes you just don't want to use a button. What you want to use instead is an icon wrapped with a widget known as gesture detector. So you can press Ctrl+Shift+R on Mac, and then you'll get these refactoring options, and you can wrap with something known as a gesture detector. And gesture detector isn't a constant, so let's remove it. Let's put const for our icon. Now we'll put a comma so that the formatting takes place and we get in a format like this. Now what I want to do is use some of the property given by gesture detector, which is on tap. With on tap, we have access to the click property. So whenever we click on this, we can run a particular function just like we do in a button. So we can have the on tap property defined here, and let's say print refresh. Let's save it, press Command J, restart our entire app. Let's click over here and it says refresh. Again, if we click, it says refresh. So this is being clicked on. But one problem I have is there is no splash effect. Like when I click on it, there should be some kind of radial splash shown. So for that kind of detection, what I want to do is wrap it with Inkwell widget. Inkwell also has similar set of properties. It doesn't have as advanced properties as our gesture detector. It has lesser properties than gesture detector. But what Inkwell does is give you a splash effect. So when you click on this, you get this nice splash effect. So you can use either of them in this scenario and it will work fine. I'm going to go ahead with gesture detector and be done. But there's another thing you can do. Instead of using gesture detector and icon, we have something known as an icon button. So it is an icon and a button. So it allows you to pass the onPress property and an icon. So in our icon, we are going to have icons.refresh, and then you have the onPress property. So you can do the same task in multiple ways and you can have the same UI. It depends on you what you want to do. But with icon button, basically you have the nice cool splash effect, which is not a square, it is a circle. Plus you get the nice padding overall. In gesture detector and icon, you would have to set your own padding property so that it didn't get stuck in the right hand corner. With icon button, it provides you with the padding by itself. Cool. Now we are done with the app bar. Now let's get to the body and make some stuff. So the first thing I want to make is this big bulk right here. We're not going to actually get some data as of right now. We're going to put in some false data here. And when we connect to an API, which is after creating our UI, we'll replace all the values. But as of right now, we are going to put in random values. So let's go ahead in our scaffold. We are in a scaffold, let's make sure. And then here we are going to pass a body property, and in a body, what do we require? Well, first thing to analyze is the proper layout. What is the layout of this app? Well, everything is below one another in a vertical manner. So obviously we need to use columns so that we have access to children. And because of that, we can put everything inside of one particular widget. And it should be vertically below each other. So let's go ahead and pass a column over here. Column will have children. And the first child is going to be this main card. So let's put a comment here saying main card so that we know what we need to work on. Then if you want, you can put in a placeholder here saying that, hey, this much space is going to be given to our main card. Now to change the height, it's taking a lot of height maybe, you can go ahead and change the properties here. And the property I want to change is fallback height. So let's change it to, let's say, 250, and maybe it takes this much space, which is fine. And in the child, we are going to pass in a constant text saying main card. Save it, come over here, you see main card, but now the fallback height and fallback width will disappear. Why? Because you set the child as a text. Now this parent will take only as much height and width as this text requires, as much as the child requires. This is not height, but fallback height. Fallback height is basically like, hey, you haven't mentioned any child. If you haven't mentioned any child, this is the height we are going to go to. But if you have mentioned a child, we are going to take as much space as the child requires. So if we remove the child and come over here, this looks great. Alright? Now after that, the second thing we require is weather forecast cards. We need these cards over here, right? So weather forecast cards, again you can place a placeholder here. And let's say the fallback height is 150. Looks good enough. Maybe we need a sizing over here, so we'll have constant size box height 10, which will help us to leave spacing. We've already seen this before. But this is too less a space, so let's go ahead and add 20, let's say. This looks good. And after that, we'll have additional information. So again, we'll leave some height. And then we'll have a placeholder again. Let's say 150 again. So this is the overall layout of our app, very simply laid out. First, we are going to have our main card. Then we are going to have our weather forecast cards. And after that, we are going to have our additional information. So let's get started by designing everything. The first thing we need to design is the main card. So how is our main card going to look like? Well, let's analyze it. It does have a color of its own. It does have a 3D effect. it has its nice own curves, because if we just use a container, which would be the first thing that goes in our mind, that hey, this is a very big thing and it has these curves, it has a color, it requires a children over here, like we want to display a text, we want to display an icon, we want to display again a text. So the first thing that might come in our mind is a container, but it has an elevation, and container doesn't have an elevation property. So definitely we cannot use a container. However, what we can use is something known as a card widget. So if we just use a card widget, we'll be able to use it. Now, as soon as we have a card, one placeholder goes away. But now let's start designing a card. In our card, we require these three children. So we need degree Fahrenheit text, we need this thing right here, and we need rain. So in our card, we are going to have a child property. We are going to have a column, and here we are going to mention children. Obviously, because everything is in a vertical format. So you want a column over here. Without column, you won't get access to children. You can use row, which will also give you access to children, but it will be in a horizontal manner. We don't want that. So we'll use column over here. Now we need text. So we are going to pass in a text, and the text is going to be, let's say, 300 Fahrenheit. Now I also want access to degree, but there's no degree sign on my keyboard, at least what I can see. So what I'm going to do is go to Google, search for degree symbol, and just copy the degree from here, close my Safari tab, have 300 degree Fahrenheit like this, and we see 300 degree Fahrenheit. Cool. Let's put a comma so that we have our formatting in place. Perfect. Now, I want to design this further now. First of all, let's go ahead and increase the font size and the font weight of our temperature. So we're going to have style, text style, and the text style is going to be font size 32, font weight dot bold. I want it bolded. And this font size is a tried and tested value. I've built this app before, so I know I want the font size of 32. But when I was building this app, I constantly tried and saw what font size I preferred. And this is the font size I preferred. Now, if you look closely at it, you'll see there's some sort of background on it. That is quite evident. And that is our card widget. Card gives us access to an elevation stuff, which you can see over here. And you can toggle it on or off. Like if you want elevation to be 0, it will be completely gone. But if you remove this, it has some sort of elevation of its own. Now we have a card, but the problem right now is the card is not taking the maximum width. It is only taking as much width as this text requires. So what I can do is wrap my card with a container, which will tell it to take the maximum width. So for this, I'll press Ctrl+Shift+R, get the refactoring options, and wrap it with container. And here, I'm going to mention the width, which is going to be double.infinity, saying that, hey, take maximum amount of width. And you see, it takes the maximum amount of width. However, we have a warning here. I mean, the entire app is in warning, but even here, we have a warning saying, use a sized box to add white space to a layout. So whenever you want to set a width, as I've already told you before, you always need to use sized box. When you have to use something more than just a width or a height, let's say color, border radius, all of those stuff, you have to use container then. But if it's only width, then go ahead with sized box. And we see the same thing. Now the width is stretched. It takes the maximum amount of width possible. So I hope you are understanding how Flutter layouts work. Earlier, we had not set any width constraints on this card. It was free to use whatever space it required. And therefore, it depended on its child. And its child was column. Column's width depends on its children. and its child required only this much space. But then we added a constraint on our card saying that, hey, take the maximum amount of width possible. So it went ahead and took double.infinity, which is the maximum amount of space it can take. Right? So keep this layout thing in mind because it's the most important aspect of Flutter. You need to understand how layout and UI work. Now the problem is it's taking the maximum amount of space. I do want it to leave spacing from here. And if you see in our layout, everything in our column takes this amount of space. So I think on the column property, they have set the padding property. Padding is not specific to one widget that, hey, only this widget requires spacing from here. Not these widgets. Well, all of the widgets require the spacing from here. So we can safely assume that we can set the padding property on this column, not on one widget. Of course, you can go ahead and set padding property on every widget in our column, but it would make much more sense to do it for the entire column. So we can have Ctrl+Shift+R, then we are going to wrap it with padding, and we are going to set it to, let's say, 16, because it's much more than just 8. 8 would be somewhere over here and 16 is over here, which looks good. Great. Now you see, there is spacing over here, everywhere. That's good. Now let's put more children to our column. We are going to have our icon now. So we are going to have icons dot cloud. As of now, it's going to be a static value. So let's put a cloud, and the size is quite small. So let's increase its size. So we are going to have a size of 32. It's still small, nothing big. So let's go ahead with 48. Still quite small. And let's go ahead with 64. Now it looks big enough. So we can go ahead with this. Also, if you want to increase the height of your emulator, you can do it by stretching it. Then after this icon, what we require is this subtext. So let's put that. We are going to have text. Rain style is going to be, let's say, text style. Font size 16. Let's go ahead with that. It's quite small. What my thought process is like, hey, this is almost 32. Then this is 64. And this is very small compared to both of these things. So we can go ahead and, let's say, set the font size to 20. So it will look decent enough in front of them. And I think that looks good. So we have the content inside of the card set up. But if you see, there's much more spacing over here between these things. So we can set that up as well. We are going to have a constant size box of height 16. And don't worry about the errors if you're concerned about them, because these errors will go away as soon as we put a const. For example, if I just put a const over here, most of the errors just go away, right? I'm not putting them because I know that later on I want to set a border radius property, and border radius, as you know, border radius.circular is not a constant. If it's not a constant, I cannot set it to a constant, right? So instead of doing and wasting time setting up consts, what I'm going to do is let the warnings be there and wait for the border radius property to be set up so that we can put a nice curve over here. So we've put a size box over here. This leaves a good spacing. We're going to do that again after the cloud icon. That's nice. Now if you compare it to this, in layout terms, it looks quite similar, except if you see over here, there's spacing. If you see over here, there's spacing. But here, there's no spacing added over here. So there are two options we can take. In the column, we can set the size box over here as the first child in a column and at the end again. Or you can just wrap this column property with padding again. And this padding is limited only to our column. So I'm going to go ahead with the column property because I don't like putting sized boxes where it's not actually necessary. So I'm going to go ahead and press Ctrl Shift R, wrap it with padding, and it's going to be edgeinsets.all 16. Save it, come over here, and this looks better. Definitely. The next thing I require is the elevation to be bigger. As you can see, the shadows are bigger. So let's go ahead and set our custom elevation property for our card, which is going to be elevation, let's say 10. When we do that, this is much stronger and appears more 3D. It gives a better visual effect. The next thing we want to do is set a nice border radius. It should be more curved than what we have right now. So in our card, we can go ahead and set the shape property where it requires a border, and here we can pass in a rounded rectangular border. What we've already seen before, right? Most of the widgets are repeating. We did learn a new thing about a card, but rest of the things are quite similar. You just need to understand what you need to do and start doing it for yourself. And you see, as soon as I put rounded rectangular border and save it, I get a pointy border because I need to custom set my border radius over here. So I'll go ahead and set my border radius to border radius dot circular. And as soon as I do border radius dot circular, the warnings should go away. And here my border radius is going to be 16. And as soon as I do that, hey, look, there's more curve attached over here. That looks perfect. The warnings go away from here. However, there are warnings over here. So let's go ahead and put const over here. Let's remove unnecessary consts because their parent is a constant. Cool. So we have this thing over here. It doesn't look very same to this, but it does have the proper layout. The thing that we are missing is the nice merging filter between them. Right now, it's clearly visible that, hey, there's an elevation property and it doesn't merge with the background. To make it merge with the background like this, we need to have access to one widget, which is a backdrop filter. What backdrop filter will do is basically blur the background in the X and Y directions. So X will be the horizontal direction, Y will be the vertical direction. Think of it in graph, and blur the background. And once it blurs the background, you'll have a nice effect. Let's see what I'm talking about. If I just wrap my padding widget, the column is wrapped by padding. And if we wrap the padding widget with backdrop filter, we get access to the named parameter of filter. And here we need to pass in image filter. So we need to pass in image filter. And if we do this much, it's not allowed because image filter is not an abstract class, but it doesn't have a constructor of its own. Oh, actually, it is an abstract class and it doesn't have a constructor of its own, meaning this abstract class cannot be extended, you see. So having something like this, image filter dot underscore and then parenthesis basically means that this the constructor of this abstract class cannot be called anytime. That's why I said this is not an abstract class. It just has its constructor privatized. But in reality, this is an abstract class whose constructor is also privatized. You know, privatized is always by underscore, so they've put an underscore over there. Okay? So let's come back over here and use image filter dot, because we know image filter is not extended. If it's not extended, there can be no class we can put here except image filter itself. That's why I call image filter dot. Now, if you didn't understand what I was talking about, what I was saying is image filter is basically a privatized constructor. So that means image filter cannot be a parent class of any other class because extended is not allowed. So definitely I cannot put anything else over here. I need to put image filter only. So I called image filter dot, and that gives us access to multiple methods we can use. You can use blur, compose, dilate, erode. I'm going to go ahead with blur. That will blur my background. And here I can pass in sigma x, which will be, let's say, 10. And if you hover over this, you see, creates an image filter that applies a Gaussian blur. And then we have sigma y, which is again going to be 10. So from the x and y direction, we want 10. And you see, it basically merges with the background. But then its elevation kind of goes away. To prevent that, we can add a border radius property to this backdrop filter itself. So you can press Ctrl+Shift+R, then wrap it with a clip rect widget, which allows you to put a border radius property. If you wrap it again with a card so that you can set a border radius property, it wouldn't make sense. What you need to do is put clip rect. What clip rect will do is clip it. Clip it according to the properties you mentioned, and it allows you to put border radius. And it also has a custom clipper you can pass in, but right now we just want to put a border radius. For that, clip rect is enough. So you can put border radius, and border radius is going to be the same thing as this one. If it is different values, it will look a bit weird. And you see, as soon as we add border radius, the elevation property is there, and we get a nice cool effect looking like this card. So I hope you understand what I did over here. I applied a backdrop filter because of which everything was leveled into one place and there was blur over here. Then I wrapped it with a clip rect widget because of which it applied its own border radius. It separated the blur from the background and gave it a nice look. So we have our nice little backdrop filter as well as the border radius, which looks exactly like this widget. Now I know this is an important or a difficult concept to grasp, but you can play around with yourself. You can just remove this widget again and see how it looks. After adding clip rect widget, you'll again see how it looks. Great. So we have our main card designed, and in my opinion, it looks just perfect. Now let's go ahead and design the weather forecast and additional information tabs. So for weather forecast, we have to leave some spacing, which we've already done, I assume. Here we have it. Size box height 20. After that, I need a text saying weather forecast. So I'm going to have a constant text saying weather forecast. Save it, and when you have an error and you save it, it doesn't hot reload, but when you save it after no errors, you see weather forecast over here. Now let's put style over here. We are going to have style as text style. Then we are going to have font size as 24, which is a big value. Then font weight, which is going to be font weight.bold. And we have our weather forecast showing up over here, which looks good. Now what I want to do is, it is mentioned in the center. I want to take it to the left hand side. So for that, I can wrap my text widget in a widget known as align. What align does is basically set an alignment of where you want it to be in the column. Do you want it in the left? Do you want it in the center? You want it in the right, top right, whatever. And align has alignment property. Now instead of using align, you can go ahead and use container, which also has an alignment property. But at the end of the day, container inside uses alignment or align widget, which is the same thing. So let's go ahead and pass alignment. Now alignment requires alignment geometry, but its default value is alignment.center. we can set it to a different value by using alignment dot. And you see we have a bunch of options. Bottom, center, bottom left, bottom right, center, center left, center right, top center, top left, top right. What I want to do is center in the left hand side. So I'm going to use center left. Save it and we have it displayed over here. Now instead of doing this alignment.center_left, what you could do is remove the align widget, go to your column, this column, not this column that we have over here. This column is related to these things over here. We want to go to the column that controls all of these things. And here set the cross-axis alignment to cross-axis alignment.start. As soon as you do that, everything starts from the left-hand side from here. So as I've already mentioned before, and I'll do it again if you've forgotten, main axis is this thing right over here, and cross axis is everything from here to here. So when we set cross axis alignment.start, everything starts from here. If I set it to cross axis alignment.end, everything will start from here. Okay? The difference between using align widget over here and using cross axis alignment is this cross axis alignment will set it for all the descending widgets. For these cards that we'll display, for additional information, for these things over here. But align only sets it for one particular widget. In our case, that was the weather forecast widget. Cool. So let's go down. We have our weather forecast. Looks good. Now we are going to have our size box again. So we are going to set a size box of height 20 again. Save it. Then what we want is a list of widgets showing up over here. And how this works is something like this. This is scrollable, okay? Because there are more than 3 things that we want to display on the screen together, and we still want to display more stuff. So it is scrollable over here. So I want that scrollable thing to be present. How can I do that? Well, I can put a row, that would be good. And inside of the row, I can display these cards. That sounds good. So let's go ahead and create a row. In our row, we are going to have children. And my first child is going to be, well, this thing over here. So I have to design this component on my own. So let's go ahead and design this. So we are going to have, well, again a card because it has an elevation. And this sort of looks like a card only, just like we had before, right? It has elevation of its own, so it gives like a 3D visual. It's coming on the top of your screen, and that is what a card is. So we can use a card again. Then we can use a child, and the child is going to have, well, a column directly, which shows a time, the cloud icon again, and the temperature. So we are going to have our child column, then children, and the first child is the time. So my time is, let's say, 0300. Let's save it, come over here, and we see this. Perfect. But the problem right now is my card only taking as much width as my text require. And definitely my text is not going to require this much space. So what I can do is set a custom height or width again. So I'm going to wrap my card widget with a size box again, where I'll set a custom width to, let's say, 100. Save it, come over here, and this looks bigger. Nice. Now after this text, we are going to have a size box. But even before that, let's go ahead and set the properties of this text. This text is bigger in size than this thing right here, and it's also bolded. So we need to set 2 properties inside of the style. And we've done this so many times, I hope you can do this on your own. In the text style, we are going to have font size, and the font size is 16. Font weight, and the font weight is font weight.bold. Save it, come over here, and this looks good. Now after this, we leave our space again. So we have constant sized box. And then we have our height set to 8. We leave 8 spacing. And after that, we need a cloud icon again. So we have icons.cloud, and the size is, let's say, 32. Save it, and we'll have a cloud icon. If we remove the size icon and just display it, it's quite small. And since I know it's small, I set it to 32. But it really all depends on how you want it to look. It can look different and you'll be fine with it, but I like this look better. I'm trying to replicate what I just created over here. In our third app, we're going to design a dribble UI. So you'll understand how to create one specific UI. But this weather page is your own creativity. So you can just do whatever you want. I'm going to follow this kind of design. Again, we use a spacing, and to be consistent with what we used above, I'm just going to copy paste my size box. And then we are going to use the temperature. So I'm going to copy this text now, paste it over here. And let's say my temperature is 320. Save it. And this is bolded. I don't want it bolded. Also, let's put decimal over here, 320.12. Let's remove bold, save it. And it's quite big. If you can see over here, closely look at it. This text is bigger than this text. Why? It's not because it's bolded. It's because its font size is bigger. So we need to reduce its font size. Let's try to remove this text size totally. And then we are able to match it. This looks better in my opinion. Alright. So I'm going to use this. Now after this, I do want padding to be present just like we had in this card. It's a total replica if you want to call that. So let's go ahead and wrap our column with a padding property. So we are going to have our column wrap with padding, and padding is going to have edgeinsets.all 8. Save it, and you'd see it right over here. Looks good. And this looks just like how this looks. Also, the elevation is kind of small, I just realized. So let's increase the elevation as well to 6. Then it looks much better and much similar to what we have already. And one last thing that is there is the border radius. This border radius is more curved and this is slightly less curved. So we want to set a border radius on this card. So we can either wrap the padding widget with a clip rrec widget again, so that we have the nice padding, or we can just remove this padding and wrap it with container. Then you pass a border radius property to it. Now container doesn't have a border radius property mentioned over here. You can check for yourself. But what it does have is decoration, and what it requires is box decoration. It requires just a decoration, but if you try to create just a decoration, that's not allowed because it's an abstract class. What you can use instead is box decoration. And we've seen this class before. Where? In Cupertino design, when we were trying to design something, we had to pass in decoration. Remember the text field that we had, Cupertino text field? That had a decoration or a style property that required box decoration, and we passed in box decoration. That's exactly what we need to pass in over here. And then we can pass in the border radius, which is border radius dot circular to, let's say, 12 or 10 or 16, whatever you want. Try, test it on your own, just see what you like and use it. Don't blindly follow what I'm following. Because you're building an app for yourself, you want it to look how you think it should look. So this looks more curved now, and that's good. However, this card doesn't look as good as this one. Why? Because if you'll see, this text has more padding. And you can increase the padding over here. Let's go ahead and set it to, let's say, 18. Save it, and you have more padding, but it still doesn't feel as good. The reason for that is quite simple. we have set a restriction over here that your width should be 100. No matter what, the width should be 100 for the card. Now if I remove this and let's set it back to 12 again, we have a card looking like this, and it doesn't look very good. That's why we had set the size box to a card in the first place. But even with that, we are just saying that, hey, the card should have a width of 100. That's not what we want, because then we are limiting the height of the card. What I want to do is set the content inside of it to have a width of 100. So what I'm going to do is wrap this column with a width. And since we already have a container, we don't have to wrap it with a size box. We can just mention the width property over here and set it to 100. And once we do that, you see, this card looks much better than what we had before. Other problem that I have right now is there's too much spacing over here that this card feels disconnected from weather forecast. It doesn't feel that this is a weather forecast. It just feels like this is a thing of its own. So let's reduce the size box height over here. Let's set it to 16. And then it looks much better. Otherwise, it just feels disconnected from weather forecast text. Simple. Now what we want to do is take this card and paste it 5 times, right? So we can have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Save it. And we have the cards showing up nicely. But the problem is they're exceeding the limit of the screen. Obviously. Why wouldn't they exceed the limit of the screen? We only have space for 4.5 or 3.5 cards. Plus, we have a padding property over here which restricts it even more, right? We have over here in the top of the column padding edge inset.all 16. So we are leaving a padding of 16 from here, because of which our cards can only come till here. So that's why we had this. Now, how can I make these cards, not these cards, this entire row scrollable? So for that, we have a widget. We can just press Ctrl+Shift+R. Then we'll have wrap with widget, and we have a widget known as single child scroll view. When we use this widget, whatever child we have inside of this is scrollable. And when we save it, you see it's not really scrollable even after hot restarting, and that's because it has a direction of its own. It is scrollable only in the vertical direction, but not in the horizontal direction. So we can change its scroll direction over here. So we have scroll direction axis.horizontal, and once we do that, the error goes away, and this thing right here is scrollable. So with single child scroll view, you're basically telling that, hey, whatever widget you have and it exceeds a certain width or a certain size, you can wrap it with single child scroll view and it will make the entire screen scrollable. And that's quite convenient. And this is single child scroll view because it only has one child, and its one child is a row. Now if you want multiple child scroll view, you can look for multi-child scroll view, but there's nothing like it, because most of the times you'll only need a single child scroll view, because then you can pass in a child and then your row, column, widgets, whatever you want. Okay, so let's go down and we have our stuff over here, but you'll see we have to scroll much below just to see one card widget. And since we are reusing the same card everywhere, it causes a problem for us. What problem? Let's say I want to change the size of this icon. I want to change it to, let's say, 40. I want to make it look bigger. Now what happens is, when I change it over here, I only change it for one card. I have to change it for all the other cards. So I'll have to go ahead, copy this 40, paste it over here, over here, over here, and there's a possibility I miss out on something. Also, since we have warnings, I want to make sure that everything is constant over here, so the warnings go away. So I have to manually do it for every single card. Now that's not suitable, is it? So what I can do is extract this widget out of here. Also press Command Z to set it back to the original height, because this size 32 is perfect for me. So coming back to what I was talking, what I can do is extract this card widget into a separate class of its own. That way I can just return one widget and I have a single source of control. If I want to change how a card looks, I can change it in one particular widget itself. I don't have to go ahead and change it every single place. Just like we did in border. Remember when we had our currency converter material page and we had a border for our text field, we made a variable that made sure that you can have it over here. Now what I'm going to do is, instead of creating a variable, I'm going to create a particular widget of its own so that I can store it. So what I'm going to do is take this card, Control X, then go outside of this class and create a stateless widget. Let's go outside of this class, not inside of this class. Here we are going to create stateless widget, and then we are going to call this widget hourly forecast item. Alright, this is what I'm going to call it. Why? Because it shows me the forecast for every hour. As simple. Now I can copy this card. I think I already copied it, but let's just do it again. Let's return a card from here, then put a constant. Also, let's remove the unnecessary constant from size box because their parent is a constant itself. Now we can take this hourly forecast item. Instead of returning a card, I'm going to return hourly forecast item. Instead of returning a card again, I'm going to return an hourly forecast item. Let's copy this. Again, instead of returning a card, hourly forecast item. Instead of returning a card, hourly forecast item. So we have our 4 hourly forecast items. We are missing one. Let's put another one. So we have 5 cards. Perfect. So we have our layout done for this as well. Then next thing is the last section, the additional information section. So similarly, we are going to remove this placeholder now. No need for that. We already have that. The last thing is this additional information. We are going to leave a size box of height 20. Also, let's put a cons for the entire single child scroll view. No errors now. You see? Perfect. Then we need a text again, which has the same height as the weather forecast. So I'm going to copy paste it and call this additional information. Save it, come back over here, and there we have it. Now I challenge you to make this on your own. We have sufficient knowledge of what we need to do. Do you have to use a card? Do you have to use something else? You have your own knowledge for this. So go ahead and try it out on your own and let me know in the comment section if you were able to do it. Now your code doesn't have to match mine. If it looks similar, then it's all good. If it doesn't, then maybe you can copy my code. However, it's always good that you try it on your own. So let's go ahead and create first of all a row. And even before that, let's put a height over here. Constant size box height 16. And after that, I'm going to have a row where we are going to have children. And the first child is going to be our first additional information item, which is this thing right here. So since they are vertically laid out, I'm just going to put in a column. So we have a column. In our column, we have children. In our children, we have an icon at first. And the icon is icons dot. And this is kind of like a drop icon. So let's search for something. Icons dot water. Water is kind of like a wave. So let's put drop. There's nothing like drop. Maybe water drop. And we have water drop. Exactly like this thing. Okay, cool. So we have our icon over here, and What I'm going to do is make sure my icon is as big as this icon. There's consistency in our UI, which is good. So we are going to have a size of 32, which increases its height. Then we are going to leave some spacing again, constant size box height 8. Again, consistency. Even here we had a spacing of 8. Same thing we are doing. Then we have our text, which says what's the label for this. So like what is the thing we are showing? We're showing humidity. So let's have that. Save it. Looks good enough. If we just scroll this back to the normal thing, yeah, I think they're pretty much the same. After this, we can again leave a height, and then we need the value, like what's the value of this humidity. Let's go ahead with 91. Put a text. Then we need a style, and this is definitely bigger. So we just want to leave text style, font size 16, save it, 91. But this is not bolded, so let's go ahead and bold it. Now, you understand what I'm doing? It's the same thing we are doing repeatedly because these are a very few widgets that continuously keep repeating. Row, column, icon, text, icon button, gesture detector, inkwell, container, size box, same things keep repeating for 90% of the UIs. Things like backdrop filter come once in a while. So you don't have to worry about those kind of widgets. Okay. So we have humidity over here, and again the same logic. If I want to change the design of this thing, I'll have to change it 3 different times. If I paste it like this, since I want 3 columns over here, I'll have to keep pasting it again and again. So instead, what I can do is put it in a widget of its own, and I can do it right over here, but the problem I'm facing right now is I can stack everything up in one single file. But does that make sense? If I put everything in one file? Not really. So I'm going to put everything in different files. Alright. So I'm going to go to the lib folder. I have weather forecast item.dart, import Flutter material.dart over here. Then I'm going to paste it. Hourly forecast item, not weather forecast. So let me rename this to hourly forecast item. Good naming is a must when it comes to programming, just like variables. Then we can press command full stop. It tells us to import hourly forecast item. Let's do that. Save it. Then we can copy this column. Make sure you copy this entire column, and we can create a widget of its own. Now, there's a trick you can do. Instead of creating it on yourself, you can press Ctrl+Shift+R. Then you say extract widget, give the widget its name. The name of this widget is going to be additional info item, not info item. And you see it creates a widget by itself. It also automatically puts additional info item over here. Let's put a const. Let's remove size box from here. Save it. And we'll take this in a separate file of its own again. So we have additional info item.dart. We can import Flutter, not physics.dart, material.dart. Now you might say, hey, this is quite redundant. Why do you have to continuously keep doing it? Well, that's because when more engineers are working, segregation of files and having one particular component in one file will make much more sense than having everything stuck together in one file. What would happen if I just stuck everything in just main.dart file? It wasn't a good thing. So I'm sticking everything in one particular file of its own. Now let's import this thing right here by pressing command full stop again. And let's put additional info item 3 times. Cool. Now the problem here is everything is stuck together. So do I have to add a padding widget? Not exactly, because padding widget will not make sure that they're spaced out evenly. If you see over here, everything is spaced out evenly. What can I do such that they're spaced evenly? So for that, row gives us a property in its main axis alignment, which we didn't discuss. Remember, we had main axis alignment dot, and we had a bunch of options over here. Center was basically centering everything. End was basically taking everything to the end. Start was putting everything to the start. But there were three options that we didn't talk about. Space around, space between, space evenly, because those required you to have multiple components. And in our first app, we didn't have those components. And when we did have those components like text, text field and button, I forgot to mention it. So here I'm mentioning it. And this same thing is even there for our column, alright? We'll take a look after we take a look at this main axis alignment properties. So first option we have is space around. What happens in space around is you tell it to space around each and everything. So there's space over here, space over here. Then for this widget also space over here, space over here. Then for this widget also space over here, space over here. So you space around all of the widgets. What happens in space between is everything is spaced between those widgets. It's not around. It's not happening in both the direction. The space is not being left from here and here both. It's only being left from here, here, here. So it's around. So for the starting widget, it's going to be only here. For the middle widget, it's going to be here and here. And for the ending widget, it's only going to be from here. That's what space around is. Or space between is. Space around says to leave space around everything. Space between says that, hey, leave space between everything. I hope English makes sense, It's all in the English. And then we have space evenly what we require. It spaces evenly everything. But to be honest, space evenly doesn't look as good as space around. So I'm just going to keep space around. Alright. Now you can use space evenly if you like that design. I like this much better because there's much more spacing and much more clarity. Now the benefit of using main axis alignment and not using padding is if I have 4 widgets, let's say, it automatically adjusts. I don't have to add a padding to the 4th widget over here. If I have a 5th widget, you see, it automatically adjusts according to the conditions. That's the good thing about it. But anyways, I only need 3 things. Great. So I have our entire UI created and it looks awesome in my opinion. But if you see, additional information doesn't have that much of height over here. This does have. So you can reduce it to heights to let's say 8 and this will look better. Also for weather forecast, if you want to decrement this size, you can go ahead and decrement it. Let's say put 8 and that will look better for you. So yeah, this is our UI design. Perfect. Now to show you the column thing that I was talking about, column has the same main axis alignment properties. If you have main axis alignment dot start or dot space around, let's say, everything is spaced around in the entire screen. First widget over here, then spacing. So there's space around, again space around. So there's space around every single widget here. If we have space between, there's space between all of the widgets and it looks quite similar to space around. Then we have space evenly. This also looks quite similar, but there is some change. So my point is you have the same stuff you can do. In center, everything gets centered. But for me, I want the default option of main axis alignment dot start because that looks perfect. Great. What I want to do is make sure that everything can have a different value of its own. Right now, what we are doing is saying that, hey, additional info item is going to have humidity text. It's going to have the water drop icon. It's going to have this constant text. whenever you initialize additional info item, these are the things that get created. Unlike the design over here, I cannot put wind speed, I cannot put pressure, I cannot put all of that stuff. Because whenever I create this widget, we have this stuff displaying. So to avoid that, what I can do is take everything here from the constructor. Why? Because every time you initialize, then you ask what the icon should be, what the label should be, what the value should be. And that's exactly what we want. We want different items for every time we create an additional info item. So let's go ahead and create a constructor. How do we create a constructor now? Well, first of all, we mark every widget a final because it's a widget, right? And widgets are immutable, especially stateless widget. And even stateful widgets are immutable. All widgets are immutable. So we need to have final for all our properties. So we're going to have final icon data because icon requires icon data. Then we are going to ask for the icon. And we are not going to initialize anything because if we initialize, then we are itself giving it a value. So it doesn't make sense to put it over here. We can just put it over here. We need to ask it from the constructor. So we are going to have required, because this is a named argument. We have learned it in Dart. Required this dot icon. Now I can take this icon and pass it over here. Now you see we get an error over here saying that whenever you initialize additional info item, you need to pass your own icon. We get an error over here also saying that, hey, you cannot put a const, because this is coming from the constructor and the value from the constructor can change. So this cannot be a constant, it's a dynamic value. So let's put constant for the size box. Now even for this text, we need to take it from the constructor itself. So let's take final string label. Then we have required this dot label. So I can ask for label over here. Again, this is dynamic, so text constant is not required. So any value that is coming from the constructor cannot be a constant. Then we need a value text. So we have vinyl string value, required this dot value. Now I can take this value and paste it over here. So text string value is a non-constant, but text style can still be a constant, right? So we can put a constant over here. Simple. And now with this, we have access to all of these properties over here. So every time you initialize additional info item, you need to pass in these particular properties. So let's go ahead and pass icons.waterdrop as the first icon, because our first thing is going to be humidity. Then our label, which is going to be humidity. And then finally the value, which is going to be, let's say 91. And when we come over here, well, the error gets resolved. Now we need to do it 2 more times. So our icon here, label here, and value here is required. Now what is our label? Wind speed. So let's go ahead and type wind speed. The icon for it is going to be icons.air, because that's what wind is, air. And then we are going to have 7.5, let's say. Then again we have to mention icon, label, value. So my value here is going to be, let's say 1000. Pressure, and I didn't find any particular icon for pressure. So what I did was go ahead and use icons.beach. Since I didn't find it, if you have anything related to pressure, you can use that, but I like this much better. So you see, everything has its own value. Now same thing we are going to do with the weather forecast as well. Here in our hourly forecast item, you'll see every time we initialize, it gets its own static values. We need to pass it from the constructor so that the values can change every time we initialize. So do the exact same thing. Pause the video, try it on your own, and I hope you're able to do it. If you're able to do it, then congrats, you've understood the entire concept. If you're not, then maybe you need to rewatch the entire thing. So I hope you were able to do it. Let's go ahead and try it on your own. An hourly forecast item, the first thing we require is final string time. Then we need final string temperature. Then final icon data icon. Now we need to mention required for all, but I have a trick for you. You can press this bulb icon, add final field parameters, and it automatically adds required arguments for you. Great, saves a lot of time for us. Let's go to the hourly forecast item and mention it. So we need to mention time. Time is, let's say 0, 0 first. Then we have icon. It will be icons dot. Let's say it's cloud because it's raining. Then the temperature is going to be, what's the temperature over here? 301.22. Let's save it. I'm going to paste it 4 more times. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's remove them. So this will be 03. Let's call it sunny. And let's say it's 275. I hope 275 degree Fahrenheit is sunny. And I think, if I think about it, 275 degree Fahrenheit is quite a lot of heat. It's more than 100 degrees Celsius. So we are making a mistake here. Instead of 300 degree Fahrenheit, we need 300 Kelvin. That's what the correct thing is. So I apologize, and I know you might be thinking all the time that, hey, this is incorrect. It's not actually in degree Fahrenheit. It's actually in Kelvin. I misinterpreted it. So my bad. So anyways, let's go back to our stuff. 275 is not at all sunny. So let's go ahead with 300.52. Then 301.22. Then 302.22. Let's call this sunny again. We have 300.12 and finally 304.12. Then also change the time 03, 06, 09 and 12. So yeah, we are able to change everything. Let's also put everything over here. So time over here is going to be time. Icon here is going to be icon, and the text here is going to be temperature. Constant. Let's put everywhere constant. Now if you're wondering how I selected multiple cursors at a time, I did that by pressing option. So when you select one place, put option on another, put option on another, and then you're able to do it. That's how I do it on Mac. I'm not sure about Windows, but you can Google it. Okay, now let's restart it, and there we have it. That's our app. Perfect. Now again, I apologize, and I had been thinking it wrong. It's not actually degree Fahrenheit, it's Kelvin, because it makes more sense. Degree Fahrenheit would mean that this is like over 100 degrees Celsius, and that just doesn't make sense, right? So this is Kelvin, which basically means that it's 27 degrees Celsius. Also, let's correct the spelling of humidity there. Okay, cool. So yeah, we are done with the basic structure of the app. Now the next thing is to get data from API from the web so that I can display it on my screen real time. And we also need proper loading indicators. We need proper error indicators, all of those stuff. So let's go ahead and set it up. So to get the real-time data, we need access to an API. And to call an API, we will need the HTTP package. We've already seen that in the Dart section. So let's go ahead and install the HTTP plugin or package to our Flutter code. In Dartpad, it was available for us, but here in Flutter, when we are on our local system, we have to install it. So we need to go to pubspec.yaml. In the dependencies section, we need to add that dependency. Also, let's get the HTTP version now. We have pub.dev/packages/HTTP, where you can find the HTTP plugin or a package. Then you can just copy it, paste it over here, save it, and then it will run flutter pub get command. Flutter pub get command gets all the dependencies, all of the things that are mentioned over here. We'll see fonts, assets, everything. And then it refreshes our project. Now we'll be able to use the HTTP plugin in our code. So let's go ahead right at the top, and we are going to create our function over here. And that is going to return a future. And let's call this function getCurrentWeather. We can define functions in a stateless widget. That's not allowed. You can definitely do it. So let's put async over here, and we already know how to put HTTP calls. It's all given over here. First thing is to import it, and to refresh your memory, as HTTP is given here, because we don't want to call just get function like this, which is present in http.dart file, which you can come over here and see. So we are using http.get. This makes it easy. Then it requires something known as an URI, and to pass a URI, you can just do uri.parse or ui.https. Either of them work, but I'm going to go ahead with uri.parse because I already have the URL it's going to give me. Now, if you're wondering what URI is, URI stands for Uniform Resource Identifier. URL stands for Uniform Resource Locator. The difference between URI and URL is that URL is a subtype of URI. URI has a particular scheme which is followed by URL as well, but URI is like a bigger set and URL is a subset of it. So let's go ahead and pass our URL here. And how do we get our URL? Well, to get it, we have to access the API, and the API we're going to use is given by OpenWeatherMap. In Dart section, we had used JSON placeholder. That was just a dummy and a fake mock API. Alright, this is the real API. It's giving us real data. So what will be the temperature in London, Mumbai, England, New York, etc. So how do we get access to its API? Well, first of all, I'd like to mention that there are multiple websites that offer APIs for weather, but I like OpenWeather the best because it offers a free API that everyone can use. It also has a paid version for advanced stuff, but for us, the free API is enough. Alright? So what you need to do is go ahead, click on sign in, then you need to create an account first. So let's go ahead and create an account. My name is Rivanda Anawat. I'll enter my email, password, repeat password, click on these two things and the CAPTCHA and create an account. And I'll see you after I do these steps. So I'll check my email, I'll confirm it, and you see they've sent a verification email. Then just click on verify your email, and this email address has been successfully confirmed. Now what we need to do is wait for another email OpenWeather team will send us, which will contain our API key. It will contain the URL we can use for free in our projects. So let's wait for it. Or if you don't want to wait for it, you can click over here, My API Keys, and you'll see your API key. Don't use mine because I'm just going to deactivate this after this tutorial. Kindly use your own API key. And you'll also see over here that the email has arrived and it contains my API key, and it says within the next couple of hours it will be activated and ready to use. If I use it right now, there's a possibility that I won't be able to use it and it will give me an error. However, I can do it later on. And I can also create more API keys on my account page, which we've already seen over here. I can generate more API keys. And it says to always use the API key in each API call. Now you might ask, hey, why do we need API key? The JSON placeholder didn't have API key, right? Well, it didn't have it because it was a mock data. It was a dummy data. It doesn't have any real value. But this is real-time data. It contains actual data of the weather. And some user might call this API like 100,000 times, 1,000,000 times by just using a simple for loop. That means the API will be called 1,000,000 times. So that will cost the company a lot. And the company obviously doesn't want that. That's why API keys are there, so that they can authenticate you. They know that it's you who are using, and they can put rate limits to how much times you can call it. For our URL over here, we have, I think, 1,000 free API calls, and after that, it will stop working for us. So let's go ahead, copy this URL, put https:// put this thing over here and save it. Let's break this URL down and see what all it contains. First one, HTTPS, which I had to add. Then api.openweathermap.org/data/2.5. This is like their model if you're familiar with ChatGPT. It also is working on certain models, right? It is working on 3.5 model. This is their 2.5 model, Open Weather Maps 2.5 model. The 3 model is a subscribed version. I'll show it to you over here. If you go to Open Weather API, you see one call API 3.0. And it has minute forecast, hourly forecast, daily forecast. It has a lot more stuff than a simple API. Cool. Then we have weather, because we want the weather. You're just having the path. Then you have $Q is equal to London. Most of the interesting stuff happens after the question mark, where you can change it, because this is what is known as queries. Even if you go to Google, after the question mark, you'll see the cool stuff, the stuff you can change. So we have $Q is equal to London. So this is basically the place name you want to get the weather of. So we can take this out and put it in a variable of our own. Let's call this London over here. Let's take the city name and put $city name like this. Then we have UK. It's just telling London, UK. This is where I want to get the weather of. Then we have app ID, and this is our app ID. Now app IDs need to be stored in .env file, which can be hidden by gitignore and even when you want to deploy your website. But assuming you're not going to deploy this website, let's put it in a separate file of its own, which you can ignore if you're pushing to GitHub. Now if you don't know what GitHub means, don't worry about it, just save it in a different file. Let's go ahead and call this secrets.dart. And here I'm going to have constant open weather API key, which is equal to this thing. Now we'll copy this, come over here and have $open weather API key. Also press command full stop to import the particular secrets.dart file. Let's save this much and let's see what we get. Let's put await here. We already know the protocol. Let's have final result is equal to this. Then we are going to have print result.body, because I just want to see what all it gives me. And now if I restart, I see absolutely nothing. Why? Because this function is not called. We need to call it somewhere, right? We can go ahead and call this in build function, but I already told you before that build function needs to be kept away from asynchronous stuff. And I've also mentioned the reason before. build function should always be the least expensive. So you should not call this function in the build function. So what should we do? Well, we can do one thing. We can convert the stateless widget to a stateful widget, then use the initState method, and then we can call this particular function over there, right? That sounds reasonable. So to create a stateful widget, we'll have to do stfl and create a stateful widget, right? Not really. The Dart and Flutter extension is quite generous with this. You can just press Ctrl+Shift+R, you get the options to change stuff, and you have convert to stateful widget. If you just click on it, it will make the appropriate changes and convert it to a stateful widget without giving any error. So our stateless widget is now a stateful widget with just one click. And our method is also defined over here correctly. Not inside of this stateful widget class. It's correctly defined inside of this class. Now let's go ahead and create initState. The super.initState should always be at the top. Then we have get current weather, save it, Command J, and you see, as soon as we reload, it gives us an error. If we restart, it will again give us an error. The reason for this is 401 error. 401 error stands for bad request. As you already know, 404 stands for page not found. So 401 is there so that you say that it's a bad request. And a message is also provided for further context saying invalid API key. Please see this thing for more info. Now if I click over here, open it, you see API calls return an error 401, and these are the possible things. That's why it gave us an error. You did not specify your API key, we did. Your API key is not activated yet. Next couple of hours it will be activated and ready to use. So this is a problem. Rest of the things are fine. We are using the free subscription. We are not using the wrong API key, and only we have not waited for a couple of hours. So I'll see you after a couple of hours when our API key is activated and we can use it. So I'm back after 3 hours and the data is now coming. We have all the data we require to display it on the screen. So now let's just understand what is useful for us and what is not, so that we can only include parts that are useful to us and extract them, right? So the first thing that we require is, well, I just want to take this and put it in some form of visualizer where I can properly see the data. So what I'm going to do is copy this URL, go to Google Chrome, paste it. And obviously we need to pass in some stuff like the city name should be London, the app ID should be present. So let's go ahead and pass in the app ID, which is present in secrets. And when I press enter, I see all the stuff that I require, right? Now, if you see this data is giving me the weather, the main temperature. So I'm getting what the temperature right now in London is, and I'm getting wind speed and all of that stuff, but I'm not getting the forecast. And that's because we have used the wrong API. The API we should be using is not data 2.5 weather, because this will give us the weather. I want forecast. So I'll just go ahead and pass in forecast here, and I'll be able to get the forecast of the weather. You see, this list has 40 items, and if you're wondering how I'm having this JSON in this format, it's because of an extension, and the extension name is JSON formatter. Alright, now you see we have a list that returns 40 items, and in every list we have an object. And in this object or a map, we are getting the temperature, then we are getting the weather name that we require in our app over here. Then we have the pressure, humidity, all of that stuff, right? So we need to use the forecast over here, and using this we can extract the data. So what is the data we require? Well, first of all, I want to check if it's a status code of 200 or not. The status code of 200 basically says that, hey, this request is successful. Otherwise, we get a status code of 401, which was like bad request. So here, first of all, I want to make sure that it's a correct request. Also, I want to wrap it in a try and catch block. So let's go ahead, have try catch block. Then we have throw e.toString. I've not talked about throw in the Dart section because I wanted to specifically show it over here. What throw does is basically like if you want to return something from a function and suddenly you encounter an error. So you just throw that error. You're saying that this function, when it was called, did not give any result. It resulted in an error. And that means your app will crash if it is not handled. So I'm just throwing the error that, hey, I received an error, just take it and display it on the screen or do whatever you want. So we need to correctly handle this throw. Alright? Otherwise, our app will break. The next thing I want to do here is, first of all, check the status code if it's 200 or not. So for this, I can do if response.status code is equal to 200. This is one way of doing it. The other way of doing it is taking the status code that they've mentioned over here. So first of all, we'll have to decode the response.body because it is in a string format. We already saw that in the Dart section. So we have JSON decode, put it in res.body, save it. And also you see, as soon as I import JSON decode, Dart convert gets imported. Now you can see JSON decode required a string source, so we have passed in response.body. It returns a dynamic. So what I want to do is final data is equal to JSON decode. And after I have the data with me, I can just check if data at COD, that's what it's called, right? COD is not equal to 200. And I'm putting it in strings over here because COD returns to us a string, right? The alternative to this could be converting this to an integer. So you could go ahead and do in.parse, what we have learned before, to convert from string to an integer. And then you can check is not equal to 200 like this. Both of these things work. You can use whatever way you prefer and that will work fine. Alright. So let's go ahead with this part right here. So if the status code is not 200, that means some error occurred. If some error occurred, then we again want to throw saying an unexpected error occurred. I hope you're understanding what throw means. I mean, of course you won't understand it right now, but when we call the function, it will basically throw you an exception saying that, hey, there is an unhandled exception saying that an unexpected error occurred. Alright? And in the else condition, or you can just have it over here, no need of else condition, because throw basically returns from the function. It doesn't execute any further, just like return does, alright? So if you put throw here, it will terminate the function at this point. It won't go any further. And finally, what I'm going to do is print data at, and the thing I want to print is the temperature over here. So we are going to have data which gives us this thing, data at list. So with list, I'll access this thing. So I'll have data at list. And since it's a list, I will access the 0th element on it to get the first prediction or the first data stuff. So here I have it. And I'll do list at 0. Then I'm going to have main. And after that, I'm going to have temperature. Okay. So list at 0, which is the first map. Then we have main. and then we are accessing the temperature. So that should give us, let's say 291.8 or something similar. Let's go over here. Let's restart the app and we do see 291.65. So we were successful in retrieving the correct stuff. Now we just want to display it on the screen, right? I want to display it over here. How can I display this thing over here? It's enclosed in a function, right? So what I can do is create a global variable. Let's call this double temperature, which is equal to, let's say 0 initially, or you might be tempted to use late double because we are assigning the value late, right? So this should work. But let's see if it actually works. I'm going to set temperature equal to this. Okay. And now I'm going to pass temperature over here. So I'm going to have $temperature K. So it gives me 291.12 Kelvin. Now I'm also going to remove constant. Let's put the correct constants everywhere. Again, I'm pressing option to select multiple cursors and put constant. Cool. Let's come back over here and you see late initialization error. Field temp has not been initialized. Let's restart it. Maybe that works. Not really. This doesn't work. Why? Because if we come over here, we get current weather. This thing runs before the build function. And that's cool. But what if I do print build function, or let's call this init state. Then I'm going to print this statement again over here, function called. Then I'm going to print after this API call. Alright, after this API call, I'm going to have API ended. Alright. And finally, I'm going to have a print statement saying build function called. Now let's open by using Command J, restart, and you see over here init state. So we have init state over here, then we have function called, and then we directly have build function called. So it skipped this part. But earlier we printed this value and it got printed correctly, right? Then why is it giving an error right now? Well, that's because what you're doing is assigning this to late. Late basically means that you have a contract. You need to assign it before the build function is called. If you're using it, obviously in the build function. If you're not using it in the build function, late doesn't really care. But if you're using it somewhere, it will start to care. So what happens is late double temperature, then you're having init state, then you have get current weather, this function gets called, and this API call is there. Now this API call is going to take time, right? You're retrieving some data from the web. That will take time depending on your internet connection. But while it is waiting, we've already executed the build function because that's how asynchronous stuff works. It won't wait for it to complete. It just said, hey, just complete this in the future. I'll just go ahead and do my stuff. So it called the build function. And here when the build function was called, you also called the late variable temperature, which hasn't been initialized. That's the problem. So what should we do then? What is the fix over here? Well, first of all, let's just remove all the print calls. I don't like seeing warnings that much unless they are constant warnings. So we are back to normal now. So one possible fix here is having double temperature is equal to 0. As soon as we do that, press Command J, restart the app, come over here, we get 0.0 Kelvin. Again, the value is not initialized. Why is that the case? Well, that's the case because you again set this to 0. Then you have get current weather. It is getting the data in the background, let's say. And in the meantime, it also called the build function. If it called the build function, it already used the value of temperature given to it, which was 0. And later on, when the value arrived, the build function was already ready and displaying it. But then you said, hey, set temperature equal to this thing over here. So you're reassigning the value after the build function is called. It's as good as calling a function after onTap. So my point is, you just need to wrap it with a set state. If you do set state, what will happen is when you restart, you see 0 and then it converts to 291.65 because initially the value is 0. Then it's retrieving the value. In the meantime, you'll show the value of 0 over here. And then you finally got the value of temperature, which you've assigned. And then you call setState to rebuild the build function. And that way, you get 291.65 Kelvin. So I hope that made sense to you. If it did not, ask me in the comment section and I'll explain it to you again. But anyways, if we again restart the app, this does not look good. It's not a good user experience to show 0 Kelvin first, then show 291.65 Kelvin. It's just not a good experience. So what I want to show instead is a loading indicator. So as long as this function is loading and we are getting a data, we are just going to keep loading the screen. So I'm just going to replace this body part with a circular progress indicator instead, as long as it's loading, alright? So this all will disappear and only a loading indicator will show up. So let's go ahead and have a body here. Now how do I show a loading indicator here? Well, the first approach is to use the temperature and have if temperature is equal to 0, then we can use a loading indicator. Now, what is the widget for loading indicator? Well, it's just progress indicator, and you can have 2 types of progress indicator or 3 types. I don't know, but you can have linear progress indicator, refresh progress indicator, circular progress indicator. The one I like the most is circular progress indicator. However, go ahead and try linear progress indicator and refresh progress indicator for yourself. I'm going to go ahead with circular progress indicator. Now I'm also going to have const over here. The reason I'm doing temperature is equal to 0 is because the temperature can never be 0 Kelvin. If it's 0 Kelvin, then we are freezing. It's absolute temperature, right? That's why. If it was some other value, I wouldn't put is equal to 0 because some other temperature can be attained. Let's say the initial value was 270. I wouldn't do temperature is equal to 270 because temperature can be 270 Kelvin. But because temperature can be 270 Kelvin when it is coming from this thing right here. Some place might have a temperature of 270 Kelvin, but no place has a temperature of 0 Kelvin. That's why I'm using it to display a circular progress indicator. However, another option could be to use another variable called boolean is loading, which is initially set to false. Then you come over here, you set state, you set is loading to true. So you're basically telling, hey, rebuild the build function. Is loading is now true. Then here you have is loading set to false, and you come down and you just have is loading. If it's loading, then show a circular progress indicator, otherwise the padding is fine. Now let's restart, and you see we see a circular progress indicator in the left hand side and then this thing. So that means our loading indicator is working. However, if you use temperature is equal to 0 as well, it will work just fine. Let's restart. You see 270 Kelvin, not 270 Kelvin, sorry. I'll set it to 0. I'll restart. Loading indicator is there, and then I see this thing over here. So I hope that made sense to you. Now you can use either of those approaches. It is on you. But my point right now is this is quite tedious, to be honest. I have to set up my own loading indicators. I have to set up my own error handlers. For example, if I just misspell in something in the API and then I start to run my function, I'll see an error. Alright, you see, unhandled exception, format exception, blah 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 blah. And it continuously keeps loading because I haven't set up my it's loading properly. In case of an error, I have to set it to false. Even here, if there's an error, I have to set is loading set to false. So I have to do all of this stuff on my own, and it's quite tedious for me. Luckily, Flutter has something for us. Let's look at it. Also, you see unhandled exception, format exception, all of that. And if we use, let's say, data 3 over here and then restart, you'll see unhandled exception and unexpected error occurred, what we had over here. So basically, throw is just returning an exception for you. And the error message can be whatever you have written over here. So I hope that made sense to you what this throw does. It basically throws an exception, and whenever you have an unhandled exception, you have to add a try and a catch block here and do stuff on your own. However, you have to put a try and catch block here. Let's have E over here, and then you have get current weather. Then whatever error it gives, you just print E. All of that stuff, you'll have to do it, or just don't throw from here. However, my point is there's a lot of stuff to do, lot of error handling to do. Instead, I can use something provided by Flutter which will boost my performance by a lot. So let's remove init state, let's remove is loading, let's remove the temperature as well. All the set states are not required anymore. We can keep this line over here because we are going to extract the main temperature again, but not over here. And what we are going to do is just return data in case of a status code of 200. Now let's come over here. Let's remove the loading indicator for now. And here again we are going to go back to the static value. However, you already know constants are not going to be needed anymore because we are all going to have a dynamic value. So let's not use constant because the value is going to keep changing. It's coming from an API. Alright. And what I'm going to do is wrap padding widget with another widget. And what is that widget? Future Builder. This is a widget provided by Flutter that eases our life by a lot when dealing with futures and if we want to display something related to our future. So we are going to have a future, we are going to have a builder, then we are going to have context, snapshot, I'll explain what snapshot is, and we are going to have an arrow function returned from a builder. So these are two required arguments of future builder. Quite convenient, future and builder. Now I'll explain both of these things, but let's resolve the error we have. Only future. So what is this future builder? Well, basically you just need to pass in your future over here. It can be anything, future of object, and object is a superclass of everything. So you can pass any function over here, any variable that is a future, and it will build according to it. So if I go ahead and return my function, which is a future, so I'm going to have get current weather, and then let's just convert this to a block. Alright, I don't want an arrow function because I want to print something here. I cannot print here. Arrow function does not allow it. It just allows me to return one thing. If I just convert it to a block, I'll be able to print it. So press Ctrl Shift R, get the refactoring option, and it asks you to convert to block body. So let's convert it. Save it, it will format. Let's go right over here and we are going to print snapshot. What exactly is this snapshot? Also, we're going to print the runtime type of this snapshot. So press Command J, we're going to restart and we see something like async snapshot dynamic, connection state dot waiting, null null null, async snapshot dynamic. So this is the runtime type. Then we have our entire value coming and async snapshot dynamic. So what is this thing over here? Well, snapshot is basically a class that allows you to handle states in your app. A loading state, a data state, an error state. You can handle all of that using async snapshot. That's what snapshot gives us. You see over here connection state.waiting. Why did this connection state.waiting come? Because you were getting data from the web. So it's saying that, hey, we are still getting your data. Then we have the runtime type because we printed it. And after a while, it said connection state.done, that, hey, we got your data. It's successfully there and it printed it out to us. This null stands for each and everything. If it is having data, if it is having error, if it is having loading, what is it having? So that's what null stands for over here. So anyways, now that we understand this, we can handle the loading state easily. We know whenever there's loading state, we have connection state.waiting. So if we have if snapshot dot, now what do we use? Snapshot dot has data, has error, connection state, right? Because this might be an enum or a class, I don't know. And this requires a connection state as well. So I'm just going to have if snapshot dot connection state is equal to connection state dot, and it is an enum, and it gives us values like active, done, none, waiting. When it's loading, it is giving us waiting, right? So we can just use that and return a circular progress indicator. Also, let's return a constant over here. Perfect. Now if I restart, I see the loading indicator and 200 Kelvin. I again restart, I see loading indicator 200 Kelvin. Now 200 Kelvin is not the correct value, it's hard coded, but you see we are getting the loading indicator and then our data. So we don't have to handle all of the stuff on our own. If there's error, we can print it. How? We can just have if snapshot dot has error. If snapshot has error, then we are going to return constant text saying snapshot dot error, which is an object. Alright? And this can't be a constant because snapshot dot error is a dynamic value. It's coming from snapshot, right? It's not a static value. It's not a hard coded value or a constant value. So we need to return text dot toString because text cannot take an object. It has to take in a string. So we return an error. Alright. So if snapshot has error, that means if the async snapshot has error, then we just want a text to show the error on the screen. And what return will do is basically just return this text from here. It will not display anything from here. And that's exactly what we want. In case of error, just display it to the user. Don't display wrong values. That's not how our app works. Let's get rid of snapshot. Let's save this. Restart. We have a loading indicator and there's no error, so it doesn't show anything. However, if I just take this, if I spell this incorrectly, let's say data 3, let's restart the app. You see loading indicator and then an unexpected error occurred. That's a good sign. Now, if you want to return a different kind of message, you can do that. You can have data message because with every code which is not 200, we get a message as well. When we had 401, we had a message as well. You see, internal error shows up now. That's what the error says. If here I type in data at 3 forecast, it says internal error. And the code is 404, our favorite, not found. So let's come back to our 2.5 model. Even here, 2.5 model. I think I'm going to keep an unexpected error occurred. That's a better message than whatever the API might give us. Cool. So now we are able to handle the loading indicator and the error message. Now let's style it a little bit because the loading indicator is showing right in the left hand side corner. So let's center it. To center it, Ctrl+Shift+R, then wrap it with center. You all are experts in this now. You can just pass in constant. And now a loading indicator will be centered. Perfect. I still have some problem with it. If I restart, it's showing a material design loading indicator on an iOS simulator. What I want to do is show this kind of icon or this kind of loading indicator only on Android devices, not on iOS devices. That's why what I'm going to do is use circular progress indicator dot adaptive. With adaptive, it changes based on the operating system it's on. So if it's on iOS, it gives a iOS kind of indicator, and if we open a pixel, it will give us the material design progress indicator. And that's really cool. It just gives us a native feel. Now, if you want to use circular progress indicator, you can use it. I just wanted to show this cool thing to you. Also, this text can be centered. So let's go ahead and wrap it with center. Sweet. Now, we have handled the loading state. We have handled the error state. And finally, we are on the data state. So let's go ahead and retrieve our data. For our first data, we have already implemented the logic for it. So let's just copy that. So here we're going to have final data, which is equal to snapshot.data, and this data can be nullable. Alright. So we are just going to apply here that, hey, the data here is never going to be nullable. Also, I've already mentioned this to you before. Whenever we return future or anything like stream future, always make sure that you have a generic type, because future dynamic isn't cool. We've discussed this in Dart course. So what I want to do is return a future of some type. And here I'm going to return data. But what is the data? Well, it is a map, because at the end of the day, we are getting an object of string. So everything over here is a string. In the left hand side, all the keys are strings. But on the right hand side, sometimes it is integer, sometimes it is string. So we can just have future of map of string comma dynamic. So here the dynamic is necessary because stuff keeps changing on the value side, on the right hand side. Cool. Now if you come over here, you see snapshot.data has a value of map string comma dynamic with a nullable option. First of all, future builder is correctly able to identify based on the future we provided over here. And secondly, this is nullable. Why is this nullable? Because it thinks that it might not have an error. Why does this have a nullable option? Because it thinks that maybe there's an error, maybe there's loading state. It cannot definitely have a value. That's why it is nullable. But now, since we have handled the error state and we have handled the loading state, we are quite sure that it is going to have a value. Otherwise, you can just check it on your own. If snapshot.hasData. What hasData does behind the scenes is just check if data is not null. It's basically checking if data is not equal to null. That is what snapshot.hasData is. And same goes for hasError. Error is not equal to null. Okay? You can do that, but here I'm quite confident it is going to have data. Now I'm going to have final current weather temperature, or let's just say current temperature, because we are also having forecast, right? If there's forecast, there's a possibility of having later values as well. So that won't be current temperature. So we are going to have final current temperature, and we are going to set it to data list 0 main temperature, which was our main temperature or the current temperature that we want to show. And finally, we are going to come back here and type $current temperature, Kelvin, restart. And with the loading indicator, we get the right value. Perfect. So the first part of our app is complete. Congrats to us. Now let's go ahead and change this icon and this text based on what we get. So this icon over here is based on the text, right? If it's sunny, I want to show a sun. If it's rain, cloud, whatever, I want to show a cloud icon. And for that, we have a value in our list, which is weather main. So what I need to do is final current, what do we call this? Current sky, because it is telling me how the sky is, cloudy, whatever. So let's call this current sky. And then we are going to have data at list at 0. Same thing as before, data list 0. Then we are going to have weather instead of main. And then we are going to have the main. Cool. Now we can take this current sky and paste it over here. So we're going to have current sky like this. And it's going to be a string. Alright. Because main clouds, this is a string. So save it, put it as constant, come back over here. And it gives us an error. Why? Because the type string is not a subtype of type int of index. Let's see why we get this error. And the reason for this error is if you come over here, weather is a list. We neglected that. We directly said, hey, data list at 0, weather. Weather is a list. And what we are saying is call the main property on a list. The list cannot have a main property. Only maps have that. Only objects have that. So first we need to access this particular array. And after that, we can access main property on it. So here we need to do weather at 0. So we iterate or we grab the first element of the list and then we call the main method on it or the main property on it. And when you come over here, clouds is seen. Perfect. Now you see we are repeating stuff over here. Data at list 0. So what I can do is shift this in another variable. So I can have final current weather data is equal to data list at 0, because technically this consists of current weather data, and now I can replace it with this. Now this is just an improvement so that you have better readability in your functions or in your classes or in your UI code, and you don't have to repeat this stuff again and again. Data list 0. You just store it in a variable and you can use it anywhere. Now I'm going to take this current sky. I'm going to go down, remove constant from icon. And here I'm going to have if current sky is equal to either cloud or current sky is equal to rain. Those are two possibilities, alright? And you can put or condition in a ternary operator. So if it's either of them, then we want to display icons.cloud, otherwise icons.sunny. Now if we come back over here, we are seeing a sun, and that's because the data we are getting is clouds, not cloud. So we need to make sure this is the correct thing, and make sure the case sensitivity is also correct. Clouds is not equal to capital C clouds. Alright, so make sure everything is correct. You come back over here and you see clouds. Perfect. So this part over here is done. Now let's move to additional information, and after that we can get to the weather forecast. So in additional information we have humidity, and I've spelled that wrong even after trying to correct it. Let's go ahead and type it over here. Now let's get the values of humidity, wind speed and pressure. Let's explore the API to see if it has values, and I'm just going to grab this first current weather because that should give me the wind speed, the pressure, all of that stuff. I should not be going to the second element of this list because that contains the prediction for later on. It's not the prediction as of right now. You see, it has a prediction of some other time. This is the current prediction. So to access pressure, we have this thing over here, which is present in main. We've already done this before. So let's go right at the top. We are going to have final current pressure. You want to type current, you can type it, or pressure, because we have only one pressure in our entire app, which is the current pressure. And set that equal to, well, the current weather data. So you can have current weather data. So you're already over here. Then you have to access main pressure. So you have main pressure. Cool. Now take this main pressure, go down in additional info item. You see this thing over here? This is where you can easily go from top to the bottom. You don't have to scroll through stuff. You can directly just jump from here to here, and it just saves a lot of time for me. So get used to this and it will save you a bunch of time, especially in bigger code bases. So we are over here. Now the value is going to be 91, but in our case, not 91, sorry, it's not humidity, it's pressure. In our case, we need to mention a string, but here it's giving us a number. Alright? All the numbers are marked in blue, strings are marked in green. So it's giving us a number. So maybe we can have current pressure dot toString. With toString, we are able to only get the required pressure. Also, let's remove constant from here. We all know it's not going to be a constant. Let's save it. Come back over here and our pressure is 1011. Perfect. The next thing we require is wind speed. How do I get wind speed? Well, it's present over here in wind speed. So same thing, we'll go over here and define a variable. Now, obviously you can copy this and go down, paste it over here, and that will work fine for you. There's no problem with it. But when you have variables in one centralized place, in my opinion, it just gets so much easier. Because if you want to change anything, you can change all the API related stuff in one place. So let's come back to current wind speed, and that is going to be wind speed. Because we are over here, data at list is 0, this thing over here, then we are going to wind, then speed, and we are getting the value. We can copy this, go down, then have current wind speed dot toString again, save it, come over here, we have 4.45 as our speed. Perfect. And the last thing we require is humidity. And humidity is also present in the same place as our pressure. So let's go to current pressure. Now if you press command on our current pressure variable, you'll be able to go where the current pressure variable is defined. Just like we can do with literally anything, right? If you want to go to sized box, you can click it over here and we go to the Flutter source code. If you want to do that in your own source code, you can do that as well. So you go to current pressure. Now I'm going to copy this, paste it again. And now I'm going to have current humidity. Now I know I'm going a bit fast over here, and I'm doing that because this is all the stuff we have covered in the Dart course. Just knowing what to use, when to use. I don't want to waste much time over here, right? So we have main humidity. We'll take this current humidity and paste it over here, and again pass toString to it because it's a number. Come back over here and our humidity 48 is showing. All good. The last thing we want to do is weather forecast, and that too for only 5 items. You see in our API, it gives us a list of 40 items. The first one we've already used, so we are not going to use it again. Our numbering is now going to start from 1 because 0 was used to display the current weather. Now everything from here is going to display the weather forecast. So let's go to our weather forecast over here, hourly forecast item. Let's call this hourly forecast instead of weather forecast. Alright, that makes more sense, I guess. Now how do we handle this? I want to iterate through a list, which is a list, get 5 elements and display them on the screen. That's a major tough task to do here. Do you know how you'll do it? Try to do it on your own if you can, and you'll be more confident if you do it. But if you're not, then I'll let you know. You can think about using a for loop, alright? When you use a for loop, let's remove a constant. Whenever you use a for loop, you can go from index 1 to index 5 and display it on the screen. So let's try it. What I'm going to do is for int I is equal to 1, because I want my list to start from 1. I cannot start from 0, or I can start from 0. Int I is equal to 0. I is less than 5 because I only want 5 elements. I plus plus. Then I'm going to have my hourly forecast item. I'm going to remove the rest of the hourly forecast items. And first of all, we require a time. Now, where is the time mentioned in our list? It's mentioned over here, dt_txt in this format. We'll get to the date format part later on. We only want to get time, but it's giving us date and time both. But we'll get to it later on. As of now, let's just display the entire thing. Even if we get the render flow error, the error that shows up in the yellow saying that the height has extended, like we saw over here with our row when we are not wrapped it with single child scroll view. Remember that? If we remove this widget, you see this error, this is render flow error. And we will get that if we exceed the size already allotted to a particular widget. So anyways, let's get access to the list. So it's going to be data at list. So it's going to be data at list at I. Not 0, not 1, not anything. But if we put I, we get I is equal to 0. So that means data at list is 0. That means we are getting the same value. Instead, I'm going to do data at list at I plus 1. With I plus 1, I get the starting value as 1 till 5, including 5. Alright? So we'll get the correct stuff. So we'll get elements from 1 or elements 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That sounds good. And once we are over here, let's say we are over here, perfect. So first of all, I'm just going to print the date time or the date, and you can do two things for it. dt, which gives you date in, let's say, I think milliseconds since epoch. Now what is epoch? Epoch is January 1, 1970. So how many milliseconds have passed since January 1, 1970? This is what the daytime is. And in text, this is what it represents. 3rd July 2023, 12 AM. So you can use either of them. I'm going to go ahead and use dt for now. Later on, I'm going to use dt text so that I can format it according to the way I want. And if I come over here, we get type int is not a type of string because time requires string. So let's convert it to a string and then pass it in. And we have this thing over here, and it keeps changing for everything. We have 1688342 400, 1688353 200. Alright, so I hope you get the point. Then we can have the same thing over here. data at list I+1 main temperature. So we're going to have main temp, come over here, and it says type double is not a subtype of type string. Basically, temperature is giving us a double value. Temperature requires here a string value. So call toString again, come back, and you see 289.84, 287.85, 55, and all of that stuff. Looks good. And finally, we want to display the correct icon. Now to display the current icon, we have already put our logic and we know how to evaluate if it's a good thing or not. So what we need to do is go at the top, have current sky, scroll back, and we're just going to have if current weather data, instead of current weather data, I'm going to have data at list at I+1, right? Because current weather data is data at list at 0. Instead of having 0 here, I'm having I+1. I hope you're following along. So we have data at list I+1, then main, then temperature. Main temperature. Not main temperature, sorry. I+1 weather, 0 main. And if that is equal to clouds, or if that exact thing is equal to rain, then we are going to have icons.cloud, otherwise icons.sunny. Then we save it, we come over here, and you see when we had a sunny weather, we had sunny icon showing up. Now if we come back over here just to verify, we are going to go over here, we'll see that the main over here is clear, and in clear we want to show sun. We don't want to show clouds. Clouds is only there for rain and stuff. Okay, so yeah, we have been able to build the app. The problem here is, what if instead of showing 5 things, I want to show 40 things? Exactly how much this allows. Or 39, because, or let's say 38. And let's say I want to return or have less than 39 items here. Then what will happen? Well, if I restart, you see we get a bunch of our icons. Those are all good. But what's happening here is they are not building on demand. They are all building together. Now we are getting our weather forecast and that all is correct. That's all good. That's perfect. But the problem here isn't about displaying and getting the correct data. It's about the performance of the app. All the widgets here are building together. That's a big problem when we are returning like 40 widgets together, right? Because it's like 40 widgets are building together. Isn't that just insane? It will affect the performance of the app very much. So instead of building 40 widgets together at the same time, what I want to do is build this widget just when we scroll, alright? So it lazily creates our widgets. Only the part that is scrolled will get created. Otherwise, it won't get created, so it won't affect the performance of our app. I hope you understood this. If not, I'll repeat, you can skip if you understood. What I'm saying is 40 widgets are being created together. Now that is a major performance thing. Because just imagine like 40 components on the screen together at the same time. That's just making sure that your app performs less well. So what I want to do is implement kind of like lazy loading, where the widgets are being lazily loaded. Not the data. We get the data as it is, but the widgets are being created on demand as and when I scroll. Alright, so like if I scroll like this, the widget should get created. Not all at once. So for this, I'm just going to go ahead and comment out the entire single child scroll view. And I'm going to create my own hourly forecast from scratch using a widget which is very, very important. and that is called list view builder. See this thing over here? List view builder. There's another widget called list view, which we haven't talked about. And list view is basically like, if you want a column that is scrollable and you want to mention padding from the side, you can go ahead and use list view. It will help you over there. We're probably going to use list view later on in our third app. But as of right now, we're going to use list view dot builder. It requires a named argument of item builder, and it gives us context and index. Also, one thing I think I forgot to mention is whenever you have for loop, if conditions inside of Flutter code, you don't have to mention brackets. I'm so sorry I forgot to mention this. Brackets are not required when you have Flutter code. You can just mention for loop, no need of bracket. And if you want to return more than just one widget, you can have dot 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 and a list. Okay? So what you're basically doing is wrapping all of them in a list, and then you're destructuring the list so that everything shows up for all the 40 widgets or 39 widgets. Alright? So let's remove it. We only want to have one widget for loop. That's why I'm just going to keep it like this. Also, let's comment it out again. And let's focus on our list view builder. Now, list view builder will build on demand. It accepts item builder, which requires a widget to be returned, which is nullable. And it gives us BuildContext again and an index. Now, this index is there because you need to mention something known as an item count. So this list view builder is basically telling, hey, we'll help you to build a list of items that are lazily loaded. So it will get loaded as and when you scroll. But you need to mention the item count, how many items there are, and the item builder. So what do you want to build? And for that, we are giving you the index. Because obviously, if you mention the item count, let's say the item count is 5, I'm giving it a static value. Here, we are not going to know what to return. For example, I'll return hourly forecast item, but then I have to mention time, temperature, icon. Now, how do I get access to time? Here, we had I plus 1. This is how I would know I'm accessing one particular element from the list. How can I do it over here? That's why index is present. Just like the for loops I, this is the index that will help us. So let's go ahead, get the data. So we are going to have our data, final hourly forecast, which is equal to data at list index plus 1. Again, we are going to have plus 1 because list view builder also starts from 0. So we have our hourly forecast. Now the first thing that I want to return here is dt, which is the time. So let's go ahead and have dt dot toString, which is just time in toString. Then we have temperature. So we are going to have hourly forecast, then main, then temp, and dot toString. And finally, we are going to have our icon. So I'm just going to copy this line. I'm not going to type it again and paste it over here. Also, let's uncomment this. So to uncomment it, I'm going to press command / and there we go. And finally, I'm just going to take all of this out in one thing, which is final hourly sky. Let's call it that. Then we are going to have index plus 1, and then if hourly sky is equal to clouds or hourly sky is equal to rain, then we are going to show the cloud, otherwise sunny. Now you can shift all of these variables outside as well. So you're going to have final hourly temperature, which is equal to this thing. Let's paste it over here. Then we are going to have our date time, which needs further factoring. But as of right now, our list view builder is complete. What we are saying is build 5 items, and this is what you need to build. Build hourly forecast items 5 times, and it will only be visible as and when we scroll. Press Command J, and we are received by errors and a UI that doesn't look quite good. Let's restart, and still the UI is still dismantled. I don't know how it's looking like this, and we're getting a lot of errors over here. Now I'll simply tell you the reason. You can go ahead and read the errors, but I'll tell you a simple reason for this. List view builder has a tendency of taking the entire screen size. Like, our text field also has the tendency of taking the entire width of the screen. Even list view builder has the tendency to take the entire screen. And here, we cannot give it the entire screen, obviously, because we have this thing over here. Then we have our additional information down below. So we have to restrict the height. To restrict the height, we press Ctrl+Shift+R, wrap it with the sized box, and give it a height of 120. If we do that, we are restricting the height to one particular thing. You see? And now we have our list, which is scrollable, and it only has a height of 120. But still, I want it to be like this, like we had before in the horizontal direction. We have a nice property for that in list view builder, which is scroll direction, just like we had in our single child scroll view. So we are going to pass in scroll direction axis.horizontal, save it, and when you come over here, we are met with an error. And this error is solely there because we have set the list view builder's height. So this list view builder entire thing, its height is 120. And it is exceeding the current height, which is why we are getting this error. And it's only there because this text is going down below. That's not good. So what we can do is restrict the text to only be there in one single line. So if we go to our hourly forecast item widget, scroll down, we have our text of time. The text has a property of max lines, if you'll see. Here we can tell how many lines a text can take maximum, and it can only take maximum of one line, and you see the error is resolved. However, it clips things off and there is no notification about it. Like, hey, we clipped this off. There's absolutely nothing told about it. So we need to change that. So for that, text has another property which is overflow. So whenever it overflows, it will just have a certain style attached to it. So we have text overflow dot, and it has clip. Let's see what clip looks like. The same thing as we had before, dot ellipsis. So this will give us dot dot dot, which tells, hey, this is extending. Then we have text overflow dot fade. So it will just fade in, telling you, hey, we are cutting it off. And then we have finally visible, which is just completely visible. I like ellipses more because it just tells you that, hey, there's more to it, but we have dots over here. Anyways, now that we have our stuff good, our hourly forecast is showing, our app is now working based on our weather API. We're almost done. Only difference is the time that we want to show. I told you we are not going to show DT, we are going to show DT underscore text, which is not what it says. It's DT underscore TXT, not TEXT. And we come over here and we see 2023, all of that stuff. Now what I want to do is, of the entire date given, I only want to access this particular thing, only the line. So think, how will you be able to do it? One possible suggestion would be to go ahead and use substring, and I totally agree. You can go ahead and use substring because it is in the format of YYY hyphen mm hyphen dd. So it is going to have a particular set of characters after which you can extract your time, and that works fine for me. And maybe you want to use that, but I'm going to take another approach, which is to add a package to our app for this. And what is the package? Well, if you go to pub.dev and type intel, you'll see this package. And this package is published by Dart team themselves, saying they provide internationalization and localization facilities, including message translation and whatnot. But if you scroll down, they also help with number formatting. They also help with date formatting and parsing, which is exactly what we need. We have our date in a particular format, and we only want to display the time based on that. So we can go ahead and add intel to our pubspec.yaml file. Now, instead of going at the top, copying intel, going to pubspec.yaml file, scrolling down, and in the dependencies adding intel like this, there's another thing you can do. In VS Code, press Command-Shift-P, then you have the property of adding Dart add dependency. When you search for it, you'll see this, and here you can just pass in the package name intel, and it will automatically add it to pubspec.yaml for you, run flutter pub get, runs everything, and you see intel is automatically added for us. So you can use this when you want to add packages in bunch. For example, I want to add, let's say, intel, I want to add HTTP, I want to add multiple things. I can separate them by comma and add everything. But since I've already added, I'm going to press escape to escape that dialog. Sweet. So now that I have access to date formatting, let's go ahead and use it. Now you can refer to the documentation that was mentioned over here, but since I've used it before, date format dot pass, I don't need reference to it, but obviously if you're using it for the first time, highly recommend to read the documentation that is attached over here. It will help you to use the package efficiently and properly. So the first thing I want to do is take this and convert it to a datetime object. Now you remember in our Dart code, I had introduced you to datetime.now like this to demonstrate to you what final variables were, right? Final time is equal to datetime.now. Well, exactly. We are going to convert it to datetime, the string. So the string is going to get converted to datetime, which we can parse using intel package. So we're going to have datetime.parse, and whenever you have anything date related, I always recommend to use datetime in Flutter because it makes your job so much easier. Especially when using it with intel, it will make a lot of stuff easier. For example, if you're building WhatsApp and on your home screen or in your chat screen, also in the chat bubble, you see the text of the date is mentioned or the time is mentioned. How is that possible? How can we do that in Flutter? Well, exactly. You can do it over here. So let's go ahead first of all and convert it to datetime. So we have datetime.parse and we need to pass in a string. So we have hourly forecast, dt underscore text, and then we are going to use date format, which is given to us by intel package. Make sure it's imported right at the top, intel.dart. So we are going to have date format dot, and we have multiple stuff over here. Month, ABBR month day, and all of that stuff. But here, even down, we have functions for this. This is basically describing how you want to format your datetime object. In my case, what I want to do is display it in a format like 00 or 3 or 6 or 9 or 12 or 15 or 18, like that. So for me, I can just use ym. So for me, I can just use dateformat.hm, and then if I go to hm, it basically just has hm provided to it. hm is basically r followed by minute, which will give me in the format I want, r minute, right? So we have dateformat.hm.format, and then I'll pass time to it. And format requires a date time, which is why I converted the string to a date time object. Alright, now if I do this, come back to the app, I have 12, 3, 6, 9 and 12 showing up. Now you can go ahead and try a bunch of variations here like HMS, and you'll see R minute second. Then you'll have J, let's say, and you can try a bunch of things. J is basically 12 AM, 3 AM, 6 AM, 9 AM, 12 PM. Whatever you prefer, you can use that and that will work for you. Or if you want your custom made, you can just have date format and you can mention your own pattern here. So if I mention HM here, it will again come back to me like this. Or if I mention J like this, it will let me know like this. So that's the point. These functions were basically doing that behind the scenes. When you had .j, it was basically calling j over here. So it was calling date format at j. What is this? This refers to the class itself, this date format. So you were mentioning the pattern itself. So you had date format j dot format, and there we go. Now we can save it, restart the app, and I'm going to go ahead with 12 AM, 3 AM. I like this better. And there we go. So our app is looking good now. The last feature that I want is whenever I click on this refresh icon, it should refresh. And if there's any update, it should let the user know. Because obviously this is real time only when we call it. It's not like a stream that will continuously give us new updates and new values. When I click on refresh, it will refresh the screen. So how do I make sure this refresh happens? Also, let's remove the comment from here. I hope you understand why we want to use list view builder. It is a better approach overall, lazy loading and all of that stuff. Now if we come over here in our icon button, what if I just put set state? If I put set state, what will happen is when I refresh, it will rebuild the entire scaffold. So that means it will rebuild this entire future builder as well. It will call the get current weather function as well. That means this entire build function is going to get rebuilt. However, if you check out the Flutter official video on future builder now, what they've done and recommended to do is store this in a variable. So you'll have final weather, which is equal to get current weather, or maybe something like this. So you have late future map string comma dynamic weather. Then you have init state, and once we add init state, we are just going to set our late variable weather equal to get current weather. Alright, now I can use this weather over here instead of weather. Alright, and now you see the app loads. Now you might say, hey, why is this not lazy loading? And that's because this is having the type of future. We are not resolving the future. We are not using await anywhere. If you're not using await anywhere, we are just saying, hey, call this function, store the future inside of this variable, and then we are calling this variable. And when I restart, it doesn't give me the error. Now when I restart or refresh, this doesn't work anymore. Why? Because we're not calling the function anymore. We're calling the variable. And when we call the variable, it is not rebuilding again. You see? So earlier we had a function, and whenever the build function would rebuild, this function would get called. And that is why setState worked earlier. When setState was called, entire build function was rebuilt. So future builder was also rebuilt. So this future was called, the function was called. And when it was called, this thing reran, and thus we got new values which were then updated. However, here, we've already called the function over here. Okay. And the value is present inside of weather. And we are just passing the weather variable here. So when setState is called, build function is rebuilt, this weather variable is already there with the value assigned to it by the function that was called over here. So the function is not getting called again because setState doesn't call initState again. It just calls the weather variable, and weather variable has the type of future map string dynamic, and future builder is just resolving that future, giving us a snapshot so that we can use the data error loading and display it on the screen. That's the job of future builder. But since there was no function was not called, it was a variable. And variable already has a value assigned to it. It has a value of future map string dynamic assigned to it. That's why it is not getting rebuilt, the function is not getting called again, and thus it is not restarting. And Flutter always says to use it like this, but in our case, we can call getCurrentWeather because we want it to work that way. Whenever the build function is called, it should rebuild. Or what you can do is reinitialize weather to getCurrentWeather. So if we set state weather is equal to getCurrentWeather, that means we are reinitializing weather. So if we restart, we come over here, it will again rebuild for the entire thing. So as of now, in a simple app, there's no difference between this thing over here or just calling getCurrentWeather and not having this. It's the same thing. But in a bigger app, when we get into inherited widget, which is in our third app itself, and when we talk about state management, you'll see this build function will get called even when setState is not called. Because that's the talk about state management. Even setState is a kind of state management. Now, I hope you're understanding what state management is. You know what state is, and we just have to manage the state. So setState is also a type of state management, but it is related to one single screen. Just like Scaffold, you know. Scaffold is there for one single page. setState is there for one single stateful widget. It cannot manage the state in 2 to 3 different screens. setState will only rebuild one particular screen. It won't go ahead and rebuild a totally unrelated screen if some data changes. That's where things like inherited widget and we're going to study about riverpod comes in place. This is just a local state management solution, and the state management we are going to talk about is global state management. But we'll get to it. I hope you understood that this is local state management, but yeah, we are going to dive deep into it because state management is a very important concept. But anyways, you can use whatever. I'm going to go ahead with the weather option because if you want to expand on the app's functionalities, and I hope you'll do that after you gain the knowledge of state management as well, and incorporate state management that we learn in the third app over here, this will be more beneficial. Alright, so now let's get to the main.dart file again, and here we have seen our app in dark mode. Let's go ahead and use themedata.light. If we use that, let's see how our app looks, and this looks quite good. I'm not disappointed with the results. We have our card, we have everything showing up nicely. Let's switch back to theme data.dark, and this looks nice. If I use material 3 to true, you see this looks quite bad in my opinion. The layout looks good. The coloring is not fine. All the borders now have rectangular or pointy edges. I don't like that. And if we just have dot light doesn't look that bad. I'm always fond of this color, the blue color, but still it's not as good as compared to material 3. Alright, so that was the difference I wanted to show you. First theory I want to talk about is the layout theory. We've already seen the practical usage of this layout, but since we've already got a practical experience, I want to give you a theoretical experience with it. And after that, we are going to talk about widget tree, element tree, and render objects, thing that I teased about when we were starting with Flutter. And we're going to talk about what exactly a widget is. Okay? But before that, let's talk about layout in theory. The biggest quote in Flutter in terms of layout is constraints go down, sizes go up, parent sets position. What does this mean? Let's go over it one by one. The first sentence I said was constraints go down. What does this mean? It means that in Flutter, widgets receive constraints from their parent widgets. Constraints basically means boundaries. So widgets receive their boundaries from their parent widgets. These boundaries define the limits within which a widget can render itself. Each widget passes these constraints or boundaries down to its child widgets. We've already seen a practical experience of it with our list view builder and a lot more things. If we had our list view builder, it was taking the entire screen size. What I said over here is wrap it with a size box, give it a height of 120. So that means constraints go down. The parent widget size box imposed a restriction, a constraint, a boundary on list view builder to take only this much height or this much space. And list view builder did the same. It gave its child widgets hourly forecast item that particular constraints to stay in. Since it couldn't stay, it gave us a render flow error in the bottom. You remember when the time we had dt over here instead of dt underscore txt. So list view builder passed it down to its children or child. So that is what constraints go down mean. Second thing is sizes go up. This means when a widget receives constraints from its parent, it calculates its own size based on those constraints. The widget tries to expand to fill the available space while respecting any limitations imposed by the constraints. This process occurs recursively up the widget tree, where each widget determines its size based on its children's sizes and the constraints received from its parent. This thing is basically what I have just explained to you. Hourly forecast item took as much height, as much width as list view builder and size box restricted on it. Since there was 5 item counts, it took this much space. Since there was axis.horizontal, it took this much space. However, when I put axis.vertical, it takes the entire screen size and it implements a scrolling view like this. Alright, so I hope you understood what I meant over here. And the last thing here is parent sets position. So after determining the sizes of its children, the parent widget decides where to position each child widget within its layout. The parent widget is responsible for arranging its children according to its own layout rules and constraints. This is what we did with the column, right? I said we could wrap everything with align widget. We could wrap this text with align, this text with align, this text with align, this thing with align, and that would work. But what I did instead is in the column set cross-axis alignment. So that set the position for its children. And its children were everything that you can see. All of these things are children of column. So parent widget was responsible for arranging the children according to their own layout rules and constraints. So I hope you understood this. This is a theoretical aspect of it. The practical, I've already shown it to you and we've implemented it in UI. Now you don't have to necessarily remember it unless you're going for interviews and stuff. But otherwise, if you're just building for yourself, practical experience should be enough. So now we are done with the application completely, and I've also talked about layout. Let's get into some more theoretical concepts which are quite interesting in my opinion. So let's dive into them. Now let's understand how Flutter works behind the scenes to display something on the UI or to display something on the screen. So to understand this, first we must know that Flutter doesn't really translate any of the widgets into particular native UIs. Alright, so if you have a button, Flutter isn't going to say, hey, you're an iOS platform, let's convert this to an iOS native button. If you're on Android, Flutter isn't going to say, hey, you're on Android, I'm going to convert it to Android native platform and then display it on the screen. No. Flutter doesn't translate to native code. What Flutter does is paint something on the canvas using its own rendering backend or rendering system. The rendering system it uses behind the scenes is the Skia graphics engine, which is currently being replaced by Impeller. That's why if you come over here, when you run your app and press Command J, you'll see using the Impeller rendering backend. Because on iOS, the work for transitioning from the Skia graphics engine to Impeller graphics engine is done. On the Android, it's still being working on. And they'll cover it soon. But for iOS, it is done. The shift was made from Skia to Impeller because Skia had some issues with animation and 3D stuff. With Impeller, things will be better. But anyways, Flutter doesn't translate to native UI. That's why if you see over here, I can have an Android-y look on iOS, right? So this allows us to create customizable UI, and we can have one UI in all our platforms irrespective of whether it is on Android, iOS, Mac OS, web, Windows, wherever. So now let's understand how stuff works. So first of all, we have our widget tree. The first thing that we have is the widget tree. And we already know what widget tree is, right? So let's get it here. Type in widget tree. And we know what widget tree is. We have already created our own widget tree here. We have my app, MaterialApp, weather screen, and in weather screen we have scaffold, app bar, icon button, future builder, progress indicator if there has to be one, a text widget if there has to be one, and all of that stuff. If you want to take a look at the overall widget tree, you can click on this search kind of icon over here, and this dialog will only show when you're running your app. So this DevTools widget inspector page will only be there only when you run your app. Alright, and now you see widget tree. So this tells you your entire widget tree. You can just push this down to see the entire thing. So you have root, my app, material app, weather screen, scaffold, everything displaying. And if you open this up a little bit, you have layout explorer. So you have to select one widget and you'll get a layout explorer for that particular thing. So this is how your entire UI looks like. You have your weather screen, a scaffold which takes a width of 430, a height of 932. Then you have future builder which takes a width of 430. Then it has a height of 8 something. Then you have padding, which takes some constraints, and that's what the layout explorer is all about. You can explore your layout, how your layout stuff is done. Then you have widget details tree, where you can see the properties that you've used for every single widget, be it padding, column, whatever. One cool thing you'll notice over here is something known as render object. And that's what our second or the third tree is all about. So we have one more tree here. So let's paste it. And let's call this render object tree. Alright. So what is this render object tree? We all know what widget tree is, right? Widget tree will represent the structure of a UI and it is composed of multiple widgets. But what exactly is a widget? We know it is the block displaying it on the screen, but what is it? Well, a widget is just a configuration. It is a lightweight object with final properties. Why are the properties final? Because widget is immutable, right? And we've already seen that whatever is immutable, its state cannot change, its properties or data cannot change. That means widget tree is a very lightweight object that has only final properties. To understand why widgets are immutable, we'll have to understand that widget tree doesn't really display anything on the screen. It is just there for you to compose your UI, to tell Flutter how your UI should look like. Flutter will manage all the rendering stuff behind the scenes. You'll just tell how you want your stuff and it will do that behind the scenes. So widget doesn't actually render anything. Let's just chuck the widget tree and just focus on widget. So let's close the widget inspector and we are going to just focus on one widget and understand it for all the widgets. And we are going to focus on the text widget. So text extends the stateless widget, right? Just like any other widget, it either extends stateless or stateful widget. So what exactly does text return over here? The text returns something known as rich text. If you scroll down, you'll find the build function, you'll find default text style, all of those stuff, if conditions, then you have widget result is equal to rich text. Then you again have if conditions and then you return result. So when there are no external properties like semantics, label or registrar set up in your app, what you return is a rich text. So it is safe to assume that in normal conditions like ours, rich text is being returned. Now, rich text is also a widget, and I told you that widgets are just lightweight object properties and they don't render anything. So why are we returning a rich text? Well, if we press command and go to rich text source code, you'll see rich text doesn't really extend stateless or stateful widget. What it does extend is multi-child render object widget. And multi-child render object widget is a widget. To prove that, you'll have to go into the source code, see that it extends render object widget, go into the source code, and finally you'll see it extends a widget. Alright? So rich text is a widget, but it doesn't extend stateless or stateful. It extends multi-child render object widget. And that is what our tree is all about. Render object tree. Now, render objects are of three types, or render object widget is of three types. You can see it over here. The first type, if you scroll down, is leaf render object widget. This is used for widgets that don't have any child or children. Then we have single child render object widget. This is there for widgets that only have one child, like colored box. An example of leaf render object widget is error widget. It doesn't have a child at all. It just displays itself. An example of single child render object widget is colored box. And then we have multi-child render object widget, which is a column because it has multiple children, right? So that is what render object widget does. The thing that actually displays stuff on the screen or renders stuff on the screen is render object. What render object does is it determines the size, position and visual representation of the widgets that we created or we have, and they handle tasks such as layout calculation, painting pixels on the screen. So render object is the thing that actually displays stuff on the screen, and it does that by calling methods like create render object and update render object. So if you just go to the render object widget, it is an abstract class, right? It has create render object and it has update render object. So this is how it creates and updates stuff on the screen. So from what we have learned, how stuff happens is widget tree is there. Every element of the widget tree is traversed or it is iterated through or it is gone through, and then a particular render object widget for it is created. So it is safe to say that widget tree will tell render object tree to create something, right? And that's partially true. But what if we call stuff like setState? Now if I unnecessarily call setState in my app, what will happen? Let's say here I'm not calling weather at all. I just do setState. I restart, and when I click on refresh, nothing really happens. The widget tree is the same. Nothing additional gets printed on. Why is that the case? That's the case because there is one more tree in the middle which handles all of these things, which is the brain of whether render object tree should rebuild or not, and that is the element tree. So let's go ahead and type in element tree. So this element tree is a reflection of widget tree and is responsible for managing the life cycle of widgets. Elements are created during the mount phase where they encapsulate the corresponding widgets and store mutable state. So basically widget tree goes and creates a particular element for it. And to understand this, again, let's dive in the source code. Let's go to text.dart where our rich text was. And actually, let's just exit both of them. And I'm just going to go in the definition of stateless widget. So let's go over there because it's easier to understand there. You see, we have stateless widget and then an override of stateless element, create element, stateless element. So every widget that is there, if you go to the widgets definition, you'll find here a method which is create element. So every widget that is there will create an element for itself. Stateless widget will go ahead and create stateless element. Stateful widget will go ahead and create stateful element. So every widget will create an element for itself, and this element tree is thus a reflection of the widget tree. So here if you have a stateless widget, you're going to have a stateless element. Now if I created my app over here, I basically created my app element. I'm going to prove it to you by the time this section of how Flutter displays UI ends. By the end of this chapter, I'll be able to explain why I'm saying my app element is going to be created. But for now, take my word on it. Every widget will create an element which will be a reflection of itself, right? And they're only created when you first start the app during the mount phase. So when you restart, this is where elements are created. And now element tree is going to take care of whether render object needs to create stuff or it needs to update stuff. So whenever you make changes to the widget tree, Flutter performs a process called reconciliation or diffing to identify the differences between the new and the old trees. And this process is quite easy because widgets are immutable. Since widgets are immutable, all of its properties are final. And since the properties are final, it's easier to compare the old widget tree and the new widget tree. And this reconciliation process is done so that widget tree doesn't continuously just keep on creating render object widgets. If it does that, it will be a lot of performance waste, So we need to boost the performance. We need to make performant apps. For that, the Flutter framework needs to be performant. And this is how Flutter framework is performant, by performing a process of reconciliation or diffing. So it identifies the differences between the new and the old trees, and whatever differences are there, only those things get updated or rebuilt. For example, let's say my text changes when I have my 288.77 Kelvin over here and I restart. Let's say this thing over here gets updated. And let's say this text changes over here to 289.0 Kelvin. So the render object is not going to build every other widget. It's just going to build the text or the rich text again. This way, our entire UI is not being rebuilt, or let's say our entire UI is not being repainted again. And because of this, we are getting performant apps. To give you proof of this, I'm just going to go to the Stateless widget again. Here I have stateless element, right? I'm going to go in there. We have component element, and that finally extends element. So I have element over here, and you'll see down in the element that we have a function called as update child. And here it checks if new widget is null, and if the child is not null, then it will deactivate the child, and then it checks if the child is not null, then it will perform some task. So basically this function, update child function, is the thing that will perform the reconciliation phase. After reconciliation, Flutter will perform the layout phase, where each render object will calculate the size and position of the associated widgets, and then render object will paint everything on the screen. So now I hope you understand why we need the element tree. Element tree is an intermediary between the widget and the render object trees that allows Flutter to achieve efficient updates without recreating the entire UI. It will just recreate one particular UI element or one particular object. And element tree is the reason why we have features like hot reloading, where you can modify the widget tree and see instant updates in the running app. For example, if I, change this to theme data.light, save it, instant update happens and everything is now theme data.light. And if I again change it, everything is instantly theme data.dark. This element tree allows it because stuff to update is so less that you can instantly do it. And you can do it in the running app. Now, hot reloading is a big feature because you don't have to restart your app. When you restart your app, the entire thing rebuilds. And because of that, you might lose some very much needed existing data. For example, let's say you were filling a login form and then you press enter and some error occurs. You fix that error. And then when you restart, all of your credentials are gone. Your email, password, everything that you had entered is gone. Now you have to refill those again. This is why hot reloading is a much needed feature, because it saves so much time. So to summarize, the widget tree defines the UI structure, element tree will manage the widget lifecycle and mutable state, and render object will handle the layout and painting. The element tree will act as a bridge between the widget tree and the render object by performing the reconciliation process, which will optimize the updates that need to be made. Now, since we've understand what elements are, we need to understand what BuildContext is. Now, if you come to the BuildContext source code, you'll see abstract class BuildContext. It has a widget, it has owner, it has mounted, all of its properties. But if you also go to stateless widget, stateless element, component element, and finally to element, you'll see abstract class element extends something, but it implements BuildContext. So basically, element is BuildContext, or BuildContext is an element. And it makes sense, right? Because BuildContext helps us to locate a widget in the widget tree. And what is element? Element is acting as an intermediary between widget tree and element tree and render object tree, and every widget creates an element for itself, so it exactly knows the state of the widget, so it also knows where in the widget tree or where in the element tree that particular widget is. And BuildContext also knows that. So BuildContext is actually an element. Both of them help us to locate a particular widget in the widget tree. They will help us compare the state of the widget and see if it needs a rebuild. And that's why many of the properties on BuildContext is similar to what an element might have. For example, if you print context dot mounted, this is a property of element. Widget, that's a property of element. And if you type in element, you won't see create element method on it, because BuildContext is an element. You get all of these types, and these help us to find particular things in the element tree. Now, to prove to you that an element is created over here, what I'm going to do, also to prove that BuildContext is an element, I'm going to print context.runtime type. So this will tell me the type of BuildContext. When I press Command J, you'll see the runtime type of BuildContext is stateless element. Now if I take this same thing and go to weather screen, let's scroll down and paste it over here, we'll have stateful element. So BuildContext is indeed an element. And that's a very neat way to handle stuff, because now they're giving you the element to access stuff. And if you have any thoughts about what the BuildContext runtime type, it will be the particular element it is in. So it can be stateful element, stateless element. So I hope you understood stuff. What we have covered here is the three trees: widget tree, element tree, and render object tree. Render object is the thing that looks after everything related to painting. Element tree is a intermediary which will handle if the render object needs to be repaint stuff. And widget tree is what we mentioned over here. It's just a simple configuration. It is a lightweight object with final properties, and it is immutable because it's so easy and it's so cheap to create them and to throw them away. Because the element is the manager that will control everything. And element can also handle and control the widget's location in the tree, because even BuildContext can do that. We've already seen it. It also handles the lifecycle of the widget, updating of the render objects, and everything. So element tree is a big pillar in the Flutter framework. And we are given access to the element in the form of BuildContext. So we have understood what BuildContext is programmatically and the three types of trees. So this is the shopping app we are going to build with Flutter. We are going to have 4 products displayed over here with their title, price, and the image. We also have a custom font for every thing. Then when we click on a particular product, we get directed to a product details screen where we again see the title, the shoe image, the price, and the sizes to select from. If we don't select a size, we get a pop-up from below saying that we need to select a size. Then once we select the size, we can add to cart and the product will be added to our cart successfully. Then we can go back, come to our cart, and we'll see that particular shoe in our cart. I can also add more products here. Let's say I add Jordans. Let's say I add 10. I'll add to cart, come back, and I see Jordan shoes over here. Now I can also delete a product from a cart. Let's say I want to delete this men's Nike shoes. I'll click on delete. I get this confirmation dialog. I can either click no or I can click on yes, and that will remove the product from the cart. So this is the app we're going to build, and we're going to learn a ton about theming, navigation, and state management. So let's dive right into it. The first thing that's required is a Flutter project. So we are going to go to the desktop where I'm going to create my Flutter project and run the command flutter create. Let's call it shop_app_flutter. Okay. I already have shop_app created in the desktop, which is why I've named the shop app Flutter. Then I'm going to go to the shop app Flutter, open it in VS Code, and then I have VS Code open. I'll close this for now. I'll go to lib main.dart, and we have our normal file. Okay. I'm also going to run it on the iOS simulator so that we know that the project is working well and we can confirm it. In the meantime, I'm going to set up my screen over here. So for our own reference, I've taken a screenshot of the simulator and put it here side by side so that we can have the app and the UI side by side. Cool. So we need to make this screen like this thing over here. So let's clone it. So first of all, we'll have to remove the counter app. But one thing I want you to note is this color scheme line. This is color scheme.fromSeed, seed color, colors.deep purple. Okay. And also remember the screen because I'm going to reference this later on when we add theming to our own application. Now let's get done with it. Let's remove it. Then I'm going to create the stateless widget, call it my app. Then I'm going to return a material app where the title is going to be shopping app and the home is going to be a different widget. So I'll have to create a different widget. I'll go to the lib folder, create home_page.dart. This is all the boilerplate stuff. I hope you're understanding it. So I'll have to import material.dart again. Then we'll have a stateless widget, which will be called homepage. And we want to return a scaffold so that an empty screen appears. That's it. I only want to see an empty screen as of now. We'll take it step by step. So we have homepage returned over here. That is nice. And now if I come over here, our counter app is now replaced by a blank homepage. So we have the boilerplate stuff ready. Now the next thing I want to do is just start designing the app. But when we start designing the app, you'll realize that this font is a bit different. And the font we generally use in Android iOS, it's different from what is present over here. Why? Let's just take an example of the weather app we created. You see this weather app? The font over here is quite different from the font mentioned over here. So what we need to do is add our own custom fonts to the app. So there are two ways to do it. First way is to use a package called Google_fonts. This is provided by material.io, which is the Google team themselves. And we have it working on all the platforms, Android, iOS, Linux, macOS, web, Windows. So what this does is basically a package to use fonts from fonts.google.com. And fonts.google.com is like a registry of all the fonts that you can use freely in your apps. You see, it has a ton of fonts you can use. And you can use whatever one you want, but the one I'm interested in using is Leto. So this is the style I'll be using. And this is the style which is used over here as well. Now you can explore and find your own font, but I'm going to go ahead with Leto. Now you can use this font to easily add Leto to your app. All you need to do is mention a text widget. Then you have this text. You'll mention the style. Then you'll use Google Fonts, which is provided by this Google Fonts package that we'll add to our app, .Leto. So when you call this Leto method on Google Fonts, you'll be able to add the Leto font to your app and your app will start looking different. That's all that you need to do. So this package has its own pros and cons. The pro over here is it can be used in production to reduce the app size, because you don't have to install the font to your app. You don't have to install it on your system either. All you need to do is just use this, and Google Fonts package will go fetch the font using HTTP at runtime, and you'll be able to see it in the app. You see, even in the dependencies, you have the HTTP package, the one that we've already used. right? The con is that it uses HTTP fetching. HTTP fetching, as we all know, can take a little bit of time, and that delay can be seen when you use Google Fonts in your app. It is a visible difference, but not too much. So it depends on you if you want to use this package or not. I'm not going to use it. I'm going to follow the alternative method, which is registering the font in pubspec.yaml file. So as we know, we can register the assets in pubspec.yaml file, but we are not going to register assets. Fonts is different from this thing over here. When we scroll down, you'll see a particular section is dedicated to the fonts tab. We need to use that. So you can add custom fonts to your app just using this part, and you can add your images, audio, video, all of that from here. We're going to get to assets as well, but for now let's focus on fonts. So I'm just going to uncomment all of this, and make sure indentation is right. That means the spacing over here is right, because it matters in YAML files. Then here we have several things to mention. First of all, we have to mention the asset and its location. Well, we don't have any assets, but you can go ahead and install it from fonts.google.com. You can see your style, whichever one you prefer. You can select that style, it will add it. And once you've selected all the styles you want, just click on download all and it will download it for you in your system. I already have a few downloaded for me, so I'll just open them. I have Leto Bold and Leto Light, which is what I'm going to use. If you want to use the same font style, I'll mention the link for it in the description below. Sweet. So now to register it, I'm not going to put these font files in lib folder. Lib folder is strictly for my Dart code. It isn't going to have any assets or anything. My assets is going to be present in a separate folder of its own in the root folder. So I'm going to create my own folder called assets, fonts. Here I'm creating two folders because I don't want to mention assets just like this in the root folder. It's quite messy. But I'll create my assets folder, then the fonts folder, because I'm going to have two types of assets, images and fonts. The dummy data that there is, this image, this is coming from our assets itself, which are registered in pubspec.yaml. So we have to register images as well. That's why I've created the fonts folder. Now I can just copy them. Also, we can open fonts in Finder and paste it over here. As soon as we paste it in the correct folder, you'll be able to see Leto Bold and Leto Light correctly. Sweet. Now we'll just have assets/fonts Leto Light.ttf, and then we are going to have assets fonts Leto Bold.ttf. You need to make sure that this path matches. You're in the root folder. So you'll go to assets, this folder, then fonts, and then you'll target one particular file. And make sure you do that correctly. Leto Light.ttf. It should match word by word, letter by letter. Also, the style here is not going to be italic. It is going to be 700 with a weight. You can mention the style. It can be italic or anything else. But I want to mention the weight over here because this Leto Bold font should only get activated when my weight is 700, and weight 700 means it is bolded. And also you need to mention your custom font family name over here. So you can go ahead and pass in Leto, whatever you want to call it. I'm going to call this Leto, and make sure Ctrl S is pressed. So Flutter pub-get is run, and then your contents of the app is there with you. Perfect. Now we'll go to home page, and just to see if the fonts are loaded properly or not, you can go to body, text it, and let's say you type in hello world. Save it, and we have hello world over here, but it's in the corner. So we are going to center it. So I'll press Ctrl Shift R, the refactoring options, and I'm going to wrap it with the center widget. Also let's put comma for formatting. And when we come over here, hello world is seen. But there's no difference in the font. Why? Because if you again go to pubspec.yaml file, you'll see that there are fonts, family, and there are multiple types of fonts you can describe over here. You can have more than one font family described over here. So if there are multiple font families, how will Flutter know which font family to use? And that is why it asked you for the family name over here. The family name for this font. So to make sure you're using the right font family, you need to mention it in the text. So you're going to have style, text style, and text style has a property of font family and it accepts a string. So you need to mention the font family you mentioned in the pubspec.yaml file, which is later over here. Then save it, restart your app, and you'll see a different font is used now. If it still doesn't work for you, then again you have to check font family if it's the correct thing. If the asset is correctly mentioned, check your terminal debug console if there is any error. Or you might want to terminate the app and restart it again and you'll be able to see the difference. So anyways, I have font family. Now if I have font weight as font weight.bold, I should be seeing the bolded text style, right? And we certainly do. Now you might say, hey, why have we mentioned two font assets over here? Why have you mentioned light and bold, both of them? You can remove bold, right? If you just mention later, you'll be able to use a custom font, and when you use font weight.bold, it will bold it like this for you. Well, let's try it. I'm going to remove later bold, restart the app, and you see a visible difference. The text style and all of that is the same, but still the style over here for this font changed. That's because font later bold is different from later light, which is bolded. In this case, what was happening was later light was bolded, so it was less bold. However, here we are using later bold, which has a distinctive property of its own, and thus we are using two fonts for one font family. And since we've mentioned weight 700, it is able to identify when to use that kind of font. Okay? Sweet. Now let's go ahead and design the app. When we see over here, we have multiple text. We have text over here used. We have text over here, even here, and it's scattered all over the app. Does that mean I'll have to use this style, text style font family later every time I need to use a text and use a custom text style or a custom font family? No, that can be quite cumbersome. Just imagine you have to do it over here, every single place, and if your app gets bigger and bigger, it will be very difficult to manage it. That's why font family is generally not used for a particular text. You can define it overall in your My App, in the Material app, by using the theme property. So theme will set up the overall typography in your app and that will work fine. So you mention theme data and it has a property of font family which you can use. It requires a string. So mention later over here. And now without doing anything, without mentioning any text style, it still uses later. It's not bolded because I removed the text style font weight.bold. However, if you bold it, it will still work fine. Cool. So now we have set the overall typography in the app. Now let's go ahead and set up the overall coloring in our app. Now remember in the counter app I told you to remember one line which was the color scheme line. Well, that's what we want to mention. What I want to do is set up the overall color for my app, and I only have one main color decided, which is this yellow color. What I want is the rest of my colors, the rest of the things used in my app should be derivative of that. So I want to mention just one color, and based on that one color, the entire color scheme is going to be generated. So we can use that. So let's go ahead and pass in a color scheme, and as soon as we do that, there are multiple arguments we need to pass in, and they are quite a lot. You need to pass brightness, primary, on primary, secondary, on secondary, error, on error, background, on background, surface, on surface. If you don't mention that, you'll face errors. So definitely, this is quite a cumbersome task and many people wouldn't want that. They want to develop a simple app where the key focus is building functional app, not generating an entire UI. So for that, we have .dark, which will help you generate a dark theme. Then you have color scheme .light, which will help you to generate light theme. But you also have color scheme .from seed. So with this, you just have to mention one thing, the seed color. Based on the seed color, the entire coloring of your app will be set up and it will work fine for you. Now think in terms of a tree. For a tree to grow, you need to pass in a seed, right? This is what it requires. You pass in a seed and the tree grows accordingly. If you pass in a watermelon seed, a watermelon thing will be grown. If you have a pomegranate, pomegranate will be grown, and so on. Same way, we need to mention a seed color, which will be the base from which all other colors will be derived. All colors will be based on. So my seed color is going to be the yellow color, which I've mentioned over here. And I know the RGBO for it. So we have from RGBO, and then I'll mention 254, 206, 1, 1. So this is the RGB for it. And opacity is full. Alright. Now we have it over here, no visible differences, but we've set the overall theme of our app. From seed method, we are able to generate the primary, secondary, surface colors. You'll see over here, using the seed color as a starting point, a set of tonal palettes are constructed. These tonal palettes are based on the Material 3 color system and provide all the needed colors for a color scheme. These colors are designed to work well together and meet contrast requirements for accessibility. And if you want to know more about it, you can click over here, open it, and read about it in the Material 3 design documentation. Okay? So now that we have set this up and I think everything is ready, let's go to the home page and design our app. So the first thing is we need a header. Now this header is a bit different. All the headers we have seen in the past require something like this. It should be this long and it should be present over here. Shoes collection, and then you have a search box. Now this is quite big for an app bar. So it's definitely not an app bar that we are going to use. We have to custom create it. Whenever you have a header sort of thing, it doesn't necessarily mean you have to use an app bar. It will be fine if you don't use an app bar. But it should match whatever design you have in mind and make it pixel to pixel. So let's go ahead here in the body. I'm going to pass in a column, and in the column I'm going to mention children, and my first child is going to be a text which will say shoes collection. So shoes will be on one line and collection on another. So let's go ahead and have text shoes collection, save it. And let's put comma properly so that we have the right formatting. And we have a shoes collection showing up at the top. Now what I want to do is put shoe collections bigger, bolded, and it should be right below the notch, just like we have it over here. The notch is over here, so this font is mentioned over here. So I want it below the notch. First of all, we are going to go ahead and improve the style. So we have text style. Then we have font weight as font weight.bold, and font size is, let's say, 35. Let's save it, and we are going to have shoes collection over here. Nice. Now the problem is it's quite at the top. I don't want it at the top. I want everything starting below the notch. So for this, we have a nice widget that we haven't used till now, and that is the safe area widget. So we are going to wrap it. So we are going to have Ctrl+Shift+R, the refactoring options, and we are going to wrap it with a widget which is known as safe area. What safe area widget does is it ignores the top notch. It avoids the bottom notch as well, or the bottom bar over here. You can see this line. It avoids that as well. So safe area, as the name suggests, is a safe area where notches are not there and even these bottom things are not there. Now if you save this, shoes collection automatically comes down and it looks good. The next thing I want to do is put collection right below. So I'm going to have shoes /n collection. I've put \n because as we know \n is used to go to a new line. We have seen this in the Dart course. We'll save it and we have shoes collection over here. Perfect. The next thing I want is in the same line as shoes collection, I want to put a search field. So for this we know what widget to use, Textfield. But what we want is both of them to be in the same line. If I mention it below this, let's say I call Textfield over here, and let's say I do this, I have my Textfield over here. Perfect, right? But the problem here is this is present right below it. I want it side by side. So to make it side by side, I'll have to wrap text and text field in one particular widget, which is a row. So we're going to have row, children, and then we're going to have text and text field, put it inside, save it, and now we have it. But the text field isn't showing up. Why is that the case? Well, that's the case because if you press Command J and let's say you restart your app, you have a bunch of errors showing up. And if you want, you can go ahead and read this error to understand what really is happening. But if you don't understand it, don't worry. Basically, I've told it to you before that text field occupies maximum width it can get. It takes in as much width as the device has. So here in a row, it is not getting as much width as the device has. Because the text is present over here, so it's overlapping and thinking, hey, why am I not getting the maximum width? Or you can say the device width. That's why we need to constrain the text field so that it only takes as much space as it's told. It doesn't go ahead and take the entire device width. That's not allowed. Again, if you didn't understand, just to explain it to you, the text field has a tendency of taking as much width as possible on the device. That is why when we had mentioned text field in a column below, it took the entire device width. But here when we put it inside of a row, it doesn't get the entire device width. It only gets this much width, which is not acceptable by it. Because this text is taking some space. So we need to tell it that, hey, you need to be fine with this much space you're getting. So for that, we'll have to wrap text field with a widget, and that is the sized box widget. Here we are going to mention the width, let's say 50, maybe that is enough, and then we can save it. So we have text field showing up, which is quite small. 50 is quite a small width. So maybe we want 250. And this is still not enough. Maybe 270. And you see we get an error. A render flow error overflowed by 1 pixel. So maybe we want 269. But I'm going to go ahead with 260. So here's the problem now. If I mention 260 here, it will be different on a pixel emulator. So let's get our pixel emulator up and running and see how it looks on the pixel emulator as well. And then we'll be able to decide if it works fine on all device sizes or not. If it works fine on all device sizes, then we're good with 260. Otherwise, there need to be made some changes. So pixel emulator is now up and running, and as you can see, we're getting a render flow error on the pixel screen. So that goes to say that the pixel size that we've mentioned over here doesn't work for this case. So let's just remove the size box and think of some other solution. Whatever width we mention is not going to be the same for both Android and iOS, or for different screen sizes in general. So let's just generalize this problem. What do we want? We want this text field to take as much space as possible after this shoes collection has taken its space. So what we can do first of all is take this text, put it in a padding widget, so there's padding all around it, and after that we can tell search or text field to take as much space as available. So what I'm going to do is press Ctrl+Shift+R, get the refactoring options, wrap it with padding, so we have constant edge insets.all, but 8 is not enough. I want it to shift quite a bit. So maybe I can shift it to 20 and this looks better. After that, in the text field, I'm going to use another widget which is called as expanded. What expanded does, and it is generally used in either a row or a column, is it just tells, hey, take as much space, as much width as possible. It doesn't say, hey, take the entire device width. It says, just take as much space and width as possible in this row or in this column, wherever you're defining it. And now on both these devices, it takes the same space. There's the padding of the text widget, and after that, it has its own text field, right? So it works on all screen sizes. So that's the cool thing about using expanded. You don't have to use pixels, or you don't have to mention any height, width, etc. You can just use expanded to tell, hey, just take as much space as available in a row or a column. Cool. Now that we have this, let's go ahead and define or design this search field. And I'm going to keep the pixel emulator on the side as long as it's not bothering me. Now let's go ahead and create this search. So what do we want? Well, first of all, I want this text to appear, and it should just be a hint. A label wouldn't look good, right? If you have search written over here and when you click on it, the search will go on the top. We don't want that kind of label. We do want hint text. So we'll go to the text field. We already know we'll pass in a decoration, input decoration, and the hint text is going to be what? Search. And if we do that much, and let's come over here, save it. We have search written over here. That's nice. Now I want to bold this text because the text is not bolded, and maybe I want to reduce its height as well. So for that, I can do it over here in the input decoration itself. But the problem here is, whenever I want to create a text field, I want this kind of design. I don't want anything else. I want this text to be bolded. I want my stuff as it is for every single text field I create. So that's why what I'm going to do is go to the main.dart, and in the theme, I'm going to define the input decoration. So every time I create a text field or I use input decoration, I want a similar kind of theme. So I'm going to have input decoration theme, and this doesn't ask for just input decoration. It asks for input decoration theme. So let's go ahead and pass it in. And let's mention the thing that we want. In input decoration theme, I want the hint style to be given a proper style. So we are going to have text style, and here the font weight first of all is going to be there. So we are going to have font weight.bold, and then we are going to have font size, which is 16. So this is now bolded and looks better in my opinion. Let's put it over here. Also, let's put a const here, and for the home page as well, we'll put a const. That's nice. The next thing we want is an icon. So obviously we know what to use, prefix icon, because we want it in the front. If we wanted it in the back, we would use suffix icon, but let's go ahead with prefix icon. And here we can mention our icon. We already know how to use the icons class. So we have icon, icons dot search. And just to clarify, icons dot search is icon data, and this is a widget. You cannot just use icons dot search over here because icons doesn't extend the widget class. So we need to wrap it with icon, which takes in an icon data, and icons is an icon data. Alright, let's save it, come over here, and we have this. Now what I want is the color to be same. So again, for all my text fields, I want the icon color to remain the same. So I will come in the input decoration theme and have prefix icon color dot from RGBO, and here I'm going to mention a color which we have found out 119, 119, 119, 1. So this color is kind of grayish and you won't see big differences, but there is a difference. So for every text field I create, this is going to be the theme data. I can obviously override it. For example, if I just override the color over here, let's go ahead and type in a colors.red. The color is now red. So you can override it, but if you don't pass anything, it will take the default theme from here. And this will only match particular things. For example, input decoration hint text style can be passed over here and it will follow that. If you pass in a label style, only label will follow this particular property, not hint style. So if you pass anything over here, for example, a color or anything, it will follow that. And if you don't pass anything, the default will be what you mention in the theme data. Now the next thing is to put borders over here. And to put a border, it can be a bit different for every text field we create. For example, in the home screen, I don't want a text field like this, because here the text field is like this. It goes straight, then there's a curve on the left, and then it again goes straight. So I don't want this kind of text field border for every text field we create. That's why I'm not going to mention it in the theme data. I'm going to mention it right over here. So yeah, I'm going to go ahead and add border. In the decoration, I need to add, border, and that will include border like this, but this is an abstract class we already know, so we can use outline input border, or you can use an underline border. I want an outline input border because I want a clear background or clear border like this. Then I'm going to have border side, where border side is border side like this. The color will be there, and color will be color dot from RGBO 225, 225, 225 and 1. This is another color I found out from the Figma design. So we can paste it over here, and don't worry about the warnings as of now. If we just put one constant over here, the errors are gone, but we can't be sure about it yet because text field requires a controller and controller cannot be a constant. So I'm not putting it as of now. So there we go. We have our border side ready as well. Now if we come over here, we are able to see stuff. Now what I want is the border radius to be present. So let's go ahead and pass the border radius. So we are going to have border radius dot horizontal. You can also use border radius dot circular, but that will be for everywhere. I only want it from the left. That's why I'm going to use border radius dot horizontal. Of course, you can also use only, but then you'll have to set top left and bottom left both, because you want a curve from here and a curve from here. But I know I want it from the horizontal totally, so I can just mention left here, and let's say I pass in a radius dot circular of 50. Cool. Now we can save it. We come over here and we have a border radius. Looking good. Only from the left hand side, not from the right hand side. If we add right as well, let's try it out. We have something looking like this. And this might be good for other text fields that we create, not for this. So we're going to have a simple left like this. Nice. This looks nice. Now the problem is the color isn't exactly what I mentioned. So I've mentioned the border over here, but this color is quite different from what is over here. It is taking the default color. So what I'm going to do is push this border out, and I'm going to have final border, which is equal to border, just like we did in the currency converter app as well, remember? And we're going to put a constant here because this is a constant. Then we can pass border over here. Then we can have enabled border. Pass the border same way, and now you see the design changes. Enabled border is this border, and focus border is the border that we see right now. So focus border has a predefined color, and it has a predefined color because of this seed color. When we passed in color scheme.from seed, it generated a design theme of its own, using which it is giving us this color. It thinks this is a nice color with seed color as yellow. So let's just remove it and see. You see, as soon as I remove seed color, it's now blue, the default theme. That's why I've mentioned seed color over here, so that it can generate on its own, but I still don't like this border color over here. So what I can do is pass in focused border and pass the border to it as well. So when it's in focus, we get the same overall theme. Let's restart, and that restarts it only for iOS, not for Android. So let's go ahead and restart it for Android as well. Now we have restarted and everything looks great. So this is nice. We are creating UIs that will fit everywhere. That's nice. The next thing I need is this chip, or you can say these filters. So there are two options we can take here. First one is creating a list of filters, then using list view builder that we have already seen in the weather screen and displaying it over here. That sounds nice, right? So let's do it. We'll go to our code, and for now, let's just wrap everything in a const. After we start building stuff, the text field might need a controller, so we can put it then. So what I'm going to do is define a list. So I'm going to have final list of string filters of companies, and then I'm going to have a list. But as soon as I create this, I can't define a constant constructor because the field filters is initialized with a non-constant value. So I can put const over here, and that fixes everything because list like this is a constant. But what I want is the company names to be present in the filters. So first of all, I'll mention it. I'll have all, then I can have Adidas, then I can have Nike, and then I can have Bata. Cool. Now I have all of those filters. Now I can use a list view builder to display them on the screen. So let's have a list view builder. This will take in a context and an index. Then we can have an item count, and as you can see, as soon as we put a list view builder, we get errors all over the place, and that's because list view builder is not a constant. So let's go ahead, remove it, and add constant for every single widget. That looks nice. Now in item count, what is our item count? Well, whatever or how many filters are present over here. My filters here are filters.length. And this crosses my mind that, yeah, you could use a row here to display these widgets. But again, if you have more categories or more filters in the future for your application, not just 4 things, maybe you have a 5th brand Puma or something as well, you want to add it, you can do that by just mentioning the value over here, and everything else will take care of itself. You only have to update the value over here. You don't have to go like, hey, since I added one value, I'll have to add one more widget. No, filters.length will take care of it. Because you are specifying the value as, let's say this is 4, so it will build 4 times. If you add a 5th element, it will build 5 times, and it will build according to the data we pass in. And the data I want to pass in over here is these name of the companies only. So let's go ahead. Now, how do I create this kind of UI, right? This looks quite interesting. So to create this kind of UI, there is a widget. You can obviously go ahead and use the container to create this kind of layout. And that's totally possible, but Flutter makes our life easier by providing us widget for it. And that is the chip widget. When you return a chip, you just have to provide one label and it will create a chip out of it. Chip is this thing only. Of course, you can create a container and make it do your work, but there's a widget for it. And there are so many widgets that I won't be able to cover all of them in this course. So you need to constantly look up for yourself. If you have a doubt, you can ask it on Google or on our Discord server and you'll be getting help for it. But if there is no specific widget for it, you can create your own combination of widget and get it working. Anyways, coming back to the label, what is our label? Well, it's these texts only. So I want filters at index, whatever we are building for. So we are going to have final filter is equal to filters at index. Then I'm going to have the label which requires a widget. So I'm going to pass in a text which will be a filter. Save it. We come over here and we see nothing. Why? Let's open the debug console and we again have an error. And this error is quite similar to what we had before when we laid out a text field. The problem is the same. List view builder wants to take the entire height of the screen and you're not giving it that. Now if I remove this thing, also I think I've made a mistake here. I should not be passing in a row. I should be passing it out of the column. Now this is a mistake, you need to understand this. I had passed in a row. Okay, so it consisted of these two things. It consisted of these two things in a row. Now what I want is an element over here. So I need to pass it in a column which I've already created, right? I have a column over here. So I need to mention my chip or my list view builder out of this widget of row. Okay. So I can come down over here. I've put the list view builder, but the problem still remains the same. It wants the entire height of the screen and it's not getting the entire height of the screen. So now we want to restrict the height. So for this we have already seen we can use sized box. Now if I use expanded over here and save it, yeah, I do see stuff. But what's happening is it's taking the entire width of the screen. I don't want it to take the entire height of the screen in any case. I only want it to take as much height as I tell it to take. So what I'm going to do is wrap it with a sized box instead. And then I'm going to mention a height of let's say 120. Then save it and I have this. Now you see I have a scrollable list of filters. Now I'm going to go here and pass in a scroll direction which will be axis.horizontal. So everything is horizontal now. But we need a padding, like a margin sort of thing that we have here between every chip. So let's add that. We're going to wrap chip with a padding widget. And if I do constant edge insets.all, it will be from all the sides. I only want it from the horizontal side. I don't want it from the vertical side, right? So I'm going to have dot symmetric. I can use dot only left 8 and right 8, but that's the same as doing dot symmetric horizontal 8. I hope you're getting it. We've already discussed about this, but I'm still clarifying in case you didn't understand it then. And here we have our widgets showing up. Perfect. Now I only want to increase their height. Now to increase their height, what should I do? Does chip have a height property? Let's see. It doesn't have anything height or size related. So what I need to use is a padding. To increase the height of the chip, I'm just going to increase the padding around it. So it increases the padding and this will become bigger. So I've already passed in a padding over here, right? And it looked at the outside. It didn't look at the inside of the chip widget. And that's why chip also has a padding property of its own. You can pass that in. So you have padding, edge insets, dot. Then you can pass in all or symmetric, whatever you want. If I pass in edge insets dot all 15, this looks good. Not bad, but the problem I have with it is it's not looking as good as I want it to look. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to increase its padding from the horizontal side and make it different for the vertical side. So that will give me a better feel of it. So what I'm going to do is edgeinsets.symmetric. Then I'm going to have horizontal as 20 and vertical as 15. Save it, also put const over here, and there we go. This looks much better and is as similar as this, right? But yeah, the text is quite small, so let's make the label style bigger. We have label here, so we can either pass in a style over here or a label style for it. So we have label style, and then we can have text style, font size 16. Then also put a const around it, save it, and we come over here, and this looks better. It is scrollable over here. It might be extending this part, and that is why we are not getting an error. If we wrapped it with a row, we would get an error, and then we would have to wrap it with a single child scroll view, what we've seen in the weather app before. But anyways, coming back to this looks nice. The last problem, or the second last problem, is the color. So let's change the color. And for every chip that I create, I want a particular color to be present. So I can change the chip color from here. I'll pass in the background color, and the background color can be constant color.from RGBO, and then you mention the RGBO, which will be 245, 247, 249 and 1. Then we save it, you come over here, and we see the similar coloring. Now obviously this looks a bit different from this one, but if you take a screenshot, you save it over here and get it side by side, both of them will look similar. Just to make this look more prominent, what I'm going to do is add a border as well. So here, chip also allows us to pass in something known as a side, and we already know what border side does. It will help us to create a border of a particular color. So I can pass in a border side, which will have a color of the same thing as this one. So I'm going to have constant color as this. Also, let's put a const here, save it, we come over here, and this does look more prominent. Okay. And the last thing I want to do here is make the border radius more curved. So I want this to be more curved, just like this one. So I can decrease the border radius. So for that, we also have another property, which is the shape, that will allow us to do that. So we have rounded rectangular border, where you can mention border radius, and that will be border radius dot circular 30. It's all tried and tested values. All right. When I was building the app for the first time, I tried values like 10, 15, 20, 30, and whichever one I liked, I kept it. And I like 30. So here it is. And this looks exactly like this one. All right. Now the next thing I want to do is the selection of this chip. So whenever I select a particular chip, I want that particular chip to have a yellowish color. So for this, my plan is very simple. I obviously need to know what filter is selected so that I can filter accordingly. So I need to know that, yeah, all is selected. So I want to show all the products. I want to know Adidas is selected so that I can filter all the Adidas products, and so on. So I definitely need to know that what filter was selected. So I need to store the name of this filter. So I'll be using a string to store my state. After that, whatever is clicked on, I can just use gesture detector to know which one was tapped and then save it in my state. So for that, I'll have to convert this from a stateless to a stateful widget. Let's do that. Then I'm going to create another variable, which is string selected filter, and that will be equal to filters at 0. But when I try to do this, it says the instance member filters can't be accessed in an initializer. It basically means that, hey, you've created the list of filters over here, and now you're saying you want to use filters at 0. You can't use an initialized value again to initialize something else. So what you can do instead is use late string selected filter and then use init state, because this is the first thing that calls before the build function. And then we can set selected filter equal to filters at 0, and that would work fine. Okay, all right. Now what I'm going to do is take selected filter, and whenever I tap on the chip, so let's see if chip has an on tap property, and it doesn't. So we'll have to wrap the chip with a gesture detector widget. Now here's the question, should I wrap the gesture detector property with chip? Or should I wrap padding with gesture detector? Meaning, gesture detector should be used like this, like wrap with widget, gesture detector should be used like this. Let's see. If I use on tap and let's say I just print hi. If I do this, press Command J, let's restart the entire app, and we'll do the same for iPhone as well. We'll come over here and let's say we select Adidas. Hi gets printed, that's correct. But if I print outside of Adidas, let's say over here, it still prints. Why? Because you've wrapped it around a padding widget. What padding does is it's saying that this particular thing, this part is one widget. This part is one widget. It is not just including this particular widget. It is also including stuff on the side. Because that's what padding does. Padding creates a spacing, an empty spacing from the left and the right hand side. So that's what padding is doing, and enclosing it with a gesture detector, you're saying that whenever I click over here, I want a particular filter to be selected. And that's not how my app is going to work. My app is going to work only when the chip is clicked on. So I'm going to remove the gesture detector from here. I'll press Command Z. Then I'll wrap the chip widget with a gesture detector. And then I'm going to have on tap, print, let's say, hi. Then I come over here, I click on Adidas, it prints. But when I click outside of Adidas, it is not printing. Cool. So it was a very minor thing, but it definitely helps to improve the logic here. So coming back to what I wanted to do, selected filter should be equal to the filter we have over here, right? So you have selected filter, which is equal to filter, save it, and yeah, we've just made sure selected filter is changed. Now I want the background color to change according to what the selected filter is. So if selected filter is equal to filter, so if selected filter, what we have selected, is equal to the filter that we are on. So if Adidas is there and it's clicked on, the selected filter and the filter is the same thing. So I want the yellow color to be there. So if selected filter is equal to filter, then I want the yellow color. And whenever you find yourself repeating many colors, what you can do is set up the theme for it. Now I want to access the seed color. So what I can do is theme dot of context dot color scheme dot seed color, but there's nothing like seed color given by color scheme. Then what should I use? That's the point of seed color. Color scheme dot from seed is basically like, hey, give me a seed and I'll build everything based on it. There's no seed color in color scheme class. In this class of color scheme, there's nothing like seed color. So we cannot use it. What can we use? Well, we can try to use primary, right? And when we come over here, the primary is quite different from what I wanted my primary to be. My primary was supposed to be yellow. But it's not yellow. Because we've built from seed. So when we've built from seed, it has predefined some colors that will look good, and it thinks this is a good color for a chip, and I disagree. I wanted something else. So what I can do here is override the existing color. So I'll just say the primary color should also be this. And when I do this, and let's say I restart my app, you see yellow color is there and it looks good. I'll restart it on Pixel emulator as well, and you see it looks nice. So again, to explain what happened over here, we generated from seed color is just there so that it can build stuff for you. it can build colors for you and automatically assign them. So it created the primary color also for you, but I didn't like the primary color generated. So what I did was replaced it with my own primary color. And here is my primary color. Rest of the things like secondary color or surface color, all of that can be defined by this color scheme only. I only want the primary color here to change. And then to access it, what I've done is theme.offContext.colorScheme.primary. To understand how this works behind the scenes, I'm going to demonstrate or create a diagram for you. And once we understand theme.offContext.colorScheme.primary, like how is this actually fetching this primary color, we'll understand the basics of state management, the basic principles of state management in Flutter. So this is how it works. Let's say you have a root widget and the root of your widget is this, alright? And here I'm going to have root written. So this is the root of our widget, and let's put the root widget here. This looks good. And the root widget is followed by our widget tree. So we have one widget over here, and let's say there are multiple other widgets, and then every widget has its own sub widgets as well, like column, it has multiple children, so you can have those as well. Let's say this is our entire widget tree, a very simple demonstration, alright? And let's say this is our material app. So after root, we directly have our material app. So we have our root widget, let's say our root widget is my app, then we have material app. In the material app, we have set up the theme and all of that stuff. So we have all the stuff related to theming, alright? Now MaterialApp behind the scenes configures all of the theme related stuff and sets it up globally for your entire app. So it does that behind the scenes. So it has all the theme related data over here. So let's call this theme data. Now in some descending widget, let's say in this widget, what I've done is called our theme.offContext, right? This is the main part, theme.offContext. By calling theme.offContext, you're triggering something known as inherited widget. So if we just come over here to the home page, go to theme, we see a stateless widget, but when we go to theme.offContext, we have inherited theme. And if we go to inherited theme, it extends inherited theme, and inherited theme extends inherited widget. So we are using something known as inherited widget, which we've talked about a lot whenever we talked about widgets. So there are three types of widgets: stateless, stateful, and inherited. But we never got the opportunity to say that where do we use inherited widget? This is where you use inherited widget. Inherited widget is used for state management by the Flutter framework whenever it wants to talk to the parent widget. As of now, we've seen that whenever we want some data to be passed to the child, how we do that is by a constructor. So if material wants to give something to our home page, it will pass it through the constructor. If home page wants to give something to some other widget, it will pass it through the constructor. Again, if it wants to pass something to the constructor, it can do that. But how will we do it in reverse? For that, state management is there. And another problem here is, what if my material app doesn't want to keep passing everything to the build function or through the constructor, right? Every time it has to go through the constructor. That is quite cumbersome when you have a large widget set. Right now we only have 4, so it doesn't matter for you. But later on when we have bigger widget tree, you'll say, hey, this is such a bigger widget tree. Do I have to pass it through the constructor every single time? And this is where inherited widget will help you. Inherited widget will just say, hey, you want me to pass some data down to the widget tree? You can pass it to any widget like this. So it will just skip it. It will skip all the constructor part, and it will directly have the data given to it. So this is what theme.offContext does. It will just tell the parent widget, whenever it sees the theme widget, it is just going to go there and grab the data from it. to repeat what I said, how theme.offContext works is it goes up the widget tree and starts finding the nearest theme widget. As soon as it finds a nearest theme widget, it will grab the properties of it and use whatever is necessary. So if theme data was mentioned over here, let's say theme data was also present over here and theme data was also present over here, both the places. So theme.offContext is directly going to go to this theme data. It won't go to this theme data. It won't go because it will find the nearest theme data widget for it. That is how theme.offContext works. So basically what theme.offContext does is find its nearest widget, its nearest ancestor widget of the same type. Since this is theme, it will also find theme. Later on, we'll see stuff like navigator.offContext. Even then, what it does is find the nearest navigator widget and use that to display its routes or, do its navigation stuff. But we'll get to it. But this is how theme.offContext works, and this is how inherited widgets work. We're not going to write code in inherited widget. If you want to do that, I'll mention a resource below, which is created by the Flutter team themselves, and that will provide you with a clear description. However, what I'm going to do is just explain how theme data works. So if you've understood, you can skip it, and if you've not understood, I'm going to explain it again. How this works is whenever you call theme.offContext, this offContext goes ahead and find its nearest ancestor widget. So it will go and search for any theme widget that is nearest to it. And once it finds it, we get theme data, it will use the properties mentioned over there. Suppose if theme data is not mentioned over here, it will go to the root widget to find the theme data. And even if it's not mentioned in the theme data root, it will still have it because MaterialApp behind the scenes does create a theme data. If you want to mention it and change it, you can change it. But if you don't mention and change it, then it will use the default theme, the blue color theme or the pink color theme it has already created. Alright, so I hope you understood this explanation. This is what it does. This is inherited widget, and this is how state management in general works with Flutter. We're going to take a look at a similar thing in Navigator as well. I'm going to explain it then. So if you didn't understand it now, an opportunity will be later on. However, I would still recommend you to understand it right now. So coming back to this, we have selected filter is equal to filter. And when we have this, it will have a color scheme dot primary. So it goes and finds its nearest theme data widget. It found it. And then it will access its color scheme primary widget. Perfect. Now, if I try to change it, it doesn't change. Why? Well, that's because the selected filter is equal to filter, but you've not called setState. When we have not called setState, how will the widget rebuild? That's why we need to wrap it with a setState so that the build function rebuilds and then we can properly select a particular widget. Perfect. Now that we have this done as well, let's just get rid of the warnings by putting a const over here. Now the next thing after the list view builder and the size box in the column is displaying these cards, our data. So let's save it. Let's close all the save files. I'm going to go in the lib folder and create a new variable or a new file called global variables.dart. And this contains my global variables in file. And my global variable is the dummy data that I want. So my dummy data is going to be a list of map, string, comma, dynamic. So it is going to contain a list of products. And my products are going to be mentioned in the form of a map. So we are going to have a final list of map, string, comma, dynamic. Why dynamic? Because we also have a price to mention. Let me give you an example. Let's have a final products, which is equal to a list. And this list is going to have a map. First of all, there's going to be a title of the product. So let's say the title is men. And then I want apostrophe s, but if I do that, it will give me an error. So I'll put a backslash. So it will ignore this single inverted comma and act as if this is a normal single inverted comma. Alright. Then we have men's Nike shoes. We save it. Now you won't be able to see anything on the screen. Obviously we have not displayed anything. The next thing we need is a price. So we'll go ahead and set the price. Let's say 44.52. Now all the shoes enthusiasts, if the value is incorrect, forgive me for it. Then we are going to have sizes. This is a list of sizes from which the user can select. And this is shown on the product details screen. So we have 8, 5, 9, 10, 11. So I hope you're understanding why this is a list of map, string, object or dynamic. Then I want the image URL, and this image URL right now is going to be an asset. Later on, it's going to be coming from the web itself, because when the user uploads the image from the device, it is going to be stored in the database, and then we are going to get the URL from the database to display it on the web. Now, if you don't understand it, don't worry at all. Just know that this image URL is the URL we are going to have in the assets. So let's go ahead and create an images tab and import all the images. Now you can find anything from web which is a shoe, and you can paste it for yourself, but I already have it with me. If you want the same images as me, you can find it in the description again below. Also, let's open this images in Finder. Let's paste it. Come over here, we have all the images. You can view it in VS Code itself. That's nice. Now I can go to the pubspec.yaml file. Scroll up, we have assets, images. I can just uncomment everything and mention the path to my images, just like we did for font. So I'm going to have assets / images / shoes _1 .png, and you need to do that for all them. So you are going to have assets shoes 1, 2, 3, 4. So let's go ahead and type it out. Now yeah, it depends on you. If you want to do it for all the images, you can do it one by one, or you can just exclude everything and just have assets / images /. You need to put the slash here. If you don't put a slash and you put it like this, it will think images is some sort of file. And if you put a slash over here, it will think images / is a folder. So we need to import everything in this folder. So if you do this, it will import all the images to your pubspec.yaml in your Flutter project. Now you can use anything inside of your app. Now, a disadvantage of doing images / is, suppose you add some other image which is not related to your app but just to test it out. Let's say I add shoes _5 and I never use it in my app, but I've still registered it. That will add unnecessary weight or unnecessary size to my application, and we want to reduce it as much as possible. So yeah, always try to reduce the application size. Great. Now we can close this and we can mention the image URL. We have assets / images / shoes _1 .png. Now you can copy paste this again and again so that you have appropriate stuff. So I'm going to paste it 4 times. Now if you don't want to write all of this by yourself, what you can do instead is check the description of the video. There you'll find a link and you can copy all of the product data from there, which is what I'm going to do. So I can select everything, paste it over here, and I have products. I did miss one thing, which was, or 2 things, ID and company. So what company is this, or what brand is this shoe of? This will help us to figure out how to filter things, and then an ID for every product. And then we have the correct image URL for everything. We also have another thing over here, which is the cart. I hope you copied that as well. and that is a dummy data for the stuff to be shown in the cart. Later on, when we add state management, it is going to be dynamic, but just when we are creating the UI, we want it simple, right? So we will just have our cart as a dummy data. Perfect. Now let's close this, go to the home page, and just before the column ends, because I still want it in a column, right? We have our first element of the column a row, then the second element as a list view builder, and the third element, well, what is this going to be? This is going to be a list view builder as well, right? This is going to be a list view builder because I want to build all the products that I can see, products.length, and I want to display a product card for it every single time I have that. So we are going to use a list view builder as well. So I'll type out list view builder like this, and then we are going to get a context, index, and that's it. We also need to specify the item count. We've used list view builder quite a few times, so we know what to use. But now we need access to the global variable products. So we can just type in products like this, dot length, and make sure that you import the global variables package from shop app Flutter, which is our own package. Alright. So now we have access to the products, and now we can extract one particular product using products at particular index. So now we have access to each of the product here. And now we want to design how the product card should look like. It should look like this. And I'm not going to go ahead and return, let's say, a container over here, because this can get quite big. So what I'm going to do is extract this out in a separate widget of its own and call this product underscore card.dart. Then I'll import material.dart. Then I'm going to have a stateless widget, and I'm going to call this product card. Alright. I'm also going to return a container, and let's go ahead and make this card. Now here you have two options to use. You can either use a card widget or a container. Which one will you use here? Well, you can use both of them and style it according to the way you want, but I'm going to go ahead with container because card will give me an elevation. It will give me a shadow effect behind, and I don't want any of that effect. I just want a simple box to be there with color in it. So I can just use a container for that task. And then I'm just going to go ahead and put in a child, and in the child a column, and the column will have children. Why? Because we have three different things here. We have the title, we have the price, and then we have the product's image URL. Okay, so let's go ahead and do this. So the first thing is the text. So we need the title, and the title is going to vary for everything. So we can take it from the constructor just like we did with the weather app, right? So we can have final string title, then we are going to require this through the named argument, and then I'm going to have title passed it over here. Great. Also, since it is giving us this warning and I want to get rid of this warning, I'm going to put a color over here, and the color of the container is going to be this particular color. So what is this particular color? Well, it can be color dot from RGBO 216, 240, 253, 1. Okay, so R value is 216, G is 240, 253 is blue, and opacity is 1. And if I save this, I see nothing because I haven't returned the product card. So let's go ahead and return it over here. I'll return product card, and the title is, let's say, hi. Okay, I'll save it, and nothing shows up on the screen. Why? We are expecting a list view builder, right? But if we open the debug console, I see these errors. Why is this error? Well, again, the same thing. List view builder wants to take the entire width or our entire height, but it's not getting the entire height. So we need to give it the amount of height we want to give it. And what should the height be here? Well, it should be the entire remaining screen, right? We cannot give it like size box 400 because then on certain screens it will only take a level this long, and on certain screens it will take the entire height. So for this reason, I'm going to wrap it with a widget of expanded. So it will take the all amount of possible space, and here we see high. Perfect. And we have, I guess, 4 products returned, and even in our global variables we have 4 products. So that means we are doing the correct thing. Nice. Now I'm going to go ahead and put a size box of height 5, and after that I'm going to put a price. So the price is going to be dollar something, and that something is going to come from the constructor again. So I'm going to have final string or final double price, and then we are going to require this price. So we have required this dot price, and then we can have dollar price. But now we have $2, and it thinks we are using that dollar to have string interpolation. So to avoid that, we are going to put slash before the first dollar sign. So it knows that we are talking about the real actual dollar, and then it can use string interpolation for dollar price. Perfect. Now I can save this much. I come over here, I see nothing because in the home page I need to provide a price. So the price right now can be a static value of 25.2. Come over here and we see $25.2. That's great. And the final thing I need is my images to show up. So again, I'll leave a size box of height 5. Now how do we show images in Flutter apps? That's not what we have seen. So to do that, we have the image widget, right? We have this image which you can use to display stuff. And then this requires an image property which requires image provider. So we can pass in image provider here, and you see it's an abstract class. So again, we need to use a subtype of image provider. And whenever there is an abstract class is only created in such cases because there are multiple types you can pass to it. For example, this image can be from assets, what we have mentioned in our app. It can be from network, that means it's coming from the web and you want to display it. So there can be multiple types, that's why the abstract classes are created. That's why we can just search for asset image and you can pass it over here. And this asset image requires an asset name. So our asset name is going to come from here again. So you're going to have final string image required this dot image. Now I can take this image, put it in asset image, and we're done. Now we can come here, pass in an image, and for image we'll have to use this product. So we can go ahead and use product image URL as string. Alright, we need to use as string over here because in global variables, products is defined as list of map of string comma object. It thinks it's an object, not a particular value or not dynamic. So that's why we need to tell it that yeah, we are sure that this is a string. And we can do the same things over here since we've already done it. Product price as double and product title as string, right? Now we can come over here and we see our images are showing up nicely and it is scrollable. So that's good. Now, first thing we need to do is make sure the height is constrained. It's not whatever it wants to be. So let's go ahead and use it. So in asset image, we cannot specify the height, but in image, we do have a property of height. So we can go ahead and pass the height as, let's say, 175. If we do that, it will only take as much height as we tell it to. Alright? Great. Now, instead of using image like this, a smaller option can be image.asset. Then you directly mention the asset. And you can also specify the height over here. And you're done. So this is just a shorter option of doing the same thing. you can use it. Because it's the same image widget that we are using, but now it has dot asset to it attached. So it is a constructor thing, and it just simplifies a task if we want it to. And you'll see no difference over here. Perfect. Now we do have a white patch over here, and that white patch is visible over here as well. And that's simply because of the image we've chosen. The image is like this. That's why we are getting the white patch. Okay, great. Now that we have image.asset in place, the next thing I want to do is increase the height of all of these things. So I want a particular text style for this thing. So what I'm going to do is generalize it in main.dart for text theme, right? So I'll come over here and add text theme. This allows me to pass in typography or theming of text. Alright. Now I can pass in the text themes I want to use. And I'm doing this because I want to reuse my titles everywhere I use. Alright. So if I am using a text title over here, I want that particular theme to be used in some other text theme as well. That is why I'm mentioning it over here. You'll see it later on as we reuse these text themes. The main point of me doing all of this and setting up the text theme over here is just reusability. I can change the text theme from one particular place and it will reflect all over the app. That's what I want. So anyways, I'll go ahead and mention title medium, which is what I'm going to specify for this thing over here, title medium. So the text style here is going to be font weight .bold, because I want it bolded, and the font size, I want to use the size. So the font size will be 20, quite small, because our main title, this title over here, is 35. So I want it smaller than that and much smaller than that. And now if I do that, there's no visible changes over here because this text is on its own. It doesn't inherit the properties I've defined over here. So I want to make sure that it inherits those properties, or just starts taking those properties. Not inherits, but starts taking those properties. So I'm going to put style, and that will be theme.of context. So you see the context is helping us over here to find the particular widget in the widget tree. That's what we had discussed, right? Context will always help us to locate a particular widget. That's why we are passing the context over here. And even if we go to the function definition, you'll find inherited theme is equal to context. It uses the context to find the particular inherited widget of that type. So it uses context to find another widget of the same type. This is where context can help. So here I'm going to do theme.of_context.texttheme dot, and here what is the style I had mentioned? Title medium. So I'm going to mention title medium here. Perfect. And when I do that, it looks good. Perfect. Now what I want to do is set the style for this $44.52 as well. So let's go ahead in the main.dart file, and here I'm going to mention either title small or body small. You can use whatever. And please note that these font sizes like title medium, body small, these are used by certain widgets when they want to set up text. For example, Abba. Abba uses one of the properties from here, like title large, to display text on the screen. So text theme has a bunch of values already there. You can see it over here. If we don't mention anything, they have a style of their own. But if we do mention it, it will override those existing stuff. And app bar like widgets. So for example, if I put app bar text uses this text themes property like title large to display stuff on the screen. I'm going to share it to you when we go to the product details screen. You'll see that. Okay. So we come over here, set up body small. Now you can set anything, but I'm setting it body small because I want the body to be small everywhere. So I can have text style, and font weight can be font weight.bold again. and font size can be 16. So it's smaller than the title medium, but it's still small. Now I can come over here. I'll copy the style. I'll paste it for the price, but instead of title medium, I'm going to have body small. Okay. Now if I come over here, $44.52, this is nice. Great. So we have all of this set up, but still there are problems. If you compare it with here, there are many problems. So the first problem I want to fix is the alignment issue. So everything is in the center. I want everything to be in the left hand side. So in the column, I'm going to set the cross axis alignment. Obviously I want it in the start and it's a column. So I'll have cross axis alignment dot start. We'll save it and everything shifts over here. But I still want padding to be present. So what will I do? I'll wrap this column in a padding widget. I hope you're getting the hang of it. Whatever you can think of, this is what I want to do. You can display it on the screen. So I just thought that I wanted this to be a little bit away from everything, from the left, from the top. So I just use the padding widget. It should come intuitively to you. Now instead of all, I can have edgeinsets.all16 and this looks better. Now the problem here is the image isn't centered. I want it to be in the center. I don't want it in the left hand side just after the padding is done. No. So what I'm going to do here is wrap the image in a center. You can use align property. You can use some other thing you can think of, but I'm going to go ahead and center it. And yeah, that's easy. The next thing I want to do is make sure that I leave some space from here. You see, there is space between every card and there is space from the device width as well. So again, we'll have to use the margin property of the container. Since we are in a container, we don't have to wrap anything. So I can just do that. So I'll have margin edgeinsets dot all 20. Also, I can put const over here. Save it and there we go. Perfect. Now you might think, hey, since we already have a container, why are we using a padding over here? Why can't we just take this padding and push it over here and then you can remove the widget. You can remove the widget by doing so. Save it and yeah, things is still the same. If you thought this way, then congrats, you're becoming a better Flutter developer. You have your basics nailed down. Since we already have a container, there's margin property and there's also padding. And I've already explained the difference between the margin and padding to you. So we don't need the extra padding widget. Now, if you put it, there's no harm, but why do you want multiple widgets when one widget can do it for you? Sweet. The next thing I want is the border to be curved, and that should make my entire app better. So how do I make this curved? Does container have a property for that? Not really, there's no border related property. But we do have something known as decoration. And this requires decoration, which is again an abstract class. So you can't instantiate it. However, you can use box decoration, which is generally used with Flutter. So you can use that over here, and box decoration will allow you to pass in a color, which we've already done, but you'll see why we need a color over here. Then we have an image that we can pass in. Yep, we can pass a container image. Then border radius. Border radius is what we want. We want to put that nice curves. So we can put that. And now we can have border radius dot circular 20. Again, tried and tested values. You can just keep using it. And now we see an error. As soon as we provide border radius, it is giving me an error. Why so? Let's try to remove border radius and see. If I remove border radius, I still have this error. So this has something to do with box decoration. If I remove box decoration and save, the errors go away. Now this error is there because you've defined a color over here and then you've also defined decoration. Now if decoration is mentioned, then you have to shift the color from outside to inside, and then the error goes away. However, if you have no box decoration or decoration mentioned, you only want a color, then that's fine too. But both can't be there. Decoration and color in a container cannot be passed. The color has to be moved inside the box decoration for it to work. Now you might ask, why does container have a color property if box decoration also has a color property? And that's because box decoration isn't just used for container. It is used for literally every decoration property. So if some other widget requires decoration property and a decoration class, you can pass box decoration to it. And then you can also specify the color. Also, since it requires decoration, something that extends decoration can be passed here. So it's not necessarily box decoration. Maybe you want something else, some other decoration type. And you can see that over here. Some other decoration can be known over here, like shape decoration. Alright? That's why color was mentioned over here. So yeah, the point is, if color is defined in container, you cannot use decoration. And if you want to use decoration, define both of them inside. It's also written in box decoration over here. If you scroll down, if color is null, this decoration does not paint a background color. If image is null, this decoration does not paint a background image. And it does so on and on. Okay. So let's restart and we come over here and our app is looking similar. Not the same. Why is it not looking the same? Well, that's because the colors are different. The first card is this exact color, but the second card is a different color. And this color, if you notice, this color is quite similar to this color. So we need to use this exact color. And we need the background color to change. How should it change? Well, if I just open the app for you, the first one is blue, second one is white, third one is blue again, fourth one is white. So this is the pattern we want. How can we have this? So to generalize, on even stuff, we want blue color, otherwise we want white color. On even stuff, as in the index should be even. So this was 0, so it was considered even. So we could mention blue color, but as soon as it became indexed as 1, it became odd. That's why it has a background color of white. So we are going to ask for the product card color here. So we are going to have final color, background color, and this will be required through the constructor. Now we can take this background color, pass it to the container color, save it, come to the home page, you have background color passed to it, then you'll have product. But product does not have any background color. How will you make sure that product has a background color? So this is the reason why we have to do something like this. So we need to check if index is even. So if index is even, that means it is 0, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Then what do we want to do? So if index is even, I want to give it a particular color. If index is odd, then I want to give it the white color. So that's what I want to do. So I can just have, if index is even, then I'm going to have constant color dot from RGBO. Then I'm going to have 216, 240, 253, 1. Otherwise, index is not even, then I'm going to have constant color dot from RGBO again, but this will be 245, 247, 249, 1. What we've used before, alright? This is the same color we used for the chip earlier. You can see it over here. So anyways, we have this set up and now you can see the clear difference. Now our app is looking much better. Perfect. So this looks great. The next thing we need is this bottom bar, and we can add that later on. But first what I want to focus on is whenever I click on this product, the product details page should appear. So to show you a real demo, if I select this one, I click over here, the title appears, the image appears, Then some different colored box appears with the price, the available sizes, and the add to cart button. So I want to design this. So let's go ahead and design it. So we are going to go ahead in the lib folder and create product underscore details underscore page .dart. Now I'm going to right click over here and close others. So it will close all the other files over here. So I have only one file to focus on. Then I'll import material.dart again. Then I will create a stateless widget and I'm going to call this product details page. Then again we are going to return a scaffold, and now I want to test how this looks. Alright, so how can I test it? Well, for that I can just take this product details, I can go to the main.dart and replace home page with product details page to see the thing, right? So yeah, we do see an empty screen. Also, it is continuously showing performing hot reload for iPhone. So I'm just going to exit that process and I'm going to select iOS here again and then going to run it. So that should hopefully work. And while that is happening, let's go ahead and design the product details page. So the first thing we need is an app bar which just says details. So we are going to go and have an app bar title constant text which says details. Save it, and we see details over here with the yellow background. And that yellow background is there because we have set primary color to this yellow color. So to avoid that yellow color, what I can do is go to the main.dart and here set up the global theme for my app bar. My app bar should look the same on every screen. So I'm going to set up the app bar theme over here, which I can obviously change from here as well, but I'm going to do it here because I want it for every app bar. So I'm going to have an app bar theme, which is going to have, first of all, a title text style. So the text style is going to be font size 20. So I want it a little bit bigger, and the color should be colors.black. Okay, because this is white as of now. And doing this much, the color changes. The next thing I want is for it to be transparent. And in my opinion, it is not transparent because we have not set use material 3 to true. So you want to make sure that it is set to true, and you see everything changes. Also, if we come back to the home page over here, let's put home as home page and we come over here, nothing really changes over here. Things are still the same. What has changed is the app bar is now, so first of all, let's just change it again, product details page. App bar is now white in color. Perfect. Then we want the title men's Nike shoes or whatever. So for that, we'll have to get access to the product. So we are going to take it from the constructor and have final string object, which is product. And then I'm going to require it through the constructor. So I've required this dot product. Then I'm going to have a body. The body is going to have a column. Column is going to have children. And the first child is going to be text, which says product at particular title, which is going to be treated as a string. Cool. Now if we come to the main.dart, you see we have to pass in a constructor here, and the constructor is a product. So let's go ahead and pass in. We are going to import products from the global variables.dart file, and then I'm going to access the 0th element. Now it says invalid constant value because this isn't a constant. This is a global variable that can change. So we can have a constant removed, and there we go. So we have men's Nike shoes written over here. Now, don't be concerned about products at 0. We're just passing product details page over here so that we can take a look at how to design the page. And after that, I'll tell you how to navigate from one page to another. Okay. So let's go to the product details page here. Now what I want to do is set the style for this men's Nike shoes thing. And if you notice that this font size and this font style, the font weight and the font size both are very similar to what we had in the shoes collection. Both are of equal height, both have the equal font weight, so both of them are quite the same. So what I'm going to do and what's going on in my mind is, what if I go in the home page, I copy this text style, I go to the main.dart, and then I'm going to have a title large, and I'm going to paste this as a text style. So the font weight is bold, the font size is 35. Now I can come to the home page and I'm going to have theme dot of context dot text theme dot title large. So with this, I'll have to remove constant. I'll have to set constant for this part, but the text style is no longer constant because it is theme dot of context. Great. Now why have I done this? I've moved this to the global theme and set it to title large because that's what I want for title large. And now I can reuse this component easily by just copying this thing. So this text style can be applied to any text. I want to apply it to this text. I'll just pass in the style as this thing over here, save it, and there we go. Men's Nike shoes shows up and it's looking really good. The next thing I want is the image, but before that I want spacing to be present. And the thing about spacing, and the tricky part about spacing, is this. If I come back to the normal app, if I have this kind of thing, the spacing should decrease. But if I have this kind of shoe, the spacing should increase. So it's relative spacing, right? I can't give a fixed value over here, otherwise I'll get render flow error because this shoe is quite big. So if I put, let's say, a size box of height 50, and here I put a size box of height 50 again, that will work. But if I put a size box of height 50 over here, this shoe will go on the top. Then I'll have size box of height 50 again, and this container will come right over there. So it's not consistent UI basically. And our spacing over here requires relative spacing. So for that particular reason, there's another widget that will help us to space stuff out. And that is the spacer widget. So if I pass constant spacer like this, the spacer requires something known as a flex. So anytime you use spacer, it will create a flex of 1 on your screen and it will relatively lay it out. So to show it in a diagram form, let's say this is my screen. Let's say I have my text widget over here. Then I want to leave some space. So I can just leave some space here. This will create a flex of 1. Then I have, suppose, my image. So my image is showing up like this. Then I'll again have a spacer. So a spacer will be like this. This will also create a flex of 1. And this will be relative positioning, meaning the spacing will be carried out like this by performing a calculation that there are total flexes on the screen is equal to 2. So each flex is going to take a size of 1 by 2 on the entire screen. Since the number of flexes on the screen is 2, this space is going to be 1 by 2 and this space is going to be 1 by 2. So they equally divide themselves. If I add one more, let's say, flex, let's say I add one more flex over here, the total flex will be 3 and each flex will take 1 by 3. Now a weird thought comes in. What if I want one of my spacing to take double the space of another? What if I don't want second space and this flex should be bigger? Alright, it should be twice the height of how much this flex is taking. So what will happen? I can specify a flex property to it. You see, we have flex. So this can be flex as 2. This will be flex as 1. So the total flex is 3. But this will take 1/3 of the available space and this will take 2/3 of the available space. That's how flexes work. If you don't understand this, I'm going to demonstrate a practical example to you, but that was just a diagram. So now I've created a flex of 1. Now I'm going to use image.asset to display my image again, and that will be product at image URL, and we are going to take this as a string. Save it, and we come over here. Our image is showing up, and this is the previous app. We'll get to this app, and our image is showing right at the bottom. Not bad. Because what has happened over here is the total flex is 1. Since the total flex over here is 1, it says, hey, I'll take 1 out of 1 space. So it takes all the available space. However, if I add another spacer, what happens is there are 2 flexes on the screen, this thing right here and this thing right here. So this takes 1/2, and this also takes 1/2. So both of them take 50% of the available screen space. But that is not cool. Because it's simple. This should be 1, this should be 2. Because this image should go more up. So here we'll pass in flex as 2, save it, come over here, this looks good enough. The next thing I want to do is wrap this image with a padding. So I can do that. I can wrap this with a padding widget. And then I'm going to have edge inset.all 16. And this looks better. I'm not going to specify any height, width, etc. After this, what I want is a container, if you can see over here. What's happening here is there's a container which has its own background color. You can see it over here. Then it has its own text with the price, then the available sizes you can select from, and then an add to cart button. So we need these 3 components in this color. So what will you use here and how will you lay it out? Well, we can use it in a column first of all. That's a good thing to clear off. So let's go ahead and create a container down below. So we're going to have container, decoration, box decoration. Then I'll mention a color. So the color is going to be constant color.from RGBO, and it's going to be the same color that we had used earlier for the chip for the second box that was odd. I mean the box that had even or odd index. So we're going to have 245, 247, 249 and 1. After mentioning the color, what I'm going to do is mention the width as well. So the width over here, let's say is 250. I'll save it. And I see nothing on the screen. Why? Because I've mentioned the width. The container's width doesn't really matter here. The height matters because the container is getting the maximum width, because column is taking the maximum width now because it is in the scaffold's body. So I can set the height as 250, and you see a container has risen above over here, and that looks solid. Perfect. Then I want to make this curved. If you see over here, this is also curved. So I want this container to be curved as well. So that's why I had set up box decoration. So I can use here border radius, and the border radius will be border radius.circular 20, let's say. Come over here. And it's hard to see, but the border radius isn't quite enough. So I'll set it to 40. And I think this is quite like it. So I like it this way. That's good. Now after the containers decoration has been done, we can go to the child, again column. I hope you're becoming experts in UI. It is so intuitive in my opinion, you know. I want everything vertically, I can use a column. If I want everything horizontally, I can use a row. If I want to put items in a list, I can use a list view builder. If I want to display a text, I can use text. For an image, image.asset. So I hope you're understanding and getting the hang of things. Then I'm going to mention text over here, and the text is going to be, well, slash dollar, dollar. Then I'll have to mention product, price, like this. Cool. So we have $44.52 showing up. But this now takes only this much space. I want to take the entire width. So for that particular reason, I can have double.infinity, or even if you don't mention the width, it's fine, because we have a list of sizes to display. When we have a list of sizes to display, we will be using list view builder, because we don't know how many items we are going to have. It's not one particular value. It can be 9, 10, 11, 12 for one product. It can be 8, 9, 10 for one product. It can be 6, 9, 12 for one product. So the sizes can vary and number of items can vary. That's why I'm using a list view builder. When the number of items is not known, you can use list view builder. When the number of items are known, then you might want to use list view. We have not taken a look at list view, but list view is same as list view builder. Instead of passing an item count, item builder, you just have to pass in children, just like a column, and just mention stuff in it. So anyways, we have product price. What I want to do is make sure this text is big enough. And if you notice, this text is as big enough as this one. So we are just going to have a style of theme.of_context text theme dot title large. If I save this, $44.52 shows up. And now in my column, the next thing I'll do is leave a height. I'm not using spacer over here. Notice that I'm using a sized box because this isn't relative height. It doesn't really matter if my height is relatively spaced or not. In terms of images, it did matter because I wanted consistent UI. So anyways, we have our size box here. That looks good. So we'll have a height of 10. And after that, we are going to have a list view builder that will tell us all the available sizes. So we are going to have list view builder with an item builder, context and index. Then we are going to have item count, and the item count is going to be product sizes dot length. Now if we go to global variables, product sizes, so we are doing the correct thing, but we are calling dot length property on an object. So obviously we need to treat this as a list of double. But if we use it as list of double, then it will give us an error like this. Why? Because you're saying list of double dot length. You're not saying product sizes as list double dot length. Okay? So you need to wrap it with a parenthesis and then you're done. Okay? Now you can extract one particular size. So you have final size, which is equal to product at sizes at particular index. And here it's saying you cannot invoke this index unconditionally, because it thinks that product sizes can be an object which is nullable. So what I'm going to do here is tell them that yeah, this can never be null, and then access the index property on it. But then also I cannot access index property because there's nothing like add index on an object. So we need to again treat this as something. So we're going to have as double. Then I'm going to take this as a whole. Also this will be list of double. And then you'll have access to index. So what I've done here is the same thing. Product at sizes as list double. And then I'm calling at index to get one particular size. And now I want to return it. So I'm going to have return chip. And then the label, which will be text size.toString. Perfect. Now we'll save this. We come over here and we get an error. The error is there because it is saying that list of integer is not a subtype of list of double. So it considers these sizes to be all integer, and that is true. As of now, everything is integer. But so let's go ahead and use that particular thing. So we are going to have as list of integer, list of integer. Since everything over here size is 9, 10, 12, 9, 10, 12, it cannot have a decimal value, right? That's why it is an integer. Now you can just have list of int, and you see our UI is not distorted. The error goes away, but it is all distorted, and it's again thanks to the list view builder. Again, list view builder wants to take the entire screen size. It's not getting that. So it's just distorting our UI and giving us a bunch of errors. Again, wrap this in either expanded or sized box. I'm going to wrap it in sized box. Why? Very simple. Size box will give it a particular height of 50. So it has constraints in that particular height. Alright? And it can't grow bigger than that. Also, let's set the scroll direction as axis.horizontal, and everything is in horizontal direction. After that, I'm just going to wrap my chip widget with padding widget, and I'm going to have edge insets.all 8, and everything is evenly spaced out. That looks cool. After this, we finally need add to cart button, and we're done. Also, I think this $44.52 is right up. We have to center it, but we can do that after we add a button. So again, let's go ahead and leave a size box of height 10. Then I'm going to have elevated button. Very simple. I'm not going to use text button, and the child is going to be text which says add to cart. Save it. Also, we are going to put constant. Come over here. We have add to cart button, but now we need to style it. First, we need a background color. Then we need to set the size for it. And after that, we might have to change the color of the text because the color of the text inside of it is yellow. We want to change it to black. So let's go ahead. We are going to have style, which will be elevated button dot style from. Then we want to set the background color. We've already taken a look at the button so much. It's just a revisit for you, I hope. So now the background color should be yellow. And it's yellow because the overall theme of my app is yellow. So now I just want to set it to theme.ofContext.colorScheme.primary color. So with this, it has a primary color of what we have defined, yellow. Now I want the minimum size to be there. The minimum size of this button should be this much, and otherwise it can take whatever it wants. So it will be double.infinity and height will be 50. Then we can save it, come over here, and here is our button. Add to cart button has disappeared, and that's because that was already yellow. So let's change it back to black. So we are going to set the style over here, which will be text style. Color will be colors.black, and font size will be 18. Let's just make the font size a little bit bigger. This looks good. Now we need some spacing from here, right? So obviously we need padding. I hope that stuck your mind. This is a way to know that you're progressing. Then you have edge insets.all, let's say 10. Not enough. Let's try 20. Good enough. But the width or the height between both of them has increased. And it has increased because we have a size box of height 10 over here. Then we have edge insets.all 20. So that means the spacing from here till here is 20 plus 10, which is 30. And from all the other sides, it's 20. That's why what I'm going to do is remove the size box height. So from all the places, it is 20 and it looks better. And final thing for the UI here is I want everything to be in the center. So I'll just access the main column and set it to main axis alignment dot center. And there we go. This looks awesome. The next thing in this screen what I want to do is whenever I select a product, I can select a size for it. And we've already done this with the chip widget. The same thing I want to do over here as well with the sizing. So I recommend you to try this on your own and make sure that your logic is correct and what you're doing is correct so that you have more confidence in yourself. So pause the video and try it for yourself. I hope you were able to do it for yourself. Now let's try it together. What I'm going to do first of all is convert this stateless to a stateful widget. Then I'm going to have int selected size is equal to 0, let's say. So the selected size is 0 at first. Then I take the selected size. So I have int selected size equal to 0. Then I'll scroll down. Here, where did it go? The chip. Yep. Here. Here I'm going to have a background color of selected size is equal to size. So if it really does match my size, then I'm going to select one thing. So let's say if it is selected, then the color is theme.of.context.color scheme.primary color. Otherwise, it is all going to be null. Okay. That's nice. If the background color is null, that means it takes the default color that is already given to it. And we get this kind of error now. So let's just restart. And there we go. The error is fixed. To fix it on Android emulator, we'll click over here, restart, and it will start. Okay, cool. Now, if I select anything, still nothing happens because we have not updated the value of selected size. So what we need to do is wrap the chip widget with a gesture detector. We are not going to wrap the padding widget with gesture detector, and I've already mentioned the reason to you. Now, in the on tab, I'm going to have set state, don't forget that, and selected size should be equal to size. The size we have extracted over here. And now if I select anything, it is selected. Perfect. Now, what I want to do is come back to the main.dart. I'll mention home page over here, and this should be a constant. I'll come at the top and remove product details and global variables from here. Now what I want to do actually is whenever the user clicks on one particular product, I want to navigate them from one screen to another. How will I do that? Well, that opens up to a new concept in Flutter, which is Navigator. Let's talk about it and how it works. So let's dive in the code for it. We are going to close all the files here, and I'm going to go to one particular page, which is the home page, where I have just one thing. If I scroll down, the product card. So I want the product card to be wrapped with the gesture detector, and whenever I click on that product card, I want to get navigated from one screen to another. So first of all, let's go ahead and wrap it with gesture detector. Then we are going to have on tap. You see, there are lots of options gesture detector provides us with, but we are going to go ahead with on tap. And in on tap, what do we want to do? Well, we want to navigate from home page to product details page. Now, since we have that much clarity, it's easier for us. Why? We just have to do navigator.off. Again, navigator.off also uses inherited widget behind the scenes. And context is used to find ancestor state again. So context is helping us find the nearest navigator, and using that navigator, I can navigate from one page to another. Then after doing navigator.off, I get a bunch of properties over here. Focus node overlay, but that's not what I'm interested in. What I'm interested in is methods like pop, push, pop and push named. So let's go over them one by one. So first one is pop. Pop is basically popping off the screen. Now to understand this, you'll have to understand how navigator really works. let's remove this diagram and draw a diagram for navigator. Think of navigator as a stack, alright? What is a stack? Well, let's just think of it as a pile of books on a desk, alright? So let's just consider this is a desk. And then you have a bunch of books on top of it. So there is one book, alright? Then there is another book on top of it. And then another book on top of it. Okay? This is how navigator works. It works on the concept of stack. This is a stack. Anything that's above one another is a stack. And just as a general information, stack is also a widget in Flutter that will help you to build UIs. So it has children passed to it. So you can pass one particular widget, which will be the background. And after that, the next widget you pass in will be above it. So if you have text hi, then you have text hello. That will just make sure that there is kind of this thing. So let's just have this. So you see, hi is there. You won't be able to see it, but you see H is kind of bolded. That's because hi and hello are there. So H is overlapping. So basically hi is below hello. So it is stacking up. So in this case, hi is this thing, hello is this thing, and the eyes are over here. This is your eyes, right? If these are your eyes and you're looking from here to bottom, what will you see? You'll first see hello, then you'll see hi, right? And that's why stack is there. So this is the general concept of stack. Stack is also a data structure. So basically this is the concept on which navigator works. Whenever you call things like pop, it just pops off and removes off the topmost screen. It will just pop off and remove off the topmost screen. Well, how do you add screens on the top? That would be the biggest question. Well, for that, you use navigator.offContext.push. So what push does is it has one widget. It will just stack it above another. Again, you push something from one widget to another. It will just put it on top of another widget. So this is how push works, and pop just removes off a particular widget. Just think in terms of our array, right? It also works on the concept of stack, right? If you use 2 and then you use add function to add the number 3, it will add it to the last. Then you use push to add 4, so you will be adding 4 to our array. And then when you want to remove something or pop something, it will remove it from the last unless you specify what kind of page you want to, or what kind of number you want to remove. So it's kind of like a list, but in general it is called stack. Okay. So now I want to call push because I want to push it. Now here's another important concept, which is of this thing, push replacement. So what push replacement does is, if you call navigator.offContext.push replacement from this screen, it will replace this entire screen with a different screen altogether. So this is out of the picture now. Now if you call pop after that, it will pop this screen and will give you this screen back. So push replacement just replaces the entire thing entirely. It just removes it from the stack with itself, and then when you call pop, it will just pop this thing. So I hope you understood that. Now we have push replacement here, not push replacement, I want push. And what push requires here is something known as route. And generally what we pass over here is material page route or a Cupertino page route, or something that basically extends just a page route. Alright, so you have page route builder that you can pass over here, or anything that has or extends page route. Why do we have to do this? Well, it's boilerplate code, but we have to do material page route because what you're doing is trying to add a platform adaptive transition here. So moving from one screen to another looks different on different devices, and those are transitions. The way they do it on iOS, it might be different for iOS, it might be different. That's why. So you need to mention material page routing, and here you can mention more settings, but I hardly ever use any of them. Then it requires builder, that requires a context, or that gives a context which you can use. So we have this. And here, what do we have to pass? Well, we have to return a widget from here. What widget? The widget you want to transition to, you want to move to. So I want to move to the product details screen. So I'm going to return it from here. And I'm also going to pass in the product that I have extracted here. Perfect. Now if I save it, I'll restart my app. And when I click over here, I go to the particular product. If I click over here, I go to Adidas shoes. If I click over here, I go to Bata women's shoes. Now I know the images are incorrect, but forgive me for that. This is just about learning. All the images and illustrations used here are incorrect, I know. So we can close this, and yeah, this works well. Now just to demonstrate what I was talking, if I use replace over here, not replace, push replacement, then what will happen is when I click over here, I won't be able to go back. When I try to go back, I won't be able to. On Android emulator, to go back, I have to click this. When I try to do that, I won't be able to do. Obviously, only when I click over here, when I try to go back, I just exit the app. Again, when I try to open the app, I just go back. That is how replacement works. I won't be able to go back from the screen. So obviously, push replacement is needed in stuff like, let's say, authentication. So when you have logged in, you don't want the user to go back to the login screen. That's why you use push replacement that time, not push. But in scenarios like this, push is very much needed. And you also notice the difference over here. All right, let's have iPhone simulator hot restart. When I click over here and when there's push, I get the back button. However, when the push button is not there, it's push replacement, then I don't get any back button. So I hope that was clear, and I hope you understand what the code for navigator is. It's navigator.offContext. Then you either want to push replacement, pop, and there are a bunch of other things like push and remove until. There's push named, which is related to named routes, but we'll get to it when we start building stuff for the entire web. Alright? When we make our layout good enough for all the screen sizes. So we have push here, then we have push, pop and push, restorable push, all of that stuff, but the most commonly used is push replacement, and pop. I don't think you're going to need anything other than those. 90% of the times, obviously. So now that we've understood this, I just want to clear how navigator works. So in Flutter, the navigator is actually responsible for managing the navigation stack and handling the transitions between different screens or routes in an application. We passed in a material page route, and that handles the navigation. You see, when I click over here, I get a transition which goes from right to left. But on Android, it goes from bottom to top. You see? Not even bottom to top. It's kind of like a fade animation. So it is platform adaptive. Based on what platform it is on, it will perform that navigation or that transition. And whenever we call navigator.offContext, we're basically using inherited widget. It returns the nearest navigator widget in the widget tree that contains the build context. Exactly like theme, right? In theme also, it would go up the widget tree finding theme class, and it would inherit or take properties from it. Same thing is happening for navigator. it is going up the widget tree trying to find navigator. Now you might say, hey Rivan, we have never created any navigator stuff over here. And that's true, you've never done it, but MaterialApp has. MaterialApp behind the scenes creates a navigator class which you can find when you just try to look over here, alright? You'll be able to find stuff. So MaterialApp does it for you. Now behind the scenes, Navigator maintains a stack of route objects which I told you about, which represent the different screens or routes in your application. I'm saying different screens or routes because sometimes you might not want to return a screen when you go to a particular or when you use Navigator. What you want to show is, let's say, a half screen dialog, something like an alert dialog box, something like that. So even then Navigator can help you, and those settings over here which are present for Navigator in the material page route can help you, like full screen dialog, maintain state, all of that. So those are different routes, but usually you'll be encountering different screens because to create a dialog, a pop-up, you have several other things. Now when you navigate to a new screen, you push a new route onto the stack. So if you want one particular screen, so let's say I have my home page over here, that's the home screen. Now I want to pass product details, so I'm going to pass it at the top over here. So I push it on top of the stack, and this is what happens. When you navigate back, for example, when I click over here and when I go back, when I click on this back button, navigator.pop is called, alright? And then you navigate back from here to here. So behind the scenes, navigator.offContext.pop is called. So it goes back to whatever screen it came from. So just to summarize, if you've understood, you can skip this part. Whenever you call navigator.offContext, it looks for the nearest navigator widget in the given tree. And this is typically provided by Material or Cupertino app right at the top of the widget hierarchy, our root widget. Once it finds the navigator widget, it returns an instance of the navigator state. Now this navigator state is the thing that allows us to manipulate the navigation stack. So if you go to navigator.offContext, you'll see static navigator state. So this navigator state is the thing that does most of our work, and it allows us to manipulate the navigation stack. So with the navigator state object, now you can perform various navigation operations like we saw. Whenever we call navigator.offContext, it gives us navigator state. Now with this navigator state, we can call push, pop, push replacement, all of those stuff. When you push a new route, the navigator animates or transitions from the previous route to the new route using transition animation, which are already predefined for platforms. On Android, it is like a fade in transition, and for iOS, it is a sliding transition. Transitions are there so that it provides a smooth visual effect. It doesn't go like, hey, you suddenly change the screen and you get to know that these are two different screens. It just is a smooth process. And when you pop a route from the stack, the navigator reverses the animation, bringing back the previous route. So when you click over here, you see we have right to left, and when we click back, it is left to right. So it just reverses the transition. So I hope you understood how Navigator works, and this is how anything that has .offContext will work, because they're using inherited widget, and that is the biggest concept in state management. Once you understand that, you'll be understanding Navigator, Scaffold Messenger that we'll take a look at, and many state management tools as well. And I hope you're also understanding the importance of BuildContext. BuildContext is making sure behind the scenes that you can find the correct navigator state widget. Because just think about it, even in the Flutter source code is so big. And if you want to access from one widget to another, there might be some way of communication, right? You can't just keep going through the constructor and keep passing everything. For stuff like these, product details page, constructor is fine, because it's just one product that you want to display, and storing it in a state management tool is just stupid. However, in stuff like add to cart, using state management is required. For example, if I have a bottom navigation bar here, and when I click over there, I should see the cart page. So that means I go to the product details page, I click on add to cart, and it should add it to my cart page. Think of it in form of a widget tree. If it's hard to visualize, just draw it out and see. Or I can do it for you. You have your root widget, then you have your material app, then after the material app you have the home page. Then after the home page, there's another widget you could take, which is the cart page, right? Home page and cart page are shown differently as of now. So if you click one item like the cart button in the bottom bar, for example, over here, when you click the cart item, you should be seeing cart products. So there are two options you can take. Now in the home page, if you click on something, you can go to the product details page. Now my cart or my add to cart button is mentioned inside of this particular widget, which is the product details page. So what I want to do is whatever I click over here should be added to a list, and that list should be accessible in a separate widget as well. How do we do that? How can I make sure that stuff passes from child widget to parent widget, from parent widget to its parent widget, and then it can pass it to its sibling? This is quite a cumbersome process. You can do it in Flutter, but it's quite cumbersome. So instead of doing that, what I'm going to do is introduce state management, which usually does something like this. You shift everything down, then the state management tool will create a storehouse for itself right at the top of the widget tree, and here you store all the data. And this is what state management is. You store all the data over here. So what you do is add to cart from here to here, the changes are made over here, and then you continuously listen from the cart screen to this particular screen or this particular storehouse. So just to summarize, if you didn't understand, whenever I click on add to cart button in my app over here, it should be displayed over here. So what I'm going to do is whenever add to cart button is clicked on, I'm going to update and store all the data in one particular state management tool, which will be the head of everything. And whenever I want to read data, I'm going to read everything from this state management tool or the storehouse itself. So if I make changes over here, I can read it instantly. If I make deletions, updating any stuff, it will automatically be received over here. This particular tool will do that. So this is what we are going to do in state management. I hope you understood the concept, because I'm not going to explain it again. I've already explained it. Now we'll see it in the form of code. But before that, we still have to get done with the UI. And what I want to create is a bottom bar over here, which tells you, hey, do you want to access cart? You can access cart from here. So let's go ahead and do that. So let's go ahead and add bottom navigation bar to both of these things. So let's just close all the save files from here. Go to the home page. And here we are going to set up our bottom navigation bar, because whenever we return a scaffold, we get body, we get the app bar property, and we also get a footer kind of thing, which is the bottom navigation bar. This bottom navigation bar accepts a widget. So you can pass anything over here. But there is a special widget for bottom navigation bar, which is bottom navigation bar itself. Here there's a required argument of items that you need to pass in, and it should be a list of bottom navigation bar item. So we're going to copy this, put it in a list, and then we're going to use that. So we're going to have bottom navigation bar item, and here we're going to pass in an icon, and that's pretty much all there is. So the item we want over here, or the icon we want at first, is icons.home. So I want the home icon to be there. And the second item that I require is bottom navigation bar item, which is shopping bag or shopping cart, whatever you want to use. I'll go ahead and use shopping cart. Then you can save it. Also put a const over here, because both of these items are constants, so the list becomes a constant. And when you come over here, you still see this error. And this error is basically saying that item.label is not equal to null. So that means the label property should be added somewhere. Where? In bottom navigation bar item. Even though this is nullable, it does require a label to be passed in. But what if I don't want to pass any label? It should be nothing. So I'll just pass in an empty label here in both of these things, and the error goes away. I see my bottom navigation bar. Great. Now what I want to do is whenever I click any of them, I want to navigate to that particular screen. So for that reason, I am going to create a function, or let's not create a function. I'm just going to create a variable that will keep track of the current page. So we have the current page as 0. Now I can copy this current page, and here in the bottom navigation bar, we require two things: on tap and current index. So we can pass in the current index, which will be current page. So this is the current index. So this is the item that we've selected. Also, here you'll have to pass in int current page is equal to 1. And then when you restart the app, you see this thing is active now. And the home is the 0th element, or the 0th page. So yeah, just restart the app and you'll see the difference. So now whenever this item is being tapped on, we want to change the current page, so that will reflect those changes, right? So for that, we can use the on tap property given by bottom navigation bar, or alternative option was to wrap this bottom navigation bar item with the gesture detector. But that isn't allowed because this wants a list of bottom navigation bar items. You cannot put a gesture detector here because gesture detector is a widget, not particularly bottom navigation bar item only. So let's go ahead and pass the on tap here, and the on tap will have a value. We are going to set state, and we are going to set the state of current page equal to the value this will give us. And then what I'm going to do is click over here. You see there is a smooth change over here. So we are able to change the item in the app, but still we are not able to figure out how to change the screen. How do I show this particular cart page for this particular home screen? Or how do I show the home page on the home screen, or when the home screen is active? And how do I show cart page when this is active? So to do that, I'll have to do one thing. I'll have to extract the entire body out in a separate widget of its own. So let's copy this entire widget and let's call this product list. So we are going to have in the lib folder a file product_list.dart. Then we are going to import material.dart. And then we are going to create a stateless widget, which will be product list. And here I'm going to return this entire widget. I'll make sure you understand the purpose, but as of now, just follow along. Also, this requires a border to be passed in, and this is the border. We are basically taking a widget out from here and putting it in its separate own widget. The reason for that I'll mention in just a minute. Also, we want filters, so we'll have to convert this product list to a stateful widget because all the chip and filter stuff is inside of it. And then we can take this final string filters out, put it in a list, come back over here. Then we are going to have a selected filter. Then we are going to have our init state. And then I'm just going to pass in my product list like this. Okay. So I've successfully extracted out the product list widget into a separate widget of its own. Also, I'll copy or cut all of these import lines and put it inside of the product list. So now all the errors from product list are also gone. Because things like global variables, so this thing over here requires global variables. Where is it? The products. Yep. Then product card and product details page, everything is required. And now if I restart, you won't see any visible differences in the app. It will still feel the same way. What has changed, however, is we have access to this product list. Now changing from one screen to another becomes easier. How? Well, I'll show it to you. What I'm going to do is create a list of widget, which will be pages, and that will be equal to an empty list with product list passed to it and a cart page. So we have to go ahead and create cart underscore page.dart, import material.dart for it. Then we are going to create a stateless widget, call it cart page. Then we are going to return a scaffold, a body with a centered text, and we are going to name it cart page. So as of now, this is what the cart page looks like. However, we are going to fill that in. We're going to create that UI really soon. So let's copy this cart page and have it over here. Let's paste it. Sweet. So we are going to have const like this. Perfect. So we have a list of pages now, and that pages includes product list and cart page. So this is the page that we want to show. And how do we want to show it? Well, if we are on 0th page, we want to show the product list. If we are on first page, I want to show the cart page. So we can have that if condition over here, right? I can just have if current page is equal to 0, then I'm going to have product list. Otherwise, I'm going to have cart page. And that should work, right? So if we just restart, you see cart page is showing up. If I go to home page is showing up, and it does that correctly. However, one small improvement here could be if we just do pages at current page. Pause the video and give yourself a time to understand what I've done. If you don't understand, watch the next part. So what I've done over here is I have pages, product list and cart. So if current page is 0, then I'll access the product list, which is pages at 0. If current page is 1, then I'll access pages at 1, which is cart page. So I'm basically performing the same task, but really smartly. If I add more pages further in the app, I can quickly change it. So this is the thing, I don't have to use the ternary operator anymore, and this feels better. However, one problem here is that whenever I scroll and go to another page, then come back, everything starts from scratch. It just starts from everything. I want that scroll position to be maintained. If I come over here, come back, the scroll position should be maintained. So for that, we have a widget called index stack. What index stack does is it stores everything in a stack. And by stack, I mean it will just keep on piling stuff. So the state doesn't really go. The state is still persisted in indexed stack. So it requires children, and the children here are the pages. So we can just pass pages over here. Because children requires list of widget and pages is a list of widgets, so we can pass that in. And now the next thing we want is index, so that it knows what page it is on. And the index for us is current page. Now if you do that, restart, come back over here, scroll and come back, the scroll position is maintained. You see, if I leave it at added ask like this, come here, come back, added our scroll position is still maintained. So index tag allows us to do this. And I hope you understood why I extracted out the product list. It was just so that we could toggle between this part. Let me highlight it out. This part of the app, and it will keep on changing based on whether we select one bottom navigation bar item or another. The next thing I want to do is make sure that the icons over here are bigger. So for that, we can set some properties for our bottom navigation bar. What we can do here is set an icon size, and the icon size here can be 35. Save it, and this looks bigger, and I like it. The next thing over here is that this app bar is quite big, or the bottom navigation bar is quite big, even on Android. And that's there because the label occupies some space. For example, if I pass in home, the home is displayed over here. You see? And the home is displayed, that means label is taking up some space even when it's empty. So what I want to do is make sure that the selected font size is 0 and unselected font size is also 0. If both of them are 0, it will take lesser space. You see? And now it works fine. It works well and it looks good in my opinion. Perfect. Now let's go ahead and design the cart page. How do we want the cart page to look like? So let's close all the save file. We're going to go to the lib folder and create, or we already have the cart page created. We'll just go there and start designing. So in our scaffold, the first thing that is required is an app bar just saying that, hey, we are using the cart page. So we'll have a title of app cart. Now you'll notice in home page that I have a scaffold body index tag, and in the body I've again mentioned a scaffold. So there's a scaffold inside of a scaffold, and that works fine as long as you don't have an app bar. Now if you create an app bar here, let's just create it for now. If you have an app bar over here, it will look quite weird because you have one app bar and then a second app bar. So definitely you can put a scaffold inside of a scaffold, but it can look weird. So anyways, now we have the given constraints in which we have to put a scaffold. But our constraint is very clear, the entire screen except this part, the bottom navigation bar. So our constraint is this entire thing, you can say. Okay. So we'll come over here and let's start displaying stuff. So to display this stuff, we can just use a list view builder directly, nothing else. Just a list view builder. Because we don't have anything else to mention. And here we'll also mention the item count, which will be cart.length, and this cart is coming from global variables. Here, if you've copied stuff from the link mentioned in the description below, you might have also copied this cart. And this cart contains just one item, which is the Jordan shoes. Alright, now you can use that. Also, let's put context index inside of an item builder. Now if you're wondering, and I didn't answer this before, why is there a context? We understand why there's an index, why is there a context? And context is basically available in all builder related stuff. For example, if you add future builder, you could have a context there. If you just have a builder widget, which is a widget of itself, you'll get a context there as well. So basically, whenever you have builder, you will have a context. And if you're wondering what the builder widget does, I'm not talking about list view builder, the builder widget only, it basically just provides a context to you, which you can use. And it does have a significance of its own. It will provide you with a build context that is not same as this context. Now in the item here, what I'll want is final cart item, which will be equal to cart at particular index. Now what do we return here? Well, it's a very simple choice. I just want to return a tile that has one heading, one subheading, an image of the thing we have in cart and a delete button if I want to remove it from the cart. So for that particular reason, what I'm going to return from here is a widget that you've never seen before, and that is the list style widget. So usually whenever you have list view builder, list style goes well because, well, it has all the necessary properties you might need to return. So it has a title that will help you to display a title stuff. So let's have a text widget here. This accepts a widget. And the text can be cart item at title dot toString. So we have a title that is good. Then it also has a subtitle, and here also we can pass it a text which will be telling us the size. So what number size should the user select? So let's say the user selected a size of 8. Remember, this is just dummy data. When we add state management to the app, which is the next step, we'll be able to dive more into it. So we can just have cart item at size. That looks good. Now if we come over here, you'll see Jordan shoes size 8. Perfect. The only problem I have is the title is not bolded. So let's go ahead and bold it out. So I'm going to use style property here, but I'm not going to mention the normal style. I'll go to the main.dart file and I'm going to copy this body small title. That looks good to me. So I'll just have theme.ofcontext.texttheme.body small. Then I'll save it, and this is now bolded and it has the same size as 16. No visible difference there. After this, I want to add an image in the start showing that this is the shoe you've selected. So I just want to show that. So for that, we also have another widget or another property which is leading. So what leading does is put whatever widget you have in the start. So you can use the leading widget here and pass in a circle avatar. And then you pass in the background image, which is a property to use on circle avatar. What circle avatar basically does is it gives you a rounded border where you can describe your background color, background image, foreground image, radius, minimum radius, all of that stuff. So here you can pass in a background image, and this requires image provider. What is our image? Well, it's coming from asset, so you can pass in an asset image. Here you cannot pass in image.asset because this is a widget. Image.asset is a widget. However, asset image isn't a widget. Asset image is a network or is a image provider. If you see here asset image and go into the definition or the source code, you'll see asset image extends asset bundle image provider and it extends an image provider. So it's an image provider, it's not a widget. Image.asset is a widget. So here it requires image provider, so you can pass an asset image. And if you're getting stuff from network or from web, you can use network image. So let's go ahead and use asset image and pass in the asset. My asset is cart item. We'll go to global variables and we have image URL. So we'll pass in image URL and we'll treat it as a string. Perfect. We save it and we have our shoe showing up. Now what if I want to increase the size of this circle that we have? Circle avatar has properties for that as well. You can also set the radius property that will help you to change the size of it. So let's say the radius is 45. So this is quite big and there you go. But I don't want it this big. I want it 30, let's say. That's fine. And if you want to change the background color over here, you can change it. The yellow color is there just because of the theming we have set in the overall app. And the last thing I require here is a delete icon. Now there are two things you can do over here for the delete icon. Either you can add a button over here that says, hey, you can remove this item from the cart, or you can have a swiping gesture saying, if you swipe this, you can delete the item in the cart, or you just long press on it and you can delete it. What I'm going to do is add an icon over here that says you can delete stuff. This is helpful because the user doesn't have to swipe through, or if the user doesn't know that they have to swipe to remove from the cart, it's helpful. So now you can have a trailing widget here, which will be an icon button. And on pressed is required, so what should happen if it is removed? For now, nothing. And then icons.delete. Okay? Save it, you come over here and you have the delete icon. Now the delete icon isn't in its original fashion. In its original fashion, it should be in the red color. So let's get it red. So we're going to have a const icon icons.delete, and we're also going to press or pass the color, which is colors.red. And I'm not setting the theme over here. I'm generally typing colors.red because no matter what the theme of our app is, the delete button has to be red color. And we have our delete button. Cool. So we have our cart layout set up as well. Now the next thing we need to add in our app is state management. So how do we manage the global state in our app? We already do that with set state. So we have the local state management, but what should happen if I click on add to cart, and it should show up in the cart here. I've already explained all the stuff related to state management and inherited widget, which is what Flutter uses behind the scenes to have state management. But we are going to take a look at an abstraction over inherited widget. Why? Because inherited widget can be a bit cumbersome to write every single time. It is quite a big source code to write, and yeah, if you want to know more about it, link is mentioned in the description. You should definitely check out the video by the Flutter team themselves. So now let's dive into the state management world, and we are going to manage our state using provider. So for state management, we are going to take help of an external dependency. And for that, I can go to pub.dev, and the package we'll be using is provider. This provider package is a wrapper around inherited widget, the widget that I explained to you but we did not write, and it is a wrapper around inherited widget to make them easier to use, and it is more reusable. By using provider instead of manually writing inherited widget, you get all of these features. Alright, and it's a good thing. There are other state management options you can use as well. There's Riverpod, which is my personal favorite, and you can find that in the video I'll mention in the description below. You can check out my separate tutorial on it. And after that, I would recommend you to follow with the project of Reddit clone so that you get a proper practical understanding of using Riverpod in your apps. And another famous library that people like to use is Block. And there's another package that people like to use in the Flutter community, which is getx, but I personally do not like it. And it is the most liked package on pub.dev, so it's the most liked package in Flutter, but I personally do not like using it, and you can find my video on why I don't like using it in the description as well. So we are not going to take a look at get at all, and even Block, but Riverpod you can find in the video description. Let's go ahead and use provider. Now how should we use provider? So the documentation or usage for it can be found in the here, but I'm going to tell you how to use it because that's what the aim is, right? Now we can copy this, go to pubspec.yaml and add it to the dependencies and then save it. Now I will get rid of it and we'll start all our apps from scratch. Now provider runs on every machine, so it can work on all the platforms. You can see it over here. So that's fine. And at the end of the day, it is just a wrapper around inherited widget, which basically means like it is built on inherited widget with a slight wrapper, which allows you to use it very easily. And it is a Flutter favorite package. So Flutter recommends using this. However, the creator of this package is not the Google team. It is the team, or it is the person that created the Riverpod package as well. And he recommends using this package over provider. However, we are going to use provider because that will give us a clearer insight into inherited widget. Riverpod doesn't do that. Anyways, let's just focus on provider and remove Riverpod out of the picture. Now here, let's add provider. So the first thing to do in provider, and I told you about this in inherited widget explanation as well, that how inherited widget works is it creates a storehouse at the top of a widget or at the top of the widget tree. So we can do the same. We can go to the main.dart and we can wrap our material app with something known as a provider widget. Okay, this provider widget is coming from the provider package and it extends inherited provider extends single child stateless widget. This extends a stateless widget. So this is a widget that you can use. And the task of this provider is to store this data. And you store this data using the create option over here. So in create, you pass any value. It accepts dynamic value, which is basically like, hey, you can pass anything you want. It can be your own custom class. It can be a string. So let's go ahead and return a string from here which just says hello world. Alright. I'm just showing you how to use provider in your apps so you can build or provide value from one place to another. So what you've done is at the top of the widget tree, you said, hey, we have a provider and the descending widgets can use this value. So whatever value we're returning, the descending widgets can use it. And if you hover over this, it is automatically getting a type of provider string. So whatever value you type over here will be the type of this provider. Cool. Now we can go to the cart page, let's say. Now, the thing we have to concentrate on is how do I get this value? How do I get the value hello world in my cart page? Well, you can do that by printing provider dot of context, and here we have to mention a generic type. Now you already know provider dot of context syntax, right? It is the inherited widget syntax. Exactly. But this also requires a generic type. If you mention a generic type, it will be able to find the provider. So if we have string here, and then let's just say we print it, you see hello world is written. If I restart the app, hello world is written. How does this work? How are we getting the value in my app in the cart page by not even giving arguments? And that is the beauty of provider and inherited widget. We mentioned hello world over here. So this was a provider of type string. Then we called provider.ofContext. So it went up the widget tree trying to find the nearest ancestor to provider.ofString. So it searched the type of provider string. Alright, it went up the widget tree and tried to find a provider which was like this, provider string. And then when it finally found it, it returned the value. Now what if I have two providers instead of one? So I have one provider at the root of the widget tree, and let's say I have another which is wrapping the home page. Alright, I have a provider here which wraps the home page, and let's say we say hello. Also this requires a function, so let's pass in a function. Alright, cool. Now if we restart, we see hello written over here. Hello world is gone now, only hello is returned, and that's because provider.ofContext is trying to find the nearest widget to it, or the nearest widget in the widget tree. And the nearest widget is this part over here. That's why we get hello. We don't get hello and hello world both. Because once it finds the particular provider, it will stop looking for any more providers. It's done, so it doesn't look any further. It will give the value given by this hello. Perfect. So now that we have used provider, I want to tell you that there are multiple types of providers. There are providers like provider. We've already seen this. Then we have change notifier provider. Then we have a future provider. And then we have a stream provider. So these are the 4 main types of providers that you can use in your app. Provider, we've already seen, is a read-only value. So you can just provide one value and it will only read. It will do nothing else. Then there's change notifier provider. With this provider, you can change the values and notify the widgets that are listening to it about those changes. This is the provider we want in our shopping app. Then we have future provider. So future provider is there so that it can listen to futures, subscribe to them and show the changes. And stream provider is basically providing a stream. Future and stream providers are useful because provider helps in lazy loading, right? So it can help over there and that is a good thing. However, we'll be only focusing on change notifier provider from now. So instead of returning a provider, which is a read-only value, we don't need that anymore. We're going to return a change notifier provider. But if I just do change notifier provider, it's not enough. We need to provide a generic type over here, and our generic type is, let's say, string, but string doesn't conform to the boundary of change notifier. Basically, whenever you have change notifier provider and you have a create function, you cannot pass in a string or anything. You need to pass in something known as a change notifier. Okay? And what is this change notifier? It is a simple class in the Flutter SDK which we can use. So it's coming from Flutter, not from provider. And what this does is provides change notification to whatever is listening to it. So if any updates are made or anything is done, it will notify the widgets listening to it and will rebuild those changes. But now we cannot just use change notifier like this. We have to use it a little bit differently. What we need to do is create our own separate class. So let's call our provider as cartprovider.dart. Then we are going to have class cart provider. I always like to have anything related to provider using cart provider. So it's clear for me to know if it's a provider or not. Then we have to extend this with change notifier. Alright. As soon as you extend change notifier, you can take this class and return it over here. So you can return cart provider over here. Now, this cart provider is accessible throughout your entire app. So whatever you define over here can be used outside of this class, in the home page, in the cart page, anywhere in your app. And that's a plus, right? So this just tells us that if I click on add to cart and I store it in cart provider, then I'll be able to see it in the cart screen if I use the same cart provider. And that's exactly what we are going to do. This cart provider is our storehouse right at the top. So here I'm going to create a variable, call this final map string comma dynamic cart, and that is equal to an empty list. But here a value of type list dynamic cannot be assigned to a variable of type map string dynamic. It's basically saying that, hey, your cart is a map of string comma dynamic. How are you assigning this to a list? And that's true. My cart cannot be just a map. If it's just a map, I'll be able to store one single product. I want to store multiple products. So I need to have a list. Okay. Now that I have a list, I can create two functions, add product and remove product. So I'm going to have remove product. So two functions are present in cart provider which we can use. So in add product, we are going to get one product which we need to add to our cart. So I can have map string comma dynamic product. Then I'm going to do cart.add product. Simple. Now the same thing is going to happen in the remove product as well. I'm going to get a product here and then I'm going to do cart.remove product. So this way my cart provider is up and ready. As simple as that. Since the instance of this class is accessible throughout our entire app, I can go to one particular page, and where I want to go to is product details page. I hope you understood what happened in cart provider. I created a class, extended it using change notifier so that I could use it in main.dart in the cart provider over here. And then what I did is add product, added it to the cart list, remove product. Those are just functions. And now whenever this add to cart button is clicked on, I'm going to call this particular function. Okay, so let's go ahead and do it. So I'm going to go to the product details page. Then I'm going to go to the elevated button on pressed. And here I'm going to have provider dot of context. And here I need to mention the type. What is the type of my provider now? If you want to take a look at it, you can come over here. And the type of provider is cart provider. You can use that. So you'll have provider.of cart provider dot, and you have the option to add a product. Now I'm just going to click on add product, and then I will mention my map. What is my map? Well, it's this thing, product. But you see, I can't access product over here, and I can't access it because I'm in a stateful widget. Whenever I'm in a stateful widget, I'm unable to access this product. Then how did we do it earlier? Widget.product. But we didn't write widget.product, right? Flutter did it for ourselves. So when we had stateless to stateful widget conversion, we wrote widget. It automatically converted product to widget.product because we are in a separate class of ourselves, right? How do we access element of this class? We cannot do that. That's why state has created a widget property or a widget getter for us, which we can use to access constructor arguments or whatever we want to do. And that's how we get access to widget.product. So I can add the product like this. And now just to see if it is working, I'll press Command J. I'll restart my entire app and I'm getting an error. I'm getting an error saying the following provider not found exception was thrown building cart page. So the error is in cart page. And the error here is that provider.of string context was called. And there's no provider which returns a string for us. In the entire widget tree, we had it, but we removed it and replaced it with cart provider. So this no longer exists. That's why we get provider not found exception. So when a provider doesn't exist in your direct widget tree, that's when you get provider not found exception. So let's remove or not remove provider from here. We are going to print provider dot of context cart provider dot cart. So we're going to print this thing out. And now I'm going to restart my app. I see an empty list. I come over here. I click on add to cart and I get an error. The error says that I tried to listen to a value exposed with provider from outside of the widget tree. Now this error basically occurred, and you can see the reason below. This is likely caused by an event handler like a buttons on press that called provider.off without passing listen false. Basically, whenever you use provider.off context, you always have to listen to stuff. You're just saying that, hey, I'm subscribed to cart provider now. Any changes made to cart providers, any of the services, I want to subscribe to them. I want to listen to all of those changes. That's what change notifier also does. When you extend to a change notifier, it will notify all the widgets that are listening to it about its state change. Here what happened is you're saying provider.off cart provider context. So you're basically saying that, hey, I want to listen to cart provider. But then you're calling add product function on it. So you're not really listening. You're just calling a function. So whenever you're calling a function, beside the context, you also need to provide one thing, which is listen, and set it to false. By default, listen is set to true. In our cart page, the listen is set to true, alright? But here you're saying listen is false and then add product. And listen should be false every time you use this function out of the build function, alright? Whenever you use provider.of cart provider context out of the build function, listen should be set to false. And if you're in on pressed, it is basically out of the build function, because you can take this on pressed and put it like this: void on tap, like this, right? So you're now out of the build function, and then you can pass on tap. So now you're out of the build function and it still works fine. Now you might raise a question: hey, how are we using build context when we are out of the build function? Build context is there only over here. How can you use it over here? I can use it over here thanks to the state class that we are extending. This state class also gives us access to the build context, and this build context that the state provides and this build context is the exact same thing. It is the exact same element, so you can use it wherever you want. But yeah, in a stateless widget, the context is not given because this context is given by the state class. It is not given by stateful widget. So stateless widget cannot give that, only state can, and obviously in a stateless widget we do not extend state. Great. So now that we are in a function outside of the build function, we are using listen false, and anytime you want to call a function from cart provider, you have to set listen to false. If you set listen to true, you're basically saying that, hey, I'm in the widget tree, I want to continuously listen to the changes, and that's definitely not the case over here. Anyways, now that we have understood this, we'll restart the app, we'll come over here, we'll add to cart, let's open the terminal, nothing shows up. And there's still an empty list. If I add to cart again, still nothing works. If I go back, come here, let's say add to cart, still nothing works. So why is this not working? Well, this is not working because whenever you use change notifier or extend change notifier, it doesn't do anything automatically. It only notifies the widgets listening to it when you call a particular function, which is notify listeners. And this function is given by change notifier itself. So you extend change notifier and you see it is a mix-in class. So you can also do cart provider with change notifier or extends change notify, same thing. And as soon as you do notify listeners and restart your entire app, come to men's Nike shoes, add to cart, command J, and now you see automatically you have access to the changes made over here. And this data is coming from the cart page. So you update it one place and the data is stored in some other place. That's the cool thing, right? Now in the cart provider, we are going to do the same thing for notify listeners of remove product. So when you remove a product, you can have notify listeners like this. So notify listeners just notifies all the things that are listening to this cart provider. Sweet. Now the problem I have right now is I cannot display the data that is coming from this cart. That's because sizes is giving me a list and it's just giving me a product. What I want is something like this. I want ID, title, price, image URL, company, all written over here, but I also want size. Since I want size over here, I'll have to modify this widget.product a little bit. So how are we going to do this? Well, we can have something like this. So what I'm going to do is copy this. This is the layout in which I want my product or my cart product. Then I can have it like this. Then I mention the ID. So the ID is widget.product at ID. And the same thing for literally every single thing. We have widget.product title, widget.product, then we have price, then we have widget.product image URL, and do that for everything. Alright. So you have image URL here, and finally widget product for the company. Sweet. And the size here is going to be the selected size. Also, you can add an if condition over here. What if the user does not select a size? What do we want to do in that case? Well, first of all, I don't want to update my cart. Otherwise, it will come like selected size is 0. And that's a wrong thing, because a shoe cannot have a size of 0. So I'll just have if selected size is equal to 0, then I want to do something else. So I'll just have a reverse condition. If selected size is not equal to 0, then I'm just going to paste it over here. So if selected size is not 0, it is something else. And that has to be from some selected size we have decided. Then we can go ahead. So now we restart. Come over here. Let's say I add to cart. Nothing gets added to the cart. And this is kind of like a bad user feedback, you can say, because what's happening here is you add to cart, the user doesn't really know that they have to select a size. Maybe they forgot to do that. So you have to tell the users that, hey, you need to select a size. So here in the else condition, you can tell the users that. And here I want to basically show a thing popping up from below saying that, hey, you need to select a size. So for that, we have something known as Scaffold Messenger, not Scaffold, Scaffold Messenger dot of context. Again, this is using inherited widget behind the scenes, and I'll explain why. Dot, and this has multiple things like show material banner, remove current snack bar, all of that. What we want is show snack bar, and this requires something known as snack bar, so let's pass it in. Then snack bar requires content, so let's pass the content, which will be a text because content requires a widget. And then you say, please select a size. Okay. And then we are going to put a const for the snack bar. And once we come over here, let's go back, come over here, add to cart, you see, please select a size. So this is our scaffold messenger showing up. Why does this use inherited widget? Because it wants to show the snack bar on one particular screen. And here it is just contacting the messenger of a scaffold. Alright. Earlier this was known as scaffold dot of context, but then it caused some problems with BuildContext and caused problems like BuildContext not found. That's why this was renamed to Scaffold Messenger. So what happens is it finds its nearest scaffold. Now it finds its nearest scaffold messenger and shows a snack bar on that particular scaffold. And what is the snack bar? Snack bar is the thing that shows up from the below, giving us an impression that, hey, you need to do something. Okay. So now if I select a size, add to cart, it will be added to cart, but I still have no clue that it was added to my cart. So what I can add here is again a scaffold messenger and a snack bar saying product added successfully. Save it. Then you again select some other product, let's say this. Then you have product added successfully. You go back, come over here, and you won't be able to see the changes because our cart does not depend on it, but the changes are reflected over here. Now let's go ahead and make the changes over here in our cart page. Now whenever we want to continuously listen to something in relation to a provider, we have to do that in the build context, otherwise listen will be set to false and we won't be able to listen to anything. So let's say our final cart is this thing over here. Then we'll remove global variables and our thing is done. So the item count is cart.length, cart item is cart at index, and now it's safe to say that we can remove cart from our app. The dummy data still needs to be there. Now we can close all the save files. We're going to restart our app. All the data is now gone because the provider doesn't store data permanently in our storage. It only stores it temporarily as long as the app is running. After you restart or reset the app, it is all gone. So let's go ahead and select 11 size. Then we'll go to Adidas shoes. We'll add a 10 size. Then we'll add a Jordan shoes and add 8 size. Then we come to the cart and we see 3 things. Men's Nike shoes size 11, 10, 8, and all the proper images are showing up. Perfect. The last thing I want to work on is this delete product. So whenever I delete something from here, it should remove it from my cart. But even before doing that, I want a confirmation. I want my app to ask them, are you sure you want to remove this product? If you're sure, only then we'll remove it for you. We already have the remove product function ready. All we need to do is put up a dialog box. What we want is whenever we click on this particular button, it should show up a dialog box right in the center saying delete shoes or delete product. Are you sure you want to remove product from cart? And then you have 2 options, no, yes. So this is what you want to do. Let's go ahead and do that really quickly. So in cart page, whenever there's on pressed, you can have something known as show dialog. This show dialog is a function given by Flutter that will allow you to display UI. It will allow you to show a dialog on the screen. And then it has a builder, so you get a context and you can use that context to display stuff. Now this builder requires you to return a widget from this function of BuildContext that it's giving. Now what do we want to return? Well, I just want to return a dialog, let's say. If I have a dialog, will that work? Well, let's go ahead and try it out. You see, when I click over here, the screen does get blurred. That's because of our dialog. Now I'll pass a child here and the child is, let's say, text. And we say, are you sure? Then we come over here, we select, we see a dialog saying, are you sure? So you can set it up for yourself, you can design dialogues on your own. I have that much faith in you. At the end of the day, we are returning a widget. So you can use container, padding, column, all of your creativity to return a particular dialog. But if you don't want to do all of this, there is a built-in widget called alert dialog, which you can use. And I like to use it for this kind of stuff. This basically tells you to show an alert dialog that, hey, you're doing something that is a bit risky. Not exactly risky in this case, you're just removing a product from your cart, but it just verifies that, hey, you're doing this. So let's go ahead and set it up. It requires a title, which is exactly what we want. So we are going to have delete product as the title. Now when we click over here, delete product is the title. And you see that this is quite big. I don't want it this big. And the reason it's big is because the title has a style it is inheriting from. We can override that by having theme.of.context.text theme dot, let's say, body medium. Save it. Come over here. We have delete product. This doesn't look very good. So I'm going to go with something large, which is title large, let's say. Now if I click over here, this is quite big. Maybe we want title medium. And this looks good enough. So we have delete product as the main title. After that, we need something like a subtitle. And there's nothing like a subtitle, but we do have content. So what is our content? Well, very simply, it is a text saying, are you sure you want to remove the product from your cart. Okay. This is my content. This is my text widget. Just asking it, are you sure you want to do this? Because this is an alert dialog. It just asks for your confirmation. Now if I click over here, we see this. This is looking good. The last thing I want here is a no and a yes button so that the users can select accordingly. And for that, we have something given by alert dialog, which is actions. Actions is the same thing that is available on the app bar as well, which you can use to add action related stuff, things that you want to mention over here. And the same thing is here as well, if you want to mention something. So I want two things over here, two text buttons basically. The first text button is going to be a text saying no. Also, this will be a constant text no. And then there's going to be another text button which is going to be yes. Alright. Now if we click over here, we don't see the buttons, but they are there, no and yes. Now we just have to change their design. So for this, we'll have to set up the style and everything. So let's go ahead and pass the style as text button, or actually we don't need to do this. We can just mention the style over here for the text style. Now what is the color of no going to be? Well, I just want it to be colors.blue because no is a safer option. And the other option also, let's put font weight.bold here. And the other option which I'm going to copy paste is yes. And that is going to be colors.red. Now if you click over here, yes is there, no is there, you can select either of them. You can set more properties on this show dialog, basically like if you want to disallow the user from clicking outside. Right now, if I click outside of the dialog, I can still exit. But if you want to make sure the users can avoid that, you can set barrier dismissible to false. Once you do that, the users won't be allowed to click outside and exit it. Like this. I can't exit it even though I'm clicking. But anyways, I like this better, so I'm going to keep it. And now I can't exit it. So I'm just going to restart my app. Then add some shoes. Come over here and we have men's Nike shoes size 11 and size 12 properly there. Now in the no, what I want to do is whenever the user clicks on no, I just want this dialog to go away and do nothing. Just this dialog should go away. So to make this dialog go away, I can use navigator.offContext.pop. Once I do this and click on no, it just removes the dialog, nothing else. Because what this dialog does is it stacks it. It stacks it at the top of the screen. So navigator.offContext.pop will just remove it. After this, we have yes. In yes, what do we have to do? Well, I just want to call provider.offContext. Then I again have to access cart provider. Then listen should be set to false. Don't forget that. Dot remove product. And what is the product I want to remove? The product is mentioned over here. It is the cart item. So you can just mention the cart item and done. Now if you want to remove Adidas shoes, you can click on yes and Adidas shoes gets removed. But the dialog isn't popped off. We still have to call navigator.offContext.pop to remove this thing. So let's click on no now. We have delete button, yes, and it will clear off the cart for us. Now we can go ahead and set things up. Let's say 10, 9. And now if I come over here, we have size 10, size 9, and I can remove anything I want and it works fine. So this was what I wanted to talk about state management with provider. Provider has its flaws for sure, but this is very close to inherited widget, which is why I wanted to take this up. Now there are some things you can modify here. First of all, this is a big line to write, isn't it? So what you can do is final cart is equal to context.watch. As soon as you do context.watch, provider gets triggered, then you have to use the cart provider, and there you go. You now have an instance of cart provider with you. Now you just have to call the cart and it will work just as intended. So we have context.watch here instead of provider.off, cart provider, context.cart. So this is a shorthand syntax for the same thing. It will work just as expected. You can try it for yourself. And here, whenever we have a function call, what we need to do is context.read. You can't use context.watch because listen false means read. It isn't watch. Watch is basically like you're continuously seeing. Read is you just read it once and leave it. So again, you need to mention cart provider over here, and then you can have dot remove product and pass in the particular cart item. And you can make these changes everywhere in your app. It is just a shorthand syntax for it. It is a function which basically does provider.offContext, this listen false. And I think this is an extension. Yeah, this is an extension on BuildContext provided by Flutter. So yeah, you do this to simplify your life, and that works great, looks great, perfect. Now you can make these changes all around your app, and this is how it is done. So yeah, we are done with state management with provider in our shopping app. One last thing I'd like to mention before closing the state management chapter with provider. If you want to return multiple providers in a bigger application, what you can do, and I'm going to remove this comment, is return multi-provider. With multi-provider, you can return a list of providers, and there you can mention your change notifier provider, where you pass in a context and return cart provider. As simple as that. So if you have multiple providers, you can pass it in multi-provider, otherwise change notifier provider or just provider is fine. But most of the times in bigger apps, you will be using multi-provider only because you will have multiple providers. There's a lot less boilerplate code to write when using provider, as it is a wrapper around inherited widget, a widget provided by Flutter itself to pass data between other widgets. Using provider, we can separate business logic from UI, making our code much easier to test and maintain. In this tutorial, we will go through different types of providers and understand when to use what type of provider. First one is provider itself. As the name suggests, provider provides data to widgets below it in the widget tree. To demonstrate this, I'll wrap the root of my widget tree with provider. This acts like a storehouse for data.
Wait a minute!
Which data? Whatever we pass in the create argument. It can be string, boolean, int, even instance of a class. To read this data in a widget, we can use provider.off, then the type of the data we returned, followed by context. What happens behind the scenes is it goes up the widget tree, finds the provider widget closest with the type we return, and spits out the data that's stored. We can see the data correctly when we display it on the screen as well. If you find this syntax really long, you can use context.watch followed by the type of provider, and it will work the same way. Provider is a read-only widget, which means it cannot modify the value initially passed to it. So how do we modify the values? With the help of change notifier provider. Instead of provider, we will pass in change notifier provider, and in the create argument, pass in a data model. To create a data model, we will create a class, instantiate a private variable, create a getter and a function that increments the variable's value by 1. To make this work properly with change notifier provider, extend the class with change notifier, which provides us with notify listeners function. Whenever this function is called, it notifies change notifier provider and widgets listening to it are rebuilt. If you don't use notify listeners, the UI of the app won't get affected even though the data, in our case counter variables value, changes. Also note that more functions like decrement and reset can be added in the model class itself. Getting data is same for all providers. We just need to specify the type of provider properly. Since we have counter returned in chain notifier provider, we will replace string with counter. But as you can see, this returns instance of the counter class. So we will use counter getter we created in this class to see the count. Now to implement the increment function, we can use this line. Why? Let's break it down. Provider.of counter context will return to us the instance of the counter class. On this instance, we are calling increment function, inside of which we call notify listeners, and this will rebuild this widget since we are listening to it. But what if I don't want to listen? Meaning I don't want the widget to rebuild. So I can set listen to false. For a shorter syntax, we can use context.read. It's worth noting that context.read cannot be called inside build function. On the other hand, context.watch cannot be called outside of build function. Another thing to note is context.watch should generally be used when every part of the widget needs that value, because it makes the entire widget rebuild. For example, when I click on the increment button, only the counter needs to rebuild, but in reality, even the text and floating action button rebuild. This might not seem like a big difference, but what if you're building Twitter-like app, and to update the number of likes, you're rebuilding the whole postcard? To prevent this unnecessary widget rebuild, wrap the counter text with consumer widget, which will make only the widget returning from it rebuild. Give consumer the return data type, and to get the data, we can use instance of return data type provided to us. Don't forget to remove your context.watch calls, otherwise it will still rebuild the entire widget. Next type of provider is stream provider. From the name itself, we know that it will help us manage stream data. It is like stream builder but with lesser boilerplate. Instead of chain notifier, wrap my app with stream provider. In the create argument, pass in a stream like this. In our case, it will output 0 to 9 with a gap of 1 second after each number. Initial data argument is also required. It is the data to be displayed until the above stream gives us a value. To read this, go down to the consumer, replace counter with int, which is the data type we are returning from stream provider, and remove .counter. It works properly if we restart the app. Equivalent of consumer in this case will be the following. Future provider is similar to stream provider. It too accepts initial data and create arguments and works the same way. So I'm not going to rewrite the whole thing, but basic difference is future provider returns the value after the future is completed. Now we know about most of the essential providers, but here comes the problem. What if I want to use both stream provider and change notifier provider together in the application? We can do something like this, right? Wrap my app with provider, pass data in create, and in the child, change notifier provider. Likewise, we can do for hundreds of providers in a vast app, right? No. Why use this nesting hell when only a single provider can help us, which is multi-provider? It accepts list of providers in the argument, and that's it. That's how easy it is to add multiple providers in our application. Now the last provider we're going to look at is proxy provider. When one of our provider depends on value returned from another provider, we use proxy provider. To demonstrate this, I'll create another class in our code called second class and accept instance of Firebase auth from constructor. Here we can create any method that we want. I'll just keep it empty. Now I want to provide this class, so I'll go into the multi-provider where Firebase auth is already provided. To access this Firebase auth instance, I will use proxy provider. The syntax is like this. Proxy provider, and unlike other providers, we pass two types, independent class and the dependent class. Then we need to pass update argument, which gives us context, followed by instance of the independent and dependent classes. We will return the class from this function passing auth as the argument. This will make our provider work. But what if the class doesn't need 1, but 2, 3, even 4 instances? We will use proxy provider 2, 3, 4 and so on for it. And that's pretty much it. The next thing I want to do is focus on responsive UI. By responsive UI, I mean the device or our app should look good on all screen sizes, and that includes Chrome, macOS, Apple, Android, all of them. it should look good on all the screen sizes. So right now our app looks good on iOS and Android, and that's cool. But now I'm going to switch to Chrome and I'm going to run it on Chrome to see how it looks on a bigger screen size. Alright, so let's launch it. And while that is happening, I also want to restructure the folder structure. Now you see there are many components in our lib folder. So obviously we need to segregate things. We need to put all the pages in one particular page. We want to put providers in one provider. And we need to do all of those tasks. So let's go ahead and do it. In the lib, we are going to go ahead and create a pages folder. Then I'm going to take cart page, drag it in pages. Then I'll let extension.dart make the changes and save those changes. Then I'll put home page as well. Then we are done with that. Let's save it. After that, we need another folder and we are going to name it widgets. This is going to contain small widgets, not exactly pages, but smaller widgets. So we'll pass in the product card. Let's move it in. And let's save the changes. And one thing I forgot to do was put product details page in pages. So let's put it there. Save it. And then the last thing is, I think, provide a product list, and product list also goes in the pages. So we have widgets and pages. So this is good for a smaller application. Then in the lib folder, I'm also going to create providers. And as our app scales, we are going to have more providers, right? So we are going to create a separate providers where all the providers are going to stay, like cart provider. Also, save those changes. If you don't save it, it will give error in your app. So we have pages, provider, widgets, and global variables can stay here. Or you can create a utils folder and save it in utility, but I don't like to do that. Utility includes some other things, not exactly global variables. Global variables can be constants or something else. Alright, so we have a cleaner folder structure here. The purpose of a clean folder structure is that you can just have your apps lay out very nicely, and more engineers working on it will be a better thing. Alright, and even the Chrome is now set up. So if you come over here and expand the app, there is Chrome, and this looks decent enough. Not bad, not good. If we come to the product list over here, we are getting an error, and this error is there because it wasn't able to find something. We just need to restart, because this happened when we were changing the folders, right? Now if you come over here, the error is gone. Perfect. So what are the changes we need to make? Well, the first change, as you can see in the details men's Nike shoes, this shoe image is quite big. I want to reduce the shoe image size, and that's not just for one shoe. Even this shoe is quite big. So let's go to the product details page and scroll down. We'll find our image.asset, and as you can see, this error is there because we haven't set a particular height for it. And what should the height be? Well, let's go ahead and see it. The height should be 250, let's say. If we do that, come over here, this shows up nicely. And if we go to the iOS device over here and we click on it, we have 250 showing up. This looks cool. It works on both the screen sizes. Let's click over here, and yeah, this looks cool. I'm fine with it. Also, if you right click on Chrome, click on inspect, you'll be clicking on this icon over here to toggle device toolbar, and now you can check for the responsive design from here itself, right? And as you can see, when we increase the font size, the maximum height it takes is what we've mentioned over here, 250. And when we shrink the size, the image height keeps on decreasing. So that's a good thing for us, right? Even for our button, if you see, that's the case. The button keeps on increasing, and it takes the entire width of the screen with the padding there. Now I don't want this. What I want is the button to only be there only this much. Just like our shoe. Alright? So it shouldn't be this big because it looks kind of weird, doesn't it? So we can scroll down to our button, and here you see we have set up the minimum size. How this works is the minimum size it can take is double.infinity, and then we have wrapped it with padding. So there's spacing over here. However, what we can see here is maximum size can be this much. Then when we click, you see this is quite small because the maximum size it can take is this. So we have set up a constraint over here that maximum size is this much. Minimum size can be whatever you have the child as, how much ever size the child requires. And same happens over here. Although I'm pleased with the result, this is not what we want. So we are going to use fixed size over here. Because maximum size gives us a very small result, minimum size gives us a very big result. Fixed size will give us exactly what we want. So instead of passing in double.infinity, I'll pass 250. This is good enough. And if I pass 350, come over here. You see, this looks good enough. The problem then comes on the pixel emulator, right? If we just open it and take a look if it looks good enough, let's run it without debugging. If it works well on the pixel emulator, then we're fine with it. It all looks good. But if it doesn't, then something needs to change. And we have the pixel emulator. If I click on a product, add to cart is there, and it's similar to this thing over here. Perfect. I like it this way. So this works well on the screens, on all the screens in fact. So we are done with the product detail screen. The selecting part is still the same. We can add to cart. We can go back, come to the shopping cart, and we'll see our product. And here, if I click on delete product, everything looks good. It's all good in my opinion, you know. The dialog takes only this much space, which is what I want. Then this is the size that I want. I only wanted this much. So everything looks good over here. But the problem I have right now is this card over here. This card takes in a lot of width. And this width is fine over here. This width is completely perfect. But over here, it's taking in a lot of width. What I want to do instead is if we exceed a certain screen size or screen width, let's inspect the tab and come over here. So if I reach, let's say this much height, then I automatically want to show double cards. So I want two cards to be displaying on the single screen. And when we are less than that particular dimension, I want only one card to display. So it depends on what the screen size is. Again, just to tell you, if I expand this, I want two cards, but when I have it minimized, like it's in a phone mode, I want it this long. I only want one card to be present, otherwise two cards. So how can I make this happen? That's where we have another widget in place. Flutter gives it to us. What is that? If we just come to the home page, and in the home page, we have to go to the product list. In the list view builder, not this list view builder, this list view builder is for filters and filters look great. This is the thing I'm worried about. This list view builder over here. Now instead of returning one list over here, I'm going to have grids, and it depends on the screen size, right? So how do I calculate the device width? So for that particular reason, we have final size, which is equal to media query. This media query gives us a lot of things. It will give us what platform we are on, what is our screen height, what is our screen size, what is our screen width, what mode are we on. So like if the phone is in a straight mode or if it is in a horizontal mode like this, it will give us all of that data. So it's pretty helpful for us. Yes, you can click over here to change the mode of the app or mode of the phone. If it's portrait mode or horizontal mode, whatever. So media query gives us access to all of that. So what I want is media query.offContext.size. You can see over here it gives us a lot many more things like view padding, view insets, platform brightness, and you can look at all the things it gives us, but what I want is size. Why? Because size will give me the perfect size, and then it will give me the size of the media in logical pixels. Example, the size of the screen. That's what I want. And also you'll see over here media query.offContext, and if we see over here, for the media query itself, it extends something known as inherited model, not inherited widget. Inherited model is kind of like inherited widget, but there is a slight difference we are going to talk about. Let me just tell you how this works, how we can make two cards appear on a bigger screen and only one card on a smaller screen, and then we can talk about the difference between inherited model and inherited widget and how it affects us. So we'll scroll down, and here where our list view builder is there, expanded is there in the child. So first of all, let me make it clear that whenever we want to display two items in kind of like a grid, what we use is grid view builder. So just like list view builder, there's grid view builder, and obviously there is grid view as well, which you can use. But grid view builder is used when you don't know the number of items the grid is going to have. In our case, products.length is the number of items in grid view and list view both. As of right now, we know what the product's length is, but if we make database connections and we dynamically get it from the database, we won't know how many products are there. Just think of Amazon. Does Amazon know how many products there are? There are like billion products. They can't possibly know how many exact items or products are there. That's why there is item builder and grid view builder widgets. So we are going to use grid view builder, and just to give you a demonstration, I'm going to comment this out. I'm only going to have expanded again because this behaves similar to list view builder. It will take in the entire height of the screen, but it doesn't have the entire height. So we have to wrap it with expanded. Then we are going to have grid view builder. This requires grid delegate. And then it requires sliver grid delegate. This grid delegate controls the layout of the children. So this will tell it how many items we want in a row, how many items should have how much spacing. So all of that configurations can be made with sliver grid delegate. So let's type it out, sliver grid delegate, but then it is an abstract class. Abstract classes are made so that we can use their subtypes which follows a particular attribute. For example, get layout and should relayout should be followed by every class that extends or implements sliver grid delegate. That's why abstract classes are made, and here abstract classes are allowed. Here I can pass in anything sliver grid delegate related. For example, sliver grid delegate with fixed cross axis count, sliver grid delegate with max cross axis count, sliver grid delegate with fixed cross axis. So all of that is present over here. What we want is sliver grid delegate with fixed cross axis count. Here we get an error, but this error is not because this is an abstract class. This isn't. This is a normal class, but it requires a named argument. But before jumping into that, let's format it and understand what this means. Sliver grid delegate with fixed cross axis count. We know what sliver grid delegate is. It's this thing that it requires to control the layout of our children in the grid view builder, obviously. With fixed cross axis count basically means how many items you want in one row in the product list or in the grid view builder. And how many do we want to display in one particular row? I want to display, let's say, 2 widgets at the most. So here we have to pass in a required argument of cross axis count, which will be 2. Now consider grid view as a column, right? All the widgets are going to be one below another. So consider it a column. By passing in cross axis, you're basically mentioning everything in a row format. That's what column does, right? When you pass in cross-axis alignment, you pass in the alignment in horizontal direction. That's what we are doing here. So let's put const over here. Then we are going to have context index, just like we had with list view. And then we want the exact same thing that we had over here. So let's go ahead and uncomment this. We can copy this gesture detector and return it over here. Then again we can comment the list view builder. I only uncommented because I wanted to copy stuff. Now it requires product. What is the product? Well, first of all, we have to mention the item count. Even grid view builder has the same thing, item count. So let's go ahead, pass in products.length, and product is going to be final product is equal to products at index. Great, all the errors are now gone. The warning is up there over here, and it's there because of the size variable that we've never used. We're going to use it in just a moment after we understand how grid view builder works. Now let's restart. We come over here and we see two products displaying in a grid format. Perfect. Now if we come over here, we have the same thing displaying, but this error here is justified because it just looks so awful on a mobile screen. However, this looks cool enough over here, right? Two products and this looks better. However, we have a problem over here. We are going to fix that problem, but first of all, we just want to configure the layout such that on smaller screen sizes, we use a list view builder, otherwise a grid view builder. So it's very simple. We just want to get the device size, and that device size should not exceed 600 or 650, which is what the normal device's size is. And then accordingly, we can display a grid view builder. So basically, we want to check if the device width is greater than 650. If it is greater than 650, that means we want a grid view builder because it's a bigger screen size. However, if we are less than 650 screen width, then we want to display a list view builder because it's a smaller screen size. So we can take the size, then we can uncomment this line and then have our if condition laid out. What is our if condition? It's a ternary operator. We are just going to have size dot width. So with size dot width, I get access to the device width. This is not the width of any widget or any constraints. It doesn't follow any constraints of padding or whatever. It just gives us the entire device width. So here I'm just checking if size dot width is greater than 650, then I want list view builder or grid view builder, sorry. So I'll copy grid view builder, cut it, also remove expanded from here because expanded is already there at the top. And then we are going to have grid view builder like this. Otherwise, we are going to display a list view builder. So if size.width is greater than 650, we show a grid view builder. Otherwise, a list view builder works. So a grid view builder is still shown here. However, a list view builder is shown here. That's perfect. Exactly what I wanted. So this is where media query can help us. Media query can also help us to size the widgets according to what we want. If we want the widget size to be bigger, it can be bigger. If we want it to be smaller, it can be smaller. Now let's come over here and try to fix this device height. Why are we getting such a big device height over here? So why is this thing over here exceeding? To understand that, we must first analyze on a smaller screen. On a smaller screen, this looks good. It's perfect. Exactly the way I wanted it. So there's definitely no issue in the product card. Otherwise, you might think, hey, product card is taking too much height. No, we've not explicitly set any height for our product card, for our container. And that's how it should be. First, you should never mention the height. You should always try to use flexible, expanded, all of those widgets whenever you're using. You shouldn't specifically go ahead and type, hey, I want to use this height. When things become uncontrollable by expanded, double dot infinity, all of those stuff, then you need to explicitly mention a height, just like we did with the add to cart button. I'll summarize this at the end, but as of right now, no, we are not going to change the height in the product card because it's all good. It is taking as much height as it should on a list view builder, but it's not doing the same on grid view builder. So there's a problem with grid view builder. And what is the problem? You can Google it, but if I have to tell you, the problem is this child aspect ratio over here. The child aspect ratio is the ratio of cross-axis extent to main axis extent, and that is 1, meaning cross-axis extent is this big, then main axis extent should also be this big. They should have a ratio of 1. So cross-axis extent divided by main axis extent should be 1. That means both should be the same value, and that's why it's exceeding. But in our case, we don't want that. If both have the same height and width, that means it is a square. And clearly, we don't have a square over here. It's a rectangle. So we can edit the value here and set child aspect ratio to, let's say, 1.5, save it, and you see it becomes shorter, but still not enough. I still want it shorter, so maybe I can go till 1.75, and you might be satisfied with it, but I'm not. I can say child aspect ratio to true 2, and this looks good in my opinion. It looks brilliant. So I hope you understood it. We made it such that the cross-axis extent is double the size or extent of main axis extent. Just think about it. Child aspect ratio is equal to cross-axis upon main axis. If cross-axis is 100, then 100 divided by 50 will give us 2. So cross-axis is double the extent of main axis. So on cross-axis, you see it's this big. It's this big. It's double the extent of this main axis. Alright? So we have fixed the error over here, and this looks much better, and it does feel like a web app which is perfectly laid out. So yeah, we have this and everything about it looks good. So I'm satisfied with what we have over here in terms of responsive design. So this was about the media query and the power of media query. Media query should always be used whenever you want to get the size of the screen, the device width or device height of the screen. And to talk about the difference between inherited model and inherited widget, by extending inherited model, you can listen to one particular property. Alright? So in inherited widget, let's say media query.offContext is called. And let's say the value of device pixel ratio changed. Let's just assume, okay, the value of device pixel ratio changed. But in our app, we are using media query.offContext.size. So in reality, the value of device pixel ratio changed, but this will still get called. The build function will still rebuild because that's what inherited model or inherited widget do. Whenever there's a change, they will rebuild the entire build function. And if they do that, unnecessarily my widgets are getting called. So this is what happens in inherited widget. You can't listen to one particular property in inherited widget. You're in general listening to any changes in media query.offContext, and then you're just saying that give me the size, it's fine. But if device pixel ratio changes, this build function will get rebuilt for no reason at all, because the size didn't change, the pixel device ratio changed. So this is just an example. I'm not saying pixel device ratio will change and that will happen. No, nothing like that will happen. But I'm just telling you an if condition or an edge case that can happen. And this happens in inherited widget. With inherited model, what you can do is media query.sizeOfContext. or you can do media query dot device pixel ratio of context. With this, what you've done is you're just listening to one particular property. You're just listening to the size changes of the device. You're not listening to anything else at all. You're not listening to the changes in device pixel ratio. You're not listening to changes in some other property in media query. You're just listening to the changes in size. So this is what inherited model does. Inherited model will help you select one feature to listen to or one property to listen to. Inherited widget listens to everything, entire class. Alright, so that was the difference. And here I am using size of context because I only want to listen to the size. Cool. Now if I restart, it will look the same thing. So now that we've talked about media query, I also want to cover one widget which is very helpful and I use it all the time when I want to make my layouts, and that is the layout builder widget. So I'll remove media query from here because it's different from media query, but in this case it is going to replace media query. So let's comment this thing out. Okay, and what is this layout builder widget? So first I'm just going to type the code out, then I'll explain what this layout builder widget does. So for layout builder widget, I'm just going to have layout builder like this, builder, which will give me context and something known as box constraints. Alright, now we'll figure out what this box constraints is. What this box constraints is it gives us a bunch of constraints which we need to follow to lay out our app. So if I just print stuff, constraints dot, and let's say max height, which is the main thing, then we have max width, then we have minimum height and minimum width. Alright, and then we are going to return a text from here, let's say, and that just says hello. So nothing too fancy here, and we see a hello, nothing else. A very simple text is returned, and you might think there is no purpose of layout builder, but when you open the terminal, you'll see constraints.max height over here is infinity. Constraints.max height again, I don't know why we haven't changed it. We want maximum width, then minimum height and minimum width. Alright, now we can restart again, and we see over here max height is infinity, max width is 1440, and minimum height and minimum width is 0. What is this giving us? Well, layout builder gives us the constraints in which it is. For example, a certain widget might impose some constraint on us, right? Let's say layout builder is wrapped with a widget which is size box and has a height of 100, width of 200. Let's save it. We restart the app. Here you see the constraints have changed now. The max height is 100, max width is 200, minimum height is 100, and minimum width is 200. Meaning minimum and maximum width is 200, what we have specified over here, and maximum and minimum height is 100, what we have specified over here. So what layout builder does is it gets its constraints from the parent widgets. So whatever constraints the parent widgets give it, it has those in its mind and it will tell us about those constraints. That's why earlier when we didn't have any constraint at all, it gave us infinity because it can take how much ever space it requires. Then we add maximum width. The maximum width would be the width of this device and it is 1440. You can check it for M1 max. And then the minimum height and minimum width can be 0. So you can make sure that your widget returned from here can be of height and width 0, or it can be any height or a width till 1440. So it gives you certain set of constraints according to which you need to follow. So that's what layout builder does. It cares about what restrictions are put on it. What constraints the container, sized box, padding widget give to it. So here we are just going to take this constraints to know what is the height and the width. Alright. So we are just going to have if constraints dot maximum width is greater than 650. So since it is a builder, it is a function. At the end of the day, we want to return a widget, but I'm putting an if condition over here. And since this is a function, I can put an if condition like this. If we were in UI, I would put if condition like this. And there would be no braces, alright? But we are not in UI. We are in a builder function. And in function, I have to put a curly bracket because that's what Dart requires. Anyways, if the constraints.max width is greater than 650, then I want to show a grid view builder. So let's return grid view builder. Make sure to return it. And as you can see, when I save it, it doesn't format it automatically. The code formatting doesn't work because there's an error. And this error is there because we have one if condition in place. So if constraints.max width is greater than 650, then we return a grid view builder. Okay. But what if it is not greater than 650, like our iPhone? What should we do in that case? Then we will have an else condition, and there we are going to return a list view builder. So let's copy this. Then we are going to return a list view builder. Sweet. Also, let's remove one parenthesis. Make sure everything is correct over here. Let's restart the apps on iPhone, Chrome and everything. And we see an error over here and the same error over here. That error is there because render viewport and we have some boxing related problems. So basically what we need to do is remove the expanded from grid view builder, and we've already removed the expanded from list view builder. Then we are going to wrap the widget with expanded, right? Now if we save it, everything shows up correctly, and even here everything shows up correctly. So expanded says take as much space and width as you require. So here if we try to print constraints.max height, and if we try to print constraints.max width, we should be seeing a value. Let's restart. We see 535 and 430 for iPhone. And when we go to Chrome and restart, we see 517. Now the max height, instead of infinity, it is 517. Because that's how much space it is getting. Because that's what expanded does, right? I hope you got a better understanding of it through Layout Builder. And as the name suggests, it helps you to build layouts. And the max width doesn't change because there's no constraint or there's nothing over here. However, max height did change. So yeah, we just need to wrap expanded to Layout Builder. Then we return a grid view builder without expanded because expanded is there for our Layout Builder. We are getting the constraints properly now. And the same goes for list view builder. We are getting our constraints properly set up. So this is Layout Builder. Now you might ask, what is the difference between Media Query and Layout Builder? The difference is Media Query takes the entire device width and the entire device size, no matter what the restrictions on the widget are. But Layout Builder takes width and height based on the restrictions imposed by the parent widgets on it. And that's why I like Layout Builder better, because you always want to build your widgets based on what the parent gives you. Whatever sizing the parent will give you, you need to follow that. If Media Query doesn't obey that, then it's a problem. But if Layout Builder is telling you some constraints, it's because of the parent constraints and we need to follow that. For example, if I come over here, add to cart button, let's say, has some restrictions imposed by its parent widget, I shouldn't be using media query dot size of context or media query dot of context dot size, because then I'll be taking the entire width of the screen. I only want to take as much width and as much height as my parent allows me to do. That's why Layout Builder is used more often in my code. I don't use media query that often. In certain cases, yes, you do want the screen width, but in this case, Layout Builder works fine. So we are using Layout Builder. I also hope you understood the box constraints here. It gives you the constraints you can have for your widgets that you want to return, and you can check based on that. Also, when you print stuff here, like max height and max width, press Command J, restart, we get 517 and 1440. Then I'll click on inspect, and then you see the layout changed. The height is still the same, but the width decreased. So this is what I wanted to show to you. And then we are getting an error over here saying that, hey, this is not enough. So maybe we do need to set the child aspect ratio at 1.75, and then it will work on all the screen sizes. I think it works till 1080, so we can push it till 1080. So if constraints.max width is greater than 1080 width, so if we have this, we have 2 cards showing up, otherwise just 1 card. Okay, so this works better, I guess. And as you can see, when I increase, this card also increases, right? If you just come over here, a little bit over here, you see the device or the card is shrinking in its height and width. But when I increase the width of the device, it increases as well. So this is the beauty of child aspect ratio. You can configure it the way you want it to work. I think greater than 1080 is fine because all laptops have a width greater than 1080. At least I'm hoping that. So yeah, this was about Layout Builder, and this is how it's different from media query. Now you can play around with it and make the weather app responsive as well. I didn't make it responsive for this particular reason. I wanted to teach over here where we would have better examples, and then I would ask you to do it for weather app and send me the code. If you want me to review it, I'll review it for you. So this was all about responsive UI that I wanted to share. So to sum it up for you, try not to size your widgets because most widgets don't need an explicit size given to it. They don't need sizes like 350, 300, 250 given to it. They can take up the space they need. If you have a widget like List View Builder which needs the entire device height, then you can use widgets like Expanded to give it all the available space. And Expanded is generally used in a column widget or a row widget. If your widget does need a size, however, then give it a height of, let's say, 40, 100, 150, 200, whatever. Because this height is in logical pixels, and logical pixels basically promise that your widget will have the same physical size on all devices. So this means if your widget has a size of your thumb on one of your device, then it will have the size of your thumb on all devices. And the third option is to use a layout builder or media query, and I've already explained the difference between both of them to you. So this marks the end of the Flutter Beginners course. We've covered a lot in this course, but there's a lot more to learn. I wasn't able to cover all the widgets as there are more than 200 to 300 widgets in Flutter. The point isn't to know about all the widgets. It's about understanding how widgets should be laid out, how state management and the Flutter framework work. If you've understood that, you're ready to build apps on your own. If you want to know more about databases, you can watch Instagram or Reddit clone tutorials present on this channel. So I hope you've mastered the basics in Flutter and you found some value in this tutorial. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you in the next video.